Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Manifested Psychokinesis Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. And that is all we can report as of now. While the main threat has been neutralized, it seems that the heroes on scene are giving the area a full screening. They want to be absolutely sure that no villains are still in hiding after their base was raided just a few hours ago. Sources say considering the size of the hideout, this could take them well into the night and possibly into the morning. We can expect a brief press conference in a few hours after the heroes have done their initial sweep. There is also a strong possibility that a member of GRI, with a sigh, a small boy watched as his older sister clicked the remote to turn off the TV and leaned back into her chair, a rather grumpy look on her face. Pulling out her phone, she scrolled for a few seconds before putting it to her ear. Hey, yeah, about tonight. Oh, you're watching the news too? Huh, yeah, looks like we'll have to reschedule. Yeah, it's a little annoying. Honestly, if they had told me the place was as big as the news is saying, we could have just made our plans on another day to begin with. Of course he was trying not to worry me. He's my dad. You think I don't have him figured out? The boy smiled when his sister's eye swept over him. He knew the topic between his sister and boyfriend. Was it boyfriend? She got really mad when dad had said that. Like super scary. But he knew they were talking about him now. Nah, we probably could use dad's gym instead. But I don't want mom thinking I was slacking off looking after Toshi. We can get our reps in tomorrow. Maybe add a mile or two to our jog or something. Dad's training plan does have stuff in it for sick days and such. Yeah, I know entrance exams are only 2 months away. We will be fine. You really need to stop worrying so much. Toshi watched as his sister suddenly went a little stiff, a faint pink flush forming on her cheeks. She absently reached up with her free hand and scratched the horn that grew above her brow. Yeah, I'm sure it'd be fine for us to go grab a bite at the mall after our training. I'd need a chance to freshen up first, of course. His sister's eyes suddenly hardened. She pulled her phone back and was looking at it like it had suddenly said something very, very dumb. Toshi always liked this part. It was better when the boy was about to get it in person, but it was still fun to watch. If I need a shower, you can just spray me down. Really, I'm not a car. I swear sometimes you can be so stupid. You know that. Toshi giggled. His sister seemed to remember he was in the same room as him and decided to end her call. Look, we can talk about your little idea later. I need to get my brother to sleep anyway. Let him talk me into staying up late in case mom and dad get home. No, I want you to think about why what you just said was dumb. Good night, Kauta. With a grunt, his sister hung up and dropped the phone onto the couch before mumbling to herself, spray me down. I swear he can be such a moron. You don't invite a girl to the mall and then say you'd spray her down if she's worried she'd smell after training all morning. Toshi laughed again. His sister was always funny when she mumbled like that. She sounded so much like daddy. And you, mister? Toshi gasped, suddenly having her undivided attention. It's way past your bedtime. Toshi shook his head. No, I want to see mommy and daddy first. Toshi climbed out of the large couch and tried to scramble away, but his sister effortlessly caught him and lifted him up. Toshi puffed his cheeks at how unfair it was that his big sister was, well, bigger than him. Of course, he had his own ways of fighting back. Unfortunately, his sister also knew about his ways and quickly put a stop to him with a look. You blow fire into my face and you bet I'm gonna let mom and dad know who ate the rest of the cookies out of the jar. Toshi's cheeks deflated. But that's tattling. You better believe it is. Now let's go. Not long afterwards, Toshi was tucked into his bed, with his sister making sure nothing was going to pop out of the closet or from under his bed. Toshi looked over at a small line of books on his shelf. Many were fantasy stories that either his mom or dad would read to him before bed. There were a few bio books about his parents that he enjoyed getting to listen to too, though mostly it was to see the funny faces his parents would make whenever the books got something really, really wrong. Will you read me a story? Sure. You were being read this one, right? About the young squire and his merry band going off to fight the demon lord. Toshi shook his head. Dad's reading me that one. He likes it too. We are reading it together. His sister blinked before a soft laugh escaped her. That explains his sudden interest in medieval stuff. Okay, what do you want to hear then? Toshi thought about it, his finger resting under his bottom lip as he did. Tell me one about mommy and daddy. Okay, what do you want to hear? She asked as she picked through some of the books, reading off their titles as she skimmed their contents. The Great Ocean Adventure, Attack of the Tree People, Floating Horror, The Day There Was No Green... Man, some of these are just so stupid. Whoever they have writing them needs to learn how to fact check. That's why daddy likes them. He likes pointing out the stuff that's wrong. His sister smiled. That's easy, just point at the book. Is that why mommy and daddy were laughing so much last night? That new Documentary. Yeah, that. They were watching it and it seemed really funny. Was it wrong too? His sister laughed. Oh boy, it was. The true origin story of the #1 ranked heroes. They weren't even close. Toshi's eyes sparked. Oh, tell me that one. We don't have a book of that story yet though. No. Tell me the true story about how mom and dad became heroes. I haven't heard that story yet. Tell me that one, Iri-chan. Iri smiled and sat down on the edge of Toshi's bed. Oh, you sure you want to know that one? It's not just action like your other stories. Huh, but didn't mom and dad get into lots of fights with villains when they were in school? Dad has said so. Oh sure, but if you want the origin story you'd better be ready for some Aiki romance, like hand-holding and even kissing. Iri made sure to sound as aghast as possible as she said that. Toshi scrunched up his face. Ew, not gross stuff. Iri smiled and ruffled his hair. But before she could come up with a different story to tell him, Toshi looked up at her. But, I still want to hear it. Just maybe. Maybe warn me before we get to the Aiki parts. Iri nodded. Okay, then. The origin of the #1 heroes Deku and Uravity. Heroes of Green Tea Rescue. There were 2 days that Izuku Midoriya remembered from his childhood with crystal clear clarity. The first was one of the happiest days he could remember. It was the day he discovered that he had a quirk. It had been a simple enough day to start with. He had been watching some of his favorite All Might videos when he had accidentally knocked one of his action figures off the desk in his excitement. In a panic, he tried to grab the falling toy but missed. However, before it hit the ground, the toy slowed before coming to a stop. Izuku looked around, thinking his mother had stopped the toy herself, but he was alone. Looking back down, Izuku bent forward and reached out. Slowly the toy rose upward and floated just above the palm of his hand. Izuku sat in his chair, just looking at the toy, before his excitement could no longer be contained. Mom, at her son's cry, Inko rushed into his room. Izuku, honey, what's wrong? She stopped and stood transfixed in the doorway, watching as her son turned and showed her the floating toy in front of him. Mom, I have a quirk. It's just like yours, too. After a warm hug and much praise, Inko made Izuku his favorite dinner to celebrate. The next day too seemed to continue Izuku's good fortune. Inko had taken Izuku to see a doctor so that they could have his quirk diagnosed and registered. There they learned from the doctor that Izuku's quirk was in fact a slight mutation of his mother's, and not a one-to-one inheritance as was more common. While both mother and child were sitting in the exam room, the doctor had asked what Inko's quirk was exactly. She explained she could attract small objects to herself. The doctor nodded. Your son has demonstrated that not only is he able to pull objects towards himself, but push them away, and keep them in a levitated state telekinetically. As his quirk is able to perform different actions than yours, I believe we should treat it as a mutation, rather than a simple strengthened inheritance. As such, I will be documenting it with a new name. Psychokinesis. After the visit, Izuku ran off towards the playground at the park where he hoped his friend Katsuki would be. He wanted to show off his quirk. Now Katsuki wasn't the only one with an amazing power. He even spent most of the car ride home learning how to say the name right. Hurrying up the path, he soon was able to pick out Katsuki's distinct voice. When he finally came to the playground, he came to a sudden stop. Katsuki and 2 of his other friends were chasing after another boy, laughing as they did. It was obvious that the boy was running scared before he tripped and landed on the ground in a tangled mess. Katsuki and the others slowed to a stop, smiling wickedly as they slowly advanced on the fallen boy. Kaken, what's going on? Katsuki turned and looked over at Izuku. Oh, it's just you, Deku. Just stay over there for now. I'm gonna teach this guy a lesson. Lesson? Katsuki smirked as he cracked his knuckles. Puffs of smoke and sparks crackled with each pop. He thought he'd try and show off. Said his quirk was better than mine. Katsuki was now standing over the boy, looking down on him cruelly. But before he could do anything else, a small pebble bounced off the side of his head. There wasn't enough force behind it to really do anything, but it was enough to get his attention. Slowly he and the other boys turned towards where the stone had come from. Izuku stood there, shaking, hands outstretched, face scrunched up in concentration. A few more small stones floated around him. He looked over at his friend. Stop it, Kaken. Katsuki blinked a few times before reaching down and picking up the small stone Izuku had thrown at him. He looked at it for a few seconds before he started to laugh. You finally get a quirk, and that's it. Deku, anyone can throw rocks. See, before Izuku understood what was coming, Katsuki reared back and hurled the stone right back at him, hitting him square in the face. The sudden pain made him lose his concentration, and the green glow around the other stones he had been holding up vanished. Each one fell back to the ground as Izuku reached up to hold his nose. Katsuki took that opportunity to strike, charging at Izuku and pushing him down. The other boys with Katsuki soon followed their leader, helping him beat some sense into Izuku. The boy who had been chased before quickly got up and ran away, thankful that someone else now was Katsuki's target. It was this day, one of the lowest that he could remember, that Izuku learned something. All men are not created equal. You really are living up to your name, Deku. You finally get a quirk and it's as worthless as you are. Those words and that lesson would be drilled into Izuku time after time. And if Izuku ever started to forget, Katsuki would always be there to remind him. Even now, 10 years later, in the same park, in the same playground, Izuku gasped and wheezed on the ground, desperately trying to catch his breath after getting knocked to the ground. Katsuki stood over him, hands still smoking from the explosion he had set off into Izuku's stomach. Of all the luck, why'd I have to run into Kakin? Why me? Katsuki let out a laugh. It's good you came by when you did, Deku. Been feeling a little stressed out these past few days and I really needed to cut loose. You make such a great punching bag, I couldn't resist. One of Katsuki's lackeys gave Izuku's shuddering form a quick poke with his foot. Bakugou here just got done with his mock exams, you know. You should be happy to be there for him to let off some steam. So I was just a convenient target, then. Izuku looked past the group as he tried to get to his knees, trying to find something, anything, in his range that he might be able to grab with his quirk to defend himself. However, Katsuki immediately saw the faint green glow that always formed around Izuku when he really started to push his quirk. His hands let loose a few more explosions over Izuku's head, and the faint glow vanished as he fell back to the ground. Careful there, Deku. I almost thought you were gonna try and fight back. Just take your lumps and be happy I'm already done with you. When Katsuki was sure Izuku had indeed given up, he motioned to his followers to come with him. Come on, let's go find an arcade or something. Might as well do something with the day before school starts tomorrow. Still laughing amongst themselves, Izuku stayed lying on the ground, listening as their laughter faded further and further away before he dared to try and sit up. He groaned softly, nursing his battered front. Tentatively, he reached up and began to dust himself off, wincing at the pain in his chest caused by raising his arms. Still, could be worse, I guess. Sure, it's not so burned I can't play it off as an accident of some kind if Mom asks. Could just say I had a fall. Izuku was so preoccupied trying to remove the soot and dirt from himself he didn't notice a quickened set of footsteps coming up to him. Nor did he notice as someone stopped right by him. But he did finally notice when she spoke. Are you okay? Earlier that day, to say Ochako was nervous would be the understatement of the century. It had only been a little while ago that she had said goodbye to her parents after they had finished helping her unpack all her things into her new apartment. Just that phrase alone was such a foreign thought. She was still trying to wrap her head around it. It was only a week ago that her dad told her the news. A friend that he had worked with on a construction job knew of an apartment that had just opened for students, and he would be able to get them a great deal on it. What's more, it was close enough for anyone living there to be able to attend UA. With ease, Ochako had always planned, when the time came, to be ready to live by herself if she was able to make it into UA. But for it to suddenly be happening already was a lot to take in, and there was always the chance she wouldn't be able to pass the entrance exam anyway when the time came. But if she was going to make her dream come true, become a hero and ensure her parents would be able to live happily, she couldn't let such an opportunity pass her by. So, after talking to her parents, they all agreed to jump on the opening. And with a flurry of leases and school transfer paperwork, she was now in her very own place. Alone, she wasn't afraid, of course, even if her father hadn't done extensive research of the area to make sure it didn't have any scary surprises. She was sure she'd be able to handle it. She just wasn't used to the silence, was all. Right, what do I do now? Her eyes turned towards her kitchen. Still too early for dinner, so I might as well pass the time. Walking around, she found her new school uniform hanging, ready to be worn tomorrow on her first day at her new school. Maybe a walk will put my mind at ease, get a good sense of the area. Maybe there are some places students wanting to get into UA. Train around here. I'm this close, might as well take full advantage of it. With a smile, Ochako left to see what she could find. The area was nice, with many small thrift stores and more than a few grocery stores for her to choose from. She was sure to make a note of which ones had the better deals and sales. More than once she spotted a hero out on patrol. It was nice to know that this area was being kept safe. Of course, it did make sense. This close to UA, there had to be plenty of heroes, teachers, and students working on their internships. What villains in their right mind would want to cause trouble around here? It's not a bad place to live, honestly, she thought to herself. Continuing to walk around, Ochako soon found herself at the entrance to her new school. Absently, she watched as faculty hurried to and fro, getting the place ready for the start of the new school year. Older at junior high? I hope I make some friends here. Wonder if anyone else here is gonna try for UA. After the year is done, Ochako pulled her phone out and checked the time. I guess I've wasted enough time now. Actually, it's probably a good idea if I turn in early tonight anyway. I'd hate to oversleep on my first day. As she made her way back, she passed through a small park, but paid little mind to the area. She was too busy thinking of what she would be making for herself tonight, and if it would be okay to have some of the matcha her parents had left her. I mean, I'm on my own now. I could probably have just the matcha for dinner. However, before she exited the park, she heard a very distinct popping sound followed by some yells. Is someone setting off fireworks? There was another pop and another yell, but this time she could tell it wasn't a yell of excitement. It sounded like someone had gotten hurt. Turning towards the sound, she rushed forward, phone in hand, ready to call an ambulance if needed. However, when she reached the source, she did not arrive to what she had expected. In a small clearing, by a set of swings, stood a group of boys. 2 were standing behind a tall blonde, laughing and pointing at something. The blonde had a menacing look to him, and he was yelling something, but Ochako couldn't hear him over the continued popping sounds echoing around. Ochako was shocked to finally see the source of the noise. The boy's hands were sparking and popping with small explosions. What a crazy quirk. He should be more careful or he could hurt. Oh, Ochako's thoughts skidded to a sudden halt as she took in the rest of the scene before her. Not too far away from the exploding boy, there was another boy who was lying on the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath. When the boy on the ground moved to get up, the blonde's hands exploded violently. He didn't hit anything with the explosions, but the smaller boy immediately fell back down to the ground, curling up. I should be helping him, right? Ochako wanted to move, but she found herself seemingly nailed to her spot, out of sight and, more importantly, out of range of the rather terrifying boy. After a little while, after it was clear the boy wasn't going to get back up, the blonde and his group walked away, laughing loudly as they went. Ochako guiltily waited till she couldn't hear them anymore before she finally moved. She hurried towards the boy, who by now was sitting up and tentatively dusting himself off. Are you okay? Ochako wanted to kick herself. Of course he wasn't okay. She hadn't seen the start of whatever that blonde had done, but the singe marks on his stomach and scuffed up knees and elbows told her the whole story. And you just hid away while that jerk terrorized him while he lay defenseless. Nice work. I'm sure 13 would wait for the danger to pass before acting too, Ochako thought to herself in disgust. The boy gave a startled jerk before looking up at her. His face was still covered in some dirt, most sticking to his cheeks where she could tell he had been crying. Do you need help? I could call an ambulance. Or the police. The boy just looked up at her blankly for a bit before shaking his head. No, I'm okay. The heck you are. You look terrible. Do you need help standing? Ochako reached out her hand for him to take. The boy looked at her hand, then back at her. They both stayed like that for a few more moments before slowly, timidly, the boy reached out and took her hand. With a gentle tug, Ochako helped the boy up. Now standing, he went back to dusting himself off and wiping away the dirt on his face. Ochako stood by, not really sure what she could do, or should be doing, after he was done. The boy turned and for a second seemed surprised she was still standing next to him. He smiled, but Ochako could see it was a fake. His eyes were dull, and fresh tears were already starting to form. Thank you for checking on me. I should be getting home now. He gave her a half-hearted wave and turned to leave. Ochako reached out, but stopped herself from keeping him from walking away. Wait, is there anything I can do? The boy stopped and looked back at her, giving her that same fake smile. I'm okay, but thank you for checking on me. I hope I haven't taken too much of your time. I really should be going home. And with one last little wave, the boy was gone. Ochako didn't move from her spot for several minutes even after she'd lost sight of the boy. Even when she finally did move, she felt numb to the world around her. She reached her apartment and went about cooking and eating her dinner in silence. By the time she had gotten ready for bed, her guilt over her inaction still continued to eat away at her. I should have done something. Anything else besides just hiding like that. Ochako looked up at her darkened ceiling. A few glow-in-the-dark star stickers dotted it, giving her her own constellation to watch. I should have made sure he got home all right. Letting him leave like that wasn't right. She rolled over trying to get comfortable. Her sheets felt rough and cold. I wonder if he goes to the same school I'm going to. Ochako's eyelids started to feel heavy at last. If I see him again, I should see if he wants to be friends. She yawned. I should at least learn his name. The next day, Izuku woke up feeling sore. Not surprisingly, considering the beating he took yesterday. Fortunately, he had been able to play it off to his mother as him tripping while at the park. He had by that point removed most of the evidence that he had been hit with one of Katsuki's explosions, mostly by picking away the burnt portions of his clothes. With a sigh, he quickly got dressed into his school uniform and had his breakfast. Giving his mother a quick hug goodbye, Izuku made his way to school. Absently, as he got closer to school, he scanned the students around him, wondering if that girl from yesterday was around, but that was wishful thinking. He had a pretty good idea of the students in his age group, and he had never seen her before. Reaching his school, Izuku followed the rest of his year to the opening ceremony, though he paid little attention to it. Halfway through, he had caught sight of Katsuki and was now making sure when they were dismissed that he would be able to slip away without catching the eye of the explosive teen. When the students were dismissed, Izuku quietly made his way to class and his desk. With any luck, he'll make it through the day without getting Katsuki's attention, hoping that, at the very least, they would be in different classes. Would rather not have a repeat of yesterday so soon. Even if I did meet that nice girl, I wish I'd at least asked her about her name. Reaching down, Izuku began unpacking his bag when he heard the chair next to him getting pulled out. While he was looking for his pencils, he heard the person next to him speak up. "Hi, looks like we'll be sitting next to each other this year. I'm Uraraka Ochako." Izuku gulped. "I'm sitting next to a girl, and she's already talking to me. Better say something, or she might think I'm weird." Sitting back up, Izuku tried to return her polite greeting. "Hi, I'm Midoriya." Izuku's greeting was suddenly cut short as the girl gave out a startled gasp. "It's you, the boy from the park." Izuku was too stunned to reply. "The nice girl is in my class. The nice girl is in my class. The nice girl is in my class and sitting right next to me." Ochako couldn't believe her luck. All last night she felt so guilty after not only doing nothing to help this boy after he had been attacked, but also just letting him walk off without at least checking if he had needed help to get home. But here he is. You don't get second chances like this every day, Ochako. Go be his friend. "Hey, so I really wanted to apologize to you." That shocked Izuku enough to get him out of his endless train of thought. Apologize for what, Uraraka? You went out of your way to see if I was okay. No one else has ever been that nice to me before. I'm really grateful." Ochako tilted her head, confused. "No one's been that nice to you. What about your friends?" Izuku looked down. "I don't really have friends. It can be a little dangerous, honestly. Since I'm Kaken's favorite target, people are too afraid to be near me." "Kaken? Who's that? And dangerous? What do you mean? Wait, does it have anything to do with? Are you kidding me? I'm in the same class as shitty Deku. God damn it." Ochako watched as Izuku paled and seemed to try and disappear into his chair. Ochako turned to find the source of the outburst, and almost swallowed her tongue. "Him? Why is that jerk here?" Ochako watched as the blonde made his way through the classroom and stood before Izuku's desk. When Izuku didn't look up, he slammed his hand down onto the desk, a small puff of smoke billowing from his palm. This immediately got Izuku's attention as he jolted right back up. "Kaken, gee, good morning. How are you?" Ochako watched as a dark sneer crossed Kaken's face. "How am I? I find out you are in the same class as me, Deku, and you ask me how I am. I'm sorry. It's bad enough we have to be in the same school, but now I have to look at your sorry face every damn day for the next year." Several students started to laugh. Going to the same school. Many of them had watched Katsuki and Izuku throughout the past couple of years, so they were already familiar with their relationship. Getting a show this early in the morning was always quite funny to them. A few pointed and snickered. Whispers of getting to see Deku get blown up were already spreading. Ochako didn't miss this. Even as she watched, the small boy tried more and more to vanish from the wrath that was being aimed at him. "I'm sorry. Is that all you can say?" Katsuki's hands popped, making Izuku flinch back. "Though I suppose someone as worthless as you, Deku, can't really say anything else. A worthless nobody, with a worthless name and an even more worthless quirk. Just looking at you." Ochako's chair clattered to the floor as she stood up in a flash of anger and shoved the blonde back, putting herself between him and Izuku. The laughter in the class suddenly died down. The blonde was clearly taken aback at first. Ochako guessed no one had stood up to the bully before. He quickly recovered though, and snarled at Ochako. "You want a problem, round face? Are you gonna be Deku's little protector?" Ochako's eye twitched. "Round? I don't know what your problem is, Kaken, but you need to back off, now." The blonde blinked before looking past her towards Izuku. "Hey Deku, why are you telling other people that damn nickname?" "I'm sorry, it just sorta slipped out. Listen here, round face, it's Bakugou Katsuki. Don't call me that nickname again. Now get out of my way. I'm not done with Deku yet." Katsuki raised a hand up and let off a few small explosions to scare her off. Ochako, however, didn't budge and returned Katsuki's stare. "You think you're the only one here with a quirk? I wasn't able to protect Midoriya yesterday. I hid while this jerk hurt him. Heroes don't do that. They stand up for those who can't." Katsuki didn't back down, but he was now giving her a good look, looking for any tell or hint as to what her quirk was. "And what can you do, I doubt you got anything that can hold a candle to me, you worthless extra." Ochako didn't falter and shot back. "Care to test that?" The whole class seemed to be holding their breath. Izuku actually was holding his breath. Is this really happening? Is this nice girl actually standing up to Kaken? No one's ever done that for me before. Heck, even I don't do that unless I'm feeling really stupid. She's. Oh wow. And her fingers. I saw the pads when she helped me up yesterday. Are they part of her quirk? What even is her quirk? She's seen Kaken's. Does she have some kind of counter to his explosions? At some point, Izuku had stopped thinking to himself and started to mumble his thoughts out loud. The collective class slowly turned their attention from the all but unheard of battle of wills happening between Katsuki and Ochako towards Izuku instead. Ochako glanced back at him, slightly perplexed, while Katsuki groaned in annoyance. Great, and there he goes again. I'm done with this. Would rather be taking these stupid classes than have to deal with him when he goes into a mumble storm. Katsuki turned away and sat at his desk. Ochako blinked a few times before slowly sitting down herself, and releasing the breath she hadn't realized she had been holding. Strangely, she swore everyone else around her had moved their desks a little bit away. Guess they want to be clear of the blast range. When she turned to see if Izuku was alright, she was a little taken aback. Why is he looking at me like that? Izuku had stopped mumbling and seemed to realize that Katsuki had left to go to his seat, meaning this nice girl had not only stood up for him, but had managed to do it without getting blown up. That never happened, so he was doing the only thing his brain could think of doing. Stare in wonder, stare in amazement, stare in unfiltered admiration. He was also about to cry. That was amazing. Ochako nervously rubbed the back of her head. It wasn't that big of a deal, really. Most bullies will back down when you stand up to them. Kaken normally just blows people up, Izuku stated, a little too matter-of-factly for Ochako's liking. Is that what happened to you yesterday, Deku? Izuku flinched. That's not actually my name. But yeah, Kaken needed to let off some steam yesterday. I just happened to be in the blast range, I guess. Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone else was kinda saying it when Bakugou was acting like a jerk. Yeah, my name is Midoriya Izuku. When you mess with the kanji, you get Deku, the one who can't do anything. It fits me to a T. It really stuck after he saw how bad my quirk is. Ochako frowned. She had honestly thought the name had sounded cute. Actually, this might be a good chance to defang that jerk a little. You know, Deku sounds a lot like Dekaroo. Gives me the feeling of I can do it. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Bakugou turn towards the two of them with a look that she guessed was half angry and half offended. Guess he didn't like me taking that one away. Huh, she thought smugly. Of course, if Midoriya doesn't like it. Izuku felt his face flush. For such a long time, that name had always been something negative, and yet she hears it just now, and she turns it on its head. I can do it. I can do it. I can. I'm Deku. Are you sure? It was an insult before. Izuku looked away bashfully. Hearing it like that kinda makes me really happy. So, I'm okay with it. Soon their teacher arrived and class began. It was a typical first day. Syllabuses were passed out, and the teacher droned on. Soon enough, the students were instructed to grab their textbooks and work on some of the problems from the first chapter. Bending down to pull out her textbook, Ochako accidentally bumped into her desk, jolting her pencil off. It rolled just out of reach up against the shoe of the student in front of her. When the boy looked down and saw the pencil, he looked back over to Ochako. Ochako quietly pointed towards it apologetically, but the boy tensed up and quickly turned back around, lightly kicking the pencil further away. Wow, does that Bakugou have everyone here so wrapped around his finger? These guys won't deal with me because I stood up for Deku. Well, forget them, then. Before she could decide to either forget the pencil and find a new one, or just get up and grab it herself, she watched in wonder as a faint green glow surrounded it and then, all on its own, began to roll backwards before it floated up to her. Reaching up, she began to pluck the pencil out of the air, but stopped to give it a little inquisitive stare. Okay, since when do pencils do that? On a hunch she glanced over at Izuku and saw that he had his hand out like he was holding something invisible. When Ochako didn't immediately take the pencil back, he looked over at her and sheepishly moved his hand a little, depositing her pencil back onto her desk. Sorry, Uraraka, Izuku whispered. I should have asked permission to use my quirk like that on something of yours. The gears in her head finally started turning again, and Ochako just smiled at him before whispering back, No, it's okay. I was just surprised, that's all. Izuku smiled before returning to his own textbook. Ochako followed suit, not wanting to have their teacher call them out on the first day. Deku can move things with his mind. That's really cool. Before Ochako was able to start working on the chapter assigned to them, however, she remembered something from earlier. Wait, didn't he say his quirk was useless? He can move things with his mind. Who sees that and says it's useless? Slowly, her gaze turned upward till she was drilling a hole into the back of Katsuki. Actually, I don't really need to guess, do I? As the day went on, Izuku couldn't help but steal glances over at the girl next to him. A few times she even caught him looking, but she would only smile and give him a small wave before going back to her studies. What am I supposed to do in a situation like this? It's been such a long time since. Actually, I don't think anything like this has ever happened before. Deku was interrupted as the teacher dismissed the class for lunch. Normally, this would be when he would quickly scurry off and find a quiet place to eat and work on his hero analysis notebook. Yet instead, he was still sitting at his desk. Ochako was digging through her bag, looking for her lunch, he guessed. Uraraka. There was no way this was gonna happen, Izuku thought. But to be fair, a lot of things had happened that shouldn't have happened either. Would you like to have lunch with me? Sure, I'd love to, Ochako replied cheerfully. I was actually gonna ask if you knew any good spots to eat here. Yeah, there's a nice place up on the roof I've been using for a while now, actually. Izuku picked up his bag and started to lead Ochako out of the class. Izuku was grateful that Katsuki only gave them a parting glare. It seemed he wasn't bored enough to want to deal with them at the moment, or get seen by the teacher going after them. Leading Ochako up to the roof, Izuku found a couple of the folding chairs left up there and brought them over. Here you go, Uraraka. Thank you, Deku. This is actually a really nice spot. Yeah, I'm lucky most of the other students don't bother coming up here. Both sat down and began to eat. Soon though, Ochako began to wonder what she could talk to Izuku about. She wanted to make it a happy topic at the very least. It was a little disturbing to her that most ideas she came up with, she didn't think would go over too well. What's this school like? What do you and your friends do for fun? Most of her thoughts followed this line of thinking. It should be easy, but just from this morning, she doubted he had many pleasant experiences here. However, Izuku surprised her by being the one to finally break the silence and ask her something. Uraraka, is it okay if I ask you a question? Sure, I don't mind. Well, Izuku started. This morning when you stood up for me, you got Kaken to back down cause you mentioned your quirk. What actually is your quirk? Oh, let me show you. Ochako picked up the chair she had been sitting on, and with a touch, activated her quirk on it. Showing off a little, she delicately made a show of balancing it on a finger. When I touch something with all my fingers, I can turn off its gravity. Izuku was amazed. Wow, you can control gravity. That's such an amazing quirk. Ochako nervously rubbed the back of her head as she lowered the chair down. With it floating only a little off the ground, she put her fingers together. And, release. The chair landed with a soft thud. Izuku reached out and nudged it with his foot, confirming that it was indeed heavy again. So, when you touch something with your fingers, it loses its gravity. And when you touch your fingers together, it comes back. Ochako sat back down and picked up her lunch bento. Yep, that's pretty much it. You are so cool. Ochako felt her cheeks heat up slightly as she waved Izuku off. It's not that amazing, honestly. And if I go over my weight limit, I get really sick to my stomach. What's your weight limit? I've never put an exact number to it, but from when I was moving stuff around construction sites with my dad, I'd say it's a couple of tons, give or take. Izuku's jaw dropped slightly and Ochako could swear she saw him using his chopstick like a pen, writing down everything she had been saying. Tons. You can lift tons. You have control over gravity and can lift stuff like cars with it. That's totally amazing. If you got Kaken with that, I don't think he'd be able to do anything after that. If he tried using his quirk, he'd probably just blast himself into a wall or ceiling. Or out a window, Ochako mumbled to herself. Izuku tilted his head slightly. Did you say something? Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself, is all. I'm not used to someone praising my quirk so much. What about you, Deku? Could you tell me about your quirk? Ochako frowned slightly as she watched Izuku's own look of wonder fade, and he looked down at his lunch, picking at it with his chopsticks. Before Ochako could decide to apologize for asking about something that might have been a sore point for him, she watched as a faint green aura surrounded one of the chopsticks he had been using. Slowly, Izuku held out his hand, the chopstick floating a few inches above his palm. Ochako stared at it for a bit before looking back up at Izuku. She almost missed it, but she could see a faint green glow around him as well. You can move stuff with your mind, then. Izuku kept his eyes on his hand. Yeah, psychokinesis is my quirk. Ochako tilted her head. Is that like telekinesis? It's the same thing, really. Just a different word for it. I think the doctor was being a little overly dramatic when giving it a name. He was weird. Well, I think you have an incredible quirk. Izuku's head snapped up to see Ochako beaming at him. Deku, I have to touch something to use my quirk. You can make stuff float just by looking at it. That's really cool. Izuku flushed. His concentration broke and the chopstick fell back into his hand. Quickly he covered his face to hide his reddening cheeks. No, it really isn't. I can't lift anything big like you can. I'm lucky if I can pull my shoes out of my closet on a good day without getting a massive headache. But even still, Izuku let his arms fall back to his sides. Promise you won't laugh. I promise, Deku. After a few seconds, Izuku reached into his bag, pulled out a notebook and handed it to Ochako, who looked at the cover. Hero Analysis for the Future? Number 13. Opening the book, Ochako was blown away by what she saw. Page after page was filled with detailed sketches and notes on different heroes, quirks, battle techniques, support items, and so on. The amount of detail in the book was shocking. All this, are you studying heroes because you want to be one? Izuku nodded. Yeah, even if my quirk is bad. Even if I'm useless, Ochako watched as the timid look faded slightly from Izuku, replaced with one of determination. I still want to become a hero. When this school year is over, I plan on applying to UA. I want to help people, just like All Might does. Izuku waited for the laugh, or maybe even a chuckle. Maybe for her to say it was a stupid dream. Anything that would fall in line with what everyone else has told him around here. I'm here to apply to UA. 2. Izuku blinked and looked at Ochako, startled. As with Izuku before, Ochako now wore a face filled with determination. I just moved into an apartment in the area because I'm also going to apply to UA. I'm going to become a hero too. You moved here just to apply. Ochako nodded. That's right. My dad was able to get me a place close enough that I'd have no problem going to UA. We had no idea if we'd be able to get such a great deal on an apartment again, so I took it. This year, I'm going to make sure I'm ready for the entrance exam and make my parents proud. With a quirk like yours, I'm sure you'll have no problem passing. Ochako smiled. Thanks, but it's not just the practical exam I have to be ready for. There's a written test too. Honestly, that has me a little more nervous than the other part of the test. Ochako's eyes drifted to the notebook she was still holding. Hey, now there's an idea. Hey Deku, why don't we work together? Izuku wasn't sure he had heard her right. Let's work together to get into UA. We can study and train together to get ourselves ready for the exam. Izuku was trying to wrap his head around what Ochako had just said. You'd want to train with me, but are you sure that's a good idea? I'd hate to hold you back. Ochako held up his notebook. Deku, you don't write 13 books to help yourself become a hero in the future and not put them to use, right? That's dedication towards a goal. And when you talked about getting into UA, I could see you meant it. She actually believes I could do it, that we could do it. Izuku took a breath before he reached out his hand. Okay then, let's do it. Ochako beamed and took Izuku's hand in a handshake. Right, you and I will pass those exams and become heroes. Great, so what's your plan for our training? Ochako blanked instantly and looked away sheepishly. I haven't actually thought that far ahead yet. Izuku almost fell out of his chair as he started to laugh. Ochako frowned and playfully used Izuku's notebook to bonk him on the head. Hey, don't laugh. I only just moved here. I still need to figure out what I can even do here to get ready before I come up with a plan. What about you? You must have a training idea if you want to go to UA. It was Izuku's turn to turn away. That's actually a really good point. Okay, first order of business. We need to put together a game plan. Before Ochako could give a retort to Izuku over pots and kettles, the lunch bell rang, letting them know that lunch was over and saving the poor boy. Quickly, the two put away the chairs and grabbed their belongings. As they made their way back to class, a thought came to Izuku. Hey Uraraka, when you said your dad found you an apartment, did you mean you live by yourself? Yeah, it's a student apartment, so it's not that big a deal. Izuku frowned. If she only just moved in, it has to be lonely, right? Uraraka, if you'd like, would you come over to my place and have dinner with me and my mom? Ochako looked at Izuku, surprised by the offer. Izuku quickly added, I mean, only if you want to, of course. I just thought that maybe it's a little lonely for you right now, is all. Of course, I'm only assuming that. You might like the quiet, and I don't want to overstep any boundaries or anything. So it's completely up to you. As Izuku trailed off, Ochako smiled back at him. I'd love to, Deku. You're right, it's a little lonely for me. Eating dinner really isn't the same without someone to talk to. Are you sure it'll be okay with your mom though? Oh, let me give her a quick call. Hurriedly, Deku pulled out his phone and dialed his mother, trying not to think that he was trying to get permission to bring a girl home. Friend over. She just happens to be a girl, is all. Mom, yeah, it's me. No, I'm fine. I wanted to know if I could bring a friend over for dinner. Ochako laughed as Izuku pulled the phone slightly away. She could swear she could even hear some excited sounds come from it. Okay, Mom, thank you. I'll let her know then th. This time Izuku yanked his phone fully away, holding it at arm's length from his ear. Ochako could now hear his mother screaming from the phone. Okay, Mom, thanks. I have to get to class now. See you later, Izuku quickly said before hanging up. He looked over at Ochako and, trying to keep a straight face, said, She said it was fine. Ochako raised an eyebrow. That seemed a little loud for fine. Oh, well, you see, I don't really bring people over very often. Or ever, actually, so she got a little, excited. As Izuku talked, his straight face melted away into an embarrassed blush. Ochako smiled, but didn't push for details about the issue, not wanting to embarrass her new friend anymore. Turning a corner, the two were almost at the classroom but found their path blocked by Katsuki and a few of his pals. Hey Deku, where'd you run off to? You and I need to finish our talk from this morning. Izuku gave a startled eep and came to a quick stop. Ochako, however, kept walking forward and right up to Katsuki. You got something to say to me, round face? Her smile never leaving her face, she casually placed her hands onto Katsuki's shoulders. Then, to the amazement of all, and bewilderment of Katsuki, she picked him up and pushed him to the other side of the hallway where he softly bounced off the wall, floating a few feet off the ground. Turning around, and ignoring the sudden string of expletives and flailing from the boy, she calmly said to Izuku, Come on. We don't want to be late. Izuku quickly followed after Ochako, and only when they were both seated did Ochako put her hands together. The screaming from Katsuki suddenly turned into a startled yell, followed quickly by a solid thud. A series of explosions echoed in the classroom from the hallway before the door slammed open. "You bitch." The classroom tensed, ready for the inevitable attack Katsuki was bound to unleash. However, the arrival of the teacher quietly put everyone at ease. Katsuki wouldn't dare attack with a teacher in the classroom. Right. Katsuki's hands smoked as he glared daggers at both Ochako and Deku, before finally, with a swift turn, he stomped back to his desk. The rest of the day passed without incident. And as luck would have it, Katsuki had been asked by the teacher to carry some papers for him to the teacher's offices. So both Izuku and Ochako quickly gathered their things and left, though not before the two guys in Katsuki's group gave off some parting remarks. Never seen Bakugou explode a girl before. That's gonna be a hell of a show. And you, Deku, you're gonna get it so bad when this chick isn't around to be your little shield anymore. Ochako frowned, and as she and Izuku passed by the two of them, she turned suddenly, hands reaching out like she was about to use her quirk on them. It was a bluff and she pulled back way before she even got close, but neither boy cared. Both had leapt back, getting far away from her. Ochako looked at both of them, head tilted to the side. Thought so. She turned back to Izuku and gave him a bright smile. Come on, Deku. The walk to Izuku's home was thankfully uneventful. Izuku had been worried that Katsuki may have decided to chase after him when he was done with the teacher's errand, but fortunately his worries had been for nothing. Though now at his apartment, he began to feel nervous for completely different reasons. I can't let her see my room. I think I'll die if she does. Taking out his keys, Izuku opened the door and welcomed Ochako in. Please make yourself at home. I'll go find my mom. And before he could finish though, Midoriya came into the hallway with a huge smile to welcome the teens. Hello, it's so nice to meet you. You must be the friend Izuku told me about on the phone. Ochako bowed slightly. Yes, I'm Uraraka Ochako. Thank you so much for letting me come over. I hope it isn't too much of a bother. Oh, you are so polite. It's not a bother at all. I'm actually very happy to see my dear Izuku making friends. Dinner is almost ready. Izuku, why don't you take Uraraka to the table? I'll have everything brought out in just a few minutes. Both put their school bags to the side and Izuku led Ochako to the dining table. Sitting down, Ochako could smell the dinner Inko had prepared. It smells wonderful, ma'am. Mom is a really good cook. Oh, what are we having, Mom? Inko smiled as she finished getting things done from the kitchen. I thought we'd have a nice hot pot. Yummy. Izuku beamed happily. Soon Inko brought the large pot in and the three began to eat. While they talked, Inko learned of Ochako's living situation. She was impressed that she was mature enough at her age to be living alone. She was also impressed to hear the reason behind her move. Replying to Yue, I hadn't realized I had another future hero in my house. Ochako blushed slightly, while Izuku nodded excitedly. Actually, Mom, Uraraka and I are gonna start getting ready for the entrance exam together. Inko was a little surprised to hear that. Really? That sounds like a wonderful idea. I must say I really am impressed that you two only just met and you both are taking your futures so seriously. You two must have had a great first impression of each other. Yes, ma'am. Midoriya showed me his notebook when he talked about his dream. It was actually really inspiring. I could tell he puts a lot of focus in his studies on heroics. Inko nodded. You should see the whole set. He has them all on his bookshelf in his room. Oh, I would love to see them. Izuku groaned and shrunk down into his chair somewhat. Actually my room isn't, ready for visitors. But I could go get them if you wanted. But Izuku, didn't you clean your room just a few days ago? Don't tell me you got it messy already. No, it's clean, it's just, Inko gave her son a sudden knowing look. Oh, is it your All Might collection? Have you not had a chance to get all those collectibles dusted yet? Mom, Inko laughed at her panicked son before turning to Ochako. My boy is a huge All Might fan. He has so much memorabilia and collectibles. Really, I think that's really cool, actually, Ochako said, giving Izuku a reassuring smile. I actually have some figures of my favorite hero 13. 13 is a great hero. I've read about some of her rescue missions. Rescue heroes are so cool. Ochako nodded in agreement. 13 is actually my inspiration. I want to be a hero just as great as she is. The two went back and forth, comparing their favorite heroes and their fields for some time. Inko watched the two and felt her heart warm up. It was so good to see her son having so much fun with someone. Soon both had taken a small break to eat some more, and Inko herself took the chance to talk. So, Inko began, how'd you two end up meeting? I assume you're both in the same class. Deku nodded. Yeah, she stood up to some bullies this morning. It was really cool. We actually met yesterday, but we didn't get each other's names. I'm actually really glad I got to meet him again. I felt really bad about just letting him go home on his own without making sure he was okay. Izuku tensed, but already knew he couldn't stop what was coming. Oh, you saw him fall at the park. My poor boy can be clumsy sometimes. Ochako blinked, confused. Fall? Yes, Izuku came home last night all scuffed up. He had said he was out at the park and accidentally had a little tumble. Right, Izuku? Inko looked over at her son and found him looking away from her. Ochako looked between the two and it suddenly clicked what had just happened. Oh, she doesn't know. Inko frowned. Izuku, honey? After a tense silence, Izuku finally spoke up. I didn't want you to get worried, is all, Mom. It was just some guys from school. Inko reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. Oh, Izuku, you should have told me. I'm your mother. I'm supposed to worry about you and take care of these things. She then looked over at Ochako. The bullies you stood up to, were they the same ones from the park? Ochako gave an affirmative nod. Yeah, it was the same guy from our class. Inko caught the singular description. Guy. It was just one boy giving Izuku trouble. Oh, it was Bakugou again, wasn't it? Inko slumped slightly in her seat. Of course it was him. And he's in your class this year. Maybe I should give the school another call. Izuku sat up again and waved the idea off, putting on a brave smile for his mother. It's okay, Mom. Besides, if they wouldn't do anything the last few times you called, I doubt they'd do anything now. It pained Inko that she couldn't argue with her son. Ochako frowned when she saw that both of them seemed willing to accept the whole situation. Why won't the school do something? Izuku sighed. Ever since Kaken got his quirk, everyone around him has given him so much praise. Which is fair, it's an amazing quirk. And because it's so amazing, everyone knows that when he applies to UA, he's bound to get in. So no one really wants to be the one that gets in his way. Ochako's jaw dropped. He's applying to UA. Seriously? Yeah, he's aced all the mock exams and everything, too. Ochako could not believe her ears. The whole thing was starting to make her fume. How could someone like that Bakugou not only get a free pass on being a dangerous bully, but also be getting ready to become a hero? Inko looked over at the angered Ochako. So, when Izuku said you stood up to some bullies, he meant to say you stood up to that Bakugou. Then let me just say, thank you so very much. It means the world to me, knowing my Izuku has someone who's willing to stand up for him. Ochako felt her anger evaporate somewhat, and she started to blush. I just couldn't stand by and let it happen in front of me like that. I didn't do anything special. Izuku shook his head. No, it was incredible. You standing up to Kaken really made you look like a hero to me. I agree with my son. It sounds like UA has a great hero on her way at the end of this year. A hero. Me. Now Ochako was blushing heavily, getting praise now from not only Izuku, but his mother as well. Ochako covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her blush. Unfortunately, doing so while in her state of mind, she forgot to make sure to keep her pinkies out, and activated her quirk on herself and floated above the table. Oh my. Wow, I didn't know you could use your quirk on yourself, Uraraka. Ochako now had another reason to be embarrassed as both Midoriyas helped her back down to the ground. With dinner done, and after helping Inko clean up, Ochako was getting ready to depart for her apartment. Are you sure you don't want me to call you a cab, dear? Ochako shook her head. No, it's okay. It's not that far, really. I'll be fine. Inko then handed her a small bag. Here, you can take some of the leftovers for yourself. Actually, before you go, if you'd like, it's not that different cooking for 3 rather than 2. So instead of eating all by yourself, you are more than welcome to have dinner with us. Izuku nodded excitedly. Yeah, that's a great idea, Mom. Ochako was stunned by the offer. Is that really okay? I don't want to become a burden. Inko waved her off. Of course you're not a burden. If the two of you are going to be getting ready for UA together, it'd probably be easier to be able to spend more time together for study and the like anyway, so I'm sure you'd be over here regardless. Plus, I truly want to thank you for standing up for my Izuku. Ochako was still stunned. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. After saying her goodbyes to Inko, Ochako left the apartment, Izuku walking with her till she left the apartment grounds. So, Uraraka, what do you think we should do first? For our training, I guess the first thing we need to do is find some gyms and such. I have to think there are plenty around here. We can look around and see what we can find. Izuku agreed. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. And for the written part, I have most of the books to prep for the test. I can make you some study notes that you can work with if you'd like. I'll also browse online and see what else is out there we can work on. That sounds like a great idea. Reaching the edge of the apartments, Izuku waved goodbye to Ochako till she was out of sight. Walking back, for the first time since he could remember, Izuku was looking forward to the next day of school. It was the weekend, and Izuku would be enjoying the very lovely day normally if he could stop himself from pacing around the park bench that he and Ochako had agreed to meet at, muttering to himself as he continued to walk in circles. Over the last few days, he had come up with a list of gyms, registered quirk training grounds, and hero school entrance exam facilities for him and Ochako to go visit, and today was the day they were finally going to go check them out. Except now there was a slight problem. He had originally thought his mother would be accompanying them as they walked around the city. He'd learned last night, however, that she was perfectly okay with them going by themselves while she took care of some shopping, which meant that he and Ochako would be alone. That he would be alone with a girl. A very cool girl. A very pretty. Izuku shook his head, trying to dislodge that thought. Ochako was his friend, and she wanted to be a hero. It would be wrong to think those things. Still, he was having a really hard time keeping his thoughts platonic as this was a completely new situation for him, and he had no idea what he should do. At school, things were easy. It was practically a routine by this point. They had class, ate lunch, and avoided Katsuki. Even when she came over for dinner, nothing really made him flustered, since having his mother around kept him calm. For the most part, when she had brought out a photo album to share with Ochako, he did just about die of embarrassment. The ahs and that so adorable and general cooing sounds she made at how cute he was in his All Might once he came pretty close to doing him in. And of course his mother just had to bring up his All Might collection, which this time Ochako all but demanded to get to see. Izuku was indeed proud of it, but showing it off was something he had never thought he'd do. Ochako, to her credit, didn't mock him or anything. In fact, she was genuinely impressed and a little excited by the collection. But getting called an otaku was still enough to get Izuku completely flustered. His mother patted his shoulder and comforted him, for at least the 10th time. Izuku checked his phone for any messages from Ochako, more out of a nervous twitch than anything else. It still sent a shiver of excitement that he and Ochako had shared numbers. Deku. Izuku jumped, startled out of his thoughts. When he looked up, he saw Ochako jogging toward him, a bright smile on her face, and waving at him, which he returned with a slightly nervous smile and wave. Uraraka, good morning. I hope you weren't waiting too long, she asked as she reached the bench. Izuku shook his head. No, it's fine. I've only been here a few minutes. That's good. I was a bit worried since I left my place a little later than I planned. Oh, what kept you? Ochako gulped. Oh, you know, just, prep and stuff. I'm not telling him I went through 5 different outfits this morning. Like Izuku, Ochako had been thrown for a bit of a loop after learning they would be by themselves for the day. So Deku, you got a list for us? Huh. Yep. So wanna go check out the first gym, then? Ochako nodded excitedly. Sure, let's go. As they walked, Izuku pulled out some notes he flipped through. So, our first stop is Yavin Gym. It's rated pretty good. And they claim that several heroes have worked out there, too. Oh, who? Izuku flipped through his notes some more. They don't actually say. There was an awkward pause, before both burst out into a fit of giggles. What kind of place makes that kind of claim but doesn't back it up? Well, it looked good in the photos they had on their site. Izuku showed her the pictures he had printed off, as well as the prices that the gym charged. Deku, those prices seem a little high, don't you think? Well, actually, their prices are on the lower end, honestly. Ochako almost tripped over herself as she skidded to a halt, shocked and a little horrified. Wait, really? Izuku nodded as he waited for Ochako to catch back up to him. Yeah, unfortunately most of the gyms in our area really pander to the aspiring hero crowd, since they are so close to UA. So they can get away with the higher prices. Ochako groaned. Great. I did pick a range for us, and I do have some cheaper places, but most of the cheap places I looked up are further away, and not in the best areas, honestly. As they continued on, Ochako was doing the math in her head on how she would need to break down her allowance to pay for the gyms if she could expect even higher prices. She was not liking the numbers. Soon though, Izuku came to a stop and pulled her from her thoughts. I think we're here. Deku, can I see those pictures again, please? Wordlessly, Izuku handed her the pictures and waited for Ochako to look over them. She sighed as she confirmed what she had thought. Deku, these were taken back on their grand opening. Well, I guess now we know why this place is so cheap. While the photos of the gym showed bright white walls, pleasant green shrubbery and a small garden fountain, now the place was much more rundown. The white walls that were now an ugly, dirty gray, shrubs that had clearly not been pruned or watered in some time. The less said about the fountain, the better. What kind of place are you taking me to, Deku? Ochako asked as she teased Izuku. Izuku laughed nervously. Well, maybe they spend all their money on their equipment. With a shrug, Ochako handed the pictures back to Izuku. Well, I guess we won't know standing out here. Let's go see what they have. Yeah, Izuku agreed, sounding optimistic. Let's go. However, their optimism was quickly crushed. Not just by the state of the interior, with peeling and moldy walls, leaky ceiling tiles, and a smell that almost turned Izuku a shade of green that matched his hair, but also by the members themselves. A single word came to both Izuku and Ochako's minds as soon as they saw them all. Macho. Every single person in the gym was large, with huge muscles, and were either lifting huge amounts of free weights, or chugging down some kind of drink in containers the size of gallon jugs. Still, they were here, might as well get a tour. Both walked up to the front desk and found a man, just as large as the members, looking down at them. Can I help you too? Izuku cleared his throat. Yeah, I saw online that you have open memberships for your gym. I was wondering if we could get a tour. The man raised an eyebrow as he looked from Izuku to Ochako, before he stood up with an exaggerated groan. Yeah, sure. The guys could use a laugh. Follow me. Charming, Ochako thought dryly. Not like we are potential paying customers, you jerk. Taking them into the main gym room, he pointed around, clearly not very interested in doing so. Alright, so we got some stuff over there for your arms. Over there you can work your chests. His eyes glanced over to Ochako briefly, sending a slight shiver of revulsion down her spine. Abs are done in the corner. And that's about it. Quick, both of them thought. Ochako leaned over to Izuku and whispered to him, let's get out of here. This place is not for us. Izuku agreed. Yeah, I don't think. Hey, what's with the kids, man? Both teens jumped as a huge bull of a man walked up to them, carrying a huge type of medicine ball. The man, while not tall enough for his head to scrap the ceiling, had huge horns that did, sending small shards of moldy tile onto the ground. The bull quirk, which Izuku guessed that the man had, gave him the look of a spotted minotaur, complete with a bull face. He even had a large ring pierced through his nose. Izuku gulped when the man's eyes fell onto him. Easy there, Tank. Kids are just asking about memberships. Tank chuckled, as did a few of the other gym members. Really? Why is a shrimp like you looking at our place? Ochako frowned, but before she could cut in, Izuku answered, we are looking for a place to help get ready for UA. This time the man threw his head back and laughed out loud. Seriously? Your little self is gonna try to be a hero. Ain't no thing as a skinny hero, kid. See, look at these. He moved the ball to one arm and flexed with the other, showing off his muscles. You need these, kid. And I can tell you ain't got what it takes to get even half my size. Heck, catch. Before Izuku was ready, the bull passed him the oversized ball with a heft, with Izuku quickly losing his balance and falling from the weight of it. Ho 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 ho. Laughs filled the room while Ochako quickly crouched by Izuku's side, making sure he wasn't hurt. Can't even catch a small weight. That's just sad. Heroes are strong, kid. You want to even think about being one, maybe first figure out how to lift that. Ochako helped Izuku up, but once she saw the gloomy look that had fallen over him, she almost growled out in anger. This was not missed by Izuku though, who gulped at seeing her seethe. Uraraka Ochako, however, had turned her attention back to the bull who was walking away. So, to be a hero, you gotta be able to catch this thing, huh? Tank glanced back. That's right, little girl. The bull's eyes widened slightly when Ochako reached down and, with one hand, lifted the ball up. Izuku blinked, looking from Ochako to the bull man, then back at her. Uraraka. Ochako wasn't listening. Catch. With scary ease, Ochako hurled the ball back into the chest of the bull, sending him tumbling into the nearest wall with a heavy crash. While everyone else either laughed at the display or stared wide-eyed at Ochako, she had already pulled Izuku away with her, leaving in a hurried huff. Once they were a couple blocks away, Ochako had finally calmed down somewhat. That freaking jerk. What does he know, anyway? And poor Deku, he gets enough of that crap at school. He doesn't need to be getting it from adults too. Maybe I should say something. When Ochako turned around, however, she had to do a quick double take. Not only did Izuku seem unfazed by his encounter, but he had pulled out his hero notebook, from where Ochako had no idea and was scribbling away, mumbling with each stroke of his pencil as he had his face buried in its pages. Deku, please tell me you aren't adding that jerk's quirk to your notes. That book is supposed to be for heroes and awesome quirks, right? Deku quickly peeked over the top of the notebook, and paused his mumbling just long enough to say, I'm just adding to your pages. Your quirk negates gravity, but the objects still have mass. Mumble. So many uses. Before going back to his work, Ochako blinked a few times before she gave off a startled scream. Wait, I'm in your book. Let me see that. Izuku took a few steps back, holding the book to his chest and crossing his arms. Wait, I'm not done with your entries yet. At least wait till I'm done. Ochako gave him an even glare before turning around and continuing on. Fine, but you tell me the moment you're done. Wait, you're not sketching me too, are you? Izuku hurried past Ochako. Come on, Uraraka, we still have more places to check out. Ochako didn't miss how Izuku had ignored her question, but caught up with him. The glare she gave him for the next block convinced Izuku to quickly scribble down one last note before he put his notebook away. Do not make angry. Unfortunately for the two of them, the rest of the places they visited did not turn out much better for them. Prices were too high, they were too far out of the way for feasible travel, or they were already filled and had a waiting list for memberships. After stopping to grab a bite of lunch on the go, the two went for a walk. Izuku scanned through his list, seemingly in the hope that a new name would appear that he might have missed. Sadly, this was not the case, and he folded the papers away. I'm sorry, Uraraka. I thought that I had some good options for us. It's okay, Deku. Honestly, I'm the one that's been saying no to everything. Maybe I need to stop being so. stingy. As they continued to walk down the sidewalk, she looked around absently before her eyes fell on a large sign with different directions on it. Oh, wow, I didn't know there was an open beach nearby. Izuku looked at where Ochako was looking. Oh, you're talking about Dagaba Beach. That's not a place you'd want to go for a swim. Is there something wrong with it? Izuku chuckled slightly. Yeah, you could say that. Actually, we are pretty close, I'll show you. Following Izuku, Ochako soon realized what he had meant. Oh wow, that's a lot of garbage. Ochako gazed, almost impressed by the amount and variety of trash that littered the whole coastline. Yeah, the tides wash a lot of stuff onto the shore, and since it's already a mess, people will just dump their trash here on top of it, and no one does anything. You'd have to drag all the stuff up to the street for the cleaners to get to it. It's just too much work, I guess. Yeah, there's a lot of really big stuff mixed in with all of it. I think I see some fridges and... Is that a truck? Izuku laughed. I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, if we could get those big guys from that first gym down here, I bet they'd have a fun time lifting all this stuff. Most of it probably weighs more than all the weights they had. Ochako laughed along with Izuku before a thought crossed her mind. She stopped laughing and looked back at the beach, scanning it much more closely. You know, Deku, that might be a good idea. Follow me for a sec. Hey, wait a second, Uraraka. Walking down to the beach, Ochako began to weave around many of the mountains of piled-up trash. Izuku followed close behind, not sure what he had said that was a good idea, or really what Ochako was thinking. After a few minutes of wandering around, Ochako seemed to come to a conclusion. Yeah, this could work. Hey, Deku, she began. Pretty much everything here is a piece of furniture or an appliance of some kind. None of it is really garbage like you'd think it'd be from back on the sidewalk. It's all big, heavy stuff. You mean more like a scrap yard? Yeah, I guess you're right. But what about it? What are you thinking of, Uraraka? Ochako turned to face him with a very satisfied grin on her face. I say we do what you said. Let's train here. It's like you said, lots of heavy stuff that would need to be lifted up and carried up to the street for trash pickup. I'm sure carrying a few desks and such will help us build up our strength. Plus, it'll be good community service too, don't you think? Doesn't All Might say when he does interviews sometimes that he wishes more people did this kind of thing? Help out around their community and such. Izuku put his hand up to his chin as he thought about that. She has some great points. Also, it's out of the way enough, and I bet no one comes down here often enough that we couldn't practice our quirks too without getting in trouble, Ochako added with a smirk. What do you think? Practice my quirk? Ochako intently watched Izuku as he continued to think everything over. She knew he was still touchy when it came to his quirk. But if they were going to train for the practical exam, they were going to need to not just train their bodies, but their quirks as well. She knew that he knew this. He just needed a little push to get going. After a little more thought, Izuku finally responded, Okay, Uraraka, let's do it. Ochako smiled brightly. That's the spirit, Deku. With things decided, the two continued to plan, coming to the conclusion that by the next weekend, after making sure it would be safe, they should be ready to get started. A couple days later, however, fate would set in motion events that would change their lives forever. It was morning, and after meeting up at Izuku's place for breakfast, both were now heading for school, chatting happily over nothing really important. A normal, boring start to their day. Oh, by the way, I let your mom know I won't be coming over tonight. Oh, why's that, Uraraka? I gotta grab some groceries for my place. Eating dinner with you both is great, but I still need to make sure I have some stuff in stock. Do you want help? Ochako waved him off. No, it's nothing too bad. Just enough to make some lunches for myself. I'll be fine. They continued to walk on, before suddenly, a roar from a villain across the street grabbed both of their attention, as did the small crowd of people around them. But it was seeing several heroes rushing past that pulled Izuku away, as he ran off to see what the commotion was all about. Ochako gasped for breath as she chased after Izuku. Deku, wait a sec. We should be getting to school. It's too early in the morning for running, Ochako thought with a groan. By the time she caught up, pushing through the crowd so she could get beside Izuku, she couldn't help but snicker somewhat as she watched her friend gaze up at the fight in wonder. Uraraka, look up there on the rails. It's Kamui Woods. He's going after that giant villain. So cool. With a teasing grin, she nudged Izuku with her elbow. Deku, with that cheesy grin on your face, you're not even trying to hide the fact you are a huge fanboy. But please don't go running off like that. I don't want to be all sweaty when I get to class cause I had to catch up to you. Izuku rubbed the back of his head lightly in embarrassment. Sorry, Uraraka, but getting to see a fight like this so close is really cool. And it's Kamui Woods, too. He's so new that I don't have many notes on him. This is a great chance to see how an up-and-coming hero works in the field. I guess so. Uraraka looked back up at the train rails above them and gave off a low whistle as she watched the fight. Wow, he's doing a great job dodging around like that. That giant can't lay a hand on him. Oh, look, he's getting ready to use his super move. Wait, you can tell that already. You're sure you're an All Might fanboy and not a Woods fanboy instead? Izuku balked slightly. All Might is the greatest hero there is, Uraraka. But I study as many heroes as I can. Ochako bowed slightly in mock apology, giggling as she said, please forgive me, oh great studier of heroes. Izuku smiled and gave her a small push before returning his attention to the fight. I was right. Look, he's already started his move. As Izuku said, Kamui Wood's arm began to grow, large tree branches growing out to ensnare the raging villain. Izuku cheered on, calling out the move in his excitement. It's the preemptive binding lacquered chains prison. Before the hero's attack reached the villain, however, a new scream echoed out, cutting everyone off. Canyon Cannon. A giant woman drop-kicked the villain off the railing and into the street below. As she stood and introduced herself as Mount Lady, Ochako couldn't help but notice how she was posing herself in her very tight costume, practically flashing the crowd. She groaned as she became very aware that the men around her were taking many pictures now, a few mumbling about some great money shots. Great, cause that's what girls need to see in their heroes. You lower that bar, lady. Well, it looks like that's that, then. The police are moving in to arrest him, so Deku, why don't we? Ochako turned and stared dully as she found Izuku scribbling away in his notebook, mumbling to himself as he did. Gigantification. Showy quirk. Hard to get around. And he's gone. ... She definitely has the looks. Wait, what? Ochako blinked as she heard that. She then noticed that Izuku was gleaning from his notebook to Mount Lady as she waved to the crowd of people. He's writing about her. Well, I guess that makes sense. She's a new hero, so he'd want to take notes. Just hero notes. Deku, Ochako said calmly, getting Izuku's attention. Izuku looked up from his notes and gave a small gulp. The look on Ochako's face did not match the calmness of her voice. She had a friendly smile, but her brow was twitching. Deku, could I see what you were writing about that hero? With the event over, and after convincing Ochako she could see his book after he was done, the two made it to school and took their seats in class. Izuku glanced over at Ochako nervously as she continued to give him a cold stare. He tried to wave her off. Come on, Uraraka, I'd never put something bad into my notes. I heard you mention her looks, Deku. Izuku blushed, which did not help his case as far as Ochako was concerned. Well, some heroes also have brand deals and will act as models, like Uobami and Midnight. Before Ochako could point out that using those two as examples, especially Midnight, as reasons why she shouldn't want to see what he had written down was a horrible reason, she stopped as their teacher entered the room and took his seat at his desk. The teacher pulled out a stack of papers before addressing the class. Now, since you all are now in your third year, it's time for you all to start thinking about your futures. He held up the papers that he had taken out. I should be going over with you what you should be doing to get ready. I even had these career aptitude tests ready for you. He made a show of throwing the papers up in the air. But you all are going to go and be heroes, so why waste our time? Everyone cheered and started showing off their quirks. Ochako giggled at the obvious laziness of their teacher even as she joined in, floating her notebook. Beside her, Izuku sheepishly levitated his pencil around his outreached hand. Ochako nudged him slightly, encouraging him to show off as much as everyone else. His smile broadened and raised his hand up higher as he straightened in his chair. Katsuki was leaning back, his feet up on his desk, barely giving his fellow students a second glance. After all, their quirks were nothing to take note of. Their teacher waved them down. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but using your powers at school is against the rules, so tone it down. As everyone got back under control, including Izuku and Ochako who were grinning at each other and enjoying the rare light-hearted moment they got to share in the class, Katsuki scoffed loudly from his chair. Teach, don't lump us all in the same group. Unlike them, I'm the real deal. While everyone else would be lucky to be a sidekick to some washed-up D-lister, I'm not going to be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Around him, the class exploded in complaints and indignation. What the hell, man? Don't look down on us. You think you're better than us. Katsuki smirked, letting the students' comments bounce off him without a care. You all should just shut up like the extras you are. Go ahead and step up. I'll take you all on. Behind him, Ochako rolled her eyes. How do you fit through the door with an ego that big? Katsuki leaned back and glared at Ochako. It's not ego. I just know I'm that good. The teacher flipped through some of his notes. Well, you do have impressive test results. Maybe you will get into UA. Ochako grit her teeth at that statement, while Izuku shrunk down into his chair with a groan. He's gonna try for the national school. It has a 0.2% acceptance rate. It's impossible to get into. Katsuki's smirk grew as the students' anger from before quickly turned to shock. That's why it's the only place worthy of me. Katsuki leapt onto his desk and stood proudly over everyone else. I aced all of the mock tests. I'm the only one here that stands a chance of getting in. His smirk became almost manic as he continued. I'll become the richest hero of all time and even surpass All Might. Then everyone around the world will know who I am. And it all starts at UA. Ochako snapped and slammed her hands down on her desk. That's complete garbage. Someone like you could never be a hero. You'd be rejected on the spot. Huh? Get real. Like you know what you're talking about, round face. You're just jealous you belong with the extras too. And not with me at the top. And only the top gets into UA. Actually, their teacher cut in. Miss Uraraka is applying to UA as well. Isn't that why you moved to the area? If I recall, you transferred from a ways away and with very short notice. Katsuki's smirk faded, while everyone else shifted their attention from Katsuki to her. No way, even she's trying to get in. That's crazy. Wait, she moved just to apply. That's nuts. Ochako, while not exactly pleased that her teacher was okay with sharing her plans so openly with the class, rolled with it and followed Katsuki's example and stepped up onto her desk, trying not to blush and show how flustered she was at drawing everyone's attention. Standing straight, she pointed her thumb to herself. That's right. I'm going to get into UA. I'm going to become a great hero and rescue everyone I find. Just like 13. She then leveled her gaze towards Katsuki, who returned it in kind. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? Their teacher added offhandedly. Katsuki froze on the spot, which Ochako found more than a little unnerving. He was still facing her direction, but was clearly not looking at her anymore, or anything else for that matter as he processed what he'd just heard. Izuku buried himself under his arms and shrank into his desk as far as he could go. A few seconds passed before the class erupted into laughter, causing Izuku to flinch, taken aback and visibly shaken. Ochako felt her blood boil. What's so funny? Her classmates were quick to answer her. Midoriya, huh? Are you nuts? He's got the weakest quirk out of all of us. No way. Not gonna happen. You may be a huge nerd, but you can't get into the hero course just by studying. You gotta be able to do something, too. As his classmates laughed, and Ochako tried to tell them all off, Izuku stood up, even while looking clearly upset, and began to defend himself, trying to emulate both Katsuki and Ochako before him, but stopping short of getting on top of his desk as they had. I know I'm not ready yet, but I'm going to study and train. I'm going to get into UA. The class just laughed louder. Ochako watched as Izuku's shoulders sagged from the weight of their cruelty. She turned towards their teacher, about to plead with him to get everyone to stop. But before she could, Katsuki snapped out of his stupor and charged Izuku, screaming. His hand slammed into Izuku's desk as he unleashed an explosion that boomed over everyone's laughter. With his desk now cracked in half, Izuku was sent sprawling onto the ground. He looked up and found Katsuki looking down on him, an enraged and almost manic look on his face. Hey, Deku. Izuku scampered back as Katsuki stood over him. Don't forget your place, you shit. You're below the rest of these rejects and extras. Your quirk is the worst one in this whole class. What can you even do with it? Huh? How can you even think you can stand on the same level as me? Ochako stood in shock at the sheer violence that Katsuki had just displayed while in class, and in front of the teacher no less. Izuku was in a panic, and frantically waved his arms in front of himself as he backed away from Katsuki. No, wait, Kaken. I'm not trying to compete with you or anything. Believe me, please. His back hit the far wall and he slumped against it. It's just that this has been my goal ever since I was little. He looked up at Katsuki and tried to harden his resolve, even though he had quite literally been backed into a corner. And well, I won't know unless I try. I have to try. Katsuki's hands started to smoke, his sneer hardening, practically becoming monstrous. Try? What do you mean, unless you try? Are you taking the test for fun? Do you think this is a game? What can you even do with a quirk like yours? Huh? You will die during the exam and embarrass our whole class. The teacher sighed and clapped his hands to get the class's attention. All right. That's enough roughhousing. Points have been made, so let's get back on track. Katsuki frowned and turned to go and sit down. Ochako rushed past him, shoving him out of her way as she moved over to Izuku to help him. Knowing the teacher was watching him, he let it slide, only giving Ochako a murderous glare, which she returned to him in kind, before sitting back down. Ochako turned her attention back to Izuku. Are you okay? I think so. Taking her hand, Izuku stood up and joined her as they both took their seats, as the teacher told one of the students to run along and go get a new desk. Ochako leaned over and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, giving him a reassuring smile. Don't you listen to any of them. We're getting into UA. Izuku, while still flustered from Katsuki's attack and the class's immediate dismissal of his dream, did his best to return Ochako's smile with one of his own. Thank you, Uraraka. The rest of the day passed without incident, and soon after the final bell of the day rang, the students got up and began to filter out of the class. Izuku scrolled through the news on his phone, scanning to see if the fight from this morning had made any headlines. His smile grew as he saw several articles pop up on his search. Man, the villain incident from this morning is all over the headlines. I want to hurry up and go home so I can write it down in my notebook. Ochako laughed. I figured that'd be the first thing you'd do today. Ochako then gave him a sideways look. I still want to see what you wrote down about Mount Lady. Izuku blushed and raised his hands to defend himself. Come on, Uraraka. I'm not like those guys before. I'm only interested in her as a hero. Ochako did not sound convinced. I'm checking it tomorrow, first thing in the morning. And I want to see my entry, too. No more waiting. Izuku sighed in defeat as he started to pack his things. However, as he went to put his notebook away, it was suddenly snatched out of his hand. We're not done talking yet, Deku. Katsuki growled as he held the notebook out of Izuku's reach. Ochako frowned as she stood up from her desk. Give it back, Bakugou. Katsuki ignored her as two of his stooges walked over. Hey, what do you got there? Is it his diary? Katsuki held up the notebook so that they could see its cover. Both started to laugh. Seriously? Are you actually taking notes on how to be a hero? That's so freaking lame. Man, are you delusional or what, Midoriya? Izuku stood up nervously, hands reaching out in a hopeful gesture to get his book back. Real funny guys, but please just give it back. When Katsuki showed no sign he was going to give Izuku his notebook back, Ochako lunged for it. However, Katsuki had been expecting some kind of reaction from her and pulled back, out of her reach. He took a few more steps back till his back was against the wall and he leaned on the frames of the open windows. Katsuki glanced down at the book, flipping through a few pages. Most top first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days. How even then, people knew they were destined for greatness. That's what people are going to say about me after I become the only student from this crap school to make it to UA. Katsuki finished flipping through the pages of the notebook and looked up, his eyes boring a hole right through Izuku. That's not ego talking. I just know I'm that good. And I don't need you two screwing up my shining moment. So don't either of you two think about applying. Ochako glared daggers at Katsuki. But the boy's full attention was on Izuku, who kept his head down and said nothing. Behind them, they could hear the stooges whispering to themselves. Man, this is just sad. Yeah, he's pretty pathetic. Maybe he's finally facing reality. When Ochako turned, about to give them a piece of her mind, Izuku surprised everyone by lifting his head, trying to meet Katsuki's stare, even if he was trembling head to toe. You're wrong, Kakin. You aren't the only one here that can be a hero. Ochako beamed proudly, while Katsuki glowered at Izuku. He took a breath. Fine then, hero, catch. Katsuki slapped his hands together and, with the notebook in between, scorched it in a puff of smoke. Then, with a casual flick of the wrist, tossed the book out the open window. Izuku gave a startled yelp as he watched the book tumble out the window. On instinct he reached out, but he was too far away to even hope to run and catch the notebook before it passed below the bottom of the window frame and out of view. Ochako felt herself tense up, hands balled up into fists. She was unsure exactly what she could do, but some primal part of her was screaming to punch the smug bully right in his face. Before she could act on this urge though, a bright glow from her side got her attention. She turned and found Izuku, hands outreached and face so scrunched in concentration that his eyes were screwed shut, glowing from head to toe. She knew it was a side effect of his quirk, and that the brighter it was, the harder he was concentrating on using it. And he was glowing very bright. Izuku slowly forced his eyes open and gave a surprised little cheer. I got it. Ochako looked out the window and sure enough, the notebook was floating up in the air, the same bright green glow surrounding it as well. Ecstatic, Ochako forgot about Katsuki and hurried over to Izuku's side. Great job, Deku, she said, encouraging him. Katsuki rolled his eyes and walked away to gather his bag. Ochako looked from Izuku to the floating notebook, noticing that it was still being held in place and that the light around it was starting to flicker. Deku, can you bring it in? Izuku's voice was strained as he shook his head. I don't think so. I've never tried to hold anything this far away before. One of the stooges snickered. Then move closer, dumbass. Izuku started to take a tentative step forward, but as he did, the glow flickered again, and the book dropped slightly. Deku cried out and scrunched up his face in concentration. Lame. Seriously lame. Ochako glared at the two before hurrying to the open window. Don't worry, Deku, I'll get it. Just keep holding on. Ochako reached the window, but the notebook was just out of her reach. She reached out and leaned out of the window, the tips of her shoes only just scraping the classroom floor. Deku, you have to bring it in some more. I can't reach it. I don't think I can. Deku was trembling now, sweat starting to form on his brow. Yes, you can, Deku. I know it. Ochako, still reaching out, watched as the notebook slowly, ever so slowly, began to move closer to her. You're doing it, Deku. Keep it up. It was so close now. The tips of her fingers could just about brush it. You know, Katsuki began, his voice almost sounding kind. If you really want to be a hero that badly, there's actually another way. Ochako felt a chill run up her spine. And Izuku, despite concentrating so hard on using his quirk, found himself listening intently. Just pray that you'll be born with a better quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Ochako felt something inside her snap. She whirled around, ready to give Katsuki more than just a piece of her mind. A punch to the face was only going to be the start of what she was going to do. Katsuki sneered and raised a hand up, small sparks and explosions popping in his palm. Got something to say, round face. He was practically begging for her to act. He'd take any reason to put her in her place too. Ochako, however, had already come to a screeching halt. But not from Katsuki's intimidation. A green glow from Izuku's quirk had vanished as his hands hung limply to his side. His head was lowered to the point Ochako couldn't see his face. She could see the tears falling down his cheeks, though. Katsuki, not getting any more reactions, gave a bored shrug and left the classroom. His two stooges followed close behind him, whispering to themselves over how pathetic Izuku was. Izuku stood rooted in place. It took him a few moments to collect himself enough to notice the hand that lay on his shoulder. It was trembling. Gathering his strength, he finally looked up and found Ochako right beside him, waiting patiently, her face a mask of worry and compassion. Hey, don't take what that jerk said seriously, okay? He doesn't know what he's talking about. So don't. Don't think about what he said. Okay. He took a breath, and a second one, before he finally spoke. I dropped it. Ochako tilted her head slightly, not sure what Izuku meant. Dropped my notebook. I couldn't hold on to it. Ochako blinked, then cast a glance towards the window. In truth, she had completely forgotten about Izuku's notebook, too worried about how Izuku was dealing with Katsuki's latest and, in her opinion, cruelest attack. It took her a few more seconds to get her own emotions under control. One part of her wanting to make sure Izuku was okay, to stay and make sure nothing else happens to him. The other part of her wanting to go chasing after Katsuki and finally deal with the bully. She just wasn't sure how she'd do it, or at least, do it in a way that wouldn't land her in jail and ruin her chances of getting into UA. After all, she doubted having thrown weightless student into traffic would look very good on her transcripts. Then, let's go find your notebook. It shouldn't have landed far from the building. They collected their belongings and left the classroom. As they walked down the hall, Izuku slightly ahead of Ochako, he felt the uneasy silence between the two of them had gone on for too long and said, I've never thought about doing something like that. I want you to know that. No matter how bad things were for me, it never crossed my mind to kill. To do that. Izuku came to a stop at the exit door, hand raised to push it open. But before he did, he added, and now that I've met you and made such a great friend, I don't want you to worry about me. He turned to try and give Ochako a smile. All Might always smiled, even when things got bad. Besides, Izuku added, trying to lighten the mood, I don't think I could live with myself if you got sad that I was dead. There was an awkward pause before Ochako raised an eyebrow. Was that supposed to be a joke? Yes, Ochako snorted as she tried to hold back a small laugh. It was terrible, Deku. The cloud of unease that had hung over the pair lifted somewhat. The two of them then exited the school and made their way to the courtyard under the window of their classroom, where they separated to look around. As Izuku combed through some of the bushes, he heard Ochako give a sudden, aha. Found it. As he straightened, Ochako hurried over to him and handed him his notebook back. With some trepidation, he looked over the scorched cover before flipping through the pages. To his relief, while the outer borders of the pages were charred, the inner portions with all his notes and sketches had escaped with minimal damage. I found it by the koi tank. If you hadn't used your quirk, it probably would have landed in the water. Izuku instinctively held the book close to his chest. That would have been bad. I guess my quirk was good for something after all. Deku, Ochako scolded him, don't say that about yourself. Ochako reached up and put her hands on Izuku's shoulders and looked him right in the eye. You have to believe in yourself. You have an incredible quirk. But more importantly, you are an incredible person. And after we get ourselves ready and get into UA, you'll show everyone, including that as she paused, catching herself, and took a steadying breath, including that jerk Bakugou, just what you can do. Izuku smiled back determinately. You're right, Uraraka. Thank you. With a nod, Ochako pulled her hands back and the two left the school. After some reassurances from Izuku, Ochako went on her way to do her errands, leaving Izuku to walk home alone. However, despite Ochako's determination and his reassurances, doubt soon began to creep back into Izuku's mind with every step he took. You've got the weakest quirk in class. No way. Not gonna happen. You're below the rest of these rejects and extras. Your quirk is the worst one in this whole class. Just pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Izuku shut his eyes as he came to a stop, Katsuki's words still echoing inside his head. Izuku tried to force these thoughts down. That idiot. You can't just go and tell people to kill themselves. What if I really jumped? What would he do then? Izuku sighed as he kept walking. I just need to think about something positive. Maybe the heroes from this morning. I still need to write down everything I saw. Izuku thought back to Katsuki casually throwing out his notebook, like it was trash. Looking down at his book, he casually ran his fingers over the scorched cover. He was lucky that it had only gotten some burns. If it had fallen into the koi tank, the idea that his dreams could have become fish food was not a pleasant thought. Still, it's like Uraraka said, we are going to get into UA and prove to everyone we have what it takes to be heroes. Uraraka will make sure of it, even if she has to drag me across the finish line. Izuku wasn't paying attention to his surroundings as he entered a short tunnel. He didn't hear the manhole cover behind him rumble, or notice the muck and slime slithering out. But what if she gets so distracted with helping me, she loses her chance? I couldn't even pull a small notebook back inside. How can I do anything but drag her down with me? Izuku reached up his hands and smacked his cheeks. Stop thinking like that. Believe in yourself. Just smile and be like All Might. Izuku raised his fists up and laughed, his declaration echoing through the tunnel. Well, would you look at that? Izuku stopped laughing and turned, surprised at hearing someone else with him. He looked up in horror as a collection of green sludge reformed into a huge mass and a sickening face looked down at him. A villain. Looks like I found the perfect skin suit for hiding. Izuku turned to run, but he didn't even make it a few feet before the sludge villain launched himself and slammed down onto him. Izuku opened his mouth to scream for help, and the sludge took that opportunity to force a tendril of itself down Izuku's throat. What's he doing? I can't breathe. The monster held Izuku tight, looking down on him, his crooked teeth widening into a twisted smile. Don't worry, kid. I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you don't fight back. It will only hurt for a little bit. After that, you'll feel better soon. 'Cause you won't be feeling anything at all. No, this can't be happening. In desperation, Izuku clawed at his mouth, trying to do anything to give himself a chance to breathe. Grab all you want, kid. It's not gonna do you a bit of good. My body's made out of fluid. Get out. Get out. I gotta say, you're helping me out a lot here, kid. Get out, get out, get out. It was getting harder for Izuku to think. His vision was going dark. But even still, he kept clawing at the villain, even as his struggling was getting weaker. He couldn't give up. There you go, kid. Just go to, wait, what's blocking? Get out. There was a flash of bright light. And suddenly, Izuku felt his throat clear up and he fell to the ground, coughing and desperately sucking air into his burning lungs. His head hurt so much, leaving him dazed, and he could taste something metallic on his upper lip which left him very confused. Izuku looked around and was surprised to find that the sludge villain was no longer near him, but splattered along the walls around him. However, any glimmer of relief he might have had was quickly quashed as the eyes of the villain reformed and glared right at him, full of hatred and rage. You little brat, I don't know what that was, and I don't care. Be a good boy and die already. Izuku was too weak to try and crawl away as the villain fell upon him again with such force that he was ground into the concrete, and all the air he had grasped just a few moments ago was driven out of him. As everything went black, Izuku could only think of one thing. Someone please, save me. Behind them, the manhole cover launched into the air before coming back down with a loud clang. The sludge villain turned in alarm, his eyes going wide. No, not you. Emerging from the uncovered hole stood the hero of heroes, none other than All Might himself. It's all right now, young man. I am here. The villain gave a startled cry before lashing out with a tendril, but All Might simply ducked out of the way, letting the swing go wide and harmlessly smash away part of the concrete wall. A second tendril shot out, but All Might was ready for it, pulling his fist back. Every muscle in his arm tensed before he screamed out, Texas Smash, and punched at the air between the two of them. The shockwave from the punch smashed through the tendril, ripping it apart, and kept going till it hit the villain, who gave out one last startled cry, wind pressure, before he too was scattered by the attack and ripped away from Izuku, who fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Is that All Might? Slowly, Izuku began to regain his bearings. He found he could breathe easily again, which was nice. His chest wasn't burning anymore from lack of air, and even his throat felt like it was back to normal. His head still hurt a little though, pounding in rhythm with his heartbeat. Maybe he had hit his head when that villain had attacked him, though that didn't seem completely right. He also still had that funny taste in his mouth, which was even more odd, considering it tasted completely different than the sludge that had been jammed in before. Also, someone was slapping him, groggily. Izuku opened his eyes to see what was going on. All Might stood over Izuku, lightly tapping him multiple times on the cheek, a slightly worried expression on his normally smiling face. Hey, young man. Hey, come on now, time to wake up. Oh, there we go. All Might pulled back and let his smile return in full. Thought I had lost you there for a second. Izuku's eyes went wide as he gave off a surprised scream. All Might. He sat up quickly, but a strong hand kept him from getting up too fast. Easy there, young man. Here, take this. All Might handed Izuku a folded-up handkerchief, which Izuku took but gave a confused look. Thank you. Your nose is bleeding. Sorry about that. I didn't mean for you to get you caught up in my villain fighting. Izuku blinked and lifted his hand up to his nose, which felt wet. When he pulled his hand back, sure enough, his fingers were red. I guess that explains the taste in my mouth. He then pressed the handkerchief to his nose. As Izuku dabbed at his nose, All Might continued speaking, still apologetic. Usually, I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe. But it turns out the city's sewer system is pretty difficult to navigate. It suddenly dawned on Izuku the situation he was in. The #1 hero in the entire world. All Might, the real thing, in the flesh, standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person. Well, you were a big help keeping that villain, distracted. Thanks to you, I've captured the dastardly monster. All Might held up a small shopping bag, which had plastic bottles, filled with the green sludge of the villain from earlier. Izuku tilted his head slightly. How did he get all of that guy into those small soda bottles? Wait, why am I worrying about that? Wait, I need to get an autograph, please. I know I have a pen here somewhere. Izuku looked over and found his notebook lying next to him. Here, please sign my notebook. As Izuku flipped to find an open page, however, you already did. Thank you. I can't wait to show this to my mom. Though, maybe I'll leave out the part about me getting attacked. All Might laughed at that. Well, it looks like you are going to be okay. So, it's time for me to be off. I gotta take this guy to the police so they can get him taken care of. He gave Izuku a slight wave. You stay out of trouble, now. See you around, young man. Wait, are you leaving already? All Might gave his legs a stretch before he crouched down. Heroes are constantly fighting time, as well as villains. Now stand back. I'm taking off. Thank you for your continued support. Wait, you can't go yet. There's still so many questions I have to ask you. If anyone can tell me if I can be a hero, it's you. All Might kicked off the ground and launched himself skyward. However, almost immediately, he felt something was off. One of his legs felt unusually heavy. Looking down, he was alarmed to find that Izuku had grabbed onto his leg and was hanging on for dear life. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I love my fans, but this is too much. Personal space is important, you know. You need to let me go. In a panic, Izuku shook his head as All Might pushed him down. No, I can't. We're too high up. If I let go, I'll die for sure. All Might blinked and looked around as he remembered that he was indeed many stories above the ground. Oh yeah, good point. Please, All Might, Izuku begged. You're my favorite hero, and I have something I have to ask you. All Might sighed and put a hand on Izuku's back, helping him by holding him in place so he didn't fall. Okay, young man, I get it. Just keep your head down while I find a spot to land. As All Might scanned the city to find a clear landing spot, he felt a tightening in his chest. He covered his mouth as he gave out a few coughs. He could taste blood in his mouth after he was done. Well, shit. All Might found a close enough building and landed on its roof. Once on solid ground, Izuku detached himself from All Might and crouched over, holding his heart, and shaking head to toe as the fear of what he had just done hit him with full force. That was too scary. All Might shook his head in disbelief. True, he had met his fair share of fanboys in his time, but no one had done something that crazy before. Young man, do you realize how incredibly dangerous that was? Izuku could only nod. All Might thought about scolding him a little more, but he knew he was reaching the end of his time limit. At the very least, All Might thought, this young man won't throw himself into any more dangerous situations. Good grief. Look, I'm sure if you talk to the people downstairs, they'll help you on your way. Now I really must be going. I am seriously out of time here. Izuku's head snapped up in alarm. No, please wait. All Might was already walking away and gave a curt response. No, I will not. Izuku watched as All Might walked away. He could hear in his mind everything that had been said to him that day, and from days past. How worthless he was. How worthless his quirk is. How nothing he did would matter. How he could never become a hero. Mixed in with these voices, however, he could hear Uraraka's voice cutting through the negatives, telling him that he can do it, that he will become a hero. Her words gave him strength. Izuku clenched his fists. Sometimes I do feel like nothing I do will change that I'm a failure. But I have to try, because there are people who believe in me. I can't give up. Izuku took a deep breath and screamed, is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a powerful quirk? All Might stopped walking. I'm a normal kid. And my quirk, I can't really use it to do anything since it's so weak. But even still, could I ever hope to be someone like you? To become a great hero? All Might turned back to look at Izuku. His head was bowed, and he looked desperate and almost scared to hear any kind of answer. A worthless quirk, huh? Before he could respond, however, All Might felt a jolt of pain as his body began to let off great plumes of steam. It was a pain he knew all too well. Holy shit, come on. Not here. Not now. Izuku, however, failed to notice any of this as he continued to speak. You see, people think I don't have a chance because my quirk is so weak compared to everyone else's. My classmates even really like to make fun of me because of it. He paused, now looking at his hands as he absently fiddled his thumbs together nervously. But you know what? That makes me want to prove them wrong. To show them that I can do it. Ever since I was a kid, I would watch videos of you saving so many people and I thought it was the coolest thing. And now I want to do that too. I want people to see my fearless smile and know that everything will be okay. That's the kind of hero I want to be. just like. Izuku finally looked up, just in time to watch as the steam surrounding All Might cleared away, leaving in his place a skinny and emaciated man. Elsewhere in the city, Katsuki and his stooges were walking down an alleyway. With a bored grunt, Katsuki kicked a bottle out of his way as he finished his drink. I gotta say, man, you might have been a little harsh earlier. Yeah, weren't you and Midoriya friends when you were kids? I mean, yeah, he's pretty worthless, but still, you really gave it to him. Katsuki just shrugged. It's his own fault for trying to get in my way, thinking he can be a hero like that. It just pisses me off. Besides, it's about time that he learns how the world really works. One of the stooges snickered. I thought for sure that Uraraka was gonna come after you, though. She looked so mad. The other stooge clearly disagreed as he shuddered slightly. Dude, don't joke like that. She was scary, man. TFT, really? You're scared of her? Are you kidding? That Quirk is nuts. All she has to do is touch you and you're done. The stooge gave a fake shake of terror. Oh no, I'm floating in the air. The horror is too much. Please, someone save me. Dude, are you nuts? She doesn't have to float you that high up before you're dead. Dude, the drop. Up you go. Then she just touches her fingers together and then splat. There is an audible gulp. Okay, that's. The stooge then pointed at Katsuki. She was even able to get Bakugou, and there was nothing he could do. Katsuki exploded the kin in his hand. Watch it. Okay, sorry man. Thankfully for the stooges, Katsuki let that comment go. Hey, why don't we go hit up an arcade today? You wanna go, Bakugou? Katsuki just shrugged. Fine. Hey, why don't we sneak into the bar at the station? Pick up some nice chicks. Now that's a great idea. The two stooges snickered to each other. Katsuki, though, was not on board with that. You idiots. If we got caught, they'd put it on our records. UA would never let me in if they saw that. Katsuki frowned when he noticed both of them weren't paying him any attention anymore. They were too scared to. Hey, what's that? Katsuki turned around just in time as a wall of sludge filled his vision. You got a lot of fire in you, skinsuit. You're perfect. Back on the rooftop, Izuku was in the middle of a complete freak out. He had just been talking to his hero All Might, a giant of a man, a larger-than-life hero for the whole world. But he had taken his eyes off the hero for only a few moments, and now an emaciated man stood in his place. Wait, what happened? You deflated. Where did All Might go? You're not him. You're a fake, an imposter. All Might stood up straight. I assure you, I am All Mig. He was cut off as blood poured out of his mouth. While he wiped it away with little care, Izuku gave a horrified scream. All Might sighed. Listen kid, you know how guys at the pool are always sucking in and flexing to try and look all buff. I'm like that. Izuku was having a crisis as he tried to wrap his mind over everything that was happening in front of him. This can't be real. All Might is, you are a giant who saves everyone. You overcome all obstacles and win the day with a fearless smile. All Might sighed sadly as he sat down. Young man, there's plenty of fear behind that smile. He paused for a second, considering a few options in front of him. This boy wanted to be a hero, but by his own admission, his quirk was very weak. Perhaps he could at least use this opportunity for something. Listen, I'm going to show you something, but I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. Don't go talking about this online or telling your friends. Do you understand? Izuku gulped, but still nodded. That was good enough for All Might as he lifted the side of his shirt up, exposing a huge and disfiguring scar on his side. Izuku covered his mouth in shock, taking a sudden breath through clenched teeth. All Might nodded in understanding as he glanced down at his scar. Yeah, it's pretty gross, I got this from a big fight about 5 years back. I lost a lung, so my respiratory system is basically shot to hell. I also lost my whole stomach. All that on top of all the surgeries I had to go through have reduced me down to this. Nothing can be done to fix it, either. Right now, I can only do hero work for about 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, this is what I look like. This here, kid. This is the price heroes have to be willing to pay. 5 years ago, Izuku, who prided himself on knowing everything there was to know about All Might, thought back on all the big fights he knew All Might had back then. Only one came to mind that could have left his hero in such a state. So, does that mean it was the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? I remember you looked kinda beat up on the news. That actually got a small chuckle out of All Might as he lowered his shirt back down. Wow, you really are quite the fanboy, kid? Nah, it wasn't that fight. That punk may have landed some hits back then, but he wasn't anywhere near good enough to take me down. The fact is, kid, I did everything I could to make sure the world never heard of this fight. Only a few people did, and each one has sworn to never tell another soul. All Might paused and looked Izuku in the eye to make sure he understood what he meant. Izuku nodded back, showing he understood completely. Satisfied, All Might continued. You know how I'm supposed to be the guy who always smiles, right? You're the symbol of peace and all that. I do it so people everywhere think that I'm never afraid. But honestly, I smile to hide the fear inside. It's just a brave face I put on when the pressure is high. Because the truth is, kid, this job isn't easy. If you aren't up to it, either you die, or worse, you'll let someone else die. Izuku shuddered at the thought, color draining from his face. All Might let that sink in for a while before he stood up. He had taken his time to get to his point, but he felt it was needed. A part of him felt bad for what he was about to say next, but sometimes the hard truth was what people needed. If he had to crush his dreams to save him from a path that he couldn't walk, it was the right thing to do. The world is filled with villains who just can't be beaten without strong quirks. So I'm sorry, but no, I honestly don't think you can be a hero. Izuku suddenly felt empty. Looking at the ground, he muttered out a soft, I see. He heard All Might begin to walk away, but does nothing to try and stop him. As All Might reached the rooftop exit, he stopped in the doorway, feeling he should at least give Izuku some kind of hope or something. Listen, if you want to help people, there's still plenty of other ways to do it. You could become a police officer. They get crap because the heroes capture most of the villains. But it's a fine profession and they are always there for the heroes when things get rough. He turned away. It's not bad to have a dream, young man, just, All Might paused before adding. Almost sadly, ... make sure your dreams are something that you can actually obtain. With those parting words, All Might let the door close behind him, leaving Izuku alone. Not a pleasant talk, but I think that boy needed to hear it, All Might thought to himself. Still, he could not help but feel troubled. A single word kept popping into his head no matter how he tried to rationalize it away. Hypocrite. All Might coughed as he walked down the stairs. What's done is done. Right now, I have other things I need to take care of. So, what do you say, villain? Let's get you to the station, huh? As All Might reached into his pocket, he was shocked to find that the bottle containing the sludge villain was missing. In a panic, he checked his other pockets and around himself. Wait, where is he? A loud explosion echoed into the stairway. Alarmed, All Might turned to a window and saw, not too far away, a large pillar of smoke reaching into the sky. Dread filled him as he took off down the stairs and out of the building, gasping for breath as he was forced to run in his shrunken form. Not good. This is really not good. When he finally made it to the site of the explosion, he leaned against a street lamp to catch his breath just outside of the forming crowd. He could hear other heroes working to clear the area, but by the sound of things, they were having a difficult time with the villain. Peeking through the crowd, his fears were realized. It was the sludge villain from earlier. It must have been from back when the kid grabbed onto me. I was so preoccupied with my time limit I wasn't paying attention. After admonishing that kid, I go and make such a mistake. Pathetic. It's pathetic. Izuku, back on the roof, didn't know what to do. For so long, he had held on to the glimmer of hope that despite everything, he could be a hero. And when Uraraka had come to his school and befriended him, that glimmer had started to shine so much more brightly. Even as everyone else around him doubted or made fun of him, the light of his dream had endured. But now that light was as good as gone. After all, when your hero tells you it's impossible, what can you do? An explosion jolted him from his thoughts. Looking up in alarm, Izuku scanned the city and was shocked to see smoke billowing up not too far from where he was. Immediately, he started sprinting for the door. A villain, I wonder which hero will show. He came to a sudden stop as All Might's words echoed in his head. Before, he was always excited to go watch heroes work. It gave him a chance to study them, to learn from their example on how to be a hero. But now, what's the point? Slowly, he made his way down to the streets below, no longer wanting to go to the scene. It would be too painful after everything. Sadly, he took out his notebook and scanned through the pages of all the different heroes, before coming to the pages with All Might's signature. It's the reality I've been trying to avoid for so long. I suppose I always knew. I mean, everyone at school knew it. Even a pro hero said it, too. His thoughts then drifted to his friend, her smile, and all the encouraging words she had given him. Uraraka, I'm sorry, but I can't become a hero with you. I'll have to tell her to go on without me. I can't let her put her dream, her future, in jeopardy trying to help me achieve the impossible. Another explosion echoed down the street. Izuku was surprised at how close this one was. Looking around, he was startled to find that he had somehow walked over to the scene without knowing it. This is where that explosion from earlier was from. I guess I came here out of habit. He could feel himself start to walk over to the crowd, but he still wondered why he was bothering. After all, it was meaningless now. But then he saw it. Through the people, he saw the sludge villain from before, in the middle of the burning street, and gasped in horror. Why is that guy here? Did he somehow get away from All Might? But how is that possible? I saw him in those bottles from before. Dread filled Izuku as he tried to recall what could have happened. He remembered seeing them in All Might's pockets before he had leapt into the air. But as he thought back to the roof and All Might's deflated form, he couldn't remember seeing them. Did he drop him when I grabbed onto him? Then this is all my fault. Around him, Izuku could hear other onlookers talking. That none of the heroes here could do anything and they just had to hope a hero with a better quirk would show up soon. But when someone said that a junior high student had been taken hostage, Izuku felt the dread in his stomach twist into a horrible sickness. He covered his mouth with his hands, afraid that at any moment he would throw up. If someone was caught around that first explosion, how can they bear that? I thought I'd die just after only a few seconds. I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. But I'm sure someone will come soon. Hey, isn't that the villain All Might was chasing earlier? Oh yeah, he was here. I saw him earlier. But where is he now? He'd be perfect to save that kid. No, Izuku thought. He used up his time for the day. He won't be able to do anything now. Please, I'm sure a hero is on their way. So please, just endure it just a little while longer. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. This is all my fault. But I'm sure a hero will come soon. It was then a few people in the crowd shifted to the side, and Izuku got a clear look at the sludge villain and his hostage. Katsuki's eyes, pleading for help, ripped through Izuku, and suddenly, the world around him just stopped. Ochako gasped as she heard a loud explosion from down the street that interrupted her shopping. Almost immediately, the area around was flooded with people either heading towards the blast or moving away. Ochako was about to join the group moving away when she spotted Kamui Woods swinging overhead. She stood transfixed as more heroes rushed by her on their way to the source of the explosion. It must be pretty serious if that many heroes are all going to the same place. Deku will be so disappointed he missed a chance to see them in action. I'm sure there would be plenty of chances for him to jot down some more notes. For a little while longer, Ochako stayed in her spot, still not doing what would have been the safest option and finishing her shopping away from the action. I guess it wouldn't hurt to take a quick peek. Plus, I could tell Deku about it. I'm sure he'd enjoy that, at least. Having made up her mind, Ochako walked off and soon found a crowd of people bunched together at the mouth of a street. From her vantage point, she could make out the large form of some kind of giant mass of sludge. Around it, several heroes were clearly having a hard time figuring out how to deal with it. Then, she overheard someone yell about a student being held hostage. Oh no, that's awful. Despite herself, Ochako continued to move around the crowd, trying to get a better view. As she did, she was shocked when she ran into someone she had thought had gone home. Deku, what are you doing here? I thought. She trailed off when it became clear Izuku wasn't paying attention to her, or even knew she was there at all. Must be in note-taking mode. He really needs to pay more attention to what's going on. It was then she finally got a good look at his face, and how it was contorted into a look of absolute horror as he watched the scene before him. Deku, she had never seen him look like that before, and it stopped her dead in her tracks. She turned to see what could be causing this. She knew he'd watched hero fights before. Was this the first time he'd seen a hostage situation? At least from here she had a much better view. What is he seeing that's so terrible? The villain was terrifying, and the hostage looked like he was getting smothered. She could only just make out his form as he tried to escape, hands reaching out in desperation, pops and explosions ripping through the air before being silenced. Wait, is that... Finally, she saw Katsuki's face, just as more of the villain's form covered up his mouth and dragged him deeper into itself. Oh my god. She felt suddenly numb while she stood and watched as Katsuki was slowly consumed by the villain. She watched as every hero around did nothing but stand back and wait to see if anyone else would be able to save her classmate. Everything happening before her led to only one conclusion. He's going to die. The heroes can't save him, and he's going to die. Oh my god, he's going to die. Ochako turned away, not able to watch anymore. It was too much, too horrible. I should get Deku away from this. Holding back tears, Ochako turned to pull her friend away, just in time to experience a new kind of horror as the next few seconds slowed to a crawl. She watched as Izuku's notebook hit the ground where he had once been standing. She turned in alarm as Izuku broke through the crowd of people and past the heroes who had fallen back, and then ran into the fire-filled street and right towards the villain. No, Ochako screamed as she chased after Izuku in a panic. Deku, no. Before she could break through the crowd, several onlookers yanked her back, screaming at her. Are you crazy? Stop, you'll get yourself killed too. Ochako fought back. She bit and kicked and screamed. Let me go. I can't let him die. Deku, come back. More people piled on top of her till she landed face first onto the ground. Still she fought, and was able to move enough to free her head. But this only gave her enough freedom to watch the events unfold before her. Izuku ran wide-eyed down the street, not caring about all the people behind him screaming at him to stop. It was all just white noise. The only voice he heard now was his own, screaming at himself inside his head. What am I doing? This is completely insane. There's nothing I can do but I can't stop running forward. I can't stop. As he ran, he didn't notice his body beginning to glow, nor that so many pieces of shattered rubble he ran past also began to glow as well, a few skipping and skidding along the road to follow him. The sludge villain blinked, surprised to see someone brave enough to charge him head-on. His surprise quickly turned to annoyance as he sneered. This brat again. I don't need you anymore. I got the perfect body now, so get lost. The villain reached out to swat Izuku away. Izuku didn't have time to panic at the oncoming attack. His mind raced as he thought of any idea to give himself an opening to reach Katsuki. He thought back to his notes and remembered the newest entry he had written on Ochako from the day before. How she could use her quirk to throw heavy objects with ease. How she had thrown that heavy medicine ball at that jock jerk, knocking him down, yanking his backpack off. After deciding he had no better options, he flung it like a ball and chain towards the villain. The sludge villain swatted the bag away, but the multiple shards of glowing brick and glass from behind Izuku then slammed into the villain's face, who snapped back stunned as the debris got stuck in him. He clawed at his face, rubbing his eyes as he was temporarily blinded. Izuku didn't notice any of this, however, focused solely on reaching Katsuki. Izuku screamed as he flung himself into the sludge and began to desperately dig through it. Kaken, Deku, Katsuki, exhausted from struggling for so long, was surprised to find Izuku clawing his way towards him, or at least trying to. After getting hit, the sludge around him had loosened enough that he could at least breathe again, and gave him a chance to scream at Izuku. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Get out of here, you damn nerd." Izuku shook his head as he kept digging. "I can't do that." Katsuki, despite his situation, despite how close to dying he knew he was, couldn't accept that. "Why are you here? I didn't ask you for your help. What are you trying to prove? That you're a big hero all of the sudden? Fuck off and get out of here." "I can't do that, Kaken." Katsuki finally got a look at Izuku's face and was shocked. There was fear, plenty of fear, but it's what was there besides that made him clamp his mouth shut. Izuku was smiling. It was a bloody smile as his nose had started bleeding again, but it was a smile nonetheless. Katsuki knew immediately who Izuku was trying to copy. Then Izuku screamed, "I can't just do nothing, Kaken. You look like you needed help." Izuku's voice echoed back towards the crowd of onlookers. Behind them all Might, who before had felt himself anchored down and powerless, felt a surge of emotions rip through him. After everything I told that young man, after I told him he couldn't follow his dream, he's the one doing everything he can to save that boy. Not the other heroes. Not me. Pathetic. All Might's grip on the light pole he had been leaning against tightened. The metal creaked under his fingers as steam began to rise from his body. Pathetic. All Might's teeth grit together as he dug deep into himself to find his power. As the steam increased, his body began to grow. Katsuki wanted to continue to tell Izuku off, but the sludge around him tightened suddenly as the villain regained his senses and dragged him deeper within his body. Izuku watched in horror as slowly what was left of Katsuki disappeared from view. Izuku could hear the villain laughing above him, probably over how Katsuki was his, but Izuku didn't care. If he didn't do something, Katsuki would be lost. No, I can't let him go. Izuku's mind races. He didn't have a plan. He hadn't had one when he had run out here to begin with. He'd just acted without thinking. I have to do something. Once again, he felt his body move on its own. This time he leapt up and dove into the sludge after Katsuki, reaching desperately for him. Once again, he felt the weight of the monster around him, crushing him as he burrowed after the disappearing form of Katsuki. In no time, Izuku was only aware of the crushing weight and black darkness around him. His feet had left the ground, so now he wasn't even sure what way was up or down. It was a black, suffocating hell. But still, he clawed his way deeper. Then he felt it. On the tips of his fingers, he could feel the cloth of Katsuki's school uniform jacket. With one final push, he was able to grab hold of it, gripping the fabric in a tight fist with his hand. He had him. But now what? What would he do next? Izuku didn't know. Only one thought kept repeating itself through his now pain-filled head. Let Kaken go. Let Kaken go. Let Kacchan go. Ochako had gone through so many different emotions in the short time she had been tackled to the ground, preventing her from following after Izuku. Firstly was horror at seeing her friend disregard his own safety as he ran right at the villain in some vain attempt to save their classmate. Next was shock. As Izuku ran, the fire-filled street behind him glowed with a bright green light. Ochako immediately recognized it as the light from his quirk. She didn't know how he was doing it, but he had picked up the rubble he passed and just launched it at the villain's face. Around her, a few of the people holding her down had given surprised yelps at this display of Izuku's quirk. A sliver of pride flowed through her, hearing people be so impressed with Izuku. Even in this horrible situation, he was proving all those jerks in class wrong after all. But then that feeling of pride was crushed when she watched Izuku leap up and dive into the sludge villain's body to try and rescue Katsuki. Deku, no. Dek. Her scream died in her throat as a bright flash of green light ripped through the harsh red and orange of the fire, and the sludge villain's form exploded outward and away from both Izuku and Katsuki. Izuku gasped for air as he suddenly fell to the ground, pulling Katsuki down with him. Katsuki lay on his side, coughing up the remains of the sludge that had been pushed down his throat. Izuku tried to sit up, but the pain in his head kept him down. He didn't have to reach up to check to know his nose was bleeding again. Perhaps even more than before. He was crushing me so hard, though. Guess it isn't a surprise my nose got so smashed. Groggily, he looked over at Katsuki, a relieved smile now forming. Kaken, I think you. Izuku groaned slightly from the pain. I think you got him. Katsuki twisted his head to the side and shot Izuku a look that Izuku had never seen from the boy. It wasn't his normal angry scowl. It had something else mixed in with it. Indignation. Confusion. Before Izuku could question this, a scream of rage from above him brought him out of his thoughts. You little bastard. The sludge villain's body had been spread out, but multiple tendrils had anchored themselves onto the street and buildings around the boys. I swear I'm going to kill you. I'll rip you limb from limb. Do you hear me? Izuku didn't have time to react. Didn't have time to push Katsuki out of the way of the incoming attack, nor wonder why the villain was coming towards him and not Katsuki, whose blasts had freed them. But at least, if the villain was busy with him, Katsuki could make a break for it. Izuku shut his eyes and turned away. At least Kaken should be able to escape. There was a rush of air at Izuku's side, followed by a loud impact, but no pain. When Izuku opened his eyes, he found Katsuki was no longer beside him. Looking back, he saw that the boy had been thrown back into the arms of the heroes back with the crowd. Daring to look forward, he gasped, All Might. Between him and the villain stood All Might, his arm inside wrapped up in parts of the villain. In the split second Izuku had closed his eyes, All Might had not only thrown Katsuki to safety but had also blocked the attack meant for him. All Might, while glaring up at the villain, spoke down to Izuku. I owe you an apology, young man. After everything I said to you, I had the gall to not even be willing to follow my own words. With a flex, All Might ripped himself free of the sludge. Pros are always risking their lives. He reached down and picked Izuku up and held him in one arm, cradling him safely away from his coming attack, while he reared back with his other arm. Detroit Smash. The force behind the punch scattered the villain and easily put out the fires around the street. The heroes were able to protect the onlookers from the rest of the wind and shock wave. When the wind finally died down, there was a silence that fell over everyone. Then the first raindrops fell. Slowly, people began to regain their senses, with a few people looking up. The very sky had darkened with clouds from the force of All Might's attack. Soon, though, a cheer erupted from the crowd as they celebrated All Might's victory. He made it rain. That's incredible. All Might is the best. He saved them. Incredible. With the villain defeated and collected by the police, it wasn't long till reporters crowded around All Might for a statement or interview. Katsuki and Izuku were moved to a less busy section of the street. Several of the heroes stood around Katsuki, praising him for his bravery and the power he had displayed. A couple were even offering to take him as a sidekick when he got into a hero school. Izuku was not so lucky. Two heroes, Death Arms and Kamui Woods, stood over him, berating him for his actions. Do you have any idea how stupid what you just did was? There was absolutely no reason for you to risk your life like that. Your actions not only risked your own life, but the life of the hostage and any hero who tried to save you. Do you understand? Izuku kept his head down as he tentatively dabbed at his nose with the handkerchief he had been given earlier that day. He didn't have anything to say in his defense. He deserved every harsh word. Kamui Woods crossed his arms. Your actions were the height of foolishness, even if you think you're core. Stop it already. Before either hero could react, Ochako burst past them and wrapped her arms protectively around Izuku, putting herself between him and the heroes. She practically snarled back at them. None of you were doing anything. You were just standing there, waiting for someone else to do your job. So just leave him alone already. He doesn't deserve this. Izuku blinked, surprised not only that Ochako was here and how tightly she was squeezing him, but by how she seemed to have no problem telling off two pro heroes. If his head still wasn't pounding, Izuku would have made a mental note to add a slight change to her entry in his notebook. Do not ever make angry. Death Arms frowned and started to say something else, but was stopped when Kamui Woods put a hand on his shoulder and motioned over to where all the reporters were. His message was clear to the other pro. Best not to make a scene when the media was so close. It wouldn't look good for either of them. Ochako watched as both heroes retreated away, before turning her full attention back to Izuku. She unwrapped her arms and sat down next to him, her eyes scanning him, head to toe, looking for any obvious injury that he would need to get taken care of, besides his bloody nose. He seemed to be in good health, all things considered. Uraraka, hearing Izuku's voice, snapped her back to her senses, and every emotion she had bottled up came flooding back. She wrapped her arms back around Izuku, buried her face into his shoulder and started to cry. Izuku froze, unsure what he could do to console Ochako. Slowly, tentatively, he wrapped his arms around her too, softly patting her back as she cried into him. It's okay. I'm okay. See, nothing to cry over, Uraraka. For several long minutes the two held onto each other, before Ochako was able to gather herself enough to pull back and go back to just sitting next to Izuku. I was right next to you, did you know that? I was right next to you. I looked away for a second, and when I looked back, you were gone. Deku, I can't even begin. Ochako paused briefly, swallowing the lump in her throat. I tried to chase after you, but all the people in the crowd stopped me. So, I had to watch as you ran right into that monster. I thought I was going to watch you die, and there was nothing I could do. Izuku slumped down as guilt ate away at him. He tried to hold back his own tears now, and he could feel his nose start to run. Uraraka, I'm sorry. I never meant. Deku, Ochako interrupted him. There was a firmness in her voice that made Izuku clamp his mouth shut. Deku, I'm not asking for you to apologize. You did what you did to save Bakugou's life. I meant what I said to those heroes. You acted while they did nothing. Ochako turned and looked Izuku right in the eyes. So I won't ask you to apologize, but I want you to promise me something instead. Will you do that? Nodding his head quickly, Izuku agreed to Ochako's request. I want you to promise me that you will never do something like this again. I want you to promise me you will never leave me behind while you rush into a situation where you could get killed. Uraraka, promise me. She sat there, her eyes never leaving his, as she waited. Finally, Izuku said, I promise. Uraraka, I promise. Ochako relaxed visibly after hearing this, and let out a long sigh, satisfied. Good, that's good. Ochako reached out and pulled the handkerchief out of Izuku's hands. Reaching up with it, she began to carefully wipe away the blood that still stained his nose, lips, and chin. Of course, once we get into UA, we'll learn how to rush into dangerous situations safely, together, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there, okay? Izuku felt a pit form in his stomach. She still thinks we're both going to UA. Izuku thought to himself sadly. Should I tell her? I should tell her. I've decided to be realistic. Izuku didn't want to say it, but it would be wrong not to, right? Uraraka, as Izuku started to say something to Ochako, a low growl interrupted him. Deku. Izuku felt himself tense up, almost jumping to his feet. He missed that Ochako had immediately clamped a hand on his wrist, and was now glaring daggers at Katsuki as the boy stomped over to the two of them. Kakin, Katsuki sneered as he pointed right at Izuku. How long, Deku? How long have you been fucking lying to everyone? Izuku was stunned, mouth slightly agape. Lying? What does he mean? Katsuki, however, didn't give Izuku a chance to answer. You know what? It doesn't matter. Don't think this changes anything. I'm still above you, so don't even think about looking down on me. No matter what you do, you will never be better than me. This means nothing. So you keep your act. I don't give a shit. But don't you ever forget, it was All Might that saved me, not you. So, I don't know you. You understand me. His rant done, Katsuki turned on his heel and stomped away, leaving a confused Izuku and an enraged Ochako. That jerk, Ochako ceased. After everything you did, he's still going to treat you like that. Kakin has always been prideful. So, I guess that's just his toughness showing through. Still, I wonder what he meant when he said I had been lying. Just ignore him, Deku. If he can't accept that you saved him, then that just shows how pathetic and petty he really is. Izuku looked over at Ochako and was surprised to see so much contempt and rage emanating from her. Does she realize just how much she looks like Kakin right now? Composing herself, Ochako stood up and reached down for Izuku. Come on, you've already talked to everyone you needed to, right? Let's get you home. Absently, Izuku glanced over toward All Might, but he was still surrounded by a horde of reporters. I don't think he'll be free for a while now, and I don't want to be more of a nuisance. Izuku took Ochako's hand. Yeah, I think I'd like to go home now. The two walked back most of the way to Izuku's apartment, before Izuku was able to convince Ochako he'd be able to manage the rest of the walk. It had taken some solid minutes of reassuring her, and reminding her that she needed to take her groceries home before they spoiled, to make her agree to be on her way. Before parting, however, Ochako smiled brightly at Izuku and raised her fist in encouraging determination. Oh, Deku, make sure you're ready for this weekend. Our UA dream is about to really get going. Izuku faltered, but the huge smile Ochako had stopped him from telling her the truth. Putting on his best smile, he returned her fist bump. Yeah, let's do our best. Ochako took a small step back, but stopped short of turning around. Then, after a second's hesitation, she walked up to Izuku and gave him a quick hug. It was different from before in the market. This wasn't an act of giving protection. This was a much softer embrace. But just as quickly as Ochako had given Izuku the hug, she quickly stepped back and after one last flustered goodbye, hurried on her way. Neither teen noticed how flushed the other was, though. They were too busy dealing with their own blushes and fluttering stomachs. Now alone, slowly Izuku let his thoughts drift back to what he would do. I have to tell her before the weekend. I will tell her. It's the right thing to do. Before Izuku could make it further down the road, however, I am here. All Might came skidding to a stop right in front of Izuku. Izuku, to his credit, only screamed a little bit in surprise. All Might, you're here. Why are you here? But you were surrounded by reporters when I left. They can't have been done asking you questions already. All Might just laughed. Please, young man, ditching the press is easy for me. Why, you ask? Because I am All Mig. In the middle of his monologue, All Might's form suddenly reverted back to its shriveled state in a puff of steam. He was also spitting out blood for good measure, too. This time, even after seeing this transformation before, Izuku still cried out in alarm. It took a few moments for All Might to recover himself, wiping the blood with his hand and getting his cough under control. Young man, I've come here to offer you my thanks, to ask you a question, and make you an offer. You see, if it hadn't been for you, if you hadn't shown me that bravery, even after what I had said to you after you told me about your weak quirk and your dream, I would have never been faced with the reality that I was not living up to my own ideals and standards. I would have become a fraud, a coward in an oversized muscle suit. For that, you have my thanks. Izuku was stunned. No, wait, please don't say things like that. You're the greatest hero in the world. I'm sure you would have saved Kaken regardless of anything. All I did was mess things up in the first place. If I hadn't been so selfish and got in the way of you taking that villain to the police, none of this would have happened to begin with. I even got in the way of all those other heroes, even when I knew there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Huh, even with your quirk? Izuku shook his head sadly. Not a chance. My quirk is just too weak. All Might arched an eyebrow at that. During his run to meet up with Izuku, he'd had some time to go over the events from the attack, and he had a guess as to what had happened now back with the villain, but he needed to make sure. So, time to ask my question. Tell me, what is your quirk? Psychokinesis, Izuku answered after a pause. A mental emitter-based quirk, just as I suspected. That's a versatile quirk. I know many heroes that would love to have a quirk like that. Izuku actually scoffed. No one would want mine. Just today before everything that happened, I tried to use it to catch my notebook. It was only a few feet away, and it took everything I had just to hold it. No, ever since I was, little and learned what my quirk was, and my friend saw it. They knew that it was useless. That's when I learned it too. Izuku trailed off. It wasn't like this was something new for Izuku to think about, but giving these memories a voice, especially in front of his hero, just hurt. Your friends told you this when you were still just a little child. Izuku nodded. I've been classmates with them ever since. So, sooner rather than later, my classmates learned about it too. I suppose it's a way to make sure I remember my place. Bingo, All Might thought. When you use your quirk, it has a tell, doesn't it? Tell, something visual that would indicate you're using your quirk, such as, perhaps, a glow around yourself in the object you are holding with your quirk. Izuku blinked, surprised that All Might guessed that from out of nowhere. He must have run into other heroes with quirks like mine. Izuku gave an affirmative nod. Yes, that's right. It's a green glow. The harder I concentrate, the brighter it gets. And when you overuse your quirk, a headache or a nosebleed? That's amazing, All Might. The headaches are first. Then my nose bleeds. A lot, actually. How'd you guess? It took a large amount of effort for All Might not to let out a huge sigh. It's worse than I thought. He hasn't connected the dots from today at all. Time to change tactics. Walk him through it perhaps. So you, even knowing your limits, ran out there anyway. Tell me, what happened back in that street? Izuku felt his grip on his backpack tighten as he thought back to the street. When I saw Kaken, he looked so desperate. The next thing I knew, I was just running. I still have no idea why I did it. I just knew I had to help. Your body moved without you thinking about it? Izuku nodded. I got about halfway before I realized that the villain was about to attack me. So I tried to throw my backpack at him, but he just swatted it away. But I got lucky. I guess that the explosions from before loosened some debris that fell into the villain's face. All Might nodded. I see. That's how you saw that. He noticed Izuku had stopped and gave him an inquisitive look. All Might waved him on. Forgive me. Please continue. Right. Well, I tried digging Kaken out, but it was just like when I was caught. His form was too fluid, so I couldn't make any progress. After a bit, he recovered and started dragging Kaken deeper into himself. So I dove in after him. It suddenly struck Izuku as he replayed the events that he was very lucky that he was still alive. Then, after that, it gets a little hazy. I dug my way to Kaken. I think I actually was able to grab onto his school jacket. After that I think Kaken used his quirk to free us both. He has an explosion quirk, so when he got dragged into the center of the villain, he must have used it to rip himself and me free. I must have gotten caught in the blast a bit since that's when I got hurt. The paramedics said I got my bell rung when they checked us out. But yeah, after we got free, the villain got really mad and attacked, but then you stepped in and saved us. That's about it really. Young man, would you like to know what I saw out in that street? What you saw? All Might. I saw a young man act in a way some of the greatest heroes had said they had acted when they saved someone their first time. Their bodies just acted when they saw someone in danger. Izuku felt his heart clench in his chest. I saw this young man glow so brightly as he ripped rubble and debris from the street around him as he ran and hurled it at a villain so that he could save a fellow student. Izuku's legs wobbled somewhat as his mind raced. I was glowing. And when that monster tried to drag that student away, this heroic young man dove into it and ripped him wide open to pull his classmate to safety. When All Might used the word heroic, Izuku's legs gave out and he fell to his knees as a rush of emotions overcame him. Young man, what I told you before on that roof was wrong. Everything you showed me today lets me say this with 100% certainty. You can be a hero. Izuku cried. He cried as years of self-doubt were finally washed away. He cried for never truly listening to all the times his mother had encouraged him, too afraid to have all the things his classmates had said to be proven right. He cried for thinking that he would have to abandon Ochako, to leave her to try and achieve her dream while she was so ready to share it with him. It took him some time, but soon his tears dried and he could finally sit up. I still don't understand how, though. You said I did all those things, but I've never been able to do something like that. When I tried to use my quirk at school, I couldn't do anything. All Might moved and sat down on the curb of the street and invited Izuku to sit next to him. 2 reasons, young man. All Might held up his hand, pointer finger raised. 1. Mind over matter. The human mind is an incredible thing. Something many people don't realize is that being a hero takes a great deal of mental fortitude. To push yourself beyond your limits, to go plus ultra, takes more than just a strong body. If you think you can do something, if you know you can keep going, your mind can help push your body forward. But the opposite is just as true. You grew up being told your quirk was weak, that you couldn't succeed, and it's obvious that you listened to those students. Then you started to believe them. Finally, it got to the point that you were telling yourself that you were weak. All of that added together made one heck of a mental block. Izuku lowered his head, starting to feel ashamed of himself, but before he could fall too deep into these thoughts, All Might continued. And yet, your subconscious, that part of you that held on to that dream of becoming a hero, was still able to dig deep to give you what you needed when you needed it most. You should feel proud about that. All Might then raised a second finger. The second reason I can see is much more simple, but just as important. Many people forget this, but quirks are still a physical part of ourselves. Think of them like a muscle. People who are bedridden still have people come to work their legs. If they don't, the muscle will atrophy. It comes down to, if you don't use it, you lose it. And you, young man, don't use your quirk very often, do you? Izuku shook his head. Well, we aren't supposed to use our quirks at school to begin with. But what about when you would go out and play as a child? Or even more recently, just simple things you could do around the house. Maybe lifting a plate from your table to the sink, pulling a shirt from the closet. No, I never saw the point. So, now when the time comes when you want to use your quirk, it's hard. You are affected by your quirk's side effect of giving you headaches and such much easier, as we've both seen. Even simple things, as you've told me, takes great effort for you. So I've really put myself into a hole, I guess. Fortunately, I believe solving these issues will come naturally once we start your training. You're right, I just have. Wait, Izuku trailed off before looking up at All Might in shock. His eyes widened as he suddenly felt his throat tighten, keeping him from finishing what he had been saying. This is why I've come to find you. In fact, I've chosen you to be my successor. There was a pause before Izuku leapt up in shock. Your successor? All Might nodded and pointed right at Izuku. That's right. What you showed me today are all the traits I needed to see. I deem you worthy to become my successor. My quirk is yours to inherit. Izuku's jaw dropped slightly and his head tilted to the side. What did he just say? Inherit his quirk. Hey, what's with that look, kid? I told you I had an offer for you, so you need to decide what you want to do. All Might, I don't understand. What are you saying? That's impossible. Impossible? Huh. Do you even know what my quirk is? That stopped Izuku's rant. Your quirk? No, I don't think anyone does. There are a bunch of theories out there, but no one knows for sure. I know stuff like super strength and invulnerability are the 2 top runners, and whenever you get asked about it during interviews, you always find a way to dodge the question. I do that so people will keep thinking I'm just like them. A regular person with a quirk who became a hero. But the truth is, there's nothing regular about me or my quirk. I wasn't born with this power, it was passed to me. Passed to you. That's right. My quirk is like a sacred torch. It was passed to me a long time ago, and now I want to pass it on to you. Izuku's mind raced as he listened to All Might, barely grasping what he was hearing. Out of habit, he started to mumble to himself as he analyzed this new information. This doesn't make any sense. It's true that there are methods to try and ensure a person is born with a certain kind of quirk, like those marriages people used to do, but even then, the child's power would be their own and it's still a completely random result. To just be able to give someone a quirk just isn't possible. It defies our society's understanding of quirks and, as Izuku spiraled into a mumbling mess, All Might scratched the back of his head. Kid, I think you might be overthinking this a bit. Kid, when it became obvious that Izuku wasn't listening anymore, All Might leaned forward and clapped his hands together in front of Izuku's face, shocking the boy enough to get him to stop talking to himself. Izuku looked around before sheepishly apologizing. I'm sorry, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around this. It just doesn't seem possible. But it is possible. I can transfer my power to someone else. You are going to need to accept this fact before we move on to the next secret of my power. Izuku took a breath before he calmed himself down and returned his complete attention to All Might. Satisfied, All Might continued to explain his quirk. The name of my quirk is called One for All. One for All, Izuku repeated in his head, not daring to interrupt All Might now. This quirk goes back generations. One person takes the power and improves it before they then pass it on to the next person. They too will improve the power before they pass it on. As the quirk is passed from torchbearer to torchbearer, the power increases and grows, each person adding themselves to it. It is with this power of generations that I can save people who so desperately need a hero. This, young man, is the truth behind my power. I have been searching for someone worthy to pass this power to, and today you proved that you are that person. He's completely serious. He chased me down and told me so much to encourage me, and even told me his greatest secret. The greatest hero in the world just asked me to take up his torch and become a hero. What I've always dreamed of becoming. After all that, there's no way I can turn him down. All Might watched as Izuku's face went from one of shocked wonder to one of determination. Izuku stood up straight and looked right at All Might. I'll do it. A large, impressed smirk split All Might's face. Absolutely no hesitation at all. I knew I chose the right person. All Might stood up and extended his hand towards Izuku. Then let's make it official, then. My name is Yagi Tashinori, but you can just keep calling me All Might if you want. It's a pleasure to meet you, young man. Izuku did his best to keep his inner and outer fanboy antics in check as he returned All Might's handshake. Midoriya Izuku. It's an honor, All Might. It was soon after this that the two parted ways, with All Might promising to contact him again soon, once he had put together a plan on how to begin the process to make Izuku ready for his quirk. Until then, he made sure to have Izuku promise not to mention anything that had been said between them. Izuku was on cloud 9 the rest of the way back to his home, so distracted that he never saw his mother running at him the moment he walked through the front door and all but tackling him in a panicked worry, confirming that she must have been contacted by the officers or paramedics who had been on the scene. Izuku had a sinking feeling he was going to be in for a rough next couple of days. And he was right. His mother had insisted he must recover from such a horrible experience, so she called the school to let them know Izuku would be staying home the last 2 days of the school week. She would also be taking him to the doctor to make sure he was completely healthy. The fact that his shirt collar had been stained from his nosebleed had not gone over very well, and made sure any attempt to talk her out of doctors was ignored. He was also grounded, so he wasn't able to talk with Ochako, which had really sucked, though perhaps it might be for the best. When he thought about her, his mind would wander back to the hug she had given him, and he would feel his face flush up like a bright red tomato, and he'd really rather not let her see that. It wouldn't be until Friday that he would finally get a chance to speak with her. Ochako scanned over the message she had received from Inko, informing her that after supper tonight, Izuku's punishment would be over and he would be getting his phone back, so she would be able to call him to plan for their weekend. She was also more than welcome to start coming over for dinner again. Inko had asked if she would be okay with waiting a couple of days before coming back over since she wanted to make sure her punishment for Izuku stuck. Ochako felt a little guilty thinking about how excited she was getting. Thinking about eating at the Midoriya's. She had missed a well-put-together home-cooked meal. She was not the greatest cook, so these last couple of days had been very hard on her poor stomach. The school day had ended a little while ago, but Ochako had decided to spend a little extra time staying in class, so she could finish the extra notes she had made for Izuku for everything he had missed while recovering from the villain attack. As she finished the last few lines, however, she overheard some voices coming from the hall, one of which she instantly recognized as Katsuki's. Much to her annoyance, Katsuki had returned to class much earlier than she had hoped. She hadn't wished that Katsuki had been hurt or anything like that, but being able to have a peaceful class had been a nice change of pace. And of course the class had immediately started asking questions about what had happened to him. Katsuki, though, instead of taking the opportunity to brag about himself, didn't seem to want to talk about the villain. Ochako did find some amusement in that. For once, the class seemed slow to back down at Katsuki's demands that they drop it and kept badgering him throughout the day. Will you fuckers leave me alone already? I'm not answering your damned questions. Ochako snickered and went back to jotting down the last of her notes. Come on, dude, give us something. Is it true you blew up the whole street? Wait, really? That was you? Dude, the villain had a sludge quirk or something. Bakugou is the one that blows shit up. That's still crazy. Man, Bakugou is strong. There was a pause from the other side of the door, giving Ochako a chance to groan at the last comment. Great, just what Bakugou needs. Getting his ego pampered even more. Of course I'm strong. Did you think I was weak or something? Shaking her head, Ochako decided to power through the last few lines of her work and just leave. No reason to let herself get upset over this. Hey, the news said that there was another student involved in the attack, right? Involved? I thought the news said the student rushed in or something. Ochako's pencil slowed slightly as her attention was again brought back to the loud conversation happening outside the classroom. Yeah, you'll never guess who it was. It was Midoriya. Wait, what? You're kidding. Wait, is that why he's been out the past couple days? Why didn't the teacher say anything? Wait, so did Midoriya save you, Bakugou? Dakudid didn't do shit. He's a worthless waste of space. All he did was get in the way of the real heroes. Snap. Ochako's pencil snapped in her hand. She took in one long, shuddering breath before she bolted from her chair and rushed to the door and slammed it open, causing a few of the students to jump in surprise. She scanned the group before she quickly found her target. Bakugou, we need to talk. Get in here. The students looked from Ochako to Katsuki, who was scowling at Ochako himself, arms crossed. You don't tell me what to do, round face. Ochako, however, didn't back down and motioned to the group around them. You want to talk in front of everyone, then? That's fine by me. I'm more than happy to talk about what I saw happen during that villain attack. Katsuki's scowl deepened, but he also glanced around at the students. Wait, you were there too, Uraraka? Someone asked. Before Ochako could respond, however, Katsuki walked past everyone and into the empty classroom. When a couple of students moved to join him, a quick glare from both Ochako and Katsuki sent the group scurrying, with the excuse that it was late and they should be getting home. Ochako closed the door behind her while Katsuki leaned against the nearest wall. His scowl set firm as he glared at Ochako. This had better be good, round face. Ochako planted herself right in front of Katsuki before harshly stating, if Deku hadn't jumped in after you, you would be dead. Katsuki growled and started to say something, but Ochako cut him off. No, you shut your mouth. Deku saved your life. I don't care if you don't want to go and admit that to everyone. If that somehow protects that pride or ego or whatever you want to call it, fine. You do what you want. But I swear, Bakugou, I will not let you drag Deku's name through the mud just so you can save face. He didn't save me. With every word, Bakugou stomped closer to Ochako till they were face to face. Ochako didn't even blink. I was in the crowd, you idiot. I could hear what was going on. The heroes had no idea what to do to save you. They were waiting for someone else to show up. And someone did. All might. Ochako threw her hands up in frustration. After Deku rushed in, Ochako took a breath, trying to calm herself before continuing. Look, like I said, I'm not asking you to go around praising Deku, even though that's what you should be doing. But, she poked a finger into Katsuki's chest. I am telling you that you will not talk about Deku like you just did to anyone else. Deku deserves. No, he's earned that much from you at least. Katsuki roughly swatted Ochako's hand away. I'm not going to do a damn thing for that liar. Liar. Deku isn't a liar. All of a sudden I'm supposed to believe that worthless shit Deku is able to throw shit around like he did. Or how about this? When we fell out of the villain, he tried to pass it off that I had done something. I know when I use my quirk. Explain that. Ochako frowned, but couldn't answer right away. It was true that she had watched Izuku do things back then that she hadn't thought were possible for him to do. She had wanted to ask him about it, but was so relieved he hadn't been killed that she had forgotten to ask. I can't. But it's like you said back then. Doesn't matter. He did what he did to save you. You've known him since you were little, right? Do you really think he's capable of putting on an act just to spite you? He's too earnest a person to even try something like that. Katsuki glared down at Ochako before breaking the silence. Are you done? Katsuki turned to leave, but before he reached the door, Ochako said one last thing. Tell me I'm wrong. Katsuki paused, then was gone, slamming the door behind him. Left alone, Ochako collected her things and left as well. As she left the school, she could once again hear a small group of students talking about the villain incident. However, their voices were soon cut off. I told you guys I'm done talking about that shit. Drop it. I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm not answering any more questions about that shit villain or Deku. Ochako continued on her way. Not happy with the current situation, but also not angry like she had just been. It's not much, but I guess I'll take what I can get. Later that night, Izuku bit his lip lightly to stop himself from giving out a happy cheer as his mother handed him back his phone and let him know he was no longer grounded. The past few days, when he wasn't getting checked up on by doctors, he was either cleaning the apartment or study. At least now it was over. He turned his phone on and scanned through his messages. He gulped as he saw a missed call from the contact Toshi. Thankfully, he'd had a chance to record a new voicemail message stating he was grounded before handing his phone over to his mother, so at least All Might wouldn't think he was ignoring him. He hoped. Good thing I thought to turn my phone off before I gave it to her, too. I can't even imagine what would happen if Mom answered his call. As he hurried to his room, his mother called out behind him, You should give Uraraka a call. I'm sure she'll be happy to hear from you. I will, Mom. Once safely in his room, and making sure his door was closed, he quickly tapped the Toshi contact. After only a couple of rings, All Might answered in a bemused tone. "Ah, young Midoriya, is your incarceration over? I'm so sorry about this, All Might. Mom was so worried about me even when I told her I was fine. Then she grounded me and I didn't have a chance to call you. She was watching me everywhere I went just in case I collapsed or something." Izuku rambled on as he bowed his head, only to remember All Might was not actually in the room with him. "Don't worry about it, young Midoriya," All Might chuckled. "You should be thankful to have such a doting mother to look after you." I am. I was just worried that I was missing out on my chance to train." "Don't you worry about that. In fact, your timing for calling is perfect. I have just finished my training regimen for you." "You have?" "I call it Aim to Pass, American Dream Plan. We will go into it in more detail when we start your training. Speaking of which, are you now free to leave your home unsupervised?" "Yes, I'm ready to go." "Excellent. Then we will get you started right away. I will come to pick you up first thing tomorrow morning." After setting some plans, and Izuku almost swallowing his tongue at how early he was going to be getting up tomorrow, he hung up and sat down at his desk, his excitement threatening to bubble out of him. "I can't believe it. This is really happening. I should probably get to bed early. Don't want to start my day all groggy." Izuku got up and started to get ready for an early night when he suddenly remembered. "Oh yeah, I should give Uraraka a call like Mom said." A few phone taps later, "Deku." Izuku gulped as he heard Ochako's voice. Her voice sounds so close. "Hi, Uraraka. Sorry for taking so long to call you. I got grounded when I got home." There was a giggle on the other end, and Izuku felt his cheeks heat up. "Yeah, your mom actually gave me a heads up. You know only being grounded for 2 days is light, right? I'd have locked you away for a week." Izuku groaned in good humor. "I'm so sorry, Mom. Well, just so you know, I took some notes of what we covered in class while you were out." "Really? Thank you so much, Uraraka." Izuku was so touched by this. He had planned on asking the teacher for some notes when he got back to class. "Uraraka, really, thank you. You're always looking out for me. I couldn't have asked for a better friend." Izuku couldn't tell over the phone, but Ochako's cheeks had taken a rosy hue. She took a couple of seconds to regain her composure before she spoke. It's no big deal, Deku. I was happy to do it. I'll bring you the notes when we meet up tomorrow morning to start our training." Izuku blinked. Oh, I guess we should set a time to meet up at the beach. What time works for you?" Oh no. Izuku felt his legs give out as he collapsed onto his bed, his hand covering his mouth just in case he suddenly screamed out in horror. "I forgot about our plan." "How could I forget? Deku, you still there?" "I can't believe I forgot." No. What do I do? What can I even say?" Yeah, I'm here." There is a pause. "Deku, you okay?" No, I'm not. I just completely stabbed you in the back." Izuku felt his chest tighten up as he spoke. "Uraraka, about our plan. I can't tell her All Might is going to start training me. What do I do?" There was a soft gasp on the other end of the phone. "Oh wait, I never asked if you were even okay enough to start tomorrow." "I'm sorry, Deku. I shouldn't have assumed like that." "Yeah, I think I still need the weekend, too, to recover a little more." "Liar. Of course, I should have asked you." "Oh, and you know what? It wouldn't be a good idea for us to start our training while you have 2 days of school to catch up on. So how about this, then? I'll make sure everything will be ready for us when we start next week. Check for anything that might be dangerous. Then afterwards when I come over for dinner, I'll bring those notes and we can work on them together. That way, you won't be behind on Monday." "Sounds good." With great effort, Izuku replied. "Thank you, Uraraka. I don't deserve a friend like you. I really don't." "Oh, don't be like that, Deku. Now, I think I'm gonna turn in a little early tonight. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, okay? Have a good night." "Good night, Uraraka." With a click, Izuku heard Ochako hang up, and let his hand fall to his side, holding his phone. It took several tries before Izuku was able to stand and get dressed for bed. "I'm a horrible friend." The next morning, Izuku made sure his mother was still asleep before hurrying out the door. He had left a note saying he would be going out for a bit. He hoped that would be enough so that she wouldn't worry. Once he had made it down to the street, a small truck pulled up to him. He instantly recognized the skinny form of the world's greatest hero and hurried to get in. "Did you have any issues, young Midoriya?" All Might asked as they drove off. Izuku shook his head, but All Might could see the young man was troubled. Nerves, he supposed. Truthfully, it reminded him of himself when he first started training back when he was a young man. "I can see you are troubled, but do not worry. While it's true the start of a journey can be daunting, I have every bit of faith you are up to the task." Izuku was startled by the sudden reassurance and smiled up at the hero. "Thank you." The drive went by quickly, but as All Might got closer to their destination, a sinking feeling began to form in the pit of Izuku's stomach as he started to recognize the area they were in. Dagaba Municipal Beach Park. When All Might pulled into a parking lot and got out, Izuku followed close behind. He stopped a few paces behind All Might as they reached the edge of the beach, overlooking the cluttered and dirty shoreline. All Might surveyed the coast in front of him before asking, "I bet you are wondering why we are here. Well, let me tell you. This will be the site where I will mold you into a vessel for one for all. Do you want to guess how?" Guilt ate away at Izuku as he answered, "Moving all the heavy debris and garbage will help build and strengthen my muscles. And it'll be good community service, too." All Might smirked. "Exactly. You'll get more out of this than just lifting some weights at a gym. Real-world muscle growth. And community service is important, too. So many heroes only care about getting seen stopping villains and the like. It's good to go back to basics, like how it was in the old days." He turned around. "I'm impressed you were able to guess my plan so quickly." He stopped when he saw that Izuku had his head down and was on the verge of tears. "Young man, what's wrong? Is he overcome with emotion?" All Might thought. He knew just from the past couple of meetings that the boy wore his emotions on his sleeve, but just this shouldn't be enough to trigger this kind of reaction. When Izuku finally spoke, his voice was quiet and shaky. "I'm a terrible friend." "Huh, All Might, Izuku took a breath before he tried again. "A while ago, I met the first friend that I've had in years. She reached out to me and stood up for me when everyone around me either didn't care or were the ones causing me all my troubles. She saw that I was in trouble, and she was there for me." Izuku paused as he collected his thoughts. As he spoke, his voice lost its stutter, becoming more clear. All Might said nothing, allowing Izuku all the time he needed. "When we met, she was the first person I felt I could tell my dream to. That even with my weak quirk, I still was going to become a hero. She didn't laugh or tell me that it was impossible. She actually told me that it was her dream to become a hero too. She'd actually moved away from her parents, also she could be closer to UA. On that day, we decided that we would work together to help each other get ready for the entrance exam. We'd work on mock exams, study pro heroes, and start looking up places where we could start working out." All Might raised an eyebrow, beginning to understand the situation a little better. "We had trouble finding a good place to train. They were either too expensive or the people around were a little too intense for comfort. Then, a few days before you saved me, we decided to go for a walk after visiting our last gym. And we walked by here. We talked about how sad it was that the beach was in such a sorry state, how it'd take a lot of work to get it cleaned up." Izuku didn't notice All Might's gaze wander up slightly, looking past the young man. Someone had entered the parking lot on the other side and was looking over at them. "That's when we had an idea, that we could train here. We could run up and down the coast, work on our strength by moving all the garbage to where it could get taken away. We were even coming up with ideas on training our quirks here, too." All Might's eyes widened slightly before he tried to motion at Izuku to get his attention. The person he had spotted was making their way over, at a rather hurried pace, in fact. "Oh no, All Might." Hearing his name, the shriveled hero looked back down to see Izuku looking up at him. A mixture of different emotions all fighting to burst from the young boy. Guilt, remorse, determination, hope, fear. "All Might, last night, after I had called you and you let me know you were going to be picking me up this morning, I called my friend and I had to lie to her. Today was going to be our first day here, but I lied to her, telling her I was still a little shaken up from the villain and was going to need a few more days. So not only have I lied to my best friend, I'm even making her worry that I'm still not fully recovered from that sludge villain. She also said that she would use the extra time to get stuff ready for us. Instead of starting on her own, she is going to waste time she could be using to make herself ready to wait for me instead. How can I be worthy of being the next symbol of peace if the first thing I do is hurt those around me?" All Might wasn't sure what to say. The situation was apparently much more complicated than he had thought. What he had thought were just nerves was a storm of different emotions that had to be squared away before any kind of training could be started. Unfortunately, before All Might could even begin to think up a proper response to Izuku, one more complication made herself known. "Deku." Izuku's eyes went wide, and he quickly whipped around. Uraraka Ochako slowed her pace as she finally made it to the two of them. She wore a faded tracksuit and was carrying a small duffel bag over her shoulder. While she was surprised to find Izuku here after their talk last night, she was more worried by how alarmed Izuku was that she had walked up to him and the skinny man he'd been talking to. "Uraraka, what are you doing here?" Izuku tried to steady his voice and keep his panic from being too obvious. At least All Might was unrecognizable in his current state, so his secret was safe. However, he was now going to have to deal with being caught in his lie. Ochako frowned, tilting her head slightly. "I told you last night, remember? I was going to make sure we would be ready to hit the ground running when you got better. We had discussed that we'd need to make sure there wasn't anything dangerous mixed in with all the trash." Ochako's frown deepened and her eyes narrowed a little. Deku's eyes are all red. Has he been crying? That's what you meant. Oh, Izuku gulped as Ochako eyed him. Think of something. Deku, I just need to lie again. Deku, what are you doing here? Izuku opened his mouth, but his voice withered and died before he could think of anything. Ochako's gaze never wavered. And who is this that you are with? Izuku quickly glanced behind him to look back at All Might, before snapping back to Ochako. He's, you see. Izuku, however, could not think of anything to say. He was trapped. All Might looked from his chosen successor to the new arrival. Soon, realization dawned on him on why the girl seemed so familiar to him. Back during the sludge villain incident, when he had watched young Midoriya run in to save the boy from that monster, he had watched as a girl chased after him but had been stopped by the crowd. He remembered how much she fought to get free. If the crowd hadn't stopped her, she very well could have followed Izuku right up to the villain. The same friend Izuku had spoken so highly of and the brave girl from the crowd were one and the same. They both want to be heroes, and they were already working together to achieve their goal. For a split moment the scene before All Might changed as a thought crossed his mind. Instead of a young boy, stammering in a panic to come up with a believable lie, he saw his old master, Nana Shimura. She stood proud and strong, ready to face whatever the world threw at her. Instead of a young girl, face scrunched in worry as she became more and more upset as to why her friend was so panicked, he saw his old teacher, Gran Torino. He stood confident and headstrong, ready to leap into his next fight. He saw before him his master and teacher. Both had been the greatest heroes he knew growing up, and both had been close friends, right up till the end. Both had helped mold him into the symbol of peace he was today. Perhaps it was some kind of poetic irony. Or maybe it was fate that brought the young girl here at the same time that he and Izuku had arrived. The scene changed back for All Might as he thought of something else. Those two helped mold me into who I am today. Who's to say I couldn't do the same for these two? Maybe. All Might cleared his throat, loud enough to get the attention of both Izuku and Ochako. Perhaps I should explain things, young Midoriya. Before either teen could respond to this, All Might bulked up. Ochako's eyes went wide and she stumbled back, almost tripping on her own feet if Izuku didn't reach out and steady her. All Might. He smiled down at her. Indeed I am, young lady. Ochako couldn't believe what she was seeing. Why is All Might here? Why was he so skinny before? Why is he here with Deku? Wait, did Deku even realize that he had been standing beside his favorite hero? She looked over at her friend, and while he did seem shocked, he clearly wasn't as much as he should be. All Might, what about your secret? Izuku asked. Secret? Wait, he knew. Deku, what is going on? Izuku looked back at Ochako, and she was surprised to see such a look of shame spread across his face. She was even more surprised when he took a step back and bowed his head till he was almost parallel with the ground. I'm so sorry, Uraraka. I lied to you. You've been such a great friend and I lied to you. I'm a horrible friend. I'm just the worst. Ochako looked from Izuku to All Might, who looked slightly uncomfortable as he rubbed the back of his neck, then back at Izuku. Deku, wait, please hold on. I don't even know what's going on. So please don't say that about yourself. All Might nodded in agreement. She is right, young Midoriya. Hold your head up. I was the one that put you in this situation to begin with. So please let me explain things to young, Ochako blinked before she hurried out. Oh, Uraraka Ochako, sir. Young Uraraka, thank you. Now, I suppose the best place to start would be at the beginning. I think when I saved young Midoriya from that dastardly sludge villain the first time should be a good place to start. There was a pause before Ochako screamed, first time. All Might gave a small nod before he told the story of his first meeting with Izuku, of Izuku latching onto his leg, which Ochako scolded Izuku for, of their talk on the roof. All Might did have to pause briefly as he wilted somewhat under the suddenly harsh look that overcame Ochako when he mentioned how he had told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero. Young Uraraka does not lack spirit. When he covered the attack back in the shopping district, Ochako suppressed a shudder thinking back on that day. All Might covered how after watching Izuku rush in to save Katsuki, he began to wonder about Izuku's quirk, so he ditched the press and chased after him. Wait, you did? But I was with Deku after that. You did leave when I was about a block away from my home? Actually, Ochako groaned. Seriously? This brought a chuckle to All Might and a sheepish grin to Izuku, though not for long, Ochako noticed, as he soon went back to the guilty and ashamed look he had before. But it was what followed that left Ochako speechless. Wide-eyed, Ochako learned All Might's greatest secret, one for all, and that he had chosen Izuku to be the next inheritor of the powerful quirk. So you see, I brought young Midoriya here to train so that he would be able to inherit one for all and become my successor. Ochako turned to Izuku, ready to congratulate him. However, All Might continued on, but now, well, I don't think that is going to work like I had originally planned. Izuku flinched, and while he didn't say anything, he didn't seem all that surprised, which Ochako could not understand. She looked from him to All Might. Wait, why? When we arrived this morning, young Midoriya here became racked with guilt. He felt he was betraying his greatest friend by striking out on his own after promising her that they would follow their dreams and become heroes together. He even had to lie to her just to be able to meet this morning. In order to get ready for UA and to receive my power, he would need to be able to focus on his training for the next 10 months. And I'm afraid that would be impossible if he is always thinking of the friend he is leaving behind. Ochako was stunned. When she looked back at Izuku, he gave her a tiny nod in agreement. He's right, Uraraka. When he brought me here, I felt so sick. All Might deserves someone who will be able to give their all. That's not me. No, Deku. This is a chance of a lifetime. All Might is your hero, and he wants to train you. Ochako was near panicking. While she was very touched by Izuku holding their promise in such high regard, she could not let him pass this opportunity by. She quickly rushed over to All Might and, gripping the large hero's sweatshirt, looked up, pleading, please reconsider. I'm okay, really. All Might looked down at Ochako and put his hands on her shoulders and just shook his head. I am sorry, but my mind is made up. My original plan is simply impossible. Ochako's arms fell to her side as she let go of All Might, tears rolling down her cheeks. This is my fault. Izuku didn't know what to say as he walked to stand beside her. Ochako, his best friend, was in so much pain because of him and he had no idea what to do to make it stop. This is my fault. So, I'll just have to train the both of you. There was a pause as what All Might had just said began to sink in. Both snapped their heads up to look up at All Might and saw his trademark grin now spread across his face. Ochako felt her knees give out as she collapsed backward into Izuku, who lowered both her and himself to the ground. Izuku, who was still looking up at All Might, asked, Were you planning this when you told Uraraka everything? That's correct, All Might confirmed. Then why make her think that she was responsible for you not training me? It was a test. Just now she had learned that a powerful quirk that had been promised to another was suddenly back on the market, so to speak. There are many people who would do anything and everything in their power to try and find a way to make it theirs. She could have easily tried to say or do something that might make herself a more appealing candidate. But what did young Uraraka do instead? She asked. I begged you to take him back. Ochako finished for Izuku as he trailed off as realization dawned on him. All Might nodded. That's correct. Putting others above yourselves is a key part of being a hero. And I don't think you even considered trying to see if you could take his place. Did you? Ochako just shook her head. No, sir. And let's not forget your actions from before as well. All Might knelt down next to Izuku and Ochako. While young Midoriya's action back then was what led me to choose him as my successor, I do remember something else that happened that day as well. You, young Uraraka, I saw you doing everything you could to chase after this young man. I was so scared I wasn't really thinking. All Might glanced over at Izuku. Both of you that day exhibited something that all the greatest heroes talk about when they speak of their youth. At some point in their lives, their bodies moved without them realizing it. Ochako shook her head, her mind racing as she came to terms with what was happening. The more she did, the more excited she became. I'm going to get trained by All Might. I never dreamed something like this could happen. I have no excuses now. Mom, Dad, just wait a bit longer. Soon you'll never have to worry about money ever again. You'll be living the easy life. Ochako glanced over at Izuku expecting him to be just as excited as she was, but was surprised to see that the same gloom from before had not disappeared from his eyes. Deku, this is great, right? Izuku smiled, though it wasn't as bright as she was used to. Of course, Uraraka. I can't even begin to say how happy I am. But, he lowered his head again, this still doesn't change the fact I lied to you, Uraraka. Deku, you know I don't blame you for that. I'm not angry with you, so please stop worrying. But, Izuku began, but Ochako cut him off. And it's not like you could tell me the truth if I had asked you. All Might trusted you with an incredible secret, so you couldn't just say to me, oh, sorry, but I'm going to go train with All Might instead, now could you? Izuku was quiet as he thought about that. It's true, he had been so caught up in what he had done, and not the why. We both know the secret now, but I'm sure All Might doesn't want us going around telling people about this, either about his quirk, or that he's going to be training us. That means we are gonna have to come up with some cover stories. So, you really didn't do anything wrong, Deku. So please, don't look so sad. I will say though, young Midoriya, the way you hold your friendship with young Uraraka in such high regards tells me I have made the right choice in picking you. Your character is without question truly heroic. While most of the gloom had left Izuku, she could see a few specks left, so Ochako added, if it's still bothering you though, then make it up to me. While we train, I want you to give it everything you have, just like I will. Do that, and we are even. Deal? She reached out her hand for Izuku to take. She watched as the last bits of gloom and doubt evaporated away, and a large smile, a real and bright smile, crossed his face. He reached out and took Ochako's hand firmly. Deal. All Might looked between the two, and knowing he had done the right thing, stood up and clapped his hands together. Excellent. Excellent. You two are going to be the heroes people remember for generations. But first, we need to get started. Now then, stand up, you two. We only have 10 months before UA's entrance exam. We don't have time to waste. Month 1. After reaffirming their dream with each other and some encouraging words from All Might, Izuku and Ochako were ready to begin their first day of training, or so they thought. By the end of their first day, both quickly realized what they thought was training was vastly different than what All Might considered training. Izuku was feeling this difference as he groaned, digging his hands and feet into the sand as he tried to pull himself forward. Wrapped around his shoulders was a large pair of ropes tied to a large, heavy fridge that he was trying to pull up to a parked truck to get removed from the beach. To his side, he could hear Ochako gasping for breath as she ran back and forth from a large tire pile, taking one out to carry it out of the beach and up the street to get picked up by the street cleaners. All Might paced around them, either taking notes down on Ochako for her own modified workout plan or offering encouragement whenever he felt either of them had started to slack off. After one last futile tug, Izuku collapsed on the sand, gasping for breath. All Might looked up from his notepad. "Hey now, do you think you have time to be lying around? It's really heavy." All Might, Izuku gasped out. All Might chuckled. "Really? If you are having this much trouble just moving a fridge, you'll never be ready to inherit my power. One for all needs a proper vessel. But you said I was worthy to inherit it." Izuku would have sounded desperate if he wasn't still trying to catch his breath. As All Might started to reply, he could feel an intense stare coming his way. Glancing to his side, he caught Ochako observing him and giving Izuku a worried glance as she picked up another tire to carry. As she ran by him, he continued to speak to Izuku. "You have the spirit, young Midoriya, but do you have any idea what would happen to you if you got my power as you are now? Your arms and legs would get blown off, and your body would explode." Izuku gasped in horror as the mental image of his bloody corpse flashed in his mind. Ochako almost tripped before catching herself and continuing her run. "These next 10 months are to get you ready to inherit my power. That's why I put together the Aim to Pass American Dream Plan in the first place. This training plan will help you be ready by the time you take the UA entrance exams. It's set up so that every aspect of your life will push you forward. Even your sleep time will help. I will be honest with you, young Midoriya. This is a super hard schedule, and it's only phase 1. So you need to ask yourself, can you follow it?" All Might let Izuku think about that as he made his way towards the outer edge of the beach, catching up to Ochako as she hefted another tire onto its new pile. "Very impressive, young Uraraka." Ochako leaned forward onto the pile as she took a second to catch her breath. "Thank you, All Might. Yes, you were able to get quite a few tires up here today, but imagine how many more you would have been able to move if you hadn't slowed down every time young Midoriya had a stumble, or to glare at me whenever I am a little tough on him." Ochako flinched as she looked down at her feet, away from All Might. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. I guess I just worry about Deku a lot." All Might smiled as he put a hand on her shoulder. "You are a good friend, young Uraraka. However, we can't have you distracted for the whole 10 months worrying over young Midoriya all the time. So let me try and help put your mind at ease. First, do you trust me?" "Of course." Ochako was surprised by the question. Of course she would trust the world's greatest hero. All Might nodded. "That's good. I'd be a little stumped what to do if you didn't," he added with a laugh. "Now, you trust me, but do you trust young Midoriya?" Ochako blinked at that question. "Trust Deku? What do you mean?" "Let me explain. For these next 10 months, I'm not just going to be training young Midoriya's body to become the next vessel for One for All. I will be training his mind to overcome all the mental blocks he has, so he'll be able to use his own quirk better. That's part of the reason, yes, but also to help him find some self-respect which he sorely lacks, if we are being honest. No thanks to that jerk Bakugou," Ochako thought to herself bitterly. "Now, from you, I need you to trust me that I will not do anything that will hurt the young man. There will be times where I will have to be rough with him that I may come off more interested in tearing him down. But this is only so that he can put himself back together, stronger than he is now, in both body and mind." Ochako nodded. "I understand, All Might, but you must also trust Midoriya. You need to believe in him, that no matter how hard things get, he will be able to pick himself up and keep going. He needs people around him that believe in him, so he will start believing in himself." All Might moved to the side so that both he and Ochako could look back towards Izuku, who was back on his feet pulling at the large fridge with all his might while they were talking. Watching for a few moments, Ochako straightened up. "I trust him, All Might. I know Deku can do this." All Might smiled. Good. That's what I want to hear. Now, I think you've rested enough. Back to it, young lady." Ochako responded with a quick yes, sir, before rushing back down the beach. As she passed Izuku, she gave him a little wave. "You got this, Deku." Izuku blinked, but returned her wave and smiled before gritting his teeth and digging his feet deep into the sand as he finally felt the fridge budge forward, if only a bit, but it was still progress. With the sun now hanging high above them, All Might clapped his hands together to signal that their first day of cleaning the beach was over. Izuku lay on his back with his arms splayed out while Ochako sat down next to him, rubbing her legs as she tried to get some feeling back into them. All Might, now back to his smaller form, handed them both some water before he took a seat in front of them. A very good first day. I am impressed with both of your drives. Both Ochako and Izuku mumbled something close to a thank you as they gulped down their water. Now before you two head off, I want to go over your workout plan. Fortunately, for now, you two will be able to use the same plan, so here you go. Give it a good look over. Come tomorrow you both will be following that plan to the letter. Handing them the stack of papers, Ochako held them so both she and Izuku could read them. Flipping through the pages, both Izuku and Ochako came to the same conclusion. This was going to be hell. Well, Izuku began. UA is the hardest school to get into, so we'll just have to work that much harder to get ready. It is the school that All Might went to, so it's gonna be worth it. Ochako chuckled. You are such a fanboy, Deku. Skimming through a few more pages, she pulled out a sheet with a list of meals on it. Wow, this is a lot of food, though. You are going to need that fuel, young Uraraka. Without it, you won't have the energy to do this training. Don't worry, Uraraka. I'm sure convincing Mom to make all this for us won't be too hard once she learns it's for our training. All Might frowned. On the subject of your mother, have you thought about what you will tell her? Izuku sat up so he could look directly at All Might. I have, at least for now, anyway. I think I'll tell her that Uraraka and I are going to be following a program I found to do our training and leave it at that. Honestly, I don't know if I could keep track of anything more complicated than that. All Might nodded, considering how quickly you folded this morning. That may be for the best. Ochako snickered while Izuku looked away bashfully. I bet if your mom did find out, she would have a heart attack. Izuku agreed. I know she worries about me a lot. Whenever I talk about being a hero, she looks a little scared. I want to try and keep her happy as long as I can. And you, young Uraraka, what will you tell your parents? The whole reason I moved out here was to get ready for UA, so I can just tell them I'm training and not have to worry about it. No news is good news in this situation. With that settled, All Might stood up and pulled out his keys as he got into his truck. Well then, I will see you two tomorrow morning, bright and early. Both Izuku and Ochako waved as All Might drove off. When he was out of sight, Ochako helped Izuku up. Come on, we still have to go over everything you missed from school. We should be able to cover it today. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Thank you, Uraraka. Izuku and Ochako collected their belongings and began their jog back to his house. Month 2. From Izuku's point of view, he wasn't sure if either he or Ochako were having a rougher time at the moment. After a month of pure physical hell, All Might had added on a new part to their training. They were working on their quirks. I knew this was coming, but it doesn't make it any easier, Izuku thought to himself as he continued the simple but grueling task ahead of him. To his side was a child's play pool, and all he had to do was fill it with water from the ocean. Simple in theory, but All Might had given him strict rules to follow. He must use a small coffee mug to carry the water to the pool, which was several yards away from the shore. He had to stay next to the pool while doing the training, and he was not allowed to ever touch the cup with his hands. The only way he could move the cup was with his quirk. With a small groan, Izuku reached out with his hand, willed the cup forward until it was over the open water, and slowly began to lower it down until it was fully submerged. Gritting his teeth, Izuku pulled the cup up and out of the water. His body trembled and his head throbbed as he brought the cup back towards himself, careful not to let any of the water splash out until the cup hovered over the pool beside him. With a slight tilt of his hand, the cup was emptied, and Izuku took the chance to catch his breath as he looked down into the water. At least I can actually do the training now. That first day was so embarrassing. I couldn't even lift the cup at first. I'm just glad All Might was so understanding. And when I was able to lift it, Uraraka was so happy. Izuku smiled at the feeling of actual pride he had felt while they had congratulated him. A sudden loud crash broke Izuku from his thoughts. Turning to his side, he winced as the abandoned cars Ochako had been floating crashed into the sand. Soon afterward, Ochako stumbled into view, holding her stomach before she heaved over. Izuku quickly turned away, but he could still hear Ochako vomit up her breakfast. No, now that I'm thinking about it, Uraraka is definitely having a rougher time. When she was done, Izuku shouted over to her, "Are you okay?" She gave him a shaky thumbs up as she used a small towel to wipe her mouth before standing up. After taking a deep breath, she began to walk around each car, touching them and floating them up as she went back to her training. Izuku couldn't help but smile. No matter how hard things got, Ochako kept working at it. I wonder if she realizes how cool she is. She's going to be so strong when this is over. After catching himself staring for a bit too long and feeling his cheeks heat up, Izuku refocused on his own training as he once again pushed the cup out towards the ocean. A few hours later, with the sun beginning to set, All Might stood over both Izuku and Ochako, who were both collapsed on the sand and trying to recover from their day of quirk training. Izuku was busy rubbing his head with one hand and pinching his nose closed with his other. Ochako was curled up and clutching her stomach, trying to keep the little sips of water she had just finished from coming back up and joining her breakfast and lunch, which were splattered all over the sand. Kid, All Might began as he took a seat next to Izuku. You keep bleeding like that, and I might think you're copying me. Izuku smiled despite the splitting headache he had. It's not that bad, really. I think I only lost a pint today. Plus, there are worse things I could be doing than copying you, All Might. All Might chuckled. As long as you don't get as skinny as me, you should be fine. While they laughed, Ochako groaned out her disapproval. I swear, you start vomiting blood, I'm retiring you and taking one for all myself. Izuku rolled over, slowly as to not worsen his head, to give Ochako a lopsided grin. Maybe you should work on your own vomit issues before judging me and my bleeding. Ochako's cheeks puffed in a playful pout. I know where you live, Deku. You be nice about my vomiting. Besides, you're out for the count, while I'm just resting. I'm fine. Really? Izuku challenged. Really? Izuku smirked. Taking the challenge, he reached over and gave Ochako's stomach a gentle but firm poke. Ochako dry heaved as she clutched at her stomach. Deku. I swear I'll throw up on you next time. If you two have enough energy to horse around, maybe I need to add a little extra to your training. All Might teased. Both teens quickly looked over at him and shook their heads almost pleadingly for him not to. Don't worry, I'm not going to add anything. Just yet. Both Izuku and Ochako sighed in relief. After a bit, Izuku looked back over to All Might. Did you train like this when you got one for all? Honestly, not quite. While I don't like to brag, my body was already fit enough that I didn't need to train to receive my power, so I went straight into combat training. Oh, Izuku frowned as old feelings of self-doubt crept back into his mind. So I'm really behind, then. Deku. Ochako reached over and laid a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder. You're doing great. I can tell you are getting stronger. She's right, young Midoriya. I can already see the efforts you have put into your training are starting to pay off. Izuku smiled at that, much to Ochako's relief. Over the past couple months, she had watched as Izuku's constant self-doubts began to fade away. And while every now and then something would come up that would bring about new ones, it didn't take more than a few encouraging words to push them away. Will we be doing combat training as well, All Might? Ochako asked with just a bit of hope mixed in with her curiosity. While Izuku missed it, All Might didn't. Eventually. Though if I'm being honest, I'm still working that whole regimen out. You seem a little eager to learn how to fight, young Uraraka. Ochako looked away sheepishly, but couldn't deny there was perhaps one person she'd love to practice some fighting moves on. With a grunt, All Might stood up and dusted himself off. Now, if you two think you've recovered enough, help me load up my truck and we can all head home. With a groan, both teens slowly got up and began to load up the truck with the training supplies they had used that day. While Izuku loaded up some weights, Ochako walked over to where Izuku had been training to retrieve the small pool and cup. As she reached down to pick them up, All Might gave a hushed but quick call. Young Uraraka, wait. Ochako blinked in surprise, not from All Might's call, but by the sheer weight of the cup. What had looked like a simple ceramic coffee cup weighed far, far too much. What is this thing made out of? Bleed. Glancing over towards All Might, she saw him quickly put a finger to his mouth, practically imploring her to be silent as he rushed over and took the cup from her. All Might. SHH, not so loud. All Might glanced back and gave a small sigh of relief after seeing that Izuku was busy loading stuff back at the truck. All Might, what's going on here? Do you remember the first day of training, when I said I was going to help young Midoriya overcome the mental blocks he's put in place when using his quirk? Well, this is it. A cup. That's right. It looks like a normal coffee mug, which is how I want young Midoriya to see it. Ochako tilted her head as she thought about that. So ... he thinks he's lifting something that's actually heavier than he realizes. Correct. Right now, he only thinks he can lift a certain amount of weight. On the first day of quirk training, I had him work on lifting a normal coffee mug that looked just like this until he was able to do it. If you recall, I switched the cup when he wasn't looking. It took him a few tries, but he started lifting it quickly enough and was able to begin training with his quirk. So while he's lifting what he thinks are light items, he's actually training his quirk much harder than he realizes, and he's not running into the blocks he put up regarding his limits. Correct. And when the time comes, I'll show him just how strong his quirk is. By then, all those blocks and self-doubts will be gone. But he must not figure this out before then. If he knows the trick, then the placebo effect won't work anymore. And honestly, I had a heck of a time trying to come up with a safe way to help the boy work past his limits the first time. So let's just keep this between us, okay? Ochako nodded vigorously. I promise. As All Might carried the items away, Ochako let her gaze wander over to Izuku. A small smile spread across her lips as she watched him. After all this is done, I can't wait to see just what you'll be able to do, Deku. Month 3. I want to meet the person that's been training you too, Enko said suddenly while they sat down for dinner. Izuku's head snapped up in surprise while Ochako almost floated away her bowl of rice as she choked down her food. What do you mean? Inko gave Izuku a leveled look. Izuku, did you really think you'd be able to keep something like this a secret from me? Izuku glanced over nervously towards Ochako, who gave him a look that screamed, "Don't look at me." Inko took a bite of her food before reaching down underneath the table to pull out a small stack of papers, which both teens recognized as their older workout plans from the last couple of months. You two have only ever shown me the meal plans you had been given. If I had seen the rest of this earlier, I would have wanted to meet your trainer then. Despite the serious situation they were in, Izuku at least could breathe easier now that his mother did not know he was being trained by All Might. Still, this isn't exactly great, either. I thought I was being careful to keep Mom out of the loop. I guess I got careless. Mom ... why are you suddenly so concerned? Uraraka and I are doing just fine. You two for a while now have been training non-stop, and lately I've been getting more and more concerned. You both seem to be pushing yourselves so hard. And now that I know what you two have been doing, I want to make sure you aren't doing anything else that could get you hurt, or that someone isn't pushing you too far. There was a moment's pause as Inko looked from Izuku to Ochako, both teens growing more uncomfortable under the woman's stern gaze. Finally Inko said, "So, why don't you invite him to dinner, then? That should give him ample time to explain things to me. I'm sure your trainer would be able to make it tomorrow." Right? From Inko's tone, both teens knew she wasn't really asking. Izuku quickly excused himself and hurried to his room, closing the door behind him and grabbing his phone. Izuku frantically pulled up All Might's contact number and mashed the call button. As soon as he heard it stop ringing, he did not give All Might a chance to even say hello before blurting out in a loud whisper, "All Might, Yauni Takamova Fordner tomorrow. My Miss Medan no stuff no." On the other end of the line, All Might blinked in confusion. He waited a few moments until he finally heard Izuku stop breathing so hard. "Young Midoriya, I am going to need you to take a breath and try that again. Now, from the top." After taking a few deep breaths, Izuku tried again. "My mom found our old workout plans you'd given us. Up till now I've only given her the meal portions you wrote out for us. So after reading through it she's worried it's a bit too much for us, so she really wants to meet you to go over it." "She does. She wants to meet me." "Well, not you in particular. She wants to meet our trainer." I still haven't told her that you are training us. So would you be able to come for dinner tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? That's very short notice. My mom also wasn't very happy we kept this from her. She's worried Uraraka and I are pushing ourselves too much. Or really, I think she's worried you are pushing us too much." All Might frowned. "I suppose I was a little too distracted by their strides in their training. And I may have overlooked how their training might appear to others from the outside. She's not going to take no as an answer here, is she?" "All right, I will be over tomorrow. Thank you. However, I still believe we should continue to keep our more sensitive secrets from her." Before Izuku could respond to that, All Might quickly continued, "Let me add, it's not that I do not think your mother is trustworthy. I've had many friends over my time as a hero that I have trusted my life to. But at the same time, I've never told them about my power. I've wanted to. But once a secret is known by a few, it doesn't take much for it to spread. A couple people here or there adds up after a while. Young Midoriya." Izuku found himself nodding, even though no one else was in the room with him. "I understand. Then what should I tell her?" "Let her know I will be over for dinner and am more than happy to address any concerns she may have. Besides that, leave the rest to me. I'll have a good story and everything ready for tomorrow." Ochako numbly took another bite of her dinner as she and Inko sat in silence. It took a considerable amount of effort not to stare towards Izuku's room. Fortunately, before the silence became even more unbearable, Izuku hurried back into the room and got in his seat. "Mr. Yagi said he'll be more than happy to have dinner with us tomorrow and to talk with you." Inko smiled a very frosty smile. "That's excellent. I'm looking forward to talking with him." Both Izuku and Ochako tried to swallow the nervous lumps that formed in their throats. Neither of them were looking forward to tomorrow's dinner. The next day was clouded with a haze of distractions for the two. Neither Ochako nor Izuku could focus on their schoolwork or their training that day, which All Might had been absent for. Izuku got caught by their teacher muttering under his breath as he went over everything that could go wrong at dinner. Ochako had drifted out over the open water while practicing floating herself, much to her soaked dismay. Now, much to their chagrin, the day was over and they sat alone in Izuku's room, waiting for All Might to come over. "So," Ochako began, "you don't have any idea what All Might is planning?" She already knew the answer, but the stifling silence was beginning to take its toll on her nerves. Izuku sat quietly on his bed, giving no sign that he had even heard her. Ochako's fingers drummed softly on Izuku's desk, the soft tapping almost echoing like drums in the silence. "I'm sure we're overthinking this. It's going to be fine." More silence, and no reaction from Izuku at all. Ochako watched Izuku carefully. She could tell this dinner was making him nervous. It made her nervous too, but she knew something else was eating away at him. Every once in a while throughout the day, she would see a look come over him, a look she remembered him having the morning they had started training. Deku, what's on your mind? Nothing. You know, if there's something bothering you, you can talk to me. Again, nothing. Okay, no more nice girl. I'm done with this silent treatment. Just need to get some kind of reaction from him. Ochako rubbed her chin before a slightly wicked thought crossed her mind. It was cheap and dirty, but Izuku was not leaving her much choice in the matter. Ochako was not going to just sit in silence when she knew something was bothering her friend. Getting up, Ochako made her way over to stand in front of Izuku, and bent down slightly so that she was leaning next to his ear. "Deku," Ochako started, making her voice as sickly sweet as she could. "I can't hide my feelings for you anymore. I love you." Ochako paused and then added, huskily, "And I want to kiss you so much it hurts." There was a pause over a few heartbeats as Ochako waited to see if her words would finally get a reaction out of Izuku and break him out of his silent stewing. Much to Ochako's delight, she soon got her wish. Izuku's head snapped up fast enough that Ochako was worried he'd have whiplash. His eyes went wide and his face turned several shades of red before settling on a shade not unlike a ripe tomato. He leapt up, tangling himself in his bedsheets in the process, and tumbled to the ground in a stuttering mess. "Uraraka. You, kiss. You." Ochako doubled over in a fit of laughter, unable to hold herself back from Izuku's priceless reaction. Izuku soon clamped his mouth shut and glared daggers at Ochako. That was mean. After finally getting her laughter under control, Ochako sat down on the bed and offered Izuku a humorous but genuine apology. Sorry, but you didn't leave me much choice." Izuku huffed as he got up and plopped down next to her, cheek puffed out slightly in a pout. "I think I prefer when Kaken bullies me. At least with him, he just goes for the kill. You are way too creative." Ochako scrunched her face in disgust. Please don't compare me to Bakugou." She rubbed the back of her head briefly. "I am sorry. I probably shouldn't have teased you like that." "No kidding," Izuku replied, but without any real bite to his words. While his face was still flushed, he was at least smiling, much to Ochako's relief. "So, Deku, you have something on your mind. You've been really out of it all day." Izuku's smile dropped as he slumped down and let out a sigh. "Maybe. Honestly, this has been bothering me for a while now, but I've been so focused on stuff like school, or our training, or studying for the written exam that I've been able to kinda put it out of my mind. But now that All Might is coming here, it's kinda front and center. Makes it hard to focus on anything else, really. Do you want to talk about it?" "Yes, I think," Izuku answered while nervously twiddling his thumbs. "It's kinda hard to put into words." Ochako waited patiently as Izuku collected his thoughts before he turned to look at her. "You know, I've wanted to be a hero ever since I was a little kid, right?" "Yeah, I've seen the baby pictures to prove that." Izuku groaned but continued on. "And now, I'm taking real strides to make that dream a reality, in ways I couldn't have ever imagined." Ochako smiled. "Yeah, I bet getting trained by All Might really is a dream come true for you, huh? I'm not just getting trained by All Might, though. I'm also getting trained with someone who's now my best friend." Ochako nudged Izuku in the side softly. "Careful there. I might think you're putting me and All Might on the same level." "I am," Izuku stated matter-of-factly. "Hey, wait, what?" Izuku smiled sadly. "It's true I always wanted to be a hero, but I also wanted a friend. Growing up, no one wanted to risk Kaken coming after them too, so everyone just ignored me or joined up with him to get on his good side. So I never really had friends. But now, just like how I could never have dreamed I'd be training with All Might to become a hero, being friends with you, Uraraka, was something I could have never dreamed would have happened." All at once several thoughts and feelings rushed through her. How sad and lonely Izuku must have been growing up. How the temptation to see just how high she could throw that jerk Katsuki into the sky was starting to get very, very hard to ignore. And while these thoughts rushed through her, Ochako felt a few butterflies flutter in her stomach as she was suddenly keenly aware of just how close she and Izuku were sitting next to each other, on his bed no less, and how much warmer it had gotten in the small room. It sounds like you're getting everything you could want, Deku." Izuku nodded. "Everything is going so well, or at least it was. I'm sure All Might will be able to handle this, Deku. He'll get your mom to not be so worried about everything. He'll get mom to trust him, and us too. Yeah, it'll all work out." By lying to her, Ochako started to speak, but her words died in her throat. "Oh, Uraraka, I know how crucial keeping All Might's secret is. I really do. He trusted us with something so important. And I would never think about betraying that trust. I know how important keeping one for all to ourselves is." Izuku tapped his forehead lightly. "I've drilled it into my thick skull just to make sure I don't screw up and let something slip. To become a great hero, I have to keep this a secret." Izuku lowered his hand and placed it on his chest over his heart. "But here, I can't help but wonder, for me to become a great hero, do I have to become a bad son?" "Deku," Ochako whispered, at a loss as to what to say. When I think about it, Ochako thought sadly, Deku wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's so earnest and open about everything. Keeping secrets like this really does go against his very nature. Reaching out, Ochako took Izuku's hand into hers and gave it a gentle and firm squeeze. Deku, the fact that you are so worried over this tells me all that I need to know. A bad son wouldn't be worried about what his secrets were doing to his mother. You are a good son, and a good person for that matter. Don't let anyone tell you different, especially yourself. Izuku smiled and unconsciously moved his other hand to fold over Ochako's. That being said, Deku, Ochako continued, one for all is All Might's secret, and it's up to him when and who gets to learn it. Like you said, we have to respect that. We have to keep it secret. With a nod, Izuku agreed. I know. I really do know that, Uraraka. However, Izuku blinked as Ochako continued on. When it becomes your secret, then you'll get to be the one that decides who knows what. When it becomes my secret. Oh. Izuku's face lit up as it came to him. I never thought of that. One for all is ... is going to be mine, isn't it? Ochako nodded. Yes, it is. But until then, we have an important responsibility. We have to make sure All Might knows he put his trust in the right people. Right, Izuku agreed. I can do this. All Might trusted me. I won't let him down. When the two heard a knocking coming from the front door, they both snapped out of their trance. Both looked down and, seeing that they were still holding hands, gasped before letting go of each other, blushing and laughing nervously. Izuku stood and quickly composed himself. At least he hoped he had. Let's ... let's go. I'm sure that's All Might. Don't want to leave him outside too long. Ochako nodded and followed after him, trying to desperately rub the blush from her face while he wasn't looking. What was that? Opening the front door, Izuku welcomed All Might, who was in his smaller form. Ochako eyed him as he walked in, impressed that he had thought ahead to get dressed up for the meal. All Might wore a bright yellow pinstripe suit that looked several sizes too big, but at least it looked clean and pressed. I guess since he has to be ready to bulk up, all his clothes have to be like that. Ochako thought to herself. Welcome to my home, all. At once All Might put a finger up to shush Izuku while Ochako elbowed his side. Izuku had the good grace to immediately realize his mistake and quietly apologize. With an exasperated sigh, All Might bent down and whispered, let's just go with my actual name for right now. Both Izuku and Ochako nodded just as Inko came into the hallway. Izuku is our guest here. All Might stood up, and he was suddenly very grateful for the years of heroics that had taught him to remain calm and keep a good poker face. Outwardly, he was the picture of calm and professional, but inside, he was suddenly reeling. She was shorter and perhaps a bit more plump, but there was no denying what he saw. That is a hell of a resemblance. She looks just like. Mentally, All Might shook his head and buried the old memories that had started to creep up. Izuku turned towards his mother. Yeah, Mom. This is Mr. Yagi Tashinori, our trainer. Inko smiled as she welcomed All Might into her home, though Izuku could see a coldness behind her eyes. Welcome to our home, Mr. Yagi. I'm so glad to finally get a chance to meet you. Scary, all three thought. For All Might, it became clear he was in an uphill battle for sure. Bowing his head slightly, he replied, thank you for having me. I'd hate to think I've been troubling you. I hope I'll be able to put to rest any concerns that you have tonight. There was a brief pause while Inko stared at All Might. Her smile never wavered, however. Well then, you are just in time. I was just about to start plating, so please follow me and we can eat and you can ... talk. The three each gave an almost audible gulp as they followed after her. As All Might walked into the house, he shuddered from the brief glare he had been given. And I thought Aizawa had a mean stare. For the first few minutes of dinner, Inko made polite small talk with Izuku and Ochako, asking about their day, how school was going. While they talked, All Might was left to sit in relative silence as he waited for his turn. She definitely has no issue making sure I know my place here. I'll get my turn when she says so, I guess. So, Mr. Yagi. Upon hearing his name, All Might snapped to attention. Yes, ma'am. And here we go. Please, tell me about yourself. I would very much like to hear how you got to become a trainer for potential heroes. I'd also love to hear about how you came to know my son and Ochako. Yes, of course. I actually have something I would like to give you before I start, which I hope will explain my job a little better. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a small business card and a sealed envelope, which he handed over to Inko. This card is... Inko, despite herself, had a startled stumble as she looked over the card. You work for All Might's hero agency. All Might nodded but refrained from speaking, letting Inko look over the card before moving on to the envelope. Opening it, Inko pulled out a folded-up letter and carefully began to read it over, her eyes lingering on the signature and seal at the end. This is a reference letter signed by the principal of UA. Hi, Mr. Nezu. Izuku started to lean over to try and read the letter too, but a quick under-the-table kick from Ochako got him to straighten back up. She leaned over and whispered, maybe let all Mr. Yagi finish before you do something to blow his cover. Shrinking down into his seat, Izuku nodded in agreement. Inko gave the letter one last look before folding it up. These are impressive credentials, but I find it difficult to believe that you can work at both these places when they are so far apart. And I am still interested in how you met my son and Ochako. You are of course welcome to call the number on the card if you wish to confirm my employment. My work at UA, however, will be a bit more tricky as I don't technically work there. My involvement is more unofficial. I was honestly lucky the principal was willing to write out that little referral letter, to be honest. Inko frowned lightly. Unofficial? So you are not a member of their staff, then? A better term for me would be talent scout. Oh, working at such a high-profile heroes agency gives me a unique perspective on what qualities make a good hero. So UA had me use my unique perspective to look out for young talent with special qualities that might fall through the cracks and go unnoticed. And when I find potential students who I believe have the unique qualities to become great heroes, I make sure they are ready for the exams. All Might watched as Inko mulled over his explanation. So far, so good. And how does someone like you end up meeting my son, then? Honestly, by pure chance. A few months ago, your son was involved in an incident with a dangerous villain. Everyone at the table frowned as that memory was brought up. I was in the crowd that day, and I saw young Midoriya rush into that situation to save his friend. Ochako coughed, shooting All Might a quick frown, to save his classmate. So my son rushing into danger like that was the special quality that you noticed? Yes. Inko let her gaze shift over to Izuku. That special quality got him grounded, Mr. Yagi. As it should have, ma'am. But when you break it down to its simplest form, being a hero is rushing into dangerous situations. And both young Midoriya and young Uraraka displayed this tendency that day. Inko blinked and turned to look at Ochako in surprise. Wait, what does he mean, Ochako? Looks like they hadn't told her that fact. Whoops, All Might thought to himself sheepishly. Ochako fidgeted nervously as she explained. I was there too, during the villain attack. When Deku rushed out, I sorta chased after him. The crowd of people grabbed me before I could get him, though. Inko sat there stunned for a moment as several emotions flashed across her face. Well, thank goodness that they did. You could have gotten hurt. It's just, I was worried about Deku. I guess I wasn't really thinking, Ochako explained. Inko's eyes started to brim with tears. Well, thank you for worrying about him. And you, Izuku, you mustn't make your friends worry like that. Izuku gave his mother a nervous smile. I know, Mom. Uraraka already made me promise not to do it again. Well, at least there's that. After a few more moments, Inko turned her attention back to All Might, who had kept quiet as the three had talked. Please, go on, Mr. Yagi. All Might noted that some of the frost in her voice was gone now as he continued. Of course, Mrs. Midoriya, upon seeing the young man's bravery. After the incident, I decided to see if the two had any desire to enter into the field of heroics. Fortunately at the time, they were discussing how they planned on training together to prepare for the entrance exams. After explaining who I was and hearing my pitch to help them train, they took me up on my offer. Since then I've been helping them get ready to enter UA. Okay, Inko began as she mulled over All Might's story. But let's talk about this training, then. I've only just yesterday finally seen the regiment that these two have been doing, and I can't help but feel it's too much. All Might nodded slowly before he leaned forward. Ma'am, not to sound condescending, but are you aware of what awaits your son at UA? Inko frowned. Do you mean the entrance exam? Yes, UA has a rigorous entrance test that it uses to select its students. And while I personally feel it's limited in scope, that doesn't change the fact that it relies heavily on a student's combat potential. Which, and I mean no offense, your son was lacking to an extreme degree when we started. Izuku groaned in embarrassment while Ochako stifled a laugh. All Might looked over at Ochako and added, Don't laugh too hard, young Uraraka. You were just as bad. Ochako blushed and shot Izuku a quick dirty look, which clamped his mouth shut before he could say anything or laugh at her as well. Still, how much combat potential would a new student need at that point? It's only an entrance exam. They have to fight a horde of giant robots. Oh, what's more, the students are split into large groups, so not only are they supposed to destroy these robots, but they are competing against each other to see who can destroy the most. Inko sat in silence as she mulled over everything she had heard. Put together, everything did make sense. In truth, after everything she had heard, she knew she should feel elated that her son and his friend were able to find this man, that they were getting the best chance to achieve their dreams to become heroes. There was just one last thing she needed to know. Mr. Yagi, one last thing. You said you were a talent scout, correct? That's correct. A talent scout, not a talent trainer. The room was silent at that. Again, All Might was grateful for his poker face while internally he was beginning to sweat. Oh, well, shit. I guess the boy gets more than the tears and quirk from his mother. That's correct. Inko leaned forward and looked All Might dead in the eye. So why are you so invested in these two? Why are you putting in all this work, when from everything you said, it's only your job to find people, not train them? All Might sat in silence as he mulled over how he would respond. Finally, he gave his answer. Because I can see the future in them. These two, their drive, their desire to become heroes, is more than just a dream for them. Even before I met them, they were already taking steps to become heroes. That ambition, that drive. I suppose I want to see where it leads. Both Izuku and Ochako flushed from All Might's words while Inko smiled. No longer as frosty as before. Then I suppose I have only two things I want you to do for me. If you can, then I have no problem trusting these two to you. Of course, ma'am. I want regular updates from the three of you. No more being kept in the dark. Understand? Yes, ma'am, the three said in a chorus. And from you, Mr. Yagi, I want you to promise to look after them. If you are so invested in their future, I want you to help keep them safe to reach it. All Might put his hand over his heart as he spoke. Mrs. Midoriya, I give you my word. I will do everything in my power to make sure they will reach their future. The rest of the dinner passed without incident as the four passed the rest of the time with light conversations and simple pleasantries. When dinner was over, All Might said his goodbyes and promised to return sometime soon to give Inko a proper update on his two trainees' progress. He offered to give Ochako a ride back home, and Izuku followed after them under the pretense that he wanted to send them off. When the three reached All Might's truck, as one they breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed against the vehicle. Young Midoriya, are you sure your mother was never a professional hero? I've been in rooms with trained interrogators that didn't scare me as much as that woman. She wasn't that bad. Ochako shook her head in exasperation. Really, says the boy who looked ready to run away every time she looked at him. Izuku puffed up as he countered, you're one to talk. I've seen you look less pale after you've puked all over the beach. There was a brief pause before the three broke into a fit of laughter as, at long last, all the stress of the evening began to fade away. When their laughter began to finally die down, All Might straightened up and got into his truck, with Ochako following soon after him. Well, tonight has been an experience, but fortunately my story should help keep your mother from asking any other questions for now. Actually, All Might, Ochako began. I was wondering about that letter you had. How'd you get that? Did the principal of UA owe you a favor or something? Oh, that. Well, just between us, I'm going to be teaching at UA this coming year, so I didn't really need any favors to get that letter. Wait, really? Ochako and Izuku were both shocked by this revelation. All Might, does this mean you'll be teaching Uraraka and I? Are you going to be our homeroom teacher? Izuku asked quickly as he pulled himself into the truck through the open window in his excitement. Easy. Down, boy, down. Ochako laughed as All Might tried to push Izuku back outside. I'm going to be teaching heroics, so I'm not a homeroom teacher. Who are the homeroom teachers? Do you know them? How high are they in the polls? Deku, calm down already. You should probably focus on getting in before you worry about all that. Bashfully, Izuku lowered himself back to the ground outside All Might's truck. Sorry. I guess I got a little excited that All Might would still be teaching us after our training is done. A little, he says, Ochako and All Might thought. Don't you worry, young Midoriya. Even after you and young Uraraka get into UA, I know for a fact I won't be done with you. That's when your work will really begin. Ochako and Izuku glanced towards each other, both thinking along the same line. That was both incredibly reassuring and terrifying. With a few quick goodbyes, All Might pulled his truck out of the parking lot and left Izuku alone to walk back up to his home, hopeful that the upcoming months would be conflict-free and without any more surprises. Month 4. When the bell signaling the start of lunch rang, Ochako celebrated by letting her head fall onto her desk with a very undignified thud. She didn't care how bad it looked though, she was too tired to care. She knew she had to get up to eat her lunch eventually, but she would worry about that later. Right now, her desk beckoned her to take what little sleep she could get, and she was more than happy to take full advantage of her short break as she wrapped her arms around her head. Deku will wake me when it's time to eat. Right now, sleep. Izuku couldn't help but smile as Ochako took her short nap. He had pulled out their lunches for the day, but decided to wait a bit before taking Ochako up to their lunch spot. She deserves a few minutes at least. As he waited, Izuku pulled out his notebook and used the opportunity to scribble away in it. While he was still filling it with hero stats and analysis, a large number of pages were now dedicated to Ochako and himself, cataloging their improvements and coming up with ideas for team attacks and individual super moves, as well as a page dedicated to just team names he had toyed around with, but none he thought were worth mentioning. Oh man, do you still have that crappy notebook? Though Bakugou blew it up. With a quick yank, someone pulled the notebook from his hands. Suppressing a groan, Izuku looked up to see two of Bakugou's friends walking by him, holding the notebook over him like they were teasing a treat for a dog. It is the same notebook. Look, it's all burned and shit. Dude, Bakugou, you seeing this? The other boy laughed, while Bakugou turned to look at them but didn't say anything as he watched. Come on, Midoriya, don't you want your book back? The boy teased as he dangled the notebook over Izuku's head. The other boy laughed to the side, unaware that Ochako, who was no longer feeling sleepy, was looking right at him from behind her arms. As he casually walked past her desk, she quickly reached out and grabbed hold of the boy's wrist in a vice-like grip, but making sure she kept her pinky pulled back. The boy went stiff as he looked down at Ochako's hand, then at Ochako's face. The boy audibly gulped when he saw a pair of very angry eyes glaring back at him. Dude, maybe give him the book back, please." While still holding the book above his head, the boy looked over to his friend. "Aw crap. Yo Bakugou, a little help." Katsuki rolled his eyes at them. "You shits can get yourselves out of this one." Seeing that he wasn't going to be getting any help from Katsuki, the boy looked back towards Ochako. Let him go and I won't throw the book out the window." Ochako's frown deepened and her pinky twitched closer to her hostage's wrist. "Are you really trying to negotiate here? Dude, can't you just break free? Why are you letting her hold you down like that?" Ochako tightened her grip, causing the boy to squirm. "Oh hey, she's got a grip like a damn vice man. Shit, come on, you're going to break my wrist." "Okay, so you just float him. Is that supposed to scare me?" Ochako brought her pinky down till she was just barely not touching the boy with it. "He'll still have mass, you knucklehead. So when I use him as a club it'll hurt him, and you." Both boys gulped at that, while Katsuki raised an eyebrow as he watched the scene unfold. He then looked over at Izuku and noted that he didn't look panicked or concerned for his friend. He looked almost bored. Turning towards Izuku, the boy, in a last-ditch attempt to get out of the mess and still save face, tried to get him to rein Ochako in. "Okay, tell her to let go. You'll get your notebook back if you do." Izuku shrugged. "I think I'm going to get it back regardless of what happens next, so I'm good right now." The boys were stunned by that. Even Katsuki was giving Izuku a strange look. Ochako just smirked and asked, "Well, what's it going to be?" Both boys looked at each other before quickly dropping the book back onto Izuku's desk. The moment Izuku picked it up, Ochako let go of the other boy, who quickly scampered away with his friend out of the classroom. With them gone, Ochako was ready to relax and pull Izuku away to have lunch, now that she was fully awake. However, thoughts of lunch came to a screeching halt when Katsuki got up from his desk and walked over to Izuku. Katsuki stood over Izuku and looked down at him, while Izuku looked back. Izuku no longer looked bored as he had with the other two boys, but he wasn't acting like Katsuki was used to him acting around him either. Katsuki could see some of the nervous twitches and tics he was used to seeing come from Izuku whenever he got close, but there were so few of them now. He wasn't shaking, or desperately looking for a way to put some distance between the two. "When the fuck did this happen?" Katsuki thought with a frown. "Kaken, when in the fuck did you get a backbone, Deku?" Izuku blinked in surprise, while Ochako felt herself tense up. She didn't like how Katsuki was looking at Izuku. The whole situation felt like a powder keg, and every instinct in her was telling her to be ready for it to go off. After giving Katsuki's question some thought, Izuku answered simply, "I guess I had to grow one eventually." The fuck? Katsuki wasn't sure why, but that response just pissed him off even more. Deku shouldn't have any backbone. He's a worthless extra. Where is this coming from? Katsuki's eyes then fell onto the notebook Izuku had held against his chest before he looked back at Izuku and stared him down. "Why do you still have that? I thought I made myself clear." "Right," much to Katsuki's surprise and anger, Izuku didn't shrink away from Katsuki's glare. Izuku gulped as he tried to find the right words to say, but he was struggling. He might not be running away in fear from his old friend turned bully, but that didn't mean he still wasn't intimidated. Ochako, however, had had enough of Katsuki's intimidation of her friend and stood up. "Back off, Bakugou. He doesn't owe you any kind of explanation." Katsuki let his eyes shift over to Ochako as he removed his hands from his pockets and let them hang at his side as a few small explosives crackled in his palms. Ochako didn't back down and let fingers brush against her chair, each pad making contact while she leaned on it, not letting Katsuki know if it was floated or not. Before either student could call the other's bluff, Izuku cut in. "Kaken, stop, please." The pops coming from Katsuki stopped as Izuku once again had his undivided attention. "I don't know why it bothers you so much, but I've been trying to improve myself. I can't stay the way I was back then and expect to accomplish anything. I want to be better, that's all." Izuku paused briefly before gathering the rest of his courage and adding, "To be more like you." There was an almost physical shift to the atmosphere in the room after that as both Katsuki and Ochako looked at Izuku. Ochako looked completely flabbergasted while Katsuki looked ready to burst. "What the fuck? Be like me, huh? Fat chance, you little shit." Though that last thought lacked the usual conviction Katsuki was used to having, and that fact unnerved him enough to want to get out of the room. "You want to waste your time trying to do the impossible? Fine, I don't give a shit. You improve yourself to your heart's content. It doesn't change a fucking thing, you worthless shitty Deku." You are an extra and will always be an extra compared to me. Got it. Nothing you do will ever matter. Katsuki turned away and stalked towards the door of the classroom, stopping only briefly to look back at Ochako. And you pink cheeks, keep pushing and I'll show you I got no problem fucking your shit up even if you're a fucking chick. With that said, Katsuki left, slamming the door behind him and leaving Izuku and Ochako alone in the class. Izuku sighed. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. You really shouldn't push him, Uraraka. He might actually call your bluff one day. Under her breath, Ochako growled out, What bluff? Huh, did you say something, Uraraka? No, I didn't. Ochako's voice was still sharp as she quickly tapped her fingers together and let her chair come to rest back on the floor. Now that that's over with, let's go eat. I'm getting pretty hungry. As Izuku started to get up from his desk, however, Ochako interceded. Hold it, Deku. We need to talk. Izuku blinked. What? Now? Right now? Ochako's curt response left no room for debate on the issue. Izuku recognized, so he quickly sat back down. Ochako frowned as she collected her thoughts, while Izuku squirmed in his seat, growing uncomfortable from the sudden seriousness emanating from Ochako. Are you mad at me? Ochako shook her head. No, I'm not mad, Deku. You haven't done anything to make me mad. Oh, because you seem mad. I'm not mad at you, Ochako corrected. I'm mad at what just happened. At this whole situation. Izuku could only shrug. It's just the way things are. It's not great, sure, but I guess I stopped caring about it some time ago. Deku, Ochako tried not to let her growing frustration get pointed towards Izuku as she looked at her friend, clearly not understanding how he could think like that. How can you just accept that? Maybe back when we first met I could understand you wanting to keep your head down. But now, I know how far you've come in your training. You could easily deal with this and nip it in the bud, because what they do to me doesn't matter, Uraraka. I know who I am, and who I am working to become. Some teasing from some guys that are that immature isn't going to change that. Ochako wasn't entirely sure how to respond to that. She was of course happy that Izuku had found a sense of self-respect. That had been one of the main goals of the training that All Might had mentioned to her back when they started. But it also led into her biggest issue she had with everything that had just taken place. Are you really trying to become more like Bakugou? Rubbing the back of his head, Izuku answered with a sheepish yes. Ochako slammed her hands onto her desk, startling Izuku with her violent outburst. Why? Why would you want to be anything like that? That jerk. I'm not saying he doesn't have his issues, Uraraka. And I'm not saying I want to be exactly like him, but he does have good points. I can't believe I'm hearing this from you, Deku. You've told me how he's gone out of his way to make your life miserable since you were kids. Years of verbal and physical abuse, and you're going to defend him with, he has good points. Uraraka. I'm not pretending that all those things didn't happen. But like you said, I've known Kaken for years. I've watched him grow and get stronger day after day. He has an amazing quirk, is a natural when it comes to combat, and he has so much confidence in himself. None of those things makes up for anything he's done, Deku. No, it doesn't. But I know that I need to have those qualities in order to become a great hero. Ochako was about to say something, but decided against it. Instead, she let Izuku continue with his explanation. At least that way, she thought, she would know exactly what she was dealing with. I know I lack those qualities. I'm working to make myself better in that regard. But I'd be kidding myself if I thought I was close to what I needed. Kaken, though, has these in spades. So if I can be more like him in those regards, then it'll help me overall be a better hero. It'll help me surpass him when the time comes. So, Ochako began, you want to be more like Bakugou, to surpass Bakugou. Pretty much. Yeah, Deku, don't you think there are better ways to go about this? Ways that don't involve you having to deal with Bakugou? I'm sure there are, but I guess I want to see it as a rivalry. Maybe it's petty, but I don't just want to beat him, Uraraka. I think I have too. If I don't, then I'm afraid I'll keep living in his shadow. And I can't be a hero like that. Deku. Ochako began after a few seconds to digest everything Izuku had said. I'll be completely honest. Whatever this thing is between you and Bakugou is, this fated battle between men, I don't understand it at all. I honestly think you shouldn't have anything to do with him at this point. He is not worth your time. But if you need this, if you feel this strongly about needing to surpass Bakugou, then I'll do everything I can to help you do it. Uraraka, thank you. Besides, Ochako added with an almost predatory grin, if the end result is you being happy and Bakugou losing, how can I miss the chance to see that jerk finally get what's coming to him? Izuku laughed. Uraraka, remind me to never get on your bad side. You have a little mean streak in you. Ochako laughed as well before she stood up and grabbed her lunch from her bag. Come on, let's go eat before lunch period ends. For the following days, Izuku and Ochako were able to enjoy some peace during their time in school. Their fellow students did not try to antagonize Izuku anymore, and in fact were now going out of their way to avoid him. though Izuku assumed that Ochako had put a healthy amount of fear into them, and they had come to the conclusion that avoiding him was the best way to avoid her. Katsuki had also gone back to simply ignoring the two, though Ochako would catch him every now and then glancing at Izuku. What he was thinking she couldn't guess. She couldn't see anything past the anger in his eyes. Izuku at least hadn't noticed, and she was in no hurry to let him know. Katsuki could stew in his own little world, for all she cared. There was no reason to have Izuku become paranoid that Katsuki was watching him. With their issues in school dealt with, both were free to turn their attention towards their training. Izuku pulled at the ropes that were wrapped around the base of a large industrial refrigerator before squatting down and sliding his arms through the rope's loops and tightening them against his shoulders. On the other side of the fridge, he could hear Ochako getting herself ready as she wrapped the rope around herself. "You ready back there, Uraraka?" "Yeah, I'm strapped in. Let's get this thing out of here." All Might had made their training for today simple. They were given some heavy rope and shoulder straps and told to move all the large industrial and home appliances out of their section of the beach without using their quirks. What followed was a day full of hate-filled tug-of-war with abandoned AC units, ovens, water heaters, and kitchen fridges, as all of them were carried or dragged across the beach like sleds to All Might, who would load them onto his truck for disposal. With the sun low in the sky and their legs burning from their work, both teens were ready to remove the last obstacle in their way and go home. "Okay, on 3. We lift." "Right. On 3, got it, Deku." 1, 2. Both Izuku and Ochako pulled their ropes tight as they tensed up and took deep breaths. 3. Digging their feet into the sand. Both fought through the weight pulling them down as they forced their legs to straighten out, until finally the fridge popped free from the sand and wobbled in the air between the two. "Okay, it's up. It's up. I know. We going on your count, right, Deku?" "Yeah, I'll call out our steps." "Okay, just don't let this thing tip over onto you. If it does, just promise you'll get me a nice headstone." Despite the strain she was fighting through, Ochako chuckled. "Do they make All Might branded tombstones? Very funny. Let's get this thing moved already. On my count, 1. Izuku and Ochako stepped forward as Izuku called out each step. Slowly, but surely, they walked across the beach till they reached their goal line, with All Might clapping for them as they finally came to a stop. "Good, very good. Now set it down gently, don't crush your toes." With the last piece lowered down, Izuku let himself fall into the sand and slid his arms out of the straps. Ochako walked around and sat down next to him with a soft groan. "I can't feel my legs, Deku. You'll have to carry me home tonight." Ochako groaned as she rubbed her legs to work the soreness out. "Only if you float yourself. I don't think I can handle carrying any more weight today." Ochako stopped rubbing as she turned and glared at Izuku, who felt a sudden chill run down his spine. "Did you just say that I was heavy, Midoriya?" While Izuku frantically backtracked his statement, All Might lifted the last appliance and loaded it onto the truck. Shrinking down, he reached into the front and pulled out some water for the two. "Come on, you two, I'll give you a lift back. I think you both earned a little break today after all the work you put in." Cheering their good luck, Izuku and Ochako stumbled into the truck and relaxed as All Might drove them away from the beach. The drive back was quiet and uneventful, with Izuku and Ochako enjoying their chance to rest. When All Might pulled into the parking lot of the building, Izuku looked over at his mentor, confused as he had assumed All Might would just be dropping them off. "Are you coming up with us?" Izuku asked. "I figured I'd take the chance to speak with your mother some. Give her a quick update on how you're doing." "Nothing major." "Oh, okay." When Izuku turned around to exit the truck, he missed the quick glances and smirks shared between Ochako and All Might as they followed after him, entering into his home. Izuku blinked in confusion when he saw that none of the lights were on. "Mom, are you home?" Fumbling in the dark, Izuku made his way down the hall into the dining room. Ochako lagged behind a few steps, letting Izuku move ahead while she handed a small object to All Might. "Hold on, let me grab the light. I guess Mom is out right now." Izuku called back to them. Finding the light switch, Izuku flipped it on. He paused when he noticed a banner hanging on the wall besides the dinner table. "Wait, happy birthday." Surprise! Behind him, Ochako and All Might yelled at the same time as they pulled the small cords on two small confetti poppers, startling Izuku enough to make him jump, which was just the reaction Inko was waiting for. From her hiding spot, she quickly snapped several photos of her startled son. "Wait, what? What's going on?" Izuku asked in confusion as he tried to regain his composure. Ochako giggled as she reached up and began picking a few strands of paper out of Izuku's hair. "It's a surprise party, of course." Pointing at himself, Izuku asked, "For me? But I never told you when my birthday was." Disregarding the fact you seem to think it'd be okay to hide your birthday from me, which you better believe you and I are going to have a discussion over that. I'm your best friend, Deku. You think I wasn't going to find out when your birthday was? But how? I asked your mom, obviously. Ochako answered with a smirk. "Now come on, birthday boy, you have presents to open. Then we can eat." Still stunned, Izuku was led to the table where his mother and All Might were waiting for them. Once they had sat down, All Might handed Izuku a cardboard tube for carrying posters. "Here you go, young Midoriya." "Mr. Yagi, thank you." Pulling the top off, Izuku pulled out the poster inside and tried his best not to scream in shock. This is the super rare poster that was made in America just after All Might made his professional debut. They only printed a few of these. Look, it's him in his very first costume with his super car. And it's signed too. All Might smiled. "Perks of the job, young man. I had to check to make sure you didn't have that one, honestly, considering your collection." A soft deep escaped from Izuku as he lowered the poster to look at All Might. "You've seen my room. I may have taken a peek." Ochako laughed as Izuku lowered himself in his chair, trying desperately to disappear. "Come on, Deku, it's not that bad." "Yes, it is. It's embarrassing. Young Midoriya, I can assure you, if All Might had seen your collection, he would be very flattered." Feeling better, Izuku sat back up and rolled the poster back into its protective case. "I'll have to make sure to find a good frame for this ... and try and find a space on my wall," Izuku added with a blush. Inko smiled brightly, enjoying the sight of her son having a good time on his birthday, before she looked over at Ochako. "Would you like to give him your present now, Ochako?" Ochako's smile faltered. After seeing what All Might had gotten for Izuku, she was suddenly feeling very self-conscious over her gift. "That signed poster is a hard act to follow, but I hope you like it, Deku." Ochako pulled out a medium-sized All Might-themed paper gift bag and handed it to Izuku, who took it with a huge smile on his face, which did reassure her somewhat. For the past few weeks, after learning of Izuku's upcoming birthday, Ochako had spent almost all of her free time fretting over what she could get him. For a while she had been sure she was get him some kind of All Might merchandise. She had a pretty good idea what stuff he did and didn't have, so finding something hadn't been that hard. Internet stores and some local shops had great selections to choose from. However, two things ended up putting that plan on ice. First and foremost had been the price of everything. The store she had visited did have an excellent collection to choose from, but she had almost swallowed her tongue when she started looking at the price tags. While she had been able to save a nice chunk of money from spending so much time at the Midoriya's place, she could not bring herself to spend that kind of money. Then, when All Might was invited to the surprise party she and Inko had planned, and he had promised he'd find a perfect addition for Izuku's collection, Ochako found herself back at square one. With less than a week to go, she had begun to worry that she wouldn't be able to come up with a good idea for a gift. She toyed briefly with the idea of a gift card, but quickly discarded that. She was not going to get her best friend such an impersonal gift. By chance, during one of her walks home as she was browsing through a couple of stores, she came across a small bookstore. On a whim she went inside and found what she hoped would be a present Izuku would like. Izuku reached into the bag and pulled out Ochako's gift. A new notebook. It was bigger than his old one, and thicker too, with a hard leather cover. It was the kind of notebook you could see an important businessman, like an executive, have, except for two key features. The leather was a vibrant green, the same color he would glow while using his quirk, and right across the front of the book was stamped, "Hero Analysis for the Future number 14. As Izuku ran his fingers over the lettering, Ochako started to explain her reasoning behind the gift, stuttering some from her nervousness. "I noticed that you had filled out a lot of the pages in your other book, and it wasn't in the best of shape since..." She paused as she decided not to bring up that episode with Bakugou. "Anyway, I thought you might be looking for a new one, so I found that and thought you'd like it." "Uraraka, I love it. Thank you so much." Izuku cut in excitedly, startling Ochako from her nervousness. "You do? Of course. This is perfect. I can't wait to start filling it out," Izuku said with a huge smile. Relief washed over Ochako and she returned Izuku's smile with her own. "Well, happy birthday, Deku." Later that night, after everyone had gone home, Izuku sat at his desk with his new notebook opened, busily writing in its first entry. A knock on his door grabbed his attention as Inko peeked in. "Izuku, make sure you get to bed soon. You still have your training tomorrow morning. Mr. Yagi wants to make sure you and Ochako work off all that cake you two ate." "I will, Mom. I just want to start this before I go to bed." "Okay, just not too late." As she started to leave, Izuku called out, "Wait, Mom." "Yes, thank you for telling Uraraka about my birthday." Inko smiled. "Well, she did come to me asking about when it was. Luckily, she thought of it before it was too late." She paused before asking, "Izuku, why didn't you tell her before?" Izuku shrugged. "I guess I didn't think it was something that important." "Well, I'm glad you have someone around that clearly thinks different. She really cares about you, you know." Izuku blushed and desperately waved his arms around, as if to ward off the implications of his mother's words. "Mom, Uraraka is my friend. My best friend. Don't go acting weird about it." With a chuckle, Inko said her goodnight to Izuku and closed the door behind her, leaving Izuku slightly flustered. After regaining his composure, he went back to his work, wanting to finish the first page before bed. Ochako's entry. The next day, Izuku smiled brightly as he jogged down the street in the early morning. Ever since last night he couldn't help but have a little spring in his step. It had been far too long since he had a friend wish him a happy birthday, much less buy him a present. Actually, when was the last time anyone besides Mom wished me a happy birthday? I think Kaken came over, but that was when we were still really little ... and still friends. Izuku shook his head to dispel the depressing thoughts, before he found himself thinking back to Ochako and her gift. Ochako's bright smile filled Izuku's memory, and he couldn't help but smile to himself. She really put a lot of thought into what to get me. I have to make sure I do the same for her, but I have no idea how to shop for a girl. Suddenly Izuku was pulled from his daydream when a girl rushed past him, brushing him aside as she hurried by before quickly turning a corner and disappearing down an alleyway. Izuku blinked but quickly found himself getting pushed aside as some guys, who looked a few years older than him, rushed by. You see which way that chick went? Yes, she went down here. The boys smirked. Awesome. Looks like she wants to have some privacy. The group snickered before they entered the alley and disappeared. Izuku regained his bearings before glancing towards the alleyway, a pit forming in his stomach. I need to find someone. But as he looked around he realized that with it being so early in the morning, there was no one else walking the streets. If I go looking for an officer or hero, it'll be too late. Steeling himself, Izuku hurried after the group. Running down the alley, Izuku soon came upon the group. 3 high schoolers leaned over the girl who had her back against the wall. She looked about the same age as Izuku, and she was wearing a school uniform that was pretty roughed up, from a school he didn't recognize. She looked like she had been living a rather hard life, since it wasn't only her uniform that was in bad shape. She herself looked a little worse for wear, but despite her situation, she didn't seem overly panicked. She's doing a good job staying calm. Now come on, girl. This shy act is getting a little old. A girl like you should be happy you have some paying customers. Yeah, I doubt you get picked too often looking like this. So let's have some fun already, huh? No more running around, okay? You don't want us getting mad, right? The girl's eyes drifted up to the boys. Mad, huh? One of the boys reached up towards her when Izuku made himself known. Get away from her. 3 heads whipped around at once and glared back at Izuku, who tried to return their looks with one of his own. Internally, though, he was desperately trying to think of what to do next. Okay, I got their attention. Now what do? I need a plan. The hell do you want, kid? Scram already. Izuku shook his head and kept himself planted. No, I'm not leaving you alone with her. I just need to reach her and pull her out of here. I don't need to win a fight. Just escape back out into the street. Izuku silently scanned the alley. It was dirty, with garbage littering around trash cans that looked like they hadn't been changed in way too long. The largest of the group walked towards Izuku, giving him an intimidating look, helped by the rows of sharp teeth that peeked through past his smirk. You trying to be a hero or something? That's a good way to get yourself hurt. The girl tilted her head to the side, her calm demeanor turning more inquisitive as she watched. A hero, huh? Izuku took a step forward till the two were only a few feet apart. The high schooler was tall, and must be used to cowling people with his presence. But Izuku had stared into the eyes of a real villain only a few months ago. Compared to him, this guy wasn't scary at all. The high schooler's smirk turned into a sneer, and more of his teeth flashed into view. Okay, maybe he's a little scary. Last chance to walk away, kid. Izuku smiled, like he was sure All Might would. I was gonna say the same to you. With a growl, the high schooler pulled his arm back, getting ready to slug Izuku right in the jaw, but as he did, Izuku activated his quirk, surrounding himself in viridescent light. The high schooler blinked in surprise and Izuku capitalized on that. Reaching up with his right hand, Izuku looked past the boy into a trash can, which Izuku hopped wasn't too heavy, behind him. The instant the can was surrounded in light, Izuku yanked his hand back and pulled as hard as he could. Immediately he felt a sharp throb in his head, but it wasn't as bad as he had feared. The can screeched across the pavement before rolling onto its side and slammed into the back of the first boy's legs, knocking his feet out from underneath him and sending him tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. The other boys gave surprised yells before they rushed forward, but Izuku was already getting ready. Reaching out again with his hand, Izuku swung in front of himself, and at the same time, a large garbage bag launched itself into the head of a boy, knocking him down and covering him in days-old trash that exploded from the torn plastic. Unfortunately for Izuku, the last boy was able to close the distance between the two before Izuku could find something to hit him with. He only just had enough time to realize he was about to get hit when the boy swung and punched him right in the mouth. You little punk. As he readied to get in another hit, Izuku stumbled backwards, almost falling. He needed to stay on his feet. Falling down now would give the other boys a chance to get up and he'd have lost any element of surprise. The boy put his all into his next swing, and Izuku desperately reached out with his quirk. The boy's fist and arm glowed green and Izuku pulled as hard as he could. Using his psychokinesis almost as a rope, he used the boy's own momentum against him and yanked him down, while at the same time pulled himself up to keep himself from falling back from the first hit. As the boy stumbled past, Izuku stuck out his leg, tripping the boy who fell face first into the ground. Got him. Izuku didn't celebrate his victory long though, as he rushed forward and took the girl by the hand and pulled her away from the three as they stumbled to get up. Hurry, let's get out of here. The two ran out of the alley and down the street till Izuku put as much distance between them and the boys as he could before coming to a stop to give both of them a chance to catch their breath. Turning around, Izuku looked at the girl. Are you okay? The girl, however, was bent over, still taking in deep breaths. She held up a hand and gasped out, "1 sec. Oh, sorry." Izuku rubbed his head nervously as he waited. I guess I've just gotten used to running longer since I started training. Now that they were safe and the adrenaline he had built up finally started to settle, Izuku started to feel the pain from the punch that he got hit with. Reaching up, Izuku touched his lip and winced, pulling his hand away and looking at his fingers, which were slick with blood. Ouch, yeah, that's not great. Izuku searched his pockets for something to dab at his lip. While he searched, the girl surprised him when she suddenly closed the distance between them, practically squealed. That was so cool. Izuku did his best not to jump back in embarrassment as the girl invaded his personal space. Spending so much time with Ochako should have helped him some when dealing with girls, at least he had hoped it would. But in reality, he only really spent time with Ochako, and this was someone he had never met before. Two completely different situations for Izuku. It was nothing. Really, Izuku stuttered out. He took a step back to give himself some space, but the girl followed after him, eyes wide and starry, and a huge smile on her face. A smile so big Izuku absently noticed something. Fangs. Yellow eyes stared into Izuku's green eyes for a few more seconds before her gaze drifted down. Oh, your lip is bleeding. It doesn't really hurt, so please don't worry about it. I just need something too. The sudden sound of fabric tearing cut Izuku off. The girl had reached down and ripped a section of her uniform top off. Taking the torn piece, she gently wiped Izuku's lip and chin before applying some pressure on the cut lip. You were so cool back there, like a real hero. Well, I am trying to get into UA actually. Izuku fumbled as the girl continued cleaning him up. Really, UA is that super hard hero school, right? The girl asked as she finished up and pulled away, pocketing the bloodied cloth. Izuku nodded in affirmation. Yeah, that's why I've been training every day to pass the entrance exams. The girl eyed him, during which Izuku tried not to shrink away. But there was no getting around how penetrating the girl's eyes were as she looked at him. Does she think I'm making it up? I guess I don't really look like much. The girl's smile widened even more as she giggled. Wow, I got saved by such a cute hero in training. It's really my lucky day. Izuku felt his face flame up and his eye bulge as he pointed at himself. Cute. Me. She nodded. Oh yeah, you fit the cute hero role perfectly. Swooping in and saving the damsel in distress. It's like a fairy tale. She took another step forward, till she was almost pressed against Izuku, and after such a daring rescue, I think the hero should get his reward right. She leaned forward and whispered, a hero needs a reward. Izuku could feel the heat coming off her. She was so close, her lips so close to his. Slowly, ever so slowly, Izuku reached up and gently pushed her away, even though his face was flushed red. And he shook from almost uncontrolled embarrassment. He made sure he was as gentle as possible as he put some space between the two of them. Thank you, but you don't have to do that. I didn't save you for a reward. I did it because you looked like you needed help. That you're safe now is enough for me. The girl's smile dropped and her eyes widened as she stared at him. Izuku was worried he had offended her. Soon though, the smile came back and she started to laugh. She doubled over before she found a wall to lean on to steady herself. Confused, Izuku could only blink and try to guess what she found so funny. A hero that helps just to help, huh? Is there something funny about that? The girl calmed down and shook her head. No, I'm laughing because the person taking care of me doesn't really have a high opinion of pro heroes. Thinks they care too much about the fame and such, but I think he'd love to meet you. You sound like a real mold breaker, or like All Might. He talks about All Might a lot. Did she just compared me to All Might? The blush returned in full force as Izuku hid his face behind his arms, stuttering and mumbling his thanks. The girl smirked at this. Well, I have to get going now. Thank you again. Izuku gasped as she turned to leave. Wait. Don't you want to go to a police station or hero office? She shook her head as she dismissed the offer. No, not really. I'm fine. But miss. She whirled around with a frown. You don't call me miss. It makes me sound old. Oh, I'm sorry, but I don't know your name. She tapped her chin in a show of thinking before she seemed to have an aha moment. Actually, I don't even know your name either. I should know the name of my hero. Don't you think? So, you tell me your name and I'll tell you mine. Okay, I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you. The girl smiled brightly, and her eyes practically shined. Toga Himiko. And believe me, the pleasure was mine. Then with a skip and hop, she bounded down the street and out of view, leaving Izuku in a confused state. He was happy he had been able to save her from those guys, but he was also worried that he should have done more to take her to a hospital or something. He was also more than a little flustered as he tried to get his hormones under some kind of control. After all, he had come so close, so very, very close to letting her kiss him. After a bit, Izuku gave the empty street Hineko had disappeared down one last look before hurrying on his way. At Dagoba Beach, Ochako fidgeted nervously as she and All Might waited at the beach for Izuku to finally arrive. Not like the boy to be late, All Might said as he checked his watch. I'm sure he'll be here any second, All Might. Ochako scanned the roads. Izuku wasn't that late, but it was so strange that she couldn't help but worry a little. Before either could decide if they should start looking for him, I'm sorry I'm late, Izuku yelled as he came sprinting down the beach towards them. After reaching them, he bent over as he caught his breath. Young Midoriya, did you oversleep this morning? All Might asked as he walked over to Izuku, followed behind by Ochako. Izuku stood up, about to apologize again for his tardiness. But then All Might got a look at his face. What happened to you? You look like crap. Wait, what? Ochako thought in alarm as she moved around All Might and rushed to Izuku's side. She gasped when she saw his face. Izuku's lower lip and cheek had already swollen up, and the dark tint of a bruise had begun to form. He had the distinct look of someone who got punched in the face. Oh, it's nothing really. I kinda got into a fight with these guys and one punched me in the face, Izuku answered, embarrassed at Ochako's worry over him. Deku, what do you mean? Who punched you? As All Might motioned for Izuku to sit down, Izuku explained the events that had happened earlier. How on his way to the beach, he had seen a group of boys chase a girl into the alley, and with no one around went after them. Ochako frowned deeply, making sure Izuku was keenly aware that she was not happy to hear he had rushed into the alley after the boys by himself. So you rushed into another dangerous situation. Izuku could swear he could feel the frost on Ochako's voice. I didn't really have much of a choice. Ochako left out a small huff, but honestly could not say anything to disagree with him. So I guess since you're here you were able to help her then. Izuku nodded, with a slight smile. I was, but that's not the best part. Oh, both All Might and Ochako, who was still miffed over the ordeal, leaned forward some, both curious to what Izuku could add to the story. I used my quirk to save her. Izuku had a huge grin now. Ochako's eyes went wide while All Might had a huge smile. Did you know? Perfect. It looks like the training is progressing like I'd hoped it would if he's confident enough to use his quirk in that kind of situation. I mean, all I did was just throw some trash around, so it wasn't really that impressive. Deku, Ochako cut in, you used your quirk to help someone. That's great. Embarrassed and a little flattered, Izuku ran his fingers through his hair. Yeah, I guess so. She thought I was really cool too. Ochako felt her eye twitch. That's nice. All Might gave Izuku a pat on the back. Very impressive, young Midoriya. Then with a teasing smile added, though I must admit, when you said you saving the girl wasn't the best part, I thought perhaps you had gotten a kiss or something as a reward. The moment those words left All Might's mouth, he was suddenly very aware he had made a mistake. While Izuku lowered his head to cover his now red face, a look quickly flashed across Ochako's face that let All Might know, I just stepped on a landmine. Young Uraraka, please don't look at me like I'm something gross stuck to your shoe. She did want to. Izuku squeaked out, unaware that Ochako's gaze had turned back to him. Oh no, young Midoriya, be careful. All Might fretted as he looked between the two. But I stopped her. I mean, it wouldn't be right for me to let her kiss me like that after saving her. Right. Ochako's face lit up. That's right, Deku. Heroes don't go around accepting those kinds of rewards. You did the right thing. Right, All Might? Yes, of course. Very well done. You not only showed courage by helping this young lady, but great character as well. As expected of the one I chose to inherit my power. Himiko frowned as she returned to her little hovel under an overpass in the more shady part of town. It was little more than a few large cardboard boxes and wooden pallets leaned together, but for the last few weeks it had been her home. Or more accurately, their home. But she didn't have to look hard to know that it had been cleaned out and abandoned though. She gave a small sigh as she kicked an empty can of food left on the ground. So he finally went and left me. He always kept saying he was going to leave me. Guess I never really believed him. She crawled into the box and sat down on the dirty sleeping bag. Pouting, she pulled her knees up to her chest. Now what do I do? I was only gone for a few days. But he could be anywhere by now. And it was almost impossible to track him down the last time he left me. Oh, Mr. Stain, I thought we had something special. But I guess you care more about those fake heroes than me. Silence was her only answer as she looked out to the harsh world before her from her hut. Stain was making the world better. I wanted to make the world better like him too, so I could live in it. It's so hard to live in this world. But she reached into her pocket and pulled out the torn cloth she had used to clean that boy Izuku's lip. She stared at it for a long time before taking the tip into her mouth. Even though the blood had dried and turned dark, she couldn't help but moan slightly at the taste. Is this what a hero tastes like? It's so so good. She sat in her hut, sucking on the cloth till it was left damp and sticky from her saliva. With a huff, Himiko fell back onto her sleeping bag and held the cloth to her heart more. I want more. Mr. Stain never let me taste his. But I bet it would have never tasted like this. Himiko whimpered as she felt herself heat up. She could feel herself on the verge of something wonderful. And she loved it. Izuku Midoriya, you're going to make the world a better place, right? That's what real heroes do. I want that. I want it. I want it. I want you. I want you. I want more of you. She throbbed as she rolled around, laughing and crying out to the world her wants and desires. All the while, her mind raced. It wouldn't be easy, finding a way to be with him. He was training to be a hero, and she was anything but heroic. But as she lay in her ecstasy, she came to a simple conclusion. Even if it was hard, she would find a way to be with him. Just you wait for me, my darling Izuku. I'll find a way. Month 5. The quiet evening at the Midoriya home was suddenly shattered with a loud scream. We're not training together anymore. All Might held up his hands as he tried to calm both Izuku and Ochako down. Easy you two, it's only for the next few weeks. He had expected a little surprise from the two, but now that his ears were ringing, All Might thought that perhaps he should have tried something to soften the blow. Inko looked up from her dinner and gave her son an icy look. Young man, do not scream like that. Izuku promptly wilted back into his seat. Ochako quickly followed when Inko shifted her gaze to her. With both teens quelled, Inko motioned for All Might to continue. Please go on. I would like to know why you've decided to make such a change. Ah yes, thank you. With summer break coming up, I've decided that this would be the best time to move on to the next phase of their training. Next phase? Izuku asked. That's correct. I want to take full advantage of your time off to begin combat training. Izuku gulped, his stomach twisting from a combination of nervousness and excitement. He had wondered before if he was ever going to reach this point. Ever since his talk with All Might months ago, All Might had said he had started with combat training. And while Izuku had to work to make it to the same point, he was finally there. One step closer to becoming like All Might. One step closer to becoming a hero. Combat training can be very rigorous. As such, I'm putting your other training on hold so you can focus solely on this. But why are you separating me and Deku, Mr. Yagi? Won't splitting your time between us cut back on us being able to fully take advantage of the break to learn? Ochako asked. Ah, well you see, I won't be doing that. When I told you you would be training separately, what I meant is that I won't be training you at all, young Uraraka, during this time. Just young Midoriya. Oh, part of her knew this made sense. Izuku was training to inherit All Might's quirk, so if it came down to who would need to be prioritized, Izuku would be it without question. She knew this, but it still hurt. While Ochako sat in her chair at a sudden loss for words, Izuku, however, had plenty to say as he stood up angrily. That's not fair. Uraraka doesn't deserve this. She's been working too hard for you to just leave her behind. Ochako blinked in surprise at how quickly Izuku came to her defense while All Might once again found himself trying to placate his protege. No one is getting left behind. Young Midoriya, please sit. I'll explain everything, I promise. When Izuku sat down, All Might continued. Now, young Uraraka is right. Splitting the time to try to teach you both combat training in a few weeks would not work. To get the most out of the work, you would need one-on-one training. So, while I train young Midoriya, young Uraraka will be training with someone else. That's what I meant when I said you two would be training separately. It's not permanent, just for the break. Then once your school starts back up again, you'll go back to the normal training regimen. Both Izuku and Ochako relaxed in their seats after hearing All Might's explanation, much to his relief. So who will I be training under then? Someone from All Might's agency? Ochako asked. With her worries put aside, her curiosity was piqued. No, not from my. All Might coughed to stop that he was about to say his agency. From All Might's agency. I had to look elsewhere. Have you ever heard of Gunhead? Ochako shook her head, while Izuku stiffened as some of his fanboy leaked out. Gunhead, the battle hero. His agency specializes in armed combat. And he even developed his own fighting style called Gunhead Martial Arts, which he teaches to all his sidekicks. Uraraka, he's a really cool hero. All Might chuckled. Well, I guess I don't have to explain who he is. Thank you for saving me the time. Ochako hid a giggle behind her hand. It's cute when he gets all nerdy. Wait, you were able to get Ochako a chance to train under a pro hero. That's incredible. How were you able to do that? Asked a very impressed Inko. All Might found himself flustered from Inko's sudden praise. Oh, that. It wasn't that hard really. I promised to push forward some agency team-up plans to the higher-ups. The chance to work with All Might can be a very convincing deal-maker. I didn't realize you had that kind of sway at All Might's agency. Oh, it's just a matter of knowing the right people is all. Nothing that impressive. Inko shook her head as she smiled gently at All Might. Nonsense. What you've done for my son and for Ochako is truly something special. All Might rubbed a hand through his hair, bashfully returning Inko's smile. While this exchange was mostly missed by Izuku, who was distracted trying not to think about the double meaning of some of All Might's explanations. Ochako looked between the two, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable. Oh, please tell me All Might is not flirting with Deku's mom. Wait, Mr. Yagi, Izuku began. Gunhead's agency isn't exactly close by. Even by train it's still a trip just going one way. All Might frowned. Ah yes, unfortunately there is a bit of a catch that I haven't mentioned yet. While I was able to get Gunhead to agree to train young Uraraka, it will have to be at his dojo. He was not comfortable leaving his agency in such short notice for an extended period of time, so I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling. No, while you are training with Gunhead, you will be staying over there. We found a nice place for you to stay for the duration, and I will make sure everything is covered. So the only thing you will have to worry about is your training. Izuku and Ochako glanced at each other sadly as they processed this. Both had taken for granted the sheer amount of time they had spent together, and to now have that suddenly taken away left both feeling empty. All Might watched the two, a knowing glint in his eye. While he wouldn't say this to them, at least not yet anyway, separating them was part of his plan for this month's training too. If he had tried, he was sure he would have been able to talk Gunhead into traveling down to train Ochako. However, over the months he had started to see a pattern form while they trained. The two had formed the habit of leaning on one another whenever one of them faced some kind of adversity. While relying on others by itself was not a bad thing. In fact, All Might knew several heroes, including a certain fiery hothead that could stand to learn to work together. It could become troublesome if they became too dependent on each other. So Ochako having to spend her time training away for the next few weeks became the perfect excuse to teach the two some self-reliance. After a bit, Izuku put on a brave smile. It'll be okay, Uraraka. We can still call each other. Plus it's only a few weeks. It'll be fine. But we'll look after you, and make sure you don't start slacking off. Ochako teased, feeling better after seeing Izuku smile. Izuku rolled his eyes. You're worried about me slacking off? I'm worried you might get spoiled training in an actual dojo. You'll come back and the beach won't be good enough for you anymore. With a laugh, Ochako playfully punched Izuku's arm. You better watch out, Deku. Maybe getting to go train at an actual facility will open up a little gap between us. I'd hate to have to wait around for you to catch up with me. Seriously, that's some big talk coming from you, Uraraka. Maybe. Ochako smirked. So how about this? When I get back, you show me everything you learned. Definitely. But you have to make sure to show me what you learned too. A few days later, Izuku was back at the beach, ready to begin his training with All Might. So does this mean you're going to teach me to fight like you, All Might? Izuku asked excitedly as he followed behind All Might down the far side of the coast. Am I going to learn the Detroit Smash? Or the Oklahoma Smash? Izuku threw a punch into the air before spinning around and tripping on his own feet as he poorly imitated the two attacks. All Might chuckled as Izuku picked himself back up. Maybe one day I'll give you some pointers on those, but for now you need to get some basics down first, which you will learn here. Turning past a small bend, All Might lead Izuku into a basic and quickly thrown together gym. Dug into the sand was a pole holding up a punching bag and other miscellaneous pieces of equipment. As Izuku looked around, All Might pulled out a pair of gloves and handed them to Izuku. Boxing gloves. That's right. You might have been hoping for something a little flashier. But what you need is a good foundation. That's what we are going to build over the next few weeks. Then once you have that foundation, I can build on it. Izuku finished as he followed All Might's train of thought. Exactly. Soon enough we'll start to develop a style for you that incorporates everything you have. Quirk and all. But for now, let's start with some basics. Now put those on and let's see what you got. Putting the gloves on, Izuku quickly followed All Might to the hanging punching bag. All Might patted the center of the bag, giving Izuku his target. Punch it right here. As hard as you can. Nodding, Izuku quickly got into a fighting stance, or at least what he thought was a proper stance. He was tense and stiff, from both nervousness and inexperience, but he tried not to let it show too much. Taking a deep breath, he twisted around as he threw a hard right, with all his weight behind it. The chains holding the heavy bag barely squeaked from the blow, and Izuku, not expecting the resistance he got, tripped over himself and fell into the sand. All Might looked down at Izuku, while he collected himself. Young Midoriya, you've never thrown a punch before, have you? No. Thinking back, All Might asked, what about when you helped that young lady from before? Oh, I really just used my quirk to trip the guys bothering her, then ran away. Both All Might and Izuku stood in silence for a few moments before All Might coughed into his hand. Well, then we'll just start with the basics. Izuku nodded vigorously. Yeah, basics sounds like a great place to start. Ochako couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation as she hurried down the sidewalk. By all accounts, she shouldn't feel like this. The apartment she was staying at was very nice. In fact, it was a much nicer place than her own. And all her food and board was being covered, so she didn't have to worry about money while she was here. She had also been assured by All Might that Gunhead was an excellent teacher, and her time with him was going to be nothing but positive. She had even done a little research herself, and was confident that Gunhead wasn't some secret creep or something. Izuku should also be fine while she was away, since he would be spending pretty much all his time during the break with All Might training. She didn't have to worry about Katsuki targeting him. And yet, she was still nervous. This was a huge opportunity and she didn't want to squander it, or even embarrass herself in front of a pro hero. What's more, while she may have fantasized about showing one Bakugou Katsuki what for after learning how to fight, she had honestly never seen herself filling the role of a combat hero. She thought she would be more like 13 and focus more on rescuing people. Of course, I never thought I'd be spending this year before taking the entrance exams training under All Might, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised that some of my original plans don't jive with reality anymore. Plus, I guess being a rescue hero with combat training will open more doors down the line. Absently, she felt her fingers trace along her phone in her pocket as she once again found herself fighting the urge to give Izuku a call. Not to check up on him, of course. She didn't need to do that. And she didn't need to call him already. He had seen her off when she had boarded the train yesterday. And they had talked last night too, during which they decided that they'd call or text in the evenings after their training was over. Get it together, girl. You're acting like you're going through withdrawal or something. You can go a day without talking with him. Plus, he's probably already in the middle of training with All Might. Now woman up and get your business done. When Ochako looked up, she found herself right outside of Gunhead's dojo. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Ochako walked through the front door. Pardon the intrusion. As Ochako came into the dojo, she was quickly greeted by a large and intimidating hero that she had to strain her neck to look up at when he stood from his desk and walked over to her. Ah, you must be Uraraka Ochako. She had seen some videos, so she had thought she knew what to expect, but to see the man in person was a completely different animal. Ochako bowed her head as she addressed the pro hero. Thank you so much for taking the time to train me, sir. Gunhead waved his hands in front of himself, trying to downplay Ochako's formality. Please, you don't have to be so formal with me. Just call me Gunhead. And besides, I'm always looking to help young burgeoning. Though I think this is the first time someone from another agency has asked me to take on someone they had scouted, and someone who isn't even in a hero school yet. Your scout must think very highly of you. Ochako blushed. I'd like to think he does. See. Gunhead. Well, why don't I give you a tour and then we can get a feel of what you will be learning here. Follow me. After only a short time, Ochako had quickly gotten over her initial reaction to the large hero and had come to the firm conclusion that Gunhead was unbelievably cute, which was somewhat surprising considering he was a giant man with guns on his arms and he had razor blades sticking out of his gloves. But after he had walked her around the gym they would be using, and gave her a training gi to wear, Ochako couldn't ignore that the way he talked and moved was just cute. After quickly putting on the gi she was given, Ochako joined the hero in the main room of the gym where he was waiting in the center of a large padded mat. So Uraraka, do you have any experience with martial arts? Or any kind of self-defense training and techniques? Not really, no, I don't. Sorry, that's perfectly alright. Everyone starts somewhere. So let's see, before we start, let's talk about your quirk. From what Mr. Yagi told me, your quirk, zero gravity, lets you negate an object's gravitational pull after you touch it. Yes, sir, though I have to make contact with all my fingers for my quirk to activate. Ochako held up her hand, showing off the pads on each finger. Gunhead rubbed his chin as he looked at her hand. A soft hum leaked past his mask as he was deep in thought. So keeping your hands safe should be a priority for you then. If they get damaged, it could have a negative effect on your ability to use your quirk. Is that a problem? Do you think my quirk won't work well in combat? Chuckling, Gunhead shook his head. Not at all. In fact, I think your quirk could be extremely effective. Being able to neutralize an opponent with just a touch would make you very dangerous in close combat situations. Despite herself, a wicked grin spread across her face when she heard that, which didn't go unnoticed by Gunhead. Seems you like that idea. Ochako flinched back as she waved her hands in front of her nervously. Oh well, I guess it would be pretty cool to be someone a bully wouldn't want to mess with. Makes it easier to protect someone. Bully, someone, villain, someone a villain wouldn't want to mess with. Easier to protect people from villains. That's what I said. Gunhead tilted his head to the side as he looked at Ochako, a pose she would have thought as kinda cute if she wasn't recovering from her slip of the tongue. Fortunately, Gunhead chose not to push the subject since he did not want to cause his new student to feel too embarrassed on her first day. Once Ochako had calmed down, Gunhead motioned to a place for Ochako to stand and began to walk her through some basic stretches to warm her up. Izuku panted heavily as he circled around All Might, avoiding a padded mitten that sailed past his face as he leaned backward. Straightening back, Izuku watched as All Might left his chest open for a counter. But unlike the multiple times before these last few days, Izuku did not press the sudden opening, and instead kept his eyes on the other mitt that soon followed, sweeping at him ready to punish Izuku if he had been reckless enough to fall for the false opening. Again, over the last few days, All Might had worked with Izuku through a sparring routine, with the end goal being Izuku landing a direct finishing hit on All Might. The routine was long, and had several trap openings and moments meant to punish Izuku for being too reckless or reserved. It has taken several days, bruises and ice packs, but Izuku was now able to get to the tail end of the routine. He had struggled here for a while. Being tired made him sloppy, which All Might punished relentlessly. But now he was near the end, and he was going to win. With both swings dodged, Izuku closed the distance quickly and unloaded a fury of punches into All Might before just as quickly skipping back when All Might had recovered and retaliated. This time the attack from All Might was more wild, more unfocused. Izuku recalled what All Might had taught him, that an injured villain could be just as dangerous, if not more so than when he was healthy. And sometimes the best way to deal with wild attacks was to just avoid them and not engage at all. So Izuku backtracked, keeping himself away from the wide swings, waiting for his moment. All Might swung a giant arm down but made the mistake of letting his own momentum carry him off balance, resulting in tripping himself up and leaving his head completely exposed, unprotected and right at the perfect height for Izuku to hit it. There's my shot. Izuku rushed forward before digging his feet into the ground. Twisting his hips, Izuku attacked with a hard right cross, screaming at the top of his lungs, smash. The punch landed cleanly, right into All Might's jaw with a solid smack. For a second both fighters stood completely still. All Might hunched over, and Izuku with his glove smashed against All Might's face. Then with a smile, All Might threw himself back dramatically, landing on his back. Curse you, hero, I am defeated. Izuku stood frozen in place for a few fleeting seconds before an almost unbridled joy bubbled out and he leapt into the air cheering, I did it. I did it. As he landed, Izuku felt his legs give out from the stress of the day and he tumbled into the sand. But he didn't care. After days of hard work, days of non-stop practice, and having techniques drilled into his skull, he had won his first fight. Very good, young Midoriya. Very good. All Might stood over him and reached down to help him up. Izuku looked up at All Might smiling. I guess I had to get it eventually. Don't sell yourself short. You've made incredible progress considering the short amount of time you've had to work with. All Might meant this. After a few days of learning some basics, punching forms and footwork, Izuku had been thrown into the deep end, so to speak. Izuku was forced to learn quickly if he wanted to capitalize on the time available to him, and sparring gave him the closest to real-life experience he could get, so All Might ran him through the ringer. The first few days were rough, but in Izuku's own words, the sooner he learned, the sooner All Might would stop hitting him. All Might was very happy and was nowhere near to hear Izuku say that. That phrasing needed work. So All Might, Izuku began. I only have a couple more days left until school starts back up. Do we have time for me to learn anything else? All Might rubbed his chin. Honestly, you burned through everything I had planned for you and then some. In fact, I think you've earned yourself a little rest. Izuku smiled brightly before All Might finished. For today at least. I want you well rested for tomorrow. What's the plan for tomorrow? Izuku asked. Not sure he liked the change in All Might's smile. I have a new sparring partner for you. I think it's time you fought someone, not me. Really? Who is it? It's a surprise. Ochako took a deep breath to calm her nerves and steady herself. Today was her last day at Gunhead's dojo, and the pro hero had set up several stations to test her knowledge and skills that she had learned since she had started. She had completed the stations that tested her grappling and throws. She was quite proud of herself after finishing her throwing challenge when she had been able to send toss Gunhead himself to the mat without having to use her quirk to lighten him first. Now though, she was about to begin her routine for her strikes. As she walked through the moves one last time before she would begin, she thought back to the day Gunhead first started to teach her how to strike and attack her opponents. Now Ochako, show me what's the first thing you think to do when I tell you to strike someone? Gunhead asked as he stood in front of Ochako. Nodding, Ochako shifted herself on the training mat and threw a punch, much like she had done several times in Gunhead's exercises. Gunhead nodded. That is indeed the most basic form of an attack most people know. However, do you remember what I told you the first day you came here? You mean about keeping my hands safe? Correct. So while I know you can throw a good punch, I don't think it's the best form of attack for you to use. A badly thrown punch could damage your hand or fingers, and that could be especially dangerous for you. That isn't to say you should avoid punches altogether, mind you. But I'm going to teach you there are other ways to fight your opponent. Besides your fists, there are 3 other points of attack on your body. Well, technically there are 4 other points, but I'm not sure we'll cover using your head while you are here. First off is your feet, which of course you would use for kicking. Gunhead punctuated this by showing off several different forms of kicks, from sweeps to direct hits. Next are your knees and elbows. These can be especially devastating to your opponent if you land them right. Ochako nodded as she watched Gunhead demonstrate more varied strikes. So Ochako, let's say you are in a fight. Your opponent more often than not is going to be watching your hands, either because that's the most common place to expect an attack, or because they know that's where your quirk is. But there is the catch: if they are just watching for attacks from your hands. Gunhead trailed off for Ochako to finish. Oh, they won't be looking for an attack from somewhere else. Exactly. And there is a flip side to this as well. There is, yes. If your attacks are constantly coming from your legs or elbows, your opponent may very well forget completely to keep an eye on your hands. When they do that, you'll have your perfect opening to use your quirk on them and finish the fight. Opening her eyes, Ochako looked down the line of different dummies, each posed in a different pose of attack or defense. She was supposed to move down the line of dummies and demonstrate she knew how to properly attack her opponent no matter what position they were in. Behind her, Gunhead stood off the mat ready to begin the final test. He knew she would do well. She had absorbed everything he had taught her like a sponge. It was a shame he knew he would not be available to take on work studies and interns this year, or he would already be making plans to make sure Ochako was back in his dojo to continue training under him. He could tell she was still a little nervous for this last test, so he decided to give her one good push. One last bit of advice for this test, Ochako. I always find it helps me when I visualize someone I don't like standing in front of me instead of a dummy. Makes me go just that bit harder. Ochako glanced back towards Gunhead with a determined smile. Thank you, Gunhead. On your time then, Ochako. Turning back to face the first dummy, she nodded once, set her stance, and with one last deep steadying breath, attacked. Ochako moved down the line, striking openings and defenses on some dummies, or moving to block incoming attack from others. Ochako continued on after a call-out from Gunhead signaled her to do so. A dummy with a high block, attack with her legs, swiping at the base. Another yell from Gunhead and Ochako moved to the next dummy. A punch to her head, she deflected with her arms, and countered with an elbow to the chest. Gunhead called out again, and she moved. He called out again and she moved. Over and over down the line of dummies. Sometimes she would only be allowed to make a single move, others she went through multiple. Kick, knee, block, elbow, block, palm strike, block, deflect, counter, kick. Ochako was Blur. Final dummy. A simple standing dummy. There for Ochako to cut loose. And she did. Ochako went through every move that Gunhead had taught her, striking at soft points, solar plexus, kidneys, the back of legs and jaw. Behind her, Ochako heard Gunhead call out for her to deliver her finishing blow. At that moment she could also hear his advice from earlier, visualize someone I don't like. As she thought of that, the dummy in front of her changed. She could see his straw blonde hair. She could see his arrogant eyes. She could see his condescending smirk. She could see Bakugou Katsuki standing right in front of her, and Ochako cut loose and unleashed all hell. Reaching out, she gripped the dummy by the shoulder and yanked it forward, while at the same time delivered an elbow strike right underneath its chin and into its throat. Ochako stood over the fallen dummy, panting as the red mist in her vision faded, and from exerting herself so hard throughout the test. Gunhead walked up to her, clapping. Masterfully done, Ochako. You've passed every test I had for you. Congratulations. Ochako looked up at Gunhead and smiled, so proud to hear him say that. Putting a hand on her shoulder, Gunhead led Ochako away from the training mat. Come on, let me buy your lunch before you head on home. Thank you. Gunhead glanced back at the fallen dummy. Oh, and Ochako, do me a favor. I know you must really dislike that bully, but promise me that you won't do that to him when you see him in school. Ochako looked back to the fallen dummy and was surprised at what she saw. The stitches that hold the head to the rest of the body had been ripped apart, leaving the dummy's head hanging by only a few threads. Ochako realized she had more or less just decapitated the poor piece of training equipment. Month 6. It was the day for All Might's surprise sparring match, and Izuku sat on the tailgate of All Might's truck, trying to calm the butterflies in his stomach flying around. After a month of practice and preparation, today he was going to have his first sparring match. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Izuku finished wrapping the tape around his hands and wrists, chuckling dryly that he didn't have to redo it a fourth time. With the tape done, Izuku put on his headgear and gloves and hurried down to the beach where All Might had set up a shabby, but usable, makeshift boxing ring. At the far corner of the ring, All Might was busy talking to someone, his sparring partner for the day he guessed, who had their back turned to Izuku. Unlike Izuku, who was wearing a basic long-sleeved gym shirt and shorts for the match, this person was sporting a martial arts gi, and on top of the same gear he had for his head and hands, they had added padding on their elbows and knees. Am I fighting a martial artist? Shouldn't I be fighting another boxer like me? As Deku stepped into the ring, All Might waved at him. Good. You look like you are ready to go. Yes, I'm ready to start. Is this who I'm going to be fighting? The person turned around and Izuku felt himself tense up in surprise. Uraraka. Uraraka smiled and waved happily at Izuku. Deku, it's great to see EP. Much to Ochako's surprise, Izuku rushed forward to wrap his arms around her in a tight hug and lifted her up in his excitement. Uraraka, I thought you'd be back later today. All Might drove out and picked me up last night so I could be here. Ochako quickly stammered out, still shocked by Izuku's welcome. While attempting to steady herself, Ochako's arms lay on Izuku's shoulders and her hands locked behind his head. Anyone looking right then might have the impression that the two were a young couple. At least All Might thought so. Do you two need a moment to yourselves? I can go grab a cup of coffee if you want some privacy. Both Izuku and Ochako looked over at All Might before looking back towards each other before they too realized the intimate situation they were in. Mechanically, but gently, Izuku put Ochako down before covering his now beet red face with his arms and whirling around away from everyone to hide. I'm so sorry. It was just so hapatos I wagain. Ochako at the same time pressed her hands to her face, hiding the fact that her cheeks had also turned several deeper shades of pink, and inadvertently floated herself. As she tumbled in the air, upside down, she squeaked out, "It's okay, Deku. It was just a little surprising is all. I go sightseeing again too." As she floated by, Ochako bumped into Izuku, startling both of them. When they both looked at each other, red-faced and upside down, neither could stop the laughter that bubbled out. The whole scene was too ridiculous. After a few seconds of laughing, Izuku reached out his hand for Ochako to grab. "It really is good to see you again, Uraraka. Phone calls are nice, but I definitely like it better when you are here." Ochako took his hand and turned herself right side up before letting herself drop back to the ground. "Same here, Deku. Nothing beats having my best friend around." All Might couldn't help but smile as the two caught up. However, while he was happy for the two, they were here for a reason. So after giving them a few more seconds to talk amongst themselves, he clapped his hands together to grab their attention. "You two will have plenty of time later to talk. This is the last day before your summer break ends. You've both used this time to begin honing your combat abilities. I know you've both come a long way in a very short amount of time." Izuku and Ochako beamed with pride at that, though All Might was quick to put his words into perspective. "Don't let it go to your head, you two. These past few weeks have only given you a foundation to build on. Understand?" "Yes, All Might," they replied simultaneously. Good, good. Now if you two remember, you'll be having yourselves a sparring match today. Now why don't you head to your corners and we can get started?" Izuku blinked and glanced to his side at Ochako. Truthfully, he had been so excited at seeing Ochako again he'd actually forgotten that had been the plan. "Looks like I'll get to see what All Might taught you. This should be fun." Ochako smirked before walking over to her side of the ring. "Yeah." Izuku frowned as he walked to his corner, the butterflies from before now twisting his stomach into knots. "I knew I'd be having a match today, but I didn't think it'd be with Uraraka. This means I'll be trying to hit her. What if I do hit her? I can't hit her. I might. Now you two listen closely. While this will pretty much be a free-for-all for you two, it's not a street brawl. There will still be some rules. The moment either of you sees the other call for the fight to end, you pull up right then and there. The same goes for when I ring this bell here. You don't start fighting until I ring it, and you stop immediately when I ring it again. Young Midoriya, this will be the first time you've fought someone who will be able to kick you. So the no hitting below the belt rule doesn't really apply anymore, so watch out for that." However, young Uraraka, All Might made sure he had Ochako's undivided attention. "Try to be careful where you kick." Ochako nodded vigorously, showing she understood exactly what All Might meant. "Good girl. Now if there are no questions, I'll ring the bell and you two can." "Wait a second, All Might," Izuku quickly interrupted. "I just ... Izuku glanced at Ochako before turning away. "What is it, young Midoriya?" All Might noticed Izuku give Ochako another glance. He could see him becoming more uncomfortable as he fidgeted around and picked at his gloves. When he looked over at Ochako again only to look away just as quickly, All Might had a suspicion what was on the boy's mind. "Young man, don't say what I know you're thinking. Are you sure this is okay for us to fight like this? I don't want to accidentally hurt Uraraka if I hit her too hard." He actually said it. There was a pause before Izuku guessed he probably had said something he shouldn't have. All Might was rubbing his brow, clearly embarrassed by his protege. At what? Izuku couldn't guess. He didn't think he had said anything that embarrassing. Then Izuku looked at Ochako, and he knew he had screwed up. Ochako looked pissed. Before Izuku could try to apologize, however, Ochako whipped her head over towards All Might, and through gritted teeth simply said, "Ring the bell." "Wait, what?" All Might nodded once and pulled the cord on the bell, signaling the start of the round. The ringing hadn't even started to fade when Ochako whirled back to face Izuku and dashed forward. Panicked, Izuku stumbled back. "Wait, Uraraka. Hold on." Ochako had closed the distance between them, and Izuku, tripping over his own feet as he tried to step back, threw a wild punch that went wide. While it was never going to hit Ochako, it did give her the perfect chance to finish the fight there and then. Ochako sidestepped and with one hand grabbed hold of Izuku's wrist. Pivoting, she let his own momentum carry him forward, and she reached behind with her other hand grabbed Izuku the back of his neck. At this point, if she followed Gunhead's training, she would pull Izuku down to the mat and pin him face down. However, after what Izuku had said, she wanted to make sure he never made the same mistake again. With the hand holding Izuku's neck, she pressed each finger into his skin. She felt her quirk activate and Izuku was now weightless and defenseless. Turning to make sure she was facing the right way, she threw Izuku up and out of the ring and out towards the ocean. She waited for what she thought was an appropriate amount of time before slapping her hands together and releasing Izuku from the affecting of her quirk. Izuku fell unceremoniously into the water with a splash, before sputtering back to the surface. Izuku floated on the water's surface for a few moments as he collected himself and swam back towards the beach. Izuku kept his head down as he shuffled back to the ring. Once back inside, Izuku looked up to find Ochako back in her corner, arms crossed and giving him a very intense and measured glare. In a snap, Izuku bowed till he was almost parallel to the ground. "Please forgive me. It was wrong of me to say something like that. It was completely disrespectful and out of line. I'm truly, truly sorry." Izuku stayed as he was, not daring to look up. He shook and trembled. Not from the chill from being soaked, but from a fear that he may have irrevocably damaged his friendship with Ochako. For Izuku, the next few moments of silence seemed to drag on forever until he heard footsteps on the cheap plywood mat. As the footsteps got closer and Izuku could start to see the outline of a shadow, he screwed his eyes shut. "This is it. I just screwed up and there's no going back. I'm such an idiot." Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he felt a towel dropped onto his head, and someone beginning to dry his hair. Startled, Izuku looked up to find Ochako standing over him, smiling. "Uraraka, easy there. You can't really spar with me if you have to wipe those wet bangs out of your eyes every second. So let's get you dried up some." Struck dumb, Izuku couldn't say or do anything as he waited for Ochako to finish. When she draped the towel over his shoulder, she nodded in satisfaction. "There we go. Much better. I think you can take care of the rest." When she turned to walk away, Izuku found his voice. "Wait, you don't." Izuku trailed off, not wanting to put his thoughts from before into words, still afraid that by doing so would make them a reality. Ochako looked at Izuku, her head tilted in confusion. "I don't, what? Hate me?" Ochako blinked in surprise. "Hate you? Of course I don't hate you. But what I said before, what you said was really stupid, Deku. And it was a little hurtful too. I'd hope you would respect me a little more than that." "Of course I respect you," Izuku declared with just a twinge of fear in his voice. "I do, I really do. I was just." Ochako walked over and put her hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You were just being a little stupid. It happens to everyone. You were stupid, and then you apologized. Problem solved. But you looked so mad. I'm allowed to be mad when someone says something that pisses me off, Deku. Though." Ochako rubbed the back of her head as a bit of embarrassment and regret crept into her voice. "Maybe throwing you into the ocean was a bit much. You did look pretty cool though," Izuku said softly. Looking back, the way you just charged me like that was pretty cool. I guess you learned a lot from Gunhead." Ochako wasn't prepared to suddenly be complimented by Izuku like that. A light blush returned to her cheeks as she glanced away. "Yeah, I guess I did pick up a few things." Another pause stretched between the two. Ochako could still see that while Izuku was no longer afraid that she hated him, he was still nervous about the match they were supposed to be having. She needed a way to help him get over this so they could get on with their match. "I just need to figure out a way to show him he won't hurt me. I suppose the fastest way would be to let him hit me." "Actually, say Deku, you're still worried about hurting me, aren't you?" Izuku flinched, but still nodded. "Yep, I knew it. Well, I'm nipping this in the bud right now. Deku, hit me." Izuku's eyes bulged as she snapped his head to look at Ochako. "What? I want you to hit me." "Wait, why would you want me to do that?" "You're worried that you'll accidentally hurt me if we fight. I'm going to prove to you that won't happen. So I want you to hit me as hard as you can, and I'll show you that you can't hurt me." As Izuku stood dumbfounded at Ochako's request, All Might suppressed another groan. While he was tempted, very tempted, to step in and stop this, he honestly felt that while this might not be the best way for the two to work this issue out, it would at least be the quickest, not only for Izuku, but Ochako as well. I don't think she realizes just how strong the boy is. At least it's not just the boy that's dumb. I swear these two share brain cells at this point. Note to self, I need to see if I can update my bet with Inko. I think I picked a date way too far off. No way they make it to their second year without realizing something. Uraraka, I don't know about this. Deku, if you don't punch me right now, I will get mad again. Okay. Izuku waved his hands frantically. I'll hit you. Where do you want it? Not the face, right? Ochako thought about it for a second. Nah, let's avoid that whole area. Just hit me in the stomach. That should be fine. As Ochako stood tall, giving Izuku a clear shot, Izuku readied himself. Okay, sure, just a punch to your gut then. On 3. Sure. Okay, Izuku, you can do this. She's asking for it, so it's fine. Right, alright, on 3. Izuku confirmed. Ochako nodded as she readied herself. 1.2.thr. Are you really sure about this? Deku just hit me already. And he did. Izuku hit Ochako as hard as he could, driving his fist right into stomach and driving all the air out of Ochako's lungs. Ochako's knees hit the mat as she dropped to the ground, hard, wrapping her arms around her stomach and with her forehead pressed down on the mat. She coughed and gagged vehemently as she tried desperately to refill her lungs with air, while at the same time, keep herself from losing her breakfast all over everything. Above her she could hear Izuku panicking, asking if she was okay, if she needed help, saying how this was a bad idea. Through sheer will, Ochako pulled an arm away from her shuddering stomach and held up a hand, silencing Izuku on the spot. Okay that was. Ochako ground her head into the mat as she tried to get her thoughts back in order. Need to. Stand up and show Deku that this ... Oh, no, don't throw up. Pulling her arm back, Ochako rubbed her stomach, desperately trying to calm herself. She hadn't thrown up in over 2 months, a testament to her strengthening her resilience and limit of her quirk, and she was not about to break that streak. Just a few more seconds, and I'll be fine ... Yeah, just fine. So Deku learned how to throw a punch, good to know. Slowly as she was able to calm her breathing, she could feel her nausea begin to fade as well. Soon she had both under control enough that she was able to lift herself up into a kneeling position. Before with a grunt, she forced herself to stand up. Though red-faced and teary-eyed from coughing so much, Ochako gave Izuku a thumbs up as she quickly gasped out, "See. Fine. Completely. Fine. This was a horrible idea. Whose idea was this again? Oh yeah, mine." It took Ochako a few more moments before she completely collected herself. All the while Izuku fretted around her, mumbling about possible permanent injuries he might have caused her. Ochako waved off his concerns as finally the pain in her stomach had died down to a low throbbing. "Deku, calm down. See, I'm fine." "You're sure?" Ochako sighed before reaching up to her belt. "Do you want to check my stomach to be sure?" There was a pause before what Ochako had just said started to sink in. Izuku glanced down towards Ochako's stomach, before immediately snapping back, like a kid with his hand caught in the cookie jar. Panicked Izuku covered his eyes with his hands. No, I believe you. You don't have to do that." Ochako quickly tried to backtrack and play it off as a joke as she ripped her hands away from her gi. She was fortunate that Izuku couldn't see her with his eyes covered, since the permanent blush on her cheeks were now practically nil. "I was kidding, Deku. Calm down. I cannot believe I almost just did that. What is wrong with me? What's next? Gonna show him my BR." Do not finish that thought. Izuku, after making sure he wasn't about to see things he was sure he wasn't supposed to, and pushing down the slight feeling of disappointment that he was very confused by, lowered his hands. "I guess, if you are fine, then I was worried over nothing. Sorry." Pouncing on the chance to return to a normal conversation, Ochako waved off Izuku. "Don't worry about it, Deku. It happened, and now it's in the past. So we good." "Of course, Uraraka. Then I think we are ready to have our match then. If the two of you are actually ready now, perhaps we can have at least one match before noon." All Might asked, with only a small amount of snark. Izuku and Ochako looked over at All Might, both completely forgetting he had been there the entire time. Nodding hastily, both moved to their corners to get themselves ready. As Ochako rechecked her gear, Izuku dried himself off some more, before he looked down at his still dripping shirt before pulling it off. "Better just take this off. I'd rather not get chafed." After making sure everything was still in place, Ochako turned her attention back towards Izuku, and promptly her mind came to a grinding, screeching halt. Though momentarily enraptured, Ochako took in the sight before her while her face got redder and redder, her eyes closely following a droplet of water that dripped down from Izuku's surprisingly well-toned chest to run over the forming definition of his abs before it was absorbed into the waistband of his short. When did that happen? Ochako, with great effort, turned away from Izuku and tried to refocus on the bout she was about to have. "Focus already. Stop thinking about those. When did he even get all of that? I saw him shirtless before when we were doing laps in the ocean. That was only a couple of months ago at most. He looked good back then, yeah, but no, don't think like that." Ochako, after making sure her face was back to a normal shade, turned around, ready to begin her match. Her eyes glanced over the toned lines on his arms. "At least now I know why he hit so hard," she thought dryly as she rubbed her stomach. Seeing that both Izuku and Ochako were both ready to go, All Might put his hand back onto the bell cord. "All right, you two, let's give this another go." When the bell rang, Izuku and Ochako took up their stances and moved carefully to the ring's center. Ochako held her arms up so that her forearms protected the sides of her head as she watched Izuku start to try and circle around her. Izuku jabbed at her with his right glove, but Ochako easily deflected the punch away. Not that it was meant to actually hit her. Izuku was testing, probing her. Izuku had only had a couple of matches up to this point, all of them against All Might, who only ever used boxing mitts for Izuku to hit. But this limited experience in actual sparring, on top of his opponent being a fighter from a completely different field, Izuku was being extremely cautious, not sure how Ochako would act or react to him. After his next jab, however, he quickly found out. His next jab sailed past Ochako, and while his arm was still extended, she closed the distance between the two and grabbed hold of his arm and pulled Izuku forward, while at the same time she swept her foot out and hooked it on Izuku's heel. With his foot kicked out from underneath him, Izuku fell down onto the mat with a solid thud. Ochako back off, giving Izuku a chance to get back onto his feet. Ochako smirked at Izuku as she got back into her stance. It's 2 points for me, Deku. Anytime you want to try and close the gap, be my guest. Wait, 2. How'd you get 2? I threw you into the ocean. The ocean throw doesn't count. Ochako rolled her eyes. The bell rang, so it totally counts. Now come on, if I wanted to practice on something that didn't fight back, I'd use a dummy. Izuku grumbled under his breath before taking his stance. He took a few steps forward, jabbing as he did. Ochako continued to deflect, or move back, keeping herself at a safe distance on the edge of Izuku's strike range, choosing her moments to move in and deliver a kick at his leg before skidding back while Izuku straightened himself up. Smirking, Ochako taunted Izuku some, egging him on to try and hit her. Come on, Deku. You were so close that time. While Ochako taunted him, however, Izuku was starting to see how her defense worked. While her form was different than what he was used to, what she was doing was simple. Right now she was the one deciding their distance, keeping herself back until she saw an opening and only then closing the space between them. Knowing that, Izuku decided it was time to change the game. After another less than pleasant kick to the side of his knee, Ochako again moved back to her safe distance. However, this time, Izuku wasn't going to let her get away from him. His unfamiliarity from before had made him passive, but that quickly changed, and Ochako, feeling overly confident, was not ready for it. Izuku pushed forward, changing his punches from jabs to body blows. Ochako barely had time to yelp in surprise as she attempted to block the aggressive attack from Izuku. Switching between body blows and hooks, Izuku rushed forward and Ochako quickly found herself overpowered. Izuku kept up the attack, pushing Ochako till her back hit the ropes and she tumbled out of the ring and into the sandy beach. Laying in the sand, and rubbing her now sore sides from several solid hits from Izuku, Ochako looked up to see Izuku leaning on the ropes smirking down at her. So that's 2 all, I think. With a groan, Ochako sat up. We counting the gut punch, huh? Izuku's smirk grew into a full smile, which Ochako found extremely annoying. The urge to wipe it away built up inside of her, adding to a feeling she wasn't all too familiar with. It was the same feeling Izuku had as he bent down and offered his hand to help her up, which she was happy to accept. Gripping Izuku's hand, Ochako was pulled back into the ring, but with both now back inside, neither let go of the other's hand. Both stared at each other, their grips tightening as that intense feeling enveloped them. At first, neither knew what they were feeling. It wasn't resentment, or some other kind of negative emotion. Neither felt bad or hurt from the quick pot shots they had taken against each other. But both could feel a fire burning inside of them they just had no words for. All Might looked between the two, a knowing smile crossing his not face. He knew what had been sparked, even if it had taken a few false starts at the beginning. For the first time since the two met, the fire of competition was raging within them. Are you two ready to go again? Neither took their eyes off the other as they answered with a quick yes, letting go of each other. They took up their stances ready to go again. Gone was the apprehension, uncertainty, and touch of cockiness. It was replaced with determined smiles and eyes burning with a desire to win. By the end of the day, both Izuku and Ochako sat back to back against each other, panting heavily and nursing more than a few bruises, scuffs, cuts, and swollen lips. Each had also gotten in a good solid hit during their bouts, which for Ochako was a nasty cross that left her with a shiner that was swelling her right eye. And for Izuku, he had taken an elbow to the face that came extremely close to giving him a broken nose. At the very least, he had enough tissue shoved up it to clog up a broken dam. With a heavy sigh, All Might handed the 2 ice packs, which they gratefully applied to themselves. You two do realize that a part of sparring is to also practice defense, right? Sheepish grins were the only response he got, making it clear to him that neither team felt bad about their situation. It was also clear to him that the two had way too much fun beating the crap out of each other to really care about the consequences they would face later. That he was going to face later, he quickly realized. Oh, I'm going to die. The moment your mother sees this, she is going to kill me, young Midoriya. Month 7. With an exasperated sigh, Inko held up 2 thermometers as she read off the number that flashed on the tiny screen. Confirming what she already knew, she turned and looked at her 2 charges, both crumpled on the couch, wrapped up in blankets and looking completely miserable. It's a fever. Congratulations, you are both sick. Izuku gave a half-hearted sarcastic cheer that quickly devolved into a cough while Ochako sank deeper into her blanket as she continued to empty a box of tissues to blow her nose. Inko shook her head at their sorry state. What were you two thinking staying up that late? And training in that horrible storm? You're both lucky all you have is just a cold. You could have come down with pneumonia. Neither Izuku or Ochako could look at Inko as she scolded them. They knew they had screwed up and were now living with the consequences of their actions. It didn't help that this was the second scolding they had each received that day as well. All Might, upon seeing them in the morning, had sent them straight back to Inko's as they were in no condition to train. On their way back, he made sure to tell them the folly of their actions. I put the aim to pass plan together for you two to specifically follow. It was made to maximize the time we had so that you would be more than ready for the entrance exams. There was no reason for you to stay so late last night. And I know this isn't the first time you two have done something like this. Working outside the limits of the plan will do more harm than good. But All Might, if I'm going to be the next vessel for One for All, if I'm going to be the next #1 hero, I can't just make it into UA, I have to excel. Be better than everyone else. Ochako nodded in agreement. That's right. We're not going to settle for good enough. To be the best, we have to push ourselves past our limits, no matter the cost. Their words may have carried more weight if they both didn't look ready to collapse in a heap in front of All Might. But he was still moved and impressed with their resolve. All right, fine, I understand. You are both driven to reach the top, but you have to be smart about how you do it. Neither of you are in any condition to train today. So those few extra hours you earned last night after I had left and told you to head home because of the storm, I might add, now meant nothing. And you might lose more time because if by tomorrow you aren't over this cold, you aren't training either. Inko, after making her point, put the thermometers away. All right, you two just stay on the couch. I'll call your school and let them know you won't be coming in. Then I'll see if I can throw together a nice soup for you too. A raspy and stuffy chorus of thank yous followed after Inko as she left the living room, leaving Izuku and Ochako alone in their misery. Hey Deku, whose idea was it to stay late? Izuku pointed to himself, but didn't have the strength to try and look guilty. Ochako hummed in agreement. Sounds about right. You owe me some mochi for getting me sick. Aren't you the one that said a little rain never hurt anyone when you agreed to my idea? Ochako huffed and looked away from Izuku. I can't be held responsible for my actions when they're your ideas, Deku. You said, and I quote. Izuku's voice then came out as a high-pitched squeak as he badly tried to impersonate Ochako. That's a great idea, Deku. I'm sure we can get this part of the beach completely finished before the storm hits. And besides, a little rain never hurt anyone. End quote. Ochako looked flatly at Izuku before she tossed her empty box of tissues at him. Chuckling, Izuku swatted the box away and leaned back into the couch. For some time Izuku simply lay back while Ochako started to scroll through the channels on TV, looking for something to watch as they waited for Inko to return with their soup. Hey Uraraka, was Ochako's lazy response as she kept flipping through channels. Why do you want to be a hero? Ochako froze mid-button press, her thumb hovering over the remote. Why the sudden interest? Well, I was just thinking about what you said earlier, about not settling for good enough, and it got me thinking that you've never mentioned why you want to be a hero. You know it's been my dream since I was a little kid, but you never talk about what's driving you. Ochako frowned as she looked away, admitting to herself that he wasn't wrong. Since they had first met he had made it abundantly clear that he wanted to be a hero like All Might, a hero in every meaning of the word. But she almost went out of her way to avoid talking about the matter. After all, her reasons were much less altruistic when compared to Deku's. Izuku could see the frown on Ochako's face and worried he might have gone too far. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry, Ochako. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Ochako shook her head. No, it's okay. After we've been training together for so long, you deserve to know, I think. Ochako clicked the TV off and turned to face Izuku, who gulped at the sudden seriousness the atmosphere had taken. I want to be a hero to make money. She paused for a few moments. Ochako looked at Izuku, waiting for a reaction. Instead, he was silent, as if waiting for an explanation. You see, my family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten much work these past few years, so we're pretty much broke. And I want to make money so that I can help them. She didn't know what reaction she was expecting from Deku. Condemnation perhaps, or at the very least disappointment. But no, nothing like that crossed his face. There was a little surprise, though. He blinked a few times and mouthed out an "oh," but he seemed more curious than anything else. Curious, not judgmental. I know it's not the most heroic or admirable motivation, especially when compared to yours, Deku. Honestly, the whole reason is embarrassing. Why is that, Uraraka? How is having a goal to support your parents not admirable? You're actively putting yourself in dangerous situations to help people to earn money that you'll use to help your parents. If that's not heroic, then I don't know what is. Ochako let out a sigh of relief as she felt the tension in her self-release. I guess I was pretty dumb for thinking Deku would think less of me. That's not like him at all. Izuku absent-mindedly nodded before something clicked in the back of his mind. Wait, is that why you're so good at saving money? Ochako laughed softly, fighting back a sniffle. Izuku reached over and handed her another box of tissues. Yeah, I learned all sorts of tricks to save my money growing up. You know, thinking about it, with your quirk, construction work would be a breeze. The money you'd be able to save by floating stuff around without having to use all the expensive heavy equipment. I know, right? That's what I told Dad when I was little. I'd grow up and work for him, I said, but he dissuaded me. He told me to follow my own dreams. Looking down, Ochako noticed she had the blanket she was wrapped in pinched between her thumb and finger, an old habit she still had from when she was a little girl. She could feel her eyes moisten some as she recalled everything. I promised myself that I would become a hero and make enough money so that my parents would be able to relax and not have to worry about work anymore. They deserve to be able to take it easy after working so hard for so long. When Ochako looked back up, she was startled to see Izuku in tears. Wait, why are you crying? Ochako quickly passed the tissues back to Izuku. Sorry. Don't cry for me, Deku. I don't want your pity. Izuku shook his head. No, it's not that you're Uraraka. Just that. With everything you said about helping your parents, it's inspiring. Ochako felt a flush spread over her cheeks as she turned away. It's not I don't. She was at a loss for words. To hear Deku say that she was inspiring was not a reaction she had expected at all. Is that why you've never been out to see your parents? Or why they haven't come out here? Nodding softly, Ochako sighed and leaned back into the sofa. Train tickets are expensive. Plus there's the cost of finding a place to stay and food to eat. We still talk over the phone, so it's not like I'm cut off from them altogether, she explained. But in all honesty, Deku, getting me out here to begin with was something of a small miracle. I can't ask them to spend any more for me than they need to feel better. It sucks, but that's the reality of our situation. Izuku had to stop himself from saying I'm sorry on autopilot but held it back. Uraraka didn't want his pity and he didn't want to come off that way. After an extended silence, Ochako went back to switching between channels, effectively ending the conversation. It would be a few more minutes before Ochako would speak up again, but on a completely different topic. While Izuku let the topic change go, internally he couldn't help but wonder just how fine Uraraka was. Being away from family for so long had to eat away at her, even if she tried not to show it. I just wish there was something I could do. Month 8. It was late. Very late, and Izuku was convinced he was never going to fall asleep. After getting tired of trying to force himself to sleep, Izuku rolled out of his bed and sat at his desk. Perhaps his mind just needed a distraction. That is what he told himself as he pulled his hero analysis notebook out. He just needed to get lost in some busy work, and by then he would be ready to sleep. He just needed to stop thinking about what had happened earlier that day, about what he had seen. Unfortunately for Izuku, trying not to think of it was having the opposite effect. It brought the memory right to the forefront of his mind. This afternoon had been just like any other he had had for the past few months. Instead of cleaning the beach, today had been sparring day. Sparring was something he looked forward to every week because he liked sparring with Uraraka. The intensity of the bouts, the rush of adrenaline he felt from match to match, the feeling of closeness and trust they had with each other that let them go all out without worrying about the other getting hurt. But something had happened today that had thrown Izuku into turmoil. Near the end of their final match, there had been an accident. No one had been hurt. In fact, Izuku would have preferred if he had been hurt. At least then he wouldn't be feeling everything he was feeling right now. It was the final moments of the fight. Izuku had gone in to try and knock Ochako down, but she had been ready for him, grabbing his arm and pulling him into a throw. But that's when it had happened. When she had pulled him, his thumb had hooked into the front of Ochako's gi, loosening it, opening it just enough so that when he landed on his back and looked up, and she was leaning over him, he got a very unobstructed view. The top of a black sports bra, and just a hint of cleavage. Izuku covered his face, cheeks burning red at the memory. He hadn't meant to look, of course. It had been an accident, and Ochako, after noticing her gi's looseness, quickly snapped up and tightened her top back into shape. Both had immediately apologized to the other, with Ochako simply saying whoops and playing it off with a laugh, even though her face had turned neon. Izuku had been much more serious, almost begging for her forgiveness, though she quickly made sure he knew she wasn't mad. It had been an honest mistake. And besides, she said, you've seen me in my school swimsuit when we swam laps here back during the summer. That was way more revealing. Plus, it's not like you to go ogling me. It was an accident, so don't worry about it. It's not like you meant to look. But he had looked, and even if it had been an accident, even if he hadn't meant to, he had seen, and most importantly, he hadn't looked away. It wasn't my fault, and it was only for a second at most. I'm spending more time thinking about it than when it actually happened. I just need to stop thinking about Uraraka's bra. With a muffled groan, Izuku rubbed his temple as once again the memory unintentionally replayed in his mind. GAH, stop it. Okay, just just focus on something else. I'll update an entry in my notebook. That'll take my mind off of this. Grabbing a pencil, Izuku flipped open his notebook, not caring what page it opened to. Looking down, Izuku had to bite his lip to stop himself from screaming in frustration. Of all the pages, it lands on Uraraka's. Really? Looking down at the entry, Izuku lets himself stare at the page for a few seconds. The sketch he had drawn of Ochako was one of his most detailed. It was her in a basic tracksuit, but compared to his other sketches there was obviously more time put into it. Around the sketch, the page was smudged from stat entries getting erased and constantly updated. Scribbled along the margins in almost illegible chicken scratch were small notes and comments going over anything and everything. All in all, her page was a complete mess, filled with everything he could think of about her. He was going to need to make a new entry for her, and maybe cut out some of the more miscellaneous information. But what can I cut out? Twirling the pencil in his hand, Izuku scanned over the page, looking for any fat to be trimmed. Let's see. Her quirk stays, of course. Limits and usages, that's a check. Combat strategies, yep, that's a must. Rescue applications, support items and gear. I'll need to make sure there is plenty of room when we start to come up with our costumes. 13 is her favorite hero. Will probably mimic their space style in her costume. Likes Japanese foods. Matcha is her all-time favorite. Loves the stars at night. She can still remember the first time she saw a hero in action. And the smiles from the crowd. She wants to make people smile, so saving them is a given for her. Izuku frowned, the last few entries sticking out to him. Why did I write all that? Almost half the page is just filled with her likes and favorites things. Flipping the pencil around, Izuku brought the eraser end down to start removing the excessive information. At least that's what he tried to do. But after a few grueling seconds he let the pencil fall from his hand and roll off his desk. None of it was excessive. Everything he had written was important, and it just felt wrong to try and remove it. Izuku, however, couldn't figure out why everything was so important to him. I mean, everything here defines Uraraka, shows the kind of person she is, and the kind of hero she's going to be. So it is important. Plus, she's my best friend. I actually know her, so of course her entry is going to have more information than, say, Mount Lady. But still, having this much info on what she likes to eat, spend her time doing, her dreams and goals, it makes it look like I have a crush on her. Izuku's mind tripped over itself in alarm as he shook his head. What am I thinking? I do not have a crush on my best friend. I can't. She's my friend. I like her, sure, but only as a friend. It would be beyond awkward if I actually had a crush on her. Worse yet, if she found out I had a crush on her, which I don't, it could ruin our friendship. She's trying to make sure her family is taken care of. She doesn't need me and my everything messing that up. Besides, what would we even do as a couple? We wouldn't have any time. Once we get into UA, we'd be studying all the time. Images flashed of Ochako and Izuku studying for something, sitting at his living room table, though now Ochako was sitting right next to him instead of across like she normally would. Coyly she snuck a hand under the table, finding his, and interlocked their fingers together to hold his hand, while cutely keeping her pinky up to avoid floating him. With a loud wham, Izuku slammed his head onto his desk, driving the horrifically pleasant dream out of his mind. Nope, do not go there. I am not imagining holding hands with my best friend. I am not imagining how the pads on her fingers feel. I'm in trouble. It took Izuku a couple more restless nights before he was able to put aside his momentary insanity. By the end of it, he had rewritten Ochako's whole entry on fresh pages, making it much nicer and cleaner, with plenty of room to add more to it. He didn't end up removing anything, keeping everything he had written about her intact. Ochako took a shuddering breath as she tapped her fingers together and released the multiple large dumpsters, filled to the brim with trash, she had floated up to the street where they would be collected later. With her burden released, she walked over to All Might's truck, where she hoped there were still some cold water bottles left. Absently she rubbed her stomach, pleased that unlike before, she now only felt a dull throbbing, and not the horrendous nausea that used to affect her when she would lift so much weight repetitively over such a long period of time. It might be time to see how much I can lift now before I get too sick, she thought happily and with a hint of pride. Leaning into the truck, Ochako rummaged around until she found one for herself. Taking a sip, she stood back up and saw All Might, shrinking down and walking up to her, hand outreached. I'll take one of those if you don't mind. Pulling out another bottle, she tossed it to him. Here you go. All Might hummed out a thanks as he cast a glance at the large dumpsters, then towards her. How many trips did it take you to bring all those up here? Just one. Oh, you got them all in one go. Ochako puffed up. All of them. I need to find some heavier trash then for you then, if this is getting too easy. Ochako promptly deflated at the idea of an increase to her workload, which made All Might chuckle. Well, we'll worry about that later. It's getting late, so you and young Midoriya can head home. Where is Deku anyway? Didn't you both go for a run? All Might vaguely pointed back down towards the beach. He's laying dead out there. Sure enough, when Ochako looked to where All Might had pointed, Deku was indeed there, lying down in the sand. What did you do to him? I thought you both just went for a run. He went for a run, I observed him. You observed him? What does that mean? Young Midoriya ran the whole course I laid out. I just tagged along to make sure he didn't get lost or drop his pace. Ochako stared at All Might. You made him carry you, didn't you? It wasn't really a question. Yes. Piggyback. Yes. Were you big or small? All Might just smiled, and Ochako couldn't help but imagine the sight of poor Deku carry the hulking All Might on his shoulders. She broke out into a fit of laughter. All Might got into his truck and fished out another water bottle for Ochako to hold. Here, give this to him. I'll see you both tomorrow. Waving goodbye, Ochako made her way down to Izuku, who was staring up at the sky when she stood over him. So are you really dead? Izuku groaned out. I'm dead. Bury me here. Ochako held the water bottle over Izuku, sloshing it around. Come on, it can't be that bad. And look, I got some water for you. Do you want to run 10 kilometers with All Might sitting on your back? Ochako paused, before vigorously shaking her head. No thank you. Looking up at the offered water, Izuku made a pitiful attempt to reach up and grab it, before letting his arms fall back to the sand, too tired. Ochako rolled her eyes. Seriously? Am I going to have to feed you like a baby or something? Remember to pat my back afterwards. Ochako dug her toe into Izuku's side, getting a pained laugh from him as he rolled away. With a great show of effort, again earning him an eye roll from Ochako, Izuku sat up and reached out to take the bottle. Ochako started to lean forward to hand it to him, but was surprised when the bottle glowed green and was pulled from her grip. Ochako watched as the cap unscrewed itself and Izuku brought the water to his mouth and drank greedily, crushing the flimsy plastic flat as he drained it. I wonder if he realizes, Ochako thought to herself. Lately he's been using his quirk more and more for stuff like this. Like when we helped his mother with the dishes, he didn't even bat an eye when he was stacking all the plates. Thanks for the water, Uraraka. Let me throw this away, and we can head home for dinner. Standing on wobbly legs, Izuku hurried over to a dumpster, leaving Ochako to smile behind him. I wonder how much longer until All Might lets the cat out of the bag. I can't wait to see the look on Deku's face. Month 9. I think Deku is hiding something from me. Ochako thought to herself as she glanced over her shoulder at Deku, who, when he saw her looking at him, immediately broke eye contact. Oh, he's definitely hiding something. He's way too nervous. It was Christmas Eve and Izuku and Ochako were finishing up their last day of volunteer community service. For the past few days to get into the giving spirit, instead of working at the beach, All Might had suggested the two spend their free time at the local community center helping with both food and toy drive. Overall, it had been a great experience for them. Today was their last day, and they were busy moving boxes, tables, and chairs around to and from storage so that everything would be ready for Christmas Day when people would be coming. Halfway through the day, however, Ochako noticed a strange change in Deku's behavior. After getting a call from his mother a little after lunch, suddenly Deku was going out of his way to avoid her. And if they were in the same room, he would only talk in stutters and avoid looking at her. If she asked if something was wrong, he would try at the very least say everything was fine, but would then clam up, leaving Ochako very confused. While Deku's strange behavior left Ochako stumped, it at least provided a decent enough distraction to her other problem. It was the holidays and she missed her parents. For the past week, Ochako had been dealing with a case of the holiday blues. She had been calling her parents every night to try and help deal with their absence, while not letting them know how much not being with them was hurting her. But the calls only gave her brief breaks. Once the call was over, she would be hit with the same feelings of sadness and loneliness. Not that I'm actually alone, she kept telling herself. Deku and Inko had gone above and beyond making sure they were there for her, especially making sure she would be having dinner with them during the holidays once they found out she wouldn't be going home to visit her parents. With a grunt, Ochako dropped the large box she had been carrying when one of the community center workers walked over to her. She was an older lady who had been supervising her and Deku as they had worked at the center. Peering over her thick glasses at her clipboard than the last box Ochako had brought in, she made a small humming sound as she quickly made a check mark on her paper. I think that was the last of the boxes of toy donations. You sure had a lot of them, Ochako said with a smile. Yes, we were very fortunate this year. Lots of donations for the children. Flipping through her papers, the work supervisor smiled. Well, not only was that the last box, that was the last thing we needed moved as well for tonight. You're all done. Really? It doesn't feel like I've done all that much. Dear, you've been hard at work all day. You don't have to try and put on a show for me. You must be tired. Ochako rubbed a hand through her hair nervously. It wasn't really a show compared to the work she was used to doing. The work at the center was unbelievably light and hardly taxing at all. But she couldn't just go and day that, so she just laughed it off. Well, if you're sure there isn't anything else I can help with. No, you've done more than enough. Thank you. Now I'm sure you and your boyfriend have much more fun things to do tonight, so you go find him and run along. Boyfriend? No, it's not like that at all. We're just friends. Frantically, Ochako waved her hands in the air in a panic. Is that so? Oh, so you two just haven't confessed to each other yet then? I guess that makes sense with all the sneaking glances at each other every chance you got. Just friends. I'll be going now. Bye. Thank you. Ochako bowed quickly and hurried out of the room, but not before she heard the lady call out, "Don't wait too long, you never know when someone will pop in and snatch him away." After making her escape, and doing her best to settle herself down, Ochako soon found Deku waiting for her near the exit to the building, holding onto her coat. As he had been for the last few hours, he was fidgety and flighty, tumbling over his words. "Here you go, Uraraka. I was told we were done, so I got your coat." When he handed her the coat, he blinked a few times and for a few seconds seemed to turn back to normal. "Are you okay? Your face is all red." Ochako pulled her coat on and pulled up her hood. "I'm fine. One of the workers told me a really funny joke. Guess I was laughing pretty hard." "Well, that's a lame excuse." Izuku nodded. "Oh, okay," and immediately went back to acting nervous once he was sure he was all right. "Thank God Deku bought that." "You'll have to tell me that joke later," Izuku mumbled. "Crap. I'm sure, Deku. But later. Let's get going. I'm looking forward to the dinner your mom is preparing." The walk home was uneventful for them. With a light snowfall and it being later in the evening, the walk back was peaceful, if a little silent. A few times Ochako tried to start a conversation with Izuku, but they all stalled. So Ochako let herself become content in their silent walk, hopeful that maybe she would get some answers once they reached his home. Maybe Inko knows what's going on. Deku only started acting up after she called him. "I hope it isn't something bad. Deku would tell me if something was really bothering him." Reaching his apartment, Izuku called out, "Mom, we're back." Inko peeked her head into the hallway. "Oh, you both are just in time. Dinner is just about ready. Why don't you two take your seats? Mr. Yagi got here not that long ago, so we're just about ready to eat." After a few quick nods, both Izuku and Ochako took their spots at the dinner table, smiling and waving at all might. Ochako chuckled silently to herself, seeing the hero in his apparent favorite oversized yellow pinstripe suit. Settling in, Ochako looked at the spread already set and was very impressed. "Deku's mom is such a great cook. This all looks so good. She sure did make a lot though. I know Deku's appetite has gotten pretty big recently, but this is more than enough for us. There's only 4 of us and she made enough for like 6. Inko brought in the last of the food. There we go. Now I think we're ready to dig in." She turned and gave Izuku a brief look and smile. "Unless there's anything you'd like to do first." What does she mean? Before Ochako could ask, however, Izuku cleared his throat. "Actually, yeah. Uraraka, I'd like to give you your Christmas present now." Wait now. Ochako felt a twinge of panic. She hadn't known they were doing gifts tonight. "But I don't have your gift here. I thought we were doing gifts tomorrow." "Oh, that's fine. This is kind of a special case." "Special case? Does this have anything to do with why you've been so jumpy today?" A little." All Might snickered. "Nervous, huh?" Inko quietly hushed All Might. Tashinori. Tease later. Ochako looked at the two adults confused before looking back at Deku. "If you want a Deku, I don't mind. I still feel bad I don't have your gift here though. Please don't worry about that. Just close your eyes and hold out your hands." "Oh, I'm okay." Closing her eyes, Ochako held out her hands. She heard a chair scrape across the floor, guessing it was Deku getting up. There was also some shuffling. Someone was moving around. Ochako felt someone, Deku she guessed, take her hand and put something in it. It was thin and very light. "A card. Okay, you can open your eyes now." Ochako blinked her eyes open. The first thing she noticed was that Deku was back in his seat, a huge smile on his face. Behind him, Inko had her phone out, recording everything. Confused, Ochako looked down at her gift. It was indeed a card. A simple Christmas tree-shaped card. Opening it, Ochako found it empty. "At least there isn't money. Don't need that kind of charity." However, there was something written on it. "Merry Christmas and surprise." Confused, Ochako read it aloud. Suddenly 2 pairs of arms wrapped around her. "Surprise." Yelping in shock, Ochako looked to her sides and was beyond shocked by who she saw. "Mom. Dad." Mr. Uraraka laughed. "How has my little angel been?" Mrs. Uraraka hugged Ochako tighter. "Oh, we've missed you so much." So many different questions raced through Ochako's mind. How had they gotten here? When had they gotten here? Did they fly? Take the train? Wasn't it too expensive? But with her parents hugging her, these thoughts were quickly tossed aside. Her parents were here, and she couldn't be happier. "I can't believe you're both here." Ochako estisely returned her parents' hug, wrapping her arms around them and making sure to give them an extra hard squeeze. Mr. Uraraka gave a small, but still surprised chuckle. "Well, you better believe it. And go easy on your old man now. Someone here clearly doesn't know her own strength." Ochako blushed. "Sorry, Dad." Mrs. Uraraka put a hand over her mouth, trying to hold back a snicker. "It looks like all that training you've told us about has been paying off." "Maybe a little," Ochako said as she let her father go. Mr. Uraraka made a show of sighing in relief and rubbing his sore sides. "A little," she said. "Just about snapped me in half." Ochako just rolled her eyes while her mother gave him a little poke before turning back towards Inko, who is still recording the whole thing. I do hope I'll be getting a copy of that. Oh, I'll make sure you do, Inko said with a smile, while poorly holding back some tears. Suddenly remembering they had an audience, Ochako looked back at the other 3 people at the table, All Might smiling at the show, sipping on his drink. Inko was still recording them, making Ochako somewhat wish she had had the chance to change into something less worked in. Then there was Deku, who like his mother was also in tears, except he was doing a much worse job holding them back. He wasn't like a leaky faucet, he was a hydrant cracked open. At a loss as to what to say next, Ochako ran with the first thing that popped into her head. Everyone, these are my parents. Not long after, everyone took their seats and began to fill their plates. Ochako sat between her parents on top of the world, but now past her initial surprise that she could start asking a few questions. So when did you all get here? Her father tapped his chin. Oh, not that long ago, a few hours I think. Inko was kind enough to pick us up from the station. Ochako tilted her head. A few hours ago, huh? Wait, turning to look at Deku, something clicked in the back of her head. Wait, Deku, you got a call from your mom around lunch, then you started acting all weird. Did you know my parents were here? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Sorta. Dear Mrs. Uraraka began. Your friend is the one that set this whole thing up. What? Deku set this up? Ochako glanced from her mother back to Deku. When? How? Suddenly finding himself the center of attention, Izuku gulped nervously. Do you remember when we caught a cold after we got caught in that storm? Yes, well, a couple days after that I talked with Mom, and we started looking into trying to get you and your parents tickets so you'd be able to spend the holidays and your birthday together. Wait, tickets for all of us? Her father answered. He got us tickets so we would have the chance to celebrate the holiday with everyone that's been taking care of you since we've been wanting to meet them. And he got you a ticket so you'd be able to come home with us for a few days to celebrate with the whole family. Ochako was amazed. She was going to get to see everyone, but one part of her question was still unanswered. But this is just so, it's so. She left the word hang in the air unsaid. Expensive. And gift or no gift, she couldn't see her parents just being okay with someone spending this kind of money then. She wasn't sure how she was feeling even. It was just too much. Before Izuku started his answer, her eyes drifted towards All Might. If it was a question of money, then maybe he had a hand in this. All Might, however, seeing her look at him, shook his head, just enough that only she saw. Well, Uraraka, you know all that trash we've been cleaning? Yeah, Ochako nodded, not sure where Deku was going with this. And you, how much of it is full of copper and other kinds of metal? Ochako blinked. She blinked again before her eyes widened. Wait, you sold the scrap metal? Yep, Izuku said with a grin. But scrap metal doesn't sell for that much. Yeah, but we've cleaned up a lot of trash these past couple of months. And what was left, I was able to pay with some money I was saving. Deku, all of this just for me though? Uraraka, you're my best friend and you've helped me so much this past year. I just wanted you to be happy. Ochako could feel her heart skip a beat at that as she squeaked out a soft, thank you, Deku. Her father smirked. Not many boys are willing to so readily meet a girl's parents. I don't know if I should respect that or be worried he's so forward. Izuku gulped, forward, while Ochako shrieked, Daddy. All Might didn't bother holding back his laugh as Izuku tried to get out that he and Ochako were just very good friends. Mrs. Uraraka abolished her husband, but not without a playful smile. Now, dear, you promised you wouldn't be too hard on the young man. It is not only my right, but my duty to give any boy my daughter hangs out with a hard time. Izuku sank into his seat while All Might gave him a good-natured ribbing. Always fun meeting the parents, isn't it, my boy? Daddy, we're just friends. Stop being weird. You're embarrassing, Deku. See, dear, they're just friends, right, Inko? Mrs. Uraraka asked Inko. Oh yes, they are very good friends. Best friends for sure. And I'm sure it's a friendship that will last, won't it? Oh, it's definitely one that's going to get stronger as they grow up. The two mothers shared a quick knowing smile, which was lost on everyone else. As dinner continued, the poking and prodding from Ochako's father finally let up, much to Izuku's relief, and soon turned to question of their training, something All Might was all too happy to share. So let me get this straight. For the past 9 months, most of their training has been cleaning a beach? Mr. Uraraka asked in slight disbelief. Correct, All Might confirmed. My goal was to get them to strengthen muscles that are used every day. It has much more real-life applications than what they'd get simply going to a gym and lifting barbells all day. If cleaning can be used for hero training, maybe I should have the kids clean up job sites for me. They get to train, and I get free labor. Honey, don't say that. It's horrible. Oh, like you aren't thinking the same thing. Mrs. Uraraka chose not to answer her husband, and instead, when a few sets of eyes looked at her, whistled a little tune, not meeting any of their looks. Still, Mr. Yagi, I have to say you've gone far and beyond anything I could have ever hoped for my little girl down here. You even got her time under a pro hero. Please, it has been my privilege to help these two. and getting in contact with Gunhead wasn't that big a deal. Most of the legwork was already done by the agency. I just slipped in and took advantage of it. I do have a question, Mr. Yagi, Mrs. Uraraka began, with your connections with UA. And after all this training, couldn't you put our daughter and Midoriya in for a recommendation? Bypass the entrance exams altogether. Also, you know about UA's recommendation policy. Ochako's mother shrugged, only a little. I mostly know that it exists. To get into UA through recommendation still requires several tests, written and practical. On top of that, there is an interview, so just having the recommendation isn't a sure way to get it. Also, the recommendation needs to come from someone who is well known and respected. Unfortunately for me, the name Mr. Toshinori Yagi doesn't have that much weight behind it. All the parents nodded in understanding, while Izuku and Ochako kept their mouths occupied with food. The idea of trying to get into UA this way had been brought up before but ran into the same problem. And the alternative, having All Might himself recommend them, seemed a bigger risk. They didn't want to have that kind of spotlight on them right from the get-go. Through the rest of the meal, the Midoriya home was filled with warm and pleasant conversation, but all too soon it was beginning to get late, and in order to help Ochako get packed for their train ride home, the three readied themselves to be off. As Ochako was preparing to follow her parents out the door, Izuku asked her to wait a second before rushing into his room. To her side, Ochako heard her father snicker, "Did you see all that All Might stuff? Think the boy has enough? Daddy, don't you think you've teased Deku enough?" "Never." Mrs. Uraraka promptly pushed her husband out into the cold. "You get moving. You've had far too much fun tonight. Ochako, we'll wait for you downstairs." "Okay, Mom, I'll be right down." Ochako heard Izuku's door slide open and turned to find him hurrying back into the hallway, holding a gift-wrapped box in his hands. With a nervous smile, Izuku held up the box to Ochako. "Here, it's your birthday present. Since you'll be out of town, I thought I'd better give it to you now." "Deku, you've already given me so much already." Ochako was floored. She had only just come to terms with the idea that Deku had spent more than enough on her to give her the chance to spend time with her family. Now this, it was too much. Izuku, however, either clearly thought otherwise or had no idea that Ochako was fretting over such things as he handed the box to her. "Now this is for your birthday, so you have to wait to open it." Nodding, Ochako agreed. The box wasn't big, just the right size to fit in her arms, and it wasn't that heavy either. Despite her misgivings over how much money had been spent for her, she couldn't help but wonder what was in the box. As she thought about what else Deku could have gotten her, a thought crossed her mind. "Oh no, your Christmas gift. It's still at my apartment. I won't be able to get it to you till after I get back." "Oh, don't worry about that. It's okay, really. You spending time with your family is way more important." Izuku waved off her concerns with a reassuring smile. Ochako pouted. This wasn't right. Leaving Deku empty-handed after all of this just felt so wrong. But it wasn't like she had anything on hand she could give him. Standing in the doorway, she racked her brain to come up with something, eyes inadvertently glancing around as her mind raced for an idea. Then she glanced up, and something small and green caught her eye hanging above the door frame. Mistletoe. She blinked once, twice. At the third blink, Ochako could feel her cheeks warm up as she came up with an idea. "I can't do that. Can I?" Ochako looked back at Deku's smiling face. "Oh yes, I can." Swallowing the large lump in her throat, Ochako spoke softly. "Hey Deku, could you come over here for a sec?" "Oh sure. Did you need something?" Izuku took a few steps forward, until he was standing right in front of Ochako. With him so close, and taking just a split second to reaffirm her courage, Ochako leaned in and very quickly pressed her lips to his cheek, kissing him. "Merry Christmas, Deku." Then, just as quickly as it happened, Ochako pulled back, turned on her heel, and sprinted out the door and down the stairs. Izuku stood in absolute shock as he raised a hand to his cheek, fingers just grazing where Ochako had kissed him. The skin felt unnaturally warm and tingly. That warmth quickly spread throughout his body and a huge smile split his face. It was only after a few seconds that Izuku could hear several clicking sounds. Turning slowly, Izuku found his mother, phone in hand, taking picture after picture. "My baby boy is growing up, Mom." A couple days later, Izuku got a text message from Ochako. It was a selfie of her holding her gift from him. A 13 figure. She had the biggest grin on her face. Izuku made sure to save the picture. Month 10. "Ah, you must still be asleep. I don't blame you. It's still pretty early now that I look at the time. I'll keep this brief. I'm afraid something has come up and I'm going to be flying to the other side of Japan. So I'm going to have to leave you and young Uraraka for a time. Most of this month if I had to guess. Unfortunately, I can't get into the details, legal and libel reasons, but that's hero work for you. I'm sure you'll see news reports about it eventually. But I'll try and make sure I'll call when I can. You two just make sure to follow the plan I put together for this month. Don't either of you try and slack off while I'm gone. We're only 2 months out. It's the final push, so you two need to make sure to give it your all. Take care, and be safe. With a click, Izuku turned off his phone's speaker setting and ended the message. Sliding the phone into his pocket, he glanced over to Ochako, who had a small frown. And you don't know what could be happening that All Might needed to fly out so fast to take care of. Izuku shook his head. No. I did some quick searches online, but nothing came up. None of the cities on the coast seemed to be having any kind of emergency that I could see. Well, we'll probably hear about it after it's taken care of, like All Might said. That's normally how it goes. Yeah, it was only a few days into the month of January, and the early morning air had a sharp crisp to it as Izuku and Ochako sipped on their tea to warm up. After spending her holiday with her parents, Ochako had returned ready to pick up her training where she had left off. Neither she nor Izuku had brought up the kiss. It would be weird for friends to dwell on such things after all. Taking a sip from his cup, Izuku looked out over the beach. Hey Uraraka, yeah, there isn't really that much trash left, don't you think? Ochako turned to look at the remaining piles of garbage that litter the sandy beach. Even if she took into account the areas All Might had sectioned off, she could see that Deku was right. There wasn't that much trash left, relatively speaking. No, we've really done a number on this place. It's almost suitable for people again. Ochako turned to look at Deku. Why? What are you thinking? Izuku pulled of the paper with the month's workout plan. I think that going off what All Might has written here, we'd be able to get about half of our section cleaned up. Don't you think? Taking a sip of her tea, Ochako scanned over the notes and ran the numbers in her head. After thinking about it a bit, she nodded in agreement. Yeah, that seems about right to me. Again, what are you thinking, Deku? Want to clean all of it? Ochako almost spit out her tea. Sure, the amount of trash left was small when you compare it to what it had been, but there was still a lot of trash. Ochako would call it crazy to even think about trying to get it all cleaned up. And after their little stunt a few months back, All Might made sure they stuck to his plans. But All Might wasn't there now. Ochako finished her drink and tossed the cup into a trash can. All Might will be mad if he finds out we tried to clean everything. It's so far outside his plan, I bet he never even thought about it. Izuku smiled and threw his cup away. Only if we try. Both looked at each other, smiles turning into smirks. Izuku held up a fist, plus ultra. Ochako bumped her fist against his, plus ultra. It wasn't very often that All Might was caught off guard, let alone left speechless. After having to miss almost the whole month due to hero work that had taken him to the other side of the country, All Might was finally back in town, and had let his two trainees that he would be joining them for their morning workout, as well as bringing with him their new and last workout plan for the month of February. With the entrance exam scheduled for the end of that month, All Might had put a great deal of time into planning out how to best use what little time they had left to the maximum, while at the same time making sure he didn't burn the two out without any time to recover for the exam. The trip back was spent going over so many different factors. His private jet's cabin looked like a conspiracy nuts room. But after pulling his truck into the beach's parking lot, and with the sun only just peeking out from the horizon, he didn't think he was going to need it anymore. All Might looked at the scene before him, from one side of the beach to the other, from the shore to the open water. It was clean. Dagaba Beach, the most well-known unofficial junkyard in the city, was completely clean. Finally, after getting over his initial shock, All Might felt his voice come back to him. Hey. This is incredible. This is too much. Not just the sections I told them, but the whole beach is clean. Seriously, there's not a can, a bottle. I don't even think they left a speck of dust. Seriously, I can understand if they got a little ahead of schedule, but they jumped ahead a whole month. This isn't just a win. It's a flawless victory. Oh my goodness. Someone cleared their throat, and All Might turned. There, on top of a large heap of the last remaining trash to be picked up, sat Izuku and Ochako. Sweaty, dirty, tired, proud. Both looked down at All Might from their perch with wide smiles. They had pushed, worked, and fought to finish the cleanup. And after a month of early starts and late finishes with the last few hours from this very morning, they had reached their goal. Seeing the shocked All Might had been the icing on the cake. Well, Izuku began. What do you think, All Might? Beach looks pretty good, don't you think? All Might bellowed out a laugh. Pretty good. I'd say that's the understatement of the century, young Midoriya. You two have gone far beyond what I had envisioned. You both have lived up to plus ultra. Thank you, All Might, both said in unison. All Might pulled out a notebook from his coat. I had this whole next month planned out for the both of you, but now. All Might turned and tossed it into the open tailgate of his truck. I don't think we need it anymore. Izuku looked over at Ochako, who mirrored his own shocked expression. Turning back, Izuku asked, if we don't need that plan anymore, does that mean? Are we? Congratulations. You've both completed the aim to pass. American Dream Plan. Ochako cheered loudly. She didn't scream out any words. No hoorays or awesome. It was just a yell of pure joy and pride. While Ochako expressed her joy and exuberance, Izuku was much more reserved. He was in tears, but he kept himself as collected as he could. If he was done, then he had a question he had to ask. Standing up on wobbly legs, Izuku made his way down the heap and kept walking until he stood before All Might. Ochako let herself calm down as she watched Deku, feeling that her screaming at this moment was wrong. What came next deserved her undivided attention. All Might, you said that I'm done, that I've completed your training. You have. You've done everything I asked for, and more. Izuku swallowed, his mouth and throat suddenly dry. Then I'm ready, right? I've become a proper vessel, worthy to carry one for all. You are worthy, young Midoriya. Warm joy bubbled up from Izuku's heart. His reservations faded, and he started to laugh. He had done it. After all his hard work, he would finally. But the warmth Izuku felt cooled. A chill of dread crept into him. I'm not going to give one for all to you. Izuku felt as if the ground had been ripped from underneath his feet. In an instant he was falling into a pit of his own self-doubt, fear, and despair. Every feeling he had before he had started training came roaring back in that darkness, in spades. Panic tightened around his throat like a noose as he tried and failed to steady his breathing. It didn't make sense. What had he done wrong? I don't understand. Did I make a mistake? Are you angry with me? What did I do wrong? What did I do? All Might, what did I do wrong? Quickly, but firmly, All Might reached down and took Izuku by the shoulders. Young Midoriya, please, calm yourself. Please just take deep breaths. You've done nothing wrong. You've done everything I asked of you. Everything and more. Then why wasn't giving me one for all after I completed your training the whole plan? You're correct. From the moment you agreed to become the next vessel, I planned to give you one for all once your training was done for the entrance exam. But as we got closer to the end, I started to realize something. I knew what the effect one for all could have on your body, but not the effect it would have on your quirk. My quirk. That's right. I need to know that both your body and quirk are ready for this. And I can think of no better way to see than for you to use your quirk while you are in UA. But how am I supposed to get into UA without one for all? You have your own quirk that you can use. Izuku shook his head. I can't use my quirk. It's not good enough. I'm not good enough. All Might said nothing for a bit. He supposed it was now or never. Time to see if the other part of his training, his plan, had worked. Young man, I think it's time for you to realize just how powerful you are. Getting up, All Might walked over to his truck and leaned inside, rummaging around as he looked for something. All Might had known that sooner or later this day would come, and he was thankful he was prepared. As All Might dug around, on a whim he looked up through the truck's windows and confirmed that Uraraka was watching him very closely. She had not rushed down to comfort young Midoriya, nor had she said anything harsh or uncouth towards All Might as she may have once done in the past. Before, All Might had asked her to trust him when dealing with Izuku, and by staying back and letting this play out, she was showing that trust, and All Might was very grateful. With a muffled aha, All Might found what he had been looking for. With a bit more rummaging and some sly prep work, an impressive feat for someone of his size, All Might pulled out two objects and showed them to Izuku. Do you recognize what I'm holding here, young Midoriya? Numbly, Izuku nodded. Those are the containers I use when I practice with my quirk. That one, Izuku pointed at a small cup, was the first one I used. And that one, he pointed at All Might's other hand, is the bucket I've been using now. A big difference, wouldn't you say? Going from a coffee cup to a 5-gallon bucket. All Might held the two containers right next to each other, showing Izuku the vast size difference. And when you think about how much water they hold, how much added weight you've moved around, it's a very impressive improvement. Wouldn't you agree? But that bucket only holds around 45 pounds of water. It's not that impressive. Only 45, you say? All Might glanced briefly at Ochako, who was leaning forward as she watched. A look of nervous anticipation etched on her face. She had a guess at what was coming. She just had to trust that All Might's plan worked. Young Midoriya, would you hold these, please? Izuku frowned, not seeing the point of the request. All Might, why? Please, young Midoriya. Just trust me. Everything will be clear, I promise. After only a brief pause, the two containers glowed bright green and lifted out of All Might's hands, hovering above the ground between the two. All Might looked from one container to the other, his eyes lingering on the large bucket a few extra moments. He watched it carefully, then smiled. Not too heavy, right? Izuku shook his head. No, they're empty, so it's easy. All Might, what does this have to do? All Might held up a hand, silencing Izuku. Do you remember the rules I put in place when I started your quirk training? Izuku nodded. What was the most important rule I gave you? The one rule I emphasized over everything else. Watch my toes. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Ochako giggled at that. Even All Might chuckled softly to himself, rubbing the back of his head. That's true. I did definitely tell you that. But I also said something else. Something just as important. That any equipment that was for quirk training, I was only to use my quirk to move it. I was not allowed to touch it. That's right. Now you can go ahead and just drop those. Izuku blinked but did as All Might said. The cup landed in the sand with a solid thud. But when the bucket hit the sand, a loud crash rang out from it that echoed out far past the beach. The loud noise startled Izuku enough that he instinctually skipped backwards a few steps. Ochako leapt up from her seat and off the trash heap, staring at the dropped bucket, then at All Might wide-eyed. All Might, the only one not startled from the noise, glanced back at her and smiled. Ochako looked at All Might, then the bucket, then Deku, then back to All Might. Her nervousness evaporated away, replaced with excitement as her lips quivered into a large toothy grin. All Might, Izuku began. What? Young Midoriya, pick these up. You may go ahead and use your hands. Cautiously Izuku moved forward, before choosing to pick up the coffee cup. Reaching down, Izuku plucked the cup from the sand, eyes going wide when he felt the weight of it. It wasn't just a little heavier than a normal coffee cup, it was heavier by several pounds. Izuku wasn't dumb, and feeling this cause, something began to click in the back of his mind. The gears in his head were starting to turn. Izuku dropped the cup-shaped container back into the sand and rushed over to the bucket. Grabbing the handle, Izuku pulled up, and almost fell over when it stayed stuck in the sand. Izuku regained his balance and tried to pull it up again, but it wouldn't budge. He moved his hands to the top rim and was hit by two surprises. The first was that, like the cup, this bucket was not made of normal plastic material. Now that he could touch it, he could tell it was some kind of ultra-dense metal, very sturdy, very heavy. And second, the bucket wasn't empty. Stacked inside, almost to the top, were multiple round weightlifting plates. Reaching down, Izuku hefted the top plate up and out of the bucket, letting it rest on the rim for everyone to see. On the top plate was its weight stamped into the metal. It took Izuku several tries to make out the number in his addled state. 100 pounds. The bucket was filled to the brim with 100 pounds plates. All Might, I don't understand. What's going on? Think back, young Midoriya. The day I made the offer to you, I told you what you had two things holding your quirk back. Your lack of use had atrophied, and your conscious thoughts, as a result of being bullied as a child, limited its strength to a preconceived limit. So I came up with a plan. 1. Make you use it. Train it. Work it so that it grew stronger through repetition. But also, I made sure you were doing more than what you perceived you were doing, so that you didn't limit yourself. I made sure you trained past any limit your mind could come up with. In Izuku's mind, everything clicked into place at last. But the conclusion he came to, it was too far-fetched to put into words, too impossible to be true. I don't believe this. Yes, you do. I can see those gears spinning in that head of yours. You know exactly what this means. You just have to accept it. The last remnants of self-doubt clawed and clung to Izuku, practically speaking for him in defiance of the truth. But I'm still just me. Even if this is all real, how can I be good enough for you? All Might laughed. Young Midoriya, you were so focused on the end result, of getting one for all. I don't think you ever noticed the changes you went through. What you've become. What do you think becoming a vessel for one for all did to you? Walking forward, All Might in one swift motion yanked Izuku's sweatshirt off and pulled him to one of the truck's side mirrors, making Izuku finally look at himself. Gone was the timid, skinny twig of a boy. In his place was a young man, sculpted from months of training to become a hero. That's me. That person in the mirror is me. Izuku blinked away a few tears and repeated that phrase in his head again, but it was no longer a question. It was a statement, a fact, a declaration. That's me. That person in the mirror is me. All Might took Izuku by his shoulders and lead him back a few steps past the truck and the training gear, back enough so that he had all the room he could want. Young Midoriya, I want you to do something for me. Close your eyes and just reach out with your quirk. Don't think about it. Just reach out and grab what you can and lift it up. No overthinking. No overanalyzing. Block out everything around you and just focus on the act. Izuku looked up at All Might and gave him a stiff but affirmative nod. Turning back, Izuku closed his eyes, letting himself become enveloped in a black darkness. With each deep breath he took, the world around him faded away. The sound of the waves, the smell of the ocean, the feel of the crisp air on his skin all vanished from his mind. The doubts from before were silent. The cruel words from his memories no longer reached him. It was just him, just Midoriya Izuku. With one last deep breath, Izuku raised his hand out and just let his quirk spread out. He could feel it take hold of something. Many things, but what they all were, he didn't think about. He just kept reaching out until he felt there was nothing left to grab hold to. Slowly, carefully, Izuku turned his hand over, palm up towards the sky, and did what All Might had asked him to do. He lifted up. There was resistance at first, but he kept the pressure of his quirk constantly pushing upwards. He could feel a give, then suddenly the resistance was gone. He could feel it in his mind. He had lifted something up. Deku, oh my gosh. He heard Uraraka to his side. She sounded like she was in awe. Well, I'll be. Young Midoriya, I want you to open your eyes. Opening his eyes, his first instinct was to look over at Uraraka. She had sounded so awestruck. Sure enough, she was just staring straight ahead, a hand over her mouth and tears in her eyes. She looked so happy. Slowly, he turned to face forward, and his whole world changed in an instant. Izuku had reached out with his quirk, only he had reached out much farther than he realized, or had ever thought possible, and he was holding so much more than he could have ever thought possible. The fake cup, the metal bucket, all the 100 pounds weights, All Might's truck, the scrap heap, all of it, surrounded by a bright green light, was floating several feet in the air. I think, young Midoriya, it's safe to say you've finally arrived. In that moment, the dam broke for Izuku. He had shed some tears up till then, but now he wept. He fell to his knees and wept loudly and openly. He hadn't cried like this in months, not since All Might first told him he could be a hero. In some ways for Izuku, that was a lifetime ago. As Izuku cried, All Might gave a small exasperated sigh, speaking softly with a bit of humor. We still need to get those leaky eyes of yours fixed, but I suppose it's not the biggest deal in the world. All Might then took a few small purposeful steps back, so that he was no longer standing between Izuku and Ochako. Ochako looked from Deku to All Might, who gave her a quick nod, and launched herself at Deku, wrapping her arms around him and holding him as he slowly regained his composure. Soon Izuku was able to reel himself in and stood back up. He smiled at Ochako, thanking her for being there. Ochako returned the smile, though as she got a better look at him, noticed fresh beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and she could see his temple and brow were twitching. It dawned on her that Deku was still holding everything up. Deku, I think you can let go now. Let go. Oh, yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. My head is starting to hurt. A lot, actually. Please don't drop the truck, young Midoriya. Izuku flinched before giving All Might a thumbs up. Right, I'll put everything down gently. With the pressure on his head gone, Izuku sighed in relief. Ochako looked over everything with a calculating eye. How much do you think all that weighed? 3 tons. 3 sounds about right. Maybe a little more. A little competitive feeling surfaced as Ochako puffed up, teasing Deku a little. Well, Deku, keep working at it, and I'm sure you'll be able to lift as much as me one day. Izuku glared at her from the corner of his eye. Can't you just let me have this, Uraraka? Despite the words, though, both of them were smiling brightly. But we would be remiss if we overlooked young Uraraka and everything she's accomplished. Ochako gasped out, suddenly finding herself the new center of attention. Not only have you been able to increase the maximum weight limit of your quirk, you've also made great strides in your ability to use it on yourself. On top of that, All Might took hold of Ochako's arm, rolling up her sleeve, and while not as defined as Izuku's, there was a definite muscle bulge as she flexed. I'd say you have come a long way in terms of your physical strength and combat prowess. You've shown some real natural talent. I had some really good teachers to help me get here. Ochako beamed proudly from All Might's praise, while Izuku tried his best not to stare too hard, though he was finding it very hard not to. Rolling her sleeve back down, Ochako looked over at the beach. So what happens now? You said we've finished your training, but the entrance exam is still a month away. I think this would be a good chance for the two of you to let your bodies recover. You've been pushing yourselves hard for a long time. Take the opportunity to rest. Now, I'm not saying to let yourselves to get lazy. Maintaining yourselves in times of ease is just as important as the training to get yourselves here, but you've both earned a chance to catch your breath. Both Izuku and Ochako nodded. Neither wanted to let all their hard work vanish now that they were so close to their goal. I suppose, Izuku started, we could use the time to make sure we are ready for the written exam. I'd be really bad if that's the part that catches us off guard. That's a good idea, Deku. All Might nodded in agreement. Very good. A hero is more than just a strong body. However, before you get to that, this is a time to celebrate. So let me take you two to get a nice breakfast, my treat. Izuku and Ochako were more than happy to take All Might up on his offer and quickly got into his truck. After a nice day of celebrating, it was a few hours after sundown and Ochako yawned as she fell into her bed, happy but exhausted, knowing that she was finally finished with her preparation training and would be able to sleep in for the first time in forever. She wondered if her body was about to collect on all the sleep she had missed. Not bothering to set her alarm, Ochako pulled on her mittens and buried herself in her comforter. As she drifted to sleep, she couldn't help but think back to the morning. Seeing Deku finally, fully, break through the mental blocks holding his quirk back had been breathtaking. The look of unimaginable joy he had, seeing what he could do for the first time, made her feel so happy and proud of him. He had worked so hard, and it showed. Oh boy, did it show. Ochako could feel her face heat up as she recalled the way that the early morning light and the green glow from Deku's quirk had done a wonderful job of defining each and every muscle that had been uncovered when he had his top taken off. Try as she might, which wasn't very hard if she was being honest with herself, she couldn't deny that her best friend, Midoriya Izuku, was hot. He was hot, and looking at him made her feel something. A lot of something. She just couldn't find the right word for it. Or the right word that didn't make her extremely uncomfortable if she thought about what it meant. She didn't hate this feeling, but she wasn't a fan of how distracting it was. What it did to her. What it was doing to her. How it made her feel so warm. too warm for the heavy comforter that after some tossing and turning was kicked to the side in a huff. Ochako lay still, looking up at her ceiling in the darkness of her room, lost in her thoughts. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I know how hard he's worked to get where he is. Of course he'd be in great shape. So what if he's hot now? It doesn't change anything. He's still Deku, my best friend. My Deku. Ochako ignored the best she could the small shudder that went up her body with that last possessive thought. And it's not like he's the kind of boy to go and show off. He's focused on his dream, like me, so I don't need to worry about him getting distracted. He'll want to be just like All Might, focused on being a hero. Though, he's such an All Might fanboy he might decide to mimic his costume too. Ochako's imagination flashed an image in her mind. Deku posed, arms raised mid-flex, in a perfect replica of All Might's hero costume. A costume that clung to Deku so tightly it showed off each and every muscle he had. Ochako smiled and unconsciously licked her lips. Soon though the image changed, and Ochako wasn't the only one looking at Deku. He was a hero, so the whole world would have its eyes on him, and the world was filled with other girls besides herself. And the thought of other girls looking at Deku, her Deku, brought a deep frown to Ochako. But just as quickly as the thought came, Ochako shook her head and covered her face with her mittens, groaning into them in frustration. What is wrong with me? Ochako kept her face covered as she tried to force herself to calm down. She had no reason to be getting this upset over something that hadn't happened. No reason to feel this jealousy. Calm down. Just calm down. Slowly, she could feel herself cool off as she practically willed her heart to stop beating so fast. Face still covered, Ochako remembered the breathing exercises Gunhead had taught her and walked herself through them. Deep, slow breaths. With each breath, she felt the unease leave her, until at last she felt calm and collected. She was fine. She was fine right up until her phone suddenly began ringing, startling Ochako enough that she bolted upright. Reaching out in a daze, Ochako forgot to take her mittens off as she fumbled with her small flip phone. Who could be calling me at this hour? Mom? Dad? Ochako looked at the caller ID. Deku. Ochako stared at the screen in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Deku's calling me now. After all of whatever all that was. I can't talk to him now. The phone rang again, as if to spite her. I'm asleep right now. It'll go to voicemail and he'll think that I'm asleep and I can deal with this in the morning or something. Another ring. Only a couple more and then she could go to sleep. 1 ring. 2 rings. At 3, Ochako practically growled as she ripped a mitten off and flipped her phone open. Hello. She tried very hard to keep herself calm. She was not going to let her own frustration cause her to snap at Deku. Hi Uraraka. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't wake you or anything. I know it's really late and I probably should have waited, but I really wanted to ask you something. But it's definitely something that could have waited, but I had this idea that I wanted to try, but I know it's not super important, but Deku was lost, mumbling on the other end of the line. It was late at night. Well past time for phone calls, and Deku had called Ochako and immediately started to mumble and ramble away. And Ochako, who just moments before was lost in a storm of confused emotions and feelings, couldn't help but smile as suddenly all those silly thoughts melted away. Deku was still Deku, and that was more than enough for her. Easy Deku, easy. It's okay. I hadn't fallen asleep yet, so don't worry about it. A sigh of relief. Oh, that's good. So what's up? Everything okay? Oh yeah, everything's fine. Everything's really good actually. He does sound pretty happy. Well, you did have one heck of a morning today. Ochako could hear the phone swoosh as Deku bobbed his head quickly in agreement. It really was incredible that I could do all that. Uraraka, I can't even begin to imagine what's possible for me to do with my quirk now. Which is kinda the reason I called you. Oh, well you see, it's like I said. I have no idea what I can do with my quirk. What's my actual max weight limit now? How far away can I be and still lift things? How hard can I throw something? Push it, pull it. How many different things can I hold at the same time? I just don't know. I really don't know anything about my quirk. For a few seconds Ochako could feel worry creeping into her mind. Worry that Deku was starting to panic and that old lack of confidence in himself was beginning to worm its way back into him. However, these fears were quickly dashed. And Uraraka, I really want to find out. I want to test myself and see just how strong I really am. Just what I'm capable of. So even though All Might said we should take some time to rest, I was thinking of going back to the beach tomorrow and, well, seeing what I'm made of. The determination in his voice dashed every worry Ochako had. And she felt her smile grow. That's a great idea, Deku. That should help you a whole lot when we take the entrance exam. Yeah, exactly. So like I said, I decided that I was going to head over there tomorrow morning. And then I thought. Izuku trailed off towards the end. You thought what, Deku? I thought I'd ask if you'd like to come along. I know I'm probably being a little selfish, but we've been training together for so long it felt weird going by myself, so I thought maybe you'd want to, maybe come with me. Though I'm sure you would rather. Before Izuku could continue, Ochako quickly cut him off. Yes, yes, I'd love to go with you. Love, really, that's great. It doesn't have to be super early in the morning or anything. We could do something around after lunch then come back to my place for dinner like normal. Yeah, sure. Let's say noon then. That should give us plenty of time. Okay, great. Thank you, Uraraka. I was a little worried about calling you so late to ask you about this. I thought maybe you'd rather use the time we had left to relax. Deku, we're in this together. Of course I'd want to be with you for this. There was a brief pause, during which Ochako swore she could hear some sniffling from Deku. Uraraka, thank you. Really, thank you. I'll let you get back to going to sleep then. See you tomorrow. Sweet dreams, Deku. Closing her phone and putting it away, Ochako couldn't keep the smile off her face. After months of waiting and getting a huge peek earlier, she was finally going to get to see Deku let himself go and use his quirk to his heart's content. Of course she was going to want to be there, mind filled with the possibilities tomorrow would bring. Ochako pulled her mitten and comforter back on and finally she fell asleep. Izuku was a bundle of nervous excitement as he waited at the beach for Uraraka. After his phone call with her, instead of going straight to bed, he had stayed up late writing out different ideas on how he was going to test out his quirk's newfound limits. If his mother hadn't walked into his room and practically thrown him into bed, he was sure to have stayed up all night. Upon arriving, Izuku quickly made his way down to the far edge of the beach, where the man-made concrete wall separating the shore and the mainland ended and a natural wall made out of many large stones and boulders began, far enough away that he should be able to do his tests without worrying about possible hurting any passersby or getting spotted by an officer ready to reprimand him for using his quirk out in the open without a proper license. Pulling out his notebook, Izuku started to mumble to himself as he again went through the tests he planned to run, making sure they had space for each test's results in the marked-off pages. It's funny, I don't think I can remember the last time I was excited over anything about my quirk. Actually, the last time was probably before I ran into Kachin after visiting the doctor. So maybe not so funny now that I think about it. But that's in the past, and I need to focus on the now and future. Still, I wonder what Kachin will do once he sees what I can do now. Maybe he'll finally think my quirk is cool, like his. Izuku was so caught up in his thoughts, he failed to notice Ochako walking up behind him. Ochako, with a big smile, tapped Izuku on the shoulder. Hey Deku. WHAA. Startled, Izuku jumped up, inadvertently throwing his notebook up in the air. Frantically, Izuku fumbled around catching the book before it hit the sand, before turning to find Ochako, hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh at the spectacle she had just witnessed. Uraraka, don't sneak up on me like that. PFT, I'm sorry but that's completely your own fault. Rubbing his head embarrassed, Izuku remembered why Uraraka was out here with him. Uraraka, thanks again for coming out. I'm sure you had other things you'd want to be doing on your time off. Ochako waved him off. Deku, I like spending time with you, and if there's something I can do to help you, all the better. So I assume you have a plan for today. Izuku smiled and opened his notebook up and showed the pages filled with tests to her. Uraraka blinked as she scanned over the many different tests. Wow, that's a lot. We don't have to do all of them, of course. I kinda just wrote down every idea I had before I went to bed. Okay then, do you have any equipment? All Might took everything with him after we finished yesterday. Izuku motioned to the wall of rocks. I figured I could practice with all the large stones over here. No need to carry anything. Plus if something breaks it'll be fine. Ochako hummed in approval, though she did give Izuku a pointed look. Just make sure you don't include yourself in the if something breaks it'll be fine category. Oh come on, you make it sound like I have a habit of hurting myself. Deadpanned, Ochako pulled out a pouch of tissues, over half of which were gone because of all the times his nose started bleeding. Izuku laughed nervously and quickly moved to change the subject. Suo, you ready to start? Sure, Deku. For the next few hours Izuku and Ochako experimented with his quirk. At first Ochako had very little to do. Izuku started by pulling large rocks from the beach wall face from increasing distances, jotting down in his book his effective radius. Next he moved on to seeing how many different large objects he could move around independently of each other, making a bit of a show acting like he was juggling some of the smaller stones, much to Ochako's delight. When Izuku moved to throwing objects, he quickly came to interesting result that he immediately wrote down into his book. So while I can lift a couple of tons, I can't throw that much weight around. Don't you think that's odd? Ochako asked as she casually watched him write in his notebook. Izuku chewed on the end of his pencil. Not really when you think about it. You remember some of the large pieces of trash we cleaned up here, like the sinks. You could pick those up towards the end without issue. Ochako smirked and flexed. But do you think you'd be able to throw one? Oh, when you put it like that, I guess it does make sense. Izuku nodded and after finishing his notes closed his book. Okay, Uraraka, do you think you could use your quirk on that rock over there? That one? Sure. One sec. Walking over, Ochako tapped the large stone and lifted it up. Anything you want me to do with it? Yeah, just push it up a little higher and then drop it. I want to try and catch it as it's falling. Oh, okay. Just be careful and don't stand under it. Izuku laughed. Right, because that's something I'd do. Walk right into something that dangerous. No, you're right. You'd run. Izuku snickered. Okay, Uraraka, I think that's a good height. I'm ready. Release. The stone plummeted towards the ground as Izuku quickly reached out with his quirk and grabbed it, stopping it a few feet from the ground. Izuku inhaled sharply as a familiar dull pain throbbed in his head. Ochako heard Izuku and glanced his way. Deku, you all right? Izuku dropped the stone and spent a few seconds collecting himself. I'm fine. Learned something too. Using my quirk on an object that already has a force acting on it is a lot like when I try to throw something. The extra force lowers my weight limit. Also makes things harder to keep hold of. As Izuku put that into his notebook, Ochako rubbed her chin. What do you think would happen if something you were already holding had a force put on it? Oh, that's a good one. Let's test that next. Izuku lifted the large stone back into the air in front of Ochako. Try and move it, Uraraka. Nodding, Ochako put her hands onto the rock and pushed. There was a little give at first. She could hear Izuku take a sharp breath, but soon afterwards, the rock stayed put. She put her back into it, and while she could hear Izuku's strained breathing letting her know he was putting in some effort, the rock wouldn't budge. Pulling back, Ochako was about to tell Izuku he could drop it, when a sudden idea came to her. On a whim, she leapt up and hung onto the rock, keeping her feet off the ground. Uraraka, Ochako, after she was sure she was secure, looked over at Izuku. Try and move it now. Izuku grunted, but after some effort started moving the rock in a circle around himself. Come on, Deku, faster. Ochako cheered, having fun with her new ride. Smirking, Izuku gave her what she wanted and pushed the rock faster and faster. Soon though the inevitable happened, and Ochako after one too many rotations could feel herself getting dizzy. With a yelp her grip loosened and she tumbled to the ground. Izuku started let his grip on the rock drop, sending the stone into the ocean. Hurrying over to Ochako, worried he may have hurt her, his worries were brushed aside as Ochako sat up laughing. That was awesome, Deku. I want to go again. Izuku laughed as he helped her up and began scanning around. Sure, though maybe I can get something a little bigger for you to hold on to. Before he could, Ochako came up with an idea that brought a huge smile to her face. Actually, I have an idea. Let's cut out the middleman. What do you mean? Izuku asked, his head tilted to the side as he watched Ochako, who was almost giddy with excitement. Okay, Deku, why don't you try picking me up? Ochako said quickly as she moved to where the last few test boulders had been. Are you sure? Izuku asked. While the day had been going great, he had learned so much and had filled many pages in his notebook on his quirk. Lifting a person was a completely new direction for him. Come on, Deku. Don't get cold feet now. You just launched a boulder all the way out there. She motioned towards the ocean. I want to see what you can do to a person. Ochako paused when she noticed a mischievous grin cross Izuku's face. Though I swear, if you do that to me, no hero in the world would be able to save you. Got it. She cracked her knuckles for added emphasis. Izuku just smiled at Ochako's threat, but chose not to say anything on the matter. He could try and play it off by pretending to be offended, but he had serious doubts Uraraka would buy it. So instead he simply asked, Are you ready? And after an excited nod from Ochako, reached out his hand and let his quirk envelope Ochako, like he had done multiple times to the rocks and boulders before. Ochako held back a gasp as she felt Izuku's quirk take hold of her. She hadn't been very sure what to expect, but it certainly hadn't been this. The green glow had a warmth that made her skin tingle and there was a constant pressure all over her body. Not like someone grabbing her, but like she was being swaddled. It felt good. It felt really, really good. I should have asked him to use his quirk on me ages ago. For Izuku though, almost immediately he could feel something was different. Moving from an inanimate object to a living person was a night and day difference. He had to concentrate much harder just to get a hold of Uraraka. And even when he had her, he could feel his quirk getting repelled back. Ochako looked over at Deku, about to tell him to go ahead and pick her up when she noticed the look of concentration on his face with his eyebrows all scrunched up. Deku, are you okay? It's weird. It's like trying to hold two magnets with the same poles facing each other together in my hand. I have you, but it's a constant fight. Are you okay? Do you feel anything weird? No, this feels great. I feel fine, Deku. All right, I'm going to lift you up now. Izuku rotated his hand so that his palm faced up and lifted. But Ochako stayed on the ground and a very strong feeling hit Izuku as he tried. It was a sensation he had already felt earlier when he had experimented with lifting an object from incremental distances. But this was much stronger and he was feeling the strain from an exceptionally closer distance than before. It seemed that issues he had lifting an object were magnified greatly when applied to a person. Izuku continued to try to lift Ochako for a few more seconds before he felt an all too familiar pain start to pound in his head. Quickly the green glow around Ochako flashed out, and Izuku whipped his hand to his forehead, hissing out an "oh." Deku, rushing forward, Ochako dug her hands into her pockets to pull out some tissues she always carried with her. After being around Deku and his bloody nose, she was always prepared for a quick cleanup when he overused his quirk. When she reached him, she was relieved to see that at least some of her worry turned out to be unnecessary. While he was busy rubbing his temple, he at least wasn't bleeding. Deku, Ochako started again, this time more calm. "Everything all right?" Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, I'm okay. I may have pushed a little too hard. By the way, Once Izuku had, more or less, rubbed the pain out of his head, he gave Ochako a smile to show he was okay. "Sorry for worrying you. I'm fine now. Do you know what happened?" "Yeah, I do. I tried to lift someone who eats too much matcha." Izuku snickered when Ochako gave him a playful shove. "You better watch yourself, Deku." I got it. Izuku sighed after he calmed down. "I think I know what happened in case you're still curious." Ochako nodded, giving Izuku her full attention. "When I tried to lift you, it felt different than when I was moving those boulders around. It was like my quirk was getting pushed away, so I was having to put a lot more effort into holding you with it." "Why do you think that is?" "It's probably related to my mom's quirk. She can pull small objects towards herself, but that's the limit to it. Her quirk doesn't work on people at all. I guess even though my quirk is a stronger version of hers, I inherited that issue. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to lift a person, but it's going to take some work." "Well, that's not too bad. It's just something you'll have to work towards is all," Ochako said encouragingly. "Yeah, I guess so. But it's strange." Izuku put a hand on his chin as he began to think. "A few months ago when I followed those guys that were harassing that girl, Toga, I was able to pull one of them when he threw a punch at me. I don't remember having this issue. Could I have ignored it since it was a spur-of-the-moment decision? Maybe I was in such a hurry and focused on helping her I just don't remember the finer details. Perhaps I was being boosted by adrenaline. Or it's like when I was attacked by the sludge villain and was subconsciously going past a mental limit. Deku, but I'm over that now and I'm still having an issue. Maybe I'm looking at this wrong. With Uraraka I was trying to lift her completely, which I suppose is fundamentally different than the other two times. With the sludge villain I wasn't actually using my quirk on his body. I was more or less using it to create a force to push him off, which now that I'm thinking about it, how did I even do that? I'll need to look into that." "Deku, hello." "Then there's the guy from the alley. I know I was able to pull him off balance, and I didn't feel that repulsive feeling when I did. Could it be because I was only using my quirk on a smaller part of his body? Just his arm? Could it be because he was already moving in the direction I pulled so his own force added to my quirk? No, even before I was trying to move Uraraka, I could feel the difference. Then what made that time and this time different? Could I have grabbed something else besides his actual arm? But what could I have?" "Deku." Earth to Deku. Startled, Izuku stopped what he was doing when Ochako grabbed him by the shoulders and gave him a little shake. "What? Oh, Uraraka." "Yes?" Ochako deadpanned at Izuku's seemingly lost response. "You know that you said all of that out loud, right?" "Oh, was I mumbling, rambling, falling down a rabbit hole to Wonderland? Take your pick." Izuku blushed, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. "Sorry about that. I guess I got carried away. I swear sometimes I wish I could see what's running through your head when you dive off the deep end like that. Then I remember that besides being a huge hero nerd, you're a teenage boy and I'd rather not be subjected to all the stuff you got in there as well." "Hey, I'm not like that." Do you remember the magazine I found in your room? The one with the wild pussycats?" Izuku flushed red. It had a brand new article over their most daring rescue opt. They were talking about how they used their quirks together to pull it off. Ochako crossed her arms, not convinced at all. "Right. You got it for the articles, not the pixie bomb spreads." Arms flailing, Izuku continued to defend it himself. "I don't see how this even matters right now. That was a while ago, and you took it before I could even use it." Ochako raised an eyebrow. "Use it?" Implications heavy in her voice. "Read it. I meant read it." Izuku covered his face as he sank down into the sand in embarrassment. Ochako soon broke out into a small fit of snickers. "Sorry, Deku, but sometimes you make it so easy." Izuku stood back up in a huff. "One day, Uraraka, one day you'll get yours." Ochako rolled her eyes. "Right, that'll be the day. So want to tell me what you were mumbling about?" I could only catch every other word, deciding to take the opportunity to change the subject. Izuku nodded. "I was trying to figure out how the couple other times I used my quirk on a person, I didn't have the same issues as I am having now." Intrigued, Ochako asked, "Oh, did you come up with anything?" Izuku thought about it for a second before he gave her a brief nod. "Actually, I think so. I'd like to try lifting you again, but in a different way, if you don't mind." Ochako smiled. "I don't mind at all. Just don't go hurting yourself, okay?" After getting her consent, Izuku took a couple steps back to give himself some space. With his hand raised, Izuku once again let his quirk reach out towards Ochako, but instead of focusing on her as a whole, he narrowed down his target to her clothing. Satisfied that he was not feeling the repulsive force from before, Izuku pushed his quirk to lift Ochako up. Ochako gave a startled yelp when her feet left the sand and she was lifted, wobbly, upward. It wasn't a perfect hold. In fact, he could already find several flaws with it. Holding on to just her clothes meant that the hold fell off. He could feel her shifting around in his grip, and her movements were pushing back on his quirk, so he knew he wouldn't be able to hold on to her for very long. Plus, if the clothing torn, whoever he was moving would be in a free fall. But while it wasn't a perfect way to lift a person, it was still something, and you can improve on something. While Izuku was lost in his thoughts, going over different methods he could use to improve his quirk's effect on people, he failed to notice a sudden change in Ochako's face. When Izuku had reached out, Ochako was surprised and a little disappointed when she didn't get the same feeling as before. All she felt was her clothes getting pulled tight and up and dragging her along with them. She tried to find the best way to make herself comfortable, going rigid or going slack, but there really wasn't much she could do. However, Izuku was able to lift her this way, so that was a check in the win column. That is, until another attempt from Ochako to get comfortable caused herself to drop slightly, and out of a certain piece of very important clothing. Oh no, Deku put me down. Put me down right now. Jarred out of his thoughts by Ochako's sudden yell, Izuku immediately lowered Ochako back to the ground. The moment her feet touched down, Ochako whirled around so that she was facing away from Izuku. Concerned he had hurt her, Izuku took a few steps towards her. Uraraka. Ochako quickly and very adamantly cut him off. I'm fine, Deku. Just please back up some. Oh okay. Izuku, well confused, did as he was asked, and took several steps back all the while watching Ochako intently. After a bit, Ochako peeked over her shoulder and added, could you turn around too? Why is her face so red? While tempted to ask what was going on, Izuku turned around and waited. Once Ochako saw that his back was turned towards her, she finally felt brave enough to act. Pulling her arms into her hoodie, Ochako quickly and discreetly pulled her sports bra back down. Once she was sure everything was back in place and she was presentable, Ochako turned around and found Izuku still with his back turned, looking down at the ground fidgeting nervously. Walking over, she tapped him on the shoulder and made sure she was smiling when he looked at her. Thanks for that, Deku. I'm all better now. Oh, that's good. Uraraka, did I do something wrong? I didn't mean to do whatever I did. I swear, he doesn't suspect anything. Dodged a bullet there. Thank goodness Deku isn't really a pervert like some of the boys at school. Psychokinesis is dangerous in the wrong hands. I'm fine, Deku. Don't worry about it, Ochako said with a wave of her hand. Izuku nodded, relieved. If he had accidentally done something to hurt her. Izuku shook his head, not wanting to think about that. She said she was fine, so there was nothing to worry about. Well, I'm glad. And while it wasn't perfect, I guess I do have a method of lifting a person now. Yeah, maybe work on it a little more before you go putting it into practice. Oh, does it have something to do with you wanting to get put down? Ochako looked away, hiding her blushing face. Something like that, she mumbled before adding, was there anything else you wanted to try? It's getting pretty close to dinner time. Izuku thought about it, then shook his head. I think I'm good for today. Let's get going. The walk back was peaceful, with Izuku spending most of the time scribbling away in his notebook detailing everything he had learned during his quirk practice. I may not have won for all yet, but that's okay. All Might still believes in me, and once I've shown I can control my quirk, then I'll be ready to take up his torch. Izuku glanced over at Uraraka. His eyes were drawn to the bright smile she had as she walked beside him. And I have Uraraka too. As long as we're together, I'm sure nothing at UA will be able to stop us. Month 0. If one were to ask any of the fellow police officers or pro heroes that have worked with Detective Tsukachi to describe the man, you would get several answers. Dedicated, by the book, earnest and hardworking, a bit stiff. So if any of these people knew what the detective was mulling over as he sat at his desk, they would be quite surprised. Strewn across his desk were folders, files, pictures, reports, and all manner of documents, almost all pertaining to a single case file. A case that numerous departments, local and national, were following. The hero killer Stain. The sheer amount of paper on Tsukachi's desk was a grim mirror to the length of time that Stain had been active, targeting and killing heroes. For months, all anyone could do was follow the trails of blood to the most recent victim, all found after they had gone missing for some time. Evidence was sparse at the scenes with no witnesses, and the heroes only suffering a few cuts and a lethal stab wound. The number of victims that shared this same MO had led the departments to come up with two main theories about how these attacks worked. Either Stain would ambush his victims, or he was such a powerful villain that the heroes were simply outmatched and overpowered in direct combat. Though honestly, Tsukachi thought it was something more in the middle. All the attacks happened in areas away from public view, which led itself to the ambush theory, but these were still trained professional heroes. Even with the element of surprise, Stain still needed to be a dangerous combatant to be able to pull all this off. However, this was not what was keeping him up so late this night, though it was the strange turn the case had taken. For some time, his department had started to receive anonymous tips about Stain. This by itself wasn't that strange. High-profile cases like this always came with a mountain of calls from people who thought they had information that the police might want or need. Most of the time it was only rumors or bad info leading to nothing. But it was still his and the department's duty to investigate. But recently they had received a call that was different. It was not a call of a sighting or crime in progress, but of possible future attack locations. At first the department didn't take the call too seriously. How could someone know where these attacks could take place? But then there were 3 more attacks, and every one took place at one of the locations that the anonymous caller had mentioned, and that got everyone's attention. Almost immediately everyone in the department who had any free time was trying to follow up on who the caller was. But after weeks, no one could find anything. With virtually no trail to follow, people were shifted away from finding them and back onto other cases. The general sense was that they were not going to hear from the caller again. That changed a few days ago when a call was forwarded to his phone. Hello, this is Detective Tsukachi of the Musutafu Police. How may I help you? You police force bozos don't listen very well, do you? I gave you 3 prime locations and you still let 2 heroes bite it. And a third is what? Kerpeld, Maine. The paper was really vague about the details. In a flash, Tsukachi bolted upright in his chair and quickly snatched a pen and paper to start taking notes. Female, young, low opinion of police equals bozos. Speaking just loud enough that the officers at the desks around him could hear. You're the one who gave us the tip about potential locations Stain would attack. The office went quiet as word spread. Tech teams immediately went to work plugging into his phone to try and trace the call, while officers and others crowded around Tsukachi's desk. Yep, that would be me. Happy, chipper. Voices in background of call. Equals public location. Tell me, Mr. Policeman, how'd you manage to screw up catching Mr. Stain? It's like you guys weren't even trying. Mr. Stain equals familiarity. Tsukachi scribbled quickly as he replied. We receive multiple tips over the hero killer case each day. We only have so many men and women available to follow up on each one. The voice on the other end sighed, clearly annoyed. Save the bullshit for the papers, Mr. Policeman. I'm not interested in it. Tsukachi could see a few of the other officers listening in on the call wince with him at that. Everyone knew how important keeping this woman on the line was. If he upset her too much, there was a good chance they could lose their best lead on Stain. We didn't believe you. We didn't think any legitimate source would have that kind of information readily available to them. He hoped that honest answers would placate her. Fortunately, it seemed to work, since when she spoke again, her voice carried an air of cheerfulness. An uncomfortable amount of cheerfulness. Odd, that makes sense since I never saw anyone around. But that begs the question, do you think I'm legitimate now? Playful tone. Happy. Possible unstable. Yes. The caller giggled. Good. Do you want more information on Mr. Stain? The room held its collective breath. Officers leaned so hard on his cubicle walls. They started to bend. Tech team signaled for more time to trace. Tsukachi steadied himself. Yes, we do. Then I think we can do some business. He blinked. What do you mean business? I gave you that tip for free, Mr. Policeman ... And if I'm being honest, I didn't really think you'd be able to catch Mr. Stain, but I needed all of you to know that I knew what I was talking about. So if you want the rest of what I know, it's gonna cost you. A murmur filled the room at the same time a frown crossed Tsukachi's face. What do you want? For starters, a full pardon. Tsukachi drummed his fingers on his desk as he moved from the large pile of paper to a much smaller pile. He didn't like this. Not one bit. Making deals with criminals went against every fiber of his being. When the caller had started to go over their price for their information, he had thought that perhaps he was dealing with a vigilante that had probably gotten in too deep and wanted out of the game. But once he had gotten a name, he was sure he wasn't dealing with a vigilante. While the file he was reading through was nowhere as big as Stain's, it still held some stomach-turning information. The first page was a missing persons report, not filed by the family. Finding this strange, Tsukachi had made a couple of calls to the family, but once the subject was broached, the call was cut short with them stating he could talk to their attorney if he wanted more information. Further calls were ignored outright. The next reports were all criminal activities, criminal mischief, trespassing, aggravated assault, assault with a deadly weapon, attempted murder and cannibalism. He was dealing with a criminal at least, and a burgeoning villain at worst, and much to his chagrin, he was working to make their demands for a deal go through. This was not ultimately his call, but a decision that came from above. The order was simple: make this happen now. He was convinced someone up top was seeing a promotion in their future if this could lead to Stain's arrest. But he would never say this out loud. So despite his misgivings, he had gone to work. Most of what the caller had wanted turned out to be rather simple and disappointingly easy to make happen. The pardon came through almost the same day, though fortunately much to Tsukachi's relief, Chief Tsurigami put some limits on it. More or less it came down to if their caller stepped too far out of line, the pardon would be pulled and they could come down on her with their full authority. So at the very least, they had a safety net of some kind to make up for the higher-ups' rush to make this happen. However, it was the last few bits that were turning into a mess. As much as the higher-ups in the police force tried, they did not have as much sway with the heroes as they wanted. And that's what this last part of the deal came down to. The heroes, or namely one person in the hero community in particular. Tsukachi's thoughts were interrupted when his phone started to ring. Absently, he checked the caller ID and took a breath before picking up the phone. "Hello, this is Detective Tsukachi. Ah yes, it's good to speak with you, sir. Yes, I was hoping you had a chance to read over the information I sent you earlier. Yes, sir. I agree this is a very peculiar case. Sir, if I'm being honest, I'm against this, even if the information they have is good. I agree stopping Stain must be a priority. You're interested? Really? Potential, huh? I can give you what we have on record, but it's not much. Where would you like me to start? Very well, I will start from the beginning. Name, Toga Himiko. It was the night before the exam, and Izuku Midoriya was no closer to falling asleep than he was an hour ago. He had decided to go to bed a little earlier than normal to try and make sure he was as well rested as he could be, so it wasn't too late yet. Only 10:40, but Izuku was beginning to worry about just how much longer he was going to lie awake. Of course, if that was his only worry, it wouldn't be so bad. However, the upcoming test weighed heavily on his mind. Izuku knew he was ready. He had been training for months, preparing his body and quirk for the practical exam. He had studied to the point where he was passing the written mock exams with relative ease. His backpack was filled with everything he would need, and he had already planned out his battle strategy for the robots. He was ready. And yet, despite all of his preparations, Izuku's confidence was still held down by his worries and doubts. He found himself imagining all the worst-case scenarios that could happen, some of those where he failed in rather creative ways. Rolling onto his side, Izuku picked up his phone. He needed a distraction. No. If I start looking up any hero news, I'll be up all night reading that. Letting his phone drop onto his bed, Izuku grabbed a pillow and covered his face. Closing his eyes, he tried to will himself to sleep. A soft vibration from his chest, however, grabbed his attention. Pulling his pillow away, Izuku grabbed his phone and looked at the screen. "Oh, Uraraka, hey, you up? Guess I'm not the only one who can't fall asleep," Izuku thought with a grin. Midoriya, I'm up. Midoriya, can't sleep either, huh? Oh, Uraraka, Oh, Uraraka, nope. Oh, Uraraka, been trying. Oh, Uraraka, no luck. Oh, Uraraka, Midoriya, sounds like me. Midoriya, test got you up? Oh, Uraraka, crazy that it's tomorrow. Oh, Uraraka, after everything. Oh, Uraraka, all that work. Oh, Uraraka, am excited. Midoriya, makes one of us. Oh, Uraraka. Oh, Uraraka, you okay? Midoriya, I guess I'm a little worried. Midoriya, nervous. Midoriya, scared. Oh, Uraraka, you don't need to be. Oh, Uraraka, you are strong. Oh, Uraraka, you got this. Midoriya, thank you. Midoriya, means a lot. Midoriya, really. Midoriya, just a lot to think about. Midoriya, future and all that. Oh, Uraraka, then think about it differently. Oh, Uraraka, no stress. Oh, Uraraka, make fun. Midoriya. Midoriya, okay. Midoriya, how? Oh, Uraraka, bet. Oh, Uraraka, let's make a bet. Midoriya, okay. Midoriya, what kind? Oh, Uraraka. Oh, Uraraka, from robot's part. Oh, Uraraka, least points buys lunch for most points. Midoriya, oh, sounds like fun. Midoriya, sure, let's do that. Oh, Uraraka, awesome. Midoriya, just have to pick a place not too expensive. Midoriya, ramen is cheap. Midoriya, I want ramen. Oh, Uraraka, Oh, Uraraka, don't assume. Oh, Uraraka, you haven't won anything yet. Midoriya, lol. Midoriya, hey. Midoriya, thank you for texting. Midoriya, this helped. Midoriya, a lot. Oh, Uraraka. Oh, Uraraka, happy too. Oh, Uraraka, feeling sleepy now. Oh, Uraraka, see you in morning. Midoriya, good night. Not long after putting his phone away, Izuku was finally able to fall asleep. Today's the day. Today's the day. Deku. Today's the day. Today's the day. Deku, you're mumbling. Today's the day. Today's the DAKU. Snapping his head to the side, Izuku looked over at a bemused Ochako. We ever going to go in? Or are you just going to stand in front of the entrance the whole test? Blushing, Izuku quickly apologized. Sorry, Uraraka. I guess I got caught up in the moment. It's just, we're here. This is UA. Ochako smiled. Yeah, and we have to go inside to take our tests. Izuku nodded. Yeah, sorry. Okay, I won't let anything else distract me. The fuck? You two actually showed up. Just who I needed to see today. Deku and round face. Izuku flinched while Ochako suppressed a loud groan. Speaking of distractions, turning around, both saw Katsuki walking up the steps behind them. Kaken, good morning. I hope you're ready for the test. Let's all make sure we do our best today. After his initial shock of suddenly finding Katsuki behind him, Izuku tried to keep his voice calm and start a normal conversation. Unfortunately, nothing was ever normal with Katsuki, who seemed to take Izuku's words as either an insult or challenge of some kind. The result was the same either way. It just made the explosive teen angrier. Of course I'm ready for the fucking test. You shit. Did you think I was going to fail? Ochako stifled a groan while Izuku waved his hands around frantically. No, of course not. I was just what? You shit. You trying to throw me off? Oh, for crying out loud, Bakugou. He was trying to have a normal conversation with you, you jerk. If you just toned down the ego, you'd be capable of doing it too. Katsuki snapped his attention right towards Ochako, cupping his hands and raising them. Small pops and crackles sparked from his palms. What the fuck did you say to me, round bitch? Izuku took a step forward, putting himself between Ochako and Katsuki. Leave her alone, Kaken. Looking ready to blow a gasket, Katsuki narrowed his eyes as he took a step forward. Or else what, you shit. Before the powder keg that was Katsuki could blow up, a new voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Excuse me, would you mind taking your schoolyard rivalry somewhere else? There are people who don't need the distraction this close to the test. Katsuki whirled around, while Izuku and Ochako looked over his shoulder to see who had spoken up. It was another student, who Izuku noted had large bags under his eyes. Must have spent most of last night cramming. You got something you want to say, Lavender? Kaken, please. Izuku was now worried that Katsuki was about to blast whoever this new person was. However, the tired student didn't seem all that worried. Even with Katsuki so close to him, would you just move? I want to find my seat for the test. You got some nerve telling me what to do. Why don't you try and make me extra? You want me to find a teacher and report you for not only preventing other students from taking the test, but also making threats. Katsuki flinched. Ochako snickered and Izuku felt his jaw drop to the floor. For a few seconds both waited to see what happened next, when Katsuki turned on his heel and snarled at Izuku, "Move before I set your ass on fire." Deciding not to tempt fate, Izuku took hold of Ochako's wrist and moved both of them to the side, safely out of the walking bomb's way, who stormed off into the testing building. With Katsuki gone, Izuku turned his attention back to the other student, bowing his head. I'm sorry about that. Kaken can be a little ... He's a loud, obnoxious jerk. And yeah, like Deku said, sorry that we kept you from finding your seat, Ochako said as she apologized too. The purple-haired student shrugged. I'm just here to take my test. So is everyone else. So if you don't mind, I'll be on my way. When the other student left, Izuku lowered his head and let out a long sigh. Well, this day is going great so far. Ochako gave him a pat on the back. Well, look at it this way, Deku. Izuku glanced up at Ochako as she finished. You just stood up to Bakugou. I did. Realization dawned on Izuku as he remembered that he stepped in front of Katsuki when he had turned his attention towards Ochako. Oh, I did. Ochako giggled. Yep, you did. Congratulations. So now that distraction is over and done with, let's go and ace this test. Right, test. Because today's the day. Today's the day. Oh no you don't. Cutting Izuku off, Ochako dragged the green boy into the test building before he lost himself into the rabbit hole that was his mind. With the written portion of the test completed, the group of students made their way into a large auditorium for the practical exam orientation, chatting and whispering amongst themselves over the test they had just finished. Some brushed it off as too easy, while others lamented the fact they spent too much time working out for the practical and didn't spend enough time studying. Izuku and Ochako both felt confident in their results, briefly going over a few questions as they self-graded themselves on the way to their seats. Izuku, to his credit, only panicked for a second when he saw he was sitting right next to Katsuki, who only graced the two with a quick sneer before turning his attention towards the stage at the center of the room. Ochako leaned in and whispered, "We can switch seats if you want." Shaking his head, Izuku declined. "It's fine, you're Uraraka. Plus it's assigned seating, and I don't want to risk you getting into trouble." "Well, if you want to be my human blast shield, be my guest," Ochako said with a smirk before following after Izuku, who just rolled his eyes. Taking their seats, it wasn't long before the auditorium was filled, with every seat occupied. Even with so many people filling the room, it was quiet. Only a few students talked in hushed whispers amongst themselves. When the lights dimmed and the huge projector screen flashed on with the UA logo, even the whispers stopped. Everyone's attention soon turned towards a lone man, with tall, blonde hair, wearing a leather jacket with a large metal calo with speakers in it, as he took the stage and stood behind a podium. "Hello, listeners. Can I get a hey?" His sudden shout took everyone off guard. No one in the room knew how to respond, so everyone just stayed quiet. The man tugged at his jacket collar, thrown from the complete lack of enthusiasm from the students. Wow, you sure are a refined bunch, huh? Recovering quickly, the man redressed the room, with his enthusiasm returning in full force. All right then, let's get down to business. I'll be giving you a rundown on the practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah, once again. Whatever response the man was expecting, he didn't get it as the silence in the room remained. Izuku's eyes suddenly widened as he recognized the man giving the presentation. That's Present Mike, the voice hero. I can't believe it. I listen to his radio show all the time. All the teachers here really are pro heroes. As Izuku practically vibrated in his chair, Ochako covered her mouth with her hand to hold back from snickering too loudly. Will you shut up? Katsuki grumbled under his breath. All right, listeners. So as you've read in your brochures, you lot will be participating in a 10-minute mock urban battle right after this. Once this presentation has finished, you will each go to your specified battle center. Make sure to check your cards so you know which bus to take. Katsuki leaned back and glanced over at Izuku's card. Looks like they got everyone split up. Ochako nodded. They must make sure that people from the same schools are put into different areas. Don't want people helping their friends and cheating, huh? Holding his card out and looking at both Ochako and Katsuki, Izuku agreed. Yeah, our examination numbers are right next to each other, but we're all assigned to different groups. Katsuki was in Group A, Izuku in Group B, and Ochako was in Group C. Though All Might did warn us that we shouldn't expect to rely on each other on test day, Izuku thought. Growling, Katsuki pulled his card away and out of Izuku's sight. Don't look at my card. I'll fucking kill you. Glaring at Izuku for a few more seconds, Katsuki turned away, grumbling under his breath. Damn it, now I won't get a chance to obliterate you in the exam. Izuku laughed nervously while Ochako began to seriously wonder if anyone in the room would mind if she reached over and floated Katsuki up towards the ceiling. Present Mike continued with his presentation while behind him the giant screen changed to show 3 different black silhouettes. Now, there are 3 different types of villain robots scattered throughout each battle center. Each type is worth a different set number of points based on their level of difficulty. Now where you all come in. Your goal, listeners, is to use your quirks to earn points by defeating as many robots as you can. Wreck them, immobilize them. As long as they are no longer a threat, you will get points. However, a word of warning. Attacking other examinees and any other unheroic acts and actions are prohibited and will get you immediately DQ'd. Both Izuku and Ochako glanced over at Katsuki, who did an excellent job of ignoring them. A few rows in front of them, a student shot his hand up. May I ask a question? Present Mike pointed toward the student. Okay. A spotlight turned on, illuminating the student, who stood up and held up the information sheet on the villain robots that would be used in the practical exam. On this printout, you have listed 4 different types of faux villains that we are to face. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, if not the world, should be ashamed of such a foolish blunder. Wow, is this guy uptight? Ochako thought, not sure if she should find the tall student funny or what. The student continued. We examinees are here taking this test because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. We cannot do that if UA is unable to provide accurate information. Also, you there. The student turned around and set his spectacle sights right on Izuku, who flinched back at the sudden attention. Yes, you, with the curly green hair. This whole time you've been muttering to yourself. It's distracting. If you can't take this seriously, then you should leave immediately for the sake of the other examinees who wish to take this test. Izuku sunk into his chair, covering his face in embarrassment and whimpering out a soft, I'm sorry. Katsuki snickered to himself while Ochako very suddenly didn't find the uptight student very funny anymore. The heck's this guy's problem? Deku wasn't being loud. Before Ochako had a chance to tell the student off, Present Mike cut in to restore order to the room. Okay. Examinee number 7111. Thank you for the great question and message. Now you are right. There is a 4th villain robot type. A new silhouette popped onto the screen. However, this guy is worth 0 points. He's more of an obstacle than a target. There is one in every battle center, and this guy goes crazy in the narrow streets of the arena. It isn't invincible, so you can defeat it, but really there's no reason to. So my recommendation is that all you listeners just avoid it. Nodding in understanding, the student bowed. I see. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption, and sat back down. Apologize to Deku, to you uptight jerk. Ochako held up her hand. I'd like to ask a question. Examinee 2235, you got the floor. If we immobilize a target, but leave it intact, and that target later gets destroyed by another student, who gets the points? Present Mike clapped. An excellent question. We have multiple test supervisors watching your test, so if you are able to stop a robot, you will get those points. If someone then comes along and wrecks that robot, they will get no points. But just in case some of you listeners are worried, you won't get punished for doing that. We'll just assume you saw a target and went on the offensive. Ochako bowed. Thank you, before turning her attention down a few rows. Also you, tall guy. The tall student turned in his seat, blinking in confusion. Ochako pointed right at him, making sure he knew she was talking to him. Don't go accusing people of not taking this test seriously when you don't know how hard they worked to get here. It's rude. With a huff, Ochako sat back down. Izuku leaned over and whispered, "Thank you, Uraraka," which brought a small smile to her face. The other student simply turned back around, choosing not to reply. If it was because he didn't want to make a scene or thought she was right, Ochako didn't know or really care, waiting a few moments to see if anyone else had any questions or comments. Present Mike finished his presentation. "All right, listeners, that's all I have for you on the test. So, I'll give you all a present. A sample of our school motto. General Napoleon Bonaparte once said, 'A true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes.' A great sound bite. So, go beyond. Plus ultra." As the room began to empty, Izuku and Ochako held back, wanting to make sure they wished each other luck before they separated and went to their designated areas. "All right, Deku. Looks like this is it." "Yeah, good luck out there, Uraraka. I know you'll get tons of points. Just stay safe." Ochako smiled. "Same to you. Just don't do anything reckless, okay? I promise I'll do my best." Ochako deadpanned. "To get points or not be reckless?" Izuku just flashed her a huge grin and answered, "Yes." Ochako groaned into her hands, but when she lowered them she was smiling. Izuku reached out his hand, which Ochako took in a handshake. "See you on the other side, Uraraka." "Yep, here's to us. And don't forget, I want ramen for my lunch." Ochako punched Izuku softly in the arm. "I told you not to assume. You're going to be buying my matcha for lunch." "Got it." Both smiling, the two made their way down separate halls, ready for the last part of the test they had spent months preparing for. The bus ride to the entrance of the arena was uncomfortable and noisy. Students were smooshed together shoulder to shoulder, and several of the more boisterous students started talking loudly, either bragging about themselves or trying to psych out perceived weak targets. So Izuku got called out a lot, but he just ignored them the best he could. When the bus finally came to a stop, long enough for Izuku to wonder just how big was UA's campus, he made sure he got out as quickly as he could. He wanted to try and get as far in front of the group as he could. Izuku knelt down into a sprinter's stance, digging the soles of his shoes into the concrete surface and pressing his fingers down hard. Around him, Izuku could hear the other students jostling about. Some were still talking themselves up, bragging about how this test was going to be a cakewalk. He was able to block most of them out, drowning out their white noise with his own calming thoughts. A strange noise nearby did catch his attention, however. Is that ... an engine revving? Looking to his side, Izuku was surprised to see the tall student from the orientation standing next to him, focused on the large door to the arena. Izuku followed the sound closer and confirmed it was coming from the student. More specifically, it was coming from his legs. His calves had several muffler pipes sticking out. Izuku blinked and momentarily found himself falling into his habit of quirk analysis. He has some kind of motor or engine quirk. They're so noisy. This is the top hero school and so many of them aren't taking this seriously. Why are they even here? Are they trying to sabotage those of us who are serious? The student wasn't talking to anyone. In particular, just venting his own frustration, but Izuku felt the need to speak up anyway. This exam is pretty stressful. I'm sure they are coping the best way they can. The tall student glanced down at Izuku as he continued to speak. I don't think they are trying to sabotage others. It's just that everyone deals with stress differently. Some people joke, or brag, or mutter to themselves. The student arched an eyebrow at that last bit, clearly seeing Izuku was talking about himself and his antics during the orientation that got him called out. Deciding that he had said enough, and not wanting to come off as a distraction while talking about distractions, Izuku turned back to the door and waited for the signal. Countdown, starter pistol. Izuku wasn't sure what to expect, he just needed to be ready. Okay, start. Above them, Present Mike called out. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run, run. The die has been cast, you know. Even as the hero berated the group for hesitating, Izuku had snapped to his senses and launched himself forward as the other students wasted time looking up towards the tower and listening to Mike's explanation. Running past the large doors and into the arena, Izuku immediately began scanning for targets and ammo for his quirk. Running down the street, Izuku ran by a manhole cover, and with a quick yank of his quirk, pulled it up, keeping it hovering next to him. Behind him, Izuku could hear the other students charging in behind him. I only have a few seconds head start. I need to capitalize on it and take out as many villain bots as I can. Once they all catch up, it's going to be much harder to get points. Turning a corner, Izuku found himself facing 3 large bots, 2 3-pointers, and a 2-pointer. Perfect. Not slowing down, Izuku twisted the manhole cover around and flung it right into the chest of the farthest 3-pointer. The metal disc easily tore through the flimsy robot, breaking it in half, much like Izuku expected. They really are made to be broken. The closest robot, the two-pointer, lifted its arm to strike at Izuku, but it was slow and Izuku was able to dodge out of the way. As he skidded to a stop, his eyes glanced at the ruined three-pointer. Reaching out with his quirk, Izuku lifted several large pieces of shrapnel and shot them towards the second bot, shredding it. That's 5. Now the last one. As Izuku turned to finish off the last bot, he saw his target get swiftly dispatched as the tall student from before leap up and with a roar from his engines kick the head off the robot, sending it skipping along the ground, sparks crackling from exposed wires. Without a word, the student landed and blasted off down a different street. Soon, more students began running up on Izuku, who after a moment's thought grabbed some more robot shrapnel and the manhole cover before turning and running down a different street. No point following after that guy, he's fast. And I don't want to be left picking through his scraps if he even leaves anything behind. Okay, start. With that less than grand signal, the giant doors to the arena opened, and several students looked at each other in confusion. Ochako, however, was not one of them. Slapping a hand to her thigh, she kicked off the ground and rocketed upward. Her aim was the roof of one of the buildings a ways down the street. Let's see what I'm working with. As she shot up, Ochako reached out and gripped the ledge of the building, stopping her ascent. Tapping her fingers together, Ochako touched down and began scanning the city. From up here, I'll have a much better view of where all the robots are. No running in a maze for me, thank you very much. Moving towards the ledge of the roof, Ochako smirked as she spotted a group of villain bots that was far enough away from the arena's entrance that the other students were still a ways off, bottlenecking with the first few bots near the entrance. Perfect. I can grab all the points before anyone gets close. Gripping the ledge, Ochako once again floated herself and kicked off, descending towards the group of villain bots. As she closed in, Ochako reached out her hands and touched several robots as she passed by, floating them up into the air. She finally stopped herself fully by grabbing onto one of the robots while making sure she kept Pinky out, not wanting to float the one that had become her anchor. Coming to a full stop, Ochako quickly let go of the two-pointer and slapped her fingers together. Release. Ochako's feet hit the ground, followed closely by the floating bots that came crashing back to Earth. Moving quickly to deal with the bots she hadn't floated, Ochako ducked a wild swing from the two-pointed and grabbed onto its tail. This time she did make contact with all her fingers. With its gravity gone, the robot became the perfect weapon to deal with the rest of the group. With a completely unnecessary but utterly satisfying scream, Ochako planted her feet as she twisted her body and swung the robot around like a ragdoll into the remaining robots, reducing the lots to large chunks of metal and sparky bits. Giving the ruined robots a parting glance, making sure she hadn't missed any and that they were all neutralized, she kicked off the ground and floated herself to the nearest rooftop, ready to repeat the process all over again. If there was one thing from his months of training that Izuku was grateful for, and honestly there was many things, it was that after months and months of hard work, he had more stamina than he knew what to do with. The test had been going on for a few minutes, 4 if he had to guess, and already several of the other students were bent over or leaning against something, trying to catch their breath. Even when just a few yards away, there were 2 villain bots just waiting to get destroyed. Izuku, on the other hand, was running full bore down the street, pulling behind himself several large metal shards and robot limbs, and he didn't feel winded at all. His head was hurting a little from prolonged use of his quirk, but that was neither here nor there. As he passed the heavy-breathing students, Izuku pulled 2 of the larger and sharper pieces in front of him and after aim shot his hand out, firing the metal out and sinking it into the robots' chests like giant knives. As he ran past the down bots, he yanked whatever metal he thought would make the best ammo and moved on. Those were just 1-pointers. I think that puts me in the 30 seconds. Ugh, I should have paid more attention. Oh well, I should be okay. Just need to keep moving and not let myself get ARGH. Damn it. A scream broke Izuku's train of thought as he came to a sudden halt, almost tripping over his own feet. What was that? Was that another student? Izuku whipped his head around trying to find the source of the scream. Could someone be in trouble? Damn it, why'd it have to be robots? The alley. Izuku bolted down the back alleyway. Making his way inward, he quickly found the source of the scream. That's the tired guy from this morning. While he hadn't gotten his name, Izuku recognized the other boy's distinct purple hair. Though now he didn't look anywhere near as tired as he had, though he still had those bags under his eyes. He was also in trouble. He had a villain bot in front of him and behind him, and since the alley wasn't very wide, he was trapped. In his hand was a trash can lid that was almost folded in half. Izuku also saw that the boy's knuckles were cut up. It looked like he had tried punching the robots before moving onto the trash lid. Wait, has he been trying to use that to attack the robots? Izuku watched as with a scream, the purple-haired student charged the robot in front of him, trash can lid raised above his head. He slammed the lid down on the robot, But while the robots were flimsy, they weren't going to break from a strike from an aluminum trash can lid. And after a few more strikes, the lid completely folded over, not leaving any damage that Izuku could see. After the failed attack, the front robot swung its arm out, knocking the boy backwards into the second robot, which almost rudely smacked the boy into the ground. Damn it, damn it. As the boy struggled to stand back up, Izuku could hear him curse and grumble to himself. Nothing works. I can't do anything against these things. The boy got to his hands and knees but stopped there. It looked like the fight had been beaten out of him. Izuku ready to shrapnel bolt, aiming it to take off both the robots' heads. I need to get this guy out of danger. Can't even use my worthless quirk on these things. I'm completely worthless here. Izuku flinched, that word echoing in his mind, bringing up too many old and painful memories. Worthless. A loud metallic shear rang out as the shrapnel ripped through one of the one-point robots, exploding and severing one of its arms. Pieces, including a large section of the one-pointer's forearm armor, scattered onto the ground as the boy looked up in alarm, twisting around to look right towards Izuku. Ew, you're from that loud bunch at the entrance. How did you do ... Oh, his eyes looked past Izuku and towards the many floating bits and pieces. Oh, use that instead. The boy's attention snapped back to Izuku, and he saw he was pointing at something. Turning back, he saw the large piece of metal lying in front of him. Wait, what? What are trying to pull? You had the right idea, but you weren't using the right tool. These things are super fragile, but you need something hard enough to break through first. That should do the trick. You're helping me. Why? Izuku just smiled, doing his best to give off the same aura All Might. That's what heroes are supposed to do, right? It looked like you needed help. The boy looked up at the recovering robot, then back at the second robot behind him that was turning to lock onto Izuku, which it saw as a bigger threat. The boy was clearly confused, shaking his head. This doesn't make sense. If you wanted to help me, why didn't you just destroy the robots? You clearly have a quirk strong enough to do that. You easily ripped that one apart. And you're carrying enough parts back there, I bet, are all from robots you destroyed. Izuku could hear some bitterness in the boy's voice, especially when he mentioned his quirk, but he ignored it. I could have, yeah, but... Izuku looked the boy right in the eye. I don't think that's the kind of help you needed. The boy blinked, tempted to ask what that meant, but the creaking of gear grabbed his attention. The damaged robot was starting to roll forward. With a grumble of, what the hell, the boy raced for the large plate of metal. Picking it up, he had just enough time to rear back and slam a jagged edge right into the large wheel the one-pointer balanced on. The metal sheared through bearings and rubber, tripping the robot so that it fell flat on its face. Reaching around, the boy felt for the off switch he knew the machine had, but had been unable to reach. Pressing it, he yanked the metal from the neutralized robot and charged the second robot. Sensing the threat, it tried to turn away from Izuku, but its size made this difficult, as its large shoulders scrapped and got caught along the building's walls. Slowed down, the boy took his chance and drove the metal plate into a gap in the robot's chest. With a shuddering groan, the robot collapsed onto the ground, some internal component destroyed, rendering it defeated. Taking several deep breaths, the boy was able to calm himself as he looked over at what he had done. Holy crap, that worked. When he heard Izuku start to clap, he was ready for some condescending grin to accompany. The guy must have a huge sum of points and was just here to have a laugh, the cynical part of his mind told him. But when he looked over at Izuku, he saw him grinning happily ear to ear. That was awesome. Looks like you have everything under control now. Looking at the two robots, the boy nodded. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, then I'm going to head this way then. Good luck during the rest of the test. Before Izuku could turn to leave, the boy called out, wait, hold on a second. Yeah, thank you. Izuku smiled brightly, happy to help. And then he sprinted away, leaving the boy in the alley. Maybe I should have asked for his name. Looking down, the boy thought about what Izuku had said. Didn't think that was the kind of help I needed. Yanking the metal sheet free, the boy examined it. Instead of just saving me, he gave me a way to save myself. Showed me a way to get my own points. With a huff, the boy shook his head, but he felt a grin from despite himself. I guess that's what you call being heroic. Izuku hurried out of the alley and down the street, on the lookout for more villain bots. He knew he had wasted precious time back there, but for some reason it didn't bother him too much. He felt good, confident he had done the right thing. I'm sure I still have plenty of time left. I wasn't back there for that long. 6 minutes have passed, listeners. Better pick up the pace. Though, shoot. In a large room filled with monitors, several heroes and teachers sat watching the test unfold. The screen switched to different areas of the multiple arenas, letting the group have an uninterrupted view of the students as they entered the home stretch of the test. Doesn't this year's group look promising? A few murmurs of agreement echoed in the room. A calm but high-pitched voice soon got all of the room's attention. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They only have a very limited amount of time to cover a large area, so we force them to find different methods to draw the villain bots out and defeat them. He paused and flipped through several channels. He paused on a screen with a girl with pink cheeks as she bounced from rooftop to rooftop, scanning the far horizon, gathering information to better understand the situation before anyone else. The screen changed to show a tall, glasses-wearing student as he rocketed down the road, moving from target to target, mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. The screen changed again, showing a glowing green student, using large robot parts to damage some villain bot far away, while he kept a safe distance, ingenuity to use what is available to achieve victory. The final screen showed a blonde-haired boy, standing on a pile of broken machines, smoke billowing from his hands, and of course pure combat ability. All of these basic abilities are needed to keep the peace in our streets. So all of these abilities are tested and turned into points. A new voice spoke up. Well, we can't know for sure yet how good this group really is. Their true test is yet to come, and how they react to an overwhelming threat will show their true nature. With a groan, Ochako leaned against her most recent small pile of villain bots as she rubbed her stomach, taking a second to catch her breath and give her stomach a chance to settle. While she wasn't very queasy or exhausted by any means, the constant on and off of her quirk on top of the breakneck pace she had set for herself was beginning to catch up to her. Plus, she needed the quick break to reevaluate her plan. For the first half or so of the test, she had been making the most of her high ground strategy to find high-value groups of robots, maximizing the points she could get while minimizing the times she had to use her quirk. However, at about the halfway point, this method stopped working. By that point, enough students had dispersed throughout the city to cause the groups of bots to scatter. Now Ochako was running through the streets with everyone else, relying on luck to find more bots to add to her score. I know it's not like I haven't been able to still get some points like this. Everyone keeps trying to be the first to the higher point robots, that they leave the one-pointers wide open. But I can't just settle for this. Pretty soon everyone else is going to try for the single points, and then I'm stuck with everyone else going after the same target. I just need a new strategy. 8 minutes gone, kids. You got just 2 left. Better get moving if you want to get enough points. Ochako whipped her head up to the tower where Present Mike was. The test is almost over already. Standing back up, Ochako smacked her cheeks, psyching herself up. Okay, no time for plans. Just pick a direction you haven't been yet and grab as many points as you can before the buzzer. Ochako turned and took off. However, she only got a few yards before the ground beneath her feet rumbled, then shook violently. Whoa! Ochako and several other students were thrown to the ground as in front of them concrete exploded into dust. Steel beams twisted and tore, and shattered glass rained down in the wake of a giant mechanical monster. From out of its hiding spot, the zero-pointer towered over the buildings around it, easily sending them tumbling as its treads pulled it forward. Ochako found herself staring in horrified awe as it came into view. That's the zero-pointer. Don't they think that's overkill? The pamphlet made it look like it was the same size as the other robots. Even though she was several yards away, she could feel the monster rolling down the road, crushing everything in its wake. Despite the insanity of the situation, Ochako breathed a sigh of relief when she noticed that the zero-pointer was not headed towards her but was moving parallel to her position. So as long as it didn't suddenly turn, she would have no problem keeping her distance, which was her plan up until she saw that a couple of students were in its path, looking up in horror. Looking up, and not running for their lives like the others around them. Hey, you guys need to get out of there. Neither of the students budged from their spot. Are they too scared to move? Ochako looked over at the zero-pointer, still rolling forward towards them. It'll stop before it crushes them, right? It's just a test. UA wouldn't do anything that could actually kill a student. Ochako whipped her head from the robot and back to the terrified students. No one's ever died in the entrance exam, right? Right. Ochako looked at the students. She looked at the robot. She looked at the students, back at the robot. It wasn't stopping, and Ochako screamed as she willed herself forward. Her legs burned as she broke into a dead sprint, hoping to reach the students and pull them to safety. But she quickly realized she wasn't going to reach them before they got crushed. She was just too far away, and the zero-pointer was closing the distance too quickly. I'm not going to make it. Oh no, I'm not going to make it in time. What am I going to do? As she ran, Ochako's eyes darted everywhere as her mind raced. If I can't reach them in time. As Ochako raced closer, she soon entered the debris field. Large sections of concrete little read the road. If I can't reach them in time. Ochako skid to a sudden stop, right next to a large concrete piece that was more than 3 times her size. I'll just have to stop the zero-pointer. Ochako gripped the concrete, digging her finger pads into the rough face of the block. With that touch, Ochako ripped the block off the ground and, holding it in both hands, reared back behind her head, and with everything she had, Ochako launched the concrete right into the zero-pointer's head. The concrete bounced off the robot's face, leaving an impressive dent. Right afterward, its treads came to a grinding halt. When the zero-pointer turned to look down at Ochako, she smirked. All right, I got its attention. Ochako stood as an eerie silence fell upon the arena. The two students were looking at her. Ochako looked back at them. They blinked. Ochako blinked. Oh God, I have its attention. The zero-pointer lifted one of its giant arms, its intention obvious. Ochako gulped loudly. You two get out of here. The two nodded and quickly scrambled away while at the same time Ochako pivoted and took off in the opposite direction just in time for the giant fist of the zero-pointer to crash down. While Ochako was able to avoid the main hit, she was caught up in the shockwave which sent her spiraling and tumbling across the pavement. Coughing and sputtering, Ochako struggled to get back to her feet. The dust kicked up from the punch burned her eyes and coated her throat as she tried to catch her breath. Spitting out globs of spit and dust, Ochako stood on wobbly legs while at the same time the zero-pointer began to slowly pull its arms back. It's powerful, but it's slow. I should be able to get some distance before it attacks again. Just need to get ... to get. As Ochako readied herself to make her escape, a number of red glowing lights broke through the dust, letting Ochako know she was not alone. Where did all these guys come from? Were they escorting the zero-pointer? When the villain bots broke through the dust and charged Ochako, she gave a startled yelp as she dodged and weaved around them while trying to keep an eye on the zero-pointer. This would be a perfect group for me if I had more time and wasn't trying to get away from that huge monster that's about to try to crush me. As Ochako rolled under a wild swing from a three-pointer, she was struck with an idea. I don't have time to float and neutralize all these robots. Not when that thing is about to throw another punch. But maybe I don't have to be the one to deliver the kill shot. Glancing back up and seeing the zero-pointer was almost fully turned around and already pulling its arm back, Ochako narrowed her eyes and set her jaw in determination. Okay, Ochako, if you're going to do this, do it. Ochako dived forward, scrambling more than running, between as many robots as she could and floating them, but being careful not to push them away. She needed them all in one place, around her. Once Ochako floated the last robot, she could hear the zero-pointer's arm lock into place, the gears and pistons straining under its own weight. Out of time, Ochako quickly pressed her fingers into her arm and kicked off the ground as hard as she could, floating away just as the zero-pointer pulverized the spot she had just been, destroying everything, the road, buildings, and robots. The shockwave hit Ochako, sending her tumbling end over end until she hit a wall, knocking the air out of her. Back against the wall, Ochako gasped for air and watched in horror as the zero-pointer pulled itself back up and began to reach for her. I didn't get far enough. This is bad. Dazed and out of breath, Ochako couldn't do anything as the zero-pointer's hand inches closer and closer to her. And that's time. The zero-pointer's hand stopped right in front of Ochako, who stared at it, eyes wide. Slowly the giant hand retracted and Ochako pushes herself down, floating calmly and gently back to the ground. Pressing her fingers together and mumbling, "Release," Ochako let herself stand tall, proud that she had completed the entrance exam. And Ochako, after a few seconds, proudly and promptly threw up. Getting thrown off his feet, Izuku looked around in a panic as everything around him began to shake violently. Several other students cried out in alarm as they tried to steady themselves. What the hell is going on? Is it an earthquake? Nearby, a building exploded in a shower of glass, steel, and concrete as the largest thing Izuku had ever seen poked through the dust and smoke. Izuku's jaw hit the ground in shock. How big is that thing? The exam pamphlet wasn't to scale at all. Around him, students began to panic as they climbed over themselves to try and get away, with Izuku scrambling to his feet to join them. I know President Mike said that thing isn't unbeatable, but come on. Why would anyone want to even try? Izuku, now on his feet, was ready to make a break for it when, over the loud screams and horrific metallic sounds, he heard something that made his heart stop beating and blood go cold. Help! As people ran by him, Izuku turned around, wondering if he had imagined it. Help me. He hadn't. From the large pile of debris and rubble that was the remains of the building, a hand was sticking out, grasping fruitlessly at the air. A feeling Izuku hadn't felt since he had saved Katsuki from that monster almost a year ago filled him. Something else took control of Izuku, pushing basic survival instincts to the side. Someone was in trouble, and Midoriya Izuku was not going to stand by and do nothing. Taking off into a sprint, Izuku rushed to the person's aid, pushing past other students as they ran to get away. One student gave a startled yell as he brushed past him. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing? Izuku didn't bother to look back as he screamed back. There's someone trapped under there. They'll all get crushed. Even as the huge zero-pointer rumbled closer, Izuku didn't slow down, running as fast as he could, determined to reach the trapped person. Sliding to a stop, Izuku grabbed the student's hand. I'm here. Don't worry, I'll get you out. Izuku examined the pile. While most of it was made of very large sections of concrete, it looked like almost all of it had fallen around him, forming a small tented pile, giving enough space to not get crushed to death, but small enough that he couldn't get out. If he had been anywhere else, he'd probably be dead. Isn't this supposed to just be a test? How could something like that 0-pointer just be allowed to run loose? No, focus on helping first. Then then worry about other stuff. Bending down, Izuku looked into the small opening past the student's arm. Is there anything pinning you, holding you down directly? The boy's arm pulled back into the hole, allowing Izuku to see his face for the first time, while also letting the boy see who had come to his rescue. No, I'm trapped in a small pocket. I can't believe I let my engine stall at a time like this. Wait, you. Izuku was shocked. It was the tall student who had berated him from before. No, that doesn't matter. He needs help. Listen, I'm going to lift this stuff off you. I need to let me know if anything shifts and starts to press against you. The boy blinked in shock. Wait, you're going to try and lift all of this? Can you do that? Can I? Izuku glanced up at the approaching 0-pointer. I have to. I'm going to start now. I can't tell exactly what's going to move around and shift when I start. It's all tangled together and stacked up. I'll try to be careful as I pick stuff off you, but that huge robot is getting closer, so we don't have much time. The boy nodded. I understand. Okay, I can do this. I picked up all that stuff at the beach, and that was like 3 tons. And all of this is probably more than that, but it's just a number. The only limits are in my head, and I just spent months learning that I can overcome those. No more limits, no more holding myself back. So let's do this. Reaching out, Izuku let his quirk flare to life as he took hold of the rubble. If he felt he had time, he would try and pick at it, one piece at a time, making sure he didn't dislodge anything and cause it to collapse. But since he was being forced to hurry, he grabbed everything that was in front of him. Izuku could feel the strain already pressing against him, his forehead already throbbing even before trying to lift the heavy load. All right, I'm going to start now. Just hold on a little longer. Turning his palms upward, Izuku lifted his hands up and pushed. The pain in Izuku's head went from a dull throbbing to hammer blows in an instant. But it didn't matter. He had a job to do and nothing was going to stop him. Slowly, inch by inch, the rubble began to rise up. I got this. Just a little longer. Hey, behind you. There is a villain bot behind you. Nothing but that. Glancing over his shoulder, Izuku gulped as he confirmed that not only was there a villain coming up from behind him, but one on each of his sides as well. They were surrounded. You have got to be kidding me. Can you squeeze out? I can't fight them and hold this stuff up. 2 arms stuck through the larger opening. But it was clear to both that the student's large build was not going to fit just yet. The robots were charging in fast, and Izuku couldn't lift the rubble off the student any faster. They were out of time. Put it down. Defend yourself. Izuku shook his head. I can't do that. I'd have to drop it, and it might crush you. Foe villains moving in from the sides and behind. The 0-pointer closing in from the front. Izuku was at a loss. One of the robots broke off from the rest, charging in with an arm raised, ready to attack. Izuku closed his eyes as he braced himself for the hit. Don't let go. Keep lifting and don't let go. Just as Izuku was sure he was about to get hit, there was a screech of metal against metal, then a loud thud. Confused, Izuku peeked back and saw the robot laying on the ground broken. And just behind it, still using the same piece of armor he'd given him, it's you, the purple guy. Yanking the plate out of the robot, the boy held it up like a shield, putting himself between the 2 remaining robots and Izuku. Hurry and get that guy out already. I'll keep these guy back. And it's Shinso Hitoshi, not purple guy. Thank you. I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. Despite the gravity of the situation, it would be rude not to introduce himself. The trapped student stuck his hand back through the hole, waving it like he was shaking someone's hand. Tenya. Hitoshi sighed. Great, we all know each other. Now let's get out of here before that big guy gets any closer. Right. Izuku turned his full attention back towards the rubble, while Hitoshi kept the other 2 robots busy, bashing at them and forcing them to roll backwards. The plate hit an axle holding the robot onto its wheel, snapping it and toppling it to the ground. Almost there. Just a little more. Tenya poked his arms out and started to push his upper body through. Hitoshi, after smashing the flat plate down on the last robot's head, sprinted over and grabbed a hold of Tenya's wrists. Planting himself, he gave one hard tug and pulled Tenya through the rest of the way. I'm out. Drop it. Immediately, Izuku let go of most of the rubble. A few remaining blocks floated in the air. As Izuku turned his attention upwards, something Hitoshi noticed right away. Midoriya, what are you doing? We need to run. Tenya, who was leaning onto Hitoshi favoring one of his legs, nodded in agreement. Yes, we must get away while we can before that monster is upon us. We look out of its range, but we won't be for long. Izuku shook his head. It's still thrashing around. Someone else could end up getting hurt if this thing keeps on going. And what? You're going to stop it? Izuku glanced back at Hitoshi, a determined glint in his eyes, and confident grin. President Mike did say they could be defeated. Please take it. Turning back to face the zero-pointer, Izuku's green glow brightened as he focused on his next move. I'm going to stop this thing before someone else gets hurt. Crazy bastard. Hitoshi mumbled under his breath as he helped Tenya stumble away. Is your leg broken? No, I think it's just a sprain. Should we really be leaving him like this? You're hurt, and I know for a fact I can't do anything to that giant. Besides, you saw that Midoriya guy. He wasn't going to back down. The two didn't get very far when they heard a loud crash. Looking back, they watched as Izuku launched another large block of building rubble at the zero-pointer. Izuku grunted as he threw a third, then a fourth, each piece hitting the zero-pointer, but bouncing off its armor, leaving little damage. Darn it, this isn't working. This stuff is too small to do any real damage to it. I can't break through its armor. Dropping the rest of the smaller blocks, Izuku changed to a much larger piece of debris, though this was much harder for him to throw. Arcing up like a toss-up, more than getting shot out, resulting in it hitting much lower than his other shots, and with less force. And if I try the larger stuff, I can't get the force I need. This isn't working at all. Wiping his nose, Izuku confirmed what he had already figured, and my nose is bleeding. Great. Okay, I need a new plan. It wouldn't be much longer until Izuku would be in reach of the zero-pointer. A quickly running out time limit, pumped up on way too much adrenaline. With a pounding headache and now bleeding from either the initial lift of the rubble or him throwing so many pieces, Izuku was not in the best of conditions to come up with a new plan on the fly, as evident with his very next decision. Dropping the rubble and ignoring it completely now, Izuku reached out with both hands and focused solely on the zero-pointer. For the briefest of moments, the robot's whole body lit up bright green as Izuku grabbed hold of it. Izuku even started to yell out in victory, but this was quickly crushed. The zero-pointer just kept rolling forward, ripping itself free of Izuku's quirk and sending the boy back several paces, holding his head as pain ripped through his skull. That was not a good idea. Oh God, my head. Maybe I do need to get out of here. Looking up, Izuku found himself in the shadow of the zero-pointer, well within its strike range. Before he could finally decide to try and run, from a safe distance away he could hear Hitoshi screaming. Shouldn't that thing have an off switch like the rest of the robots? Or a wire you can cut to shut it down? Off switch? I can't remember. And a wire? I wouldn't even know where to look to use my quirk on it. I'd waste all my time just feeling around inside for it. Wait, inside? If I can't beat this thing because of its armor, then maybe I can use my quirk on its parts. Wobbling as he steadied himself, Izuku took a deep breath. I'll break it apart from the inside out, and screamed. His aura blazed brightly as he pushed himself. Reaching beyond the armor plating, Izuku latched onto anything and everything he could and started pulling, ripping and tearing. He had no idea what parts he was damaging, and at this point, he was beyond caring. Pain blurred his vision. Each time he found something new to try and break, it made his head hurt. The pain had long gone past just throbbing, past even the harshness from a few moments before. This was a stabbing pain, a hammer and chisel to his head. This new pain, and the sheer amount of blood dripping down his chin, Izuku knew something was different. From all the other times he had suffered from overusing his quirk, this time was going to be different. If he was thinking rationally, he would have stopped. But it was so hard to think now. Everything was echoing and blurry. Break. Just break. Something snapped. Everyone in the battle arena could hear it. Something from deep inside the zero-pointer snapped. Lights flickered. Its body no longer moved smoothly. More snaps. Crackles. Smoke was escaping from vents. Dark black smoke. For a second the zero-pointer stopped moving, before an explosion ripped apart a section of armor, followed by another, then another. A chain reaction was taking place, turning the robot into smoldering shrapnel. Izuku sighed, letting his quirk fade, then collapsed to his knees. Holy crap. Tenya could only nod in agreement with Hitoshi. He must have broke a power cable or damaged some reactor to cause that. Don't care, just, holy crap. Hitoshi looked down from the exploding behemoth and pointed at Izuku. Hey, shouldn't he be getting away? Tenya frowned. Perhaps he's admiring his accomplishment. Hey Midoriya, get away from that thing. You can do your cool walk away. Hitoshi was cut off when Izuku fell to his knees. Oh fuck. And that's time. Present Mike screamed over the intercom, signaling the end of the exam. Hitoshi and Tenya hurried back to Izuku, crouching down beside him. Izuku's glazed-over eyes weren't focused on anything. A large trail of blood ran from his nose and dripped off his chin, leaving a large stain on the front of his shirt. Hitoshi snapped his fingers in front of Izuku's face. Hey, Midoriya, you in there? Hey. When Hitoshi moved to give him a shake, Tenya stepped in, stopping him. Wait, don't do that. If he's suffering from some kind of head injury, we don't want to move him. We should wait until medical teams arrive. Hitoshi nodded in agreement and took a seat next to Izuku, while Tenya did the same, wincing some from the pain in his ankle. Izuku lifted his head slightly as he looked around, though he wasn't focusing on any one thing. The test is over, they called it, Hitoshi said. The big one. Where? You blew it the fuck up. Izuku laughed softly, head lowering back down with a sleepy smile. Take ... that ... KSCCHAN ... Fortunately for the three, they did not have to wait much longer. In only a few minutes, a stretcher carried my two small medical robots rolled over to them, with an elderly lady wearing a white coat walking besides. She gave the three of them a quick once-over, shaking her head. My, oh my, you three look like you went through the ringer. You especially, young man. Tennya recognized the woman and did his best to bow respectfully. While he was still sitting, your recovery girl, the head doctor of UA, with the healing quirk. It is an honor to meet you. She turned to Tennya. I'm just an old lady who does what she can. Now let's get to you taken care of before I go to work on your friend here. While the two medical bots gently carried Izuku onto the stretcher, Recovery Girl handed Hitoshi a few gummies and gave Tennya a quick kiss to his forehead. The effect of her quirk was instantaneous, and he could feel his sprained ankle heal till it was as good as new. With them taken care of, she walked over to the lying form of Izuku. Tusk. Young man, you sure hurt yourself something horrible with your own quirk. You'd think at this age you'd know your own limits. Bending down, she gave Izuku a kiss on the head. The blood dripping from his nose dried and the slack and far-off gaze relaxed as he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Recovery Girl looked back at Tennya and Hitoshi. You two are good to go. I'm going to take this young man back with me to run a couple of tests. You can never be too careful when dealing with a head injury, even when I use my quirk to help it heal. Tapping the side of the stretcher with her cane, the bots rolled away, taking Izuku with them. Left alone, Tennya rubbed his chin and thought, why do you think he did that? There was still time left in the test. He could have made a break for it and tried to get more points. Instead, he took himself out destroying the zero-pointer. What do you think he was trying to gain from it? Do you think he figured out some aspect of the test we hadn't? We are constantly being watched, as President Mike said. Hitoshi glanced at the wreckage. That was all that was left of the zero-pointer. I think you're overthinking it. I think it was just what he had said. After seeing you trapped like that, he didn't want to risk anyone else getting hurt. Simple as that. After getting checked out by the exam's medical staff and taking a chance to get all the dust and rubble cleaned off, Ochako found herself waiting near the exam's exit. It had been some time since the rest of the students from Izuku's test group had left, but Izuku himself was still nowhere to be found. Come on, Deku. Where are you? After she had figured she'd waited long enough, Ochako turned and marched back into the UA building, hoping to find a teacher or someone that could help her. As she walked the halls, she even began peeking into rooms, trying to find anyone. I'm overthinking this. I'm sure nothing bad happened to Deku. I'm sure he's fine. Despite trying to reassure herself, she found her pace down the hallway quickening. He's fine. I mean, what the worst that could happen? Memories of the zero-pointer and the scared students flashed through Ochako's mind. Visions of the treads of that monster crushing everything in its path. Cars, hydrants, lampposts, buildings, and people. People with messy green hair. Ochako broke into a sprint down the hall. Logically, she knew she was overreacting. If something bad had happened, the group of students wouldn't have been so chipper as they left. But after her own experience during the practical exam, especially with the zero-pointer, Ochako wasn't sure logic applied to anything at UA. As she rounded a corner, Ochako gave a startled gasp as she collided with someone and almost sent herself tumbling to the floor. Whoa there, little listener. Fortunately for Ochako, President Mike was able to quickly grab her and hold her up. After finding her feet, Ochako quickly apologized, stumbling over her words as she tried to get them out as quickly as possible. I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. I was just trying to find someone, and President Mike raised his hands as he tried to calm Ochako down. Easy there. No harm done. Why don't you take a second and breath? Ochako nodded and forced herself to slow down, taking several deep breaths until she was no longer looking like she was ready to jump out of her own skin. President Mike smiled. That's better. Now, little listener, what are you doing running through the halls? The exam's signed off, so you should be headed back home. I know, but I'm looking for my friend. He took the exam too, but he wasn't with the rest of his group when they got back and left. Though, yes, his name is Midoriya Izuku. He has green, messy, curly hair. And freckles. Oh, his quirk makes him glow green when he uses it. President Mike scratches his chin for a moment as he thought over Ochako's description, then snapped his fingers. Oh, the green glow stick. Can throw stuff around with his quirk. Yes, that's him, Ochako said excitedly. Oh, I know where your friend is. You do. He's in the infirmary with Recovery Girl getting smooched on. President Mike spent the whole walk to the infirmary trying to assure Ochako that her friend was fine and that despite her name, Recovery Girl was a nice elderly lady. Ochako never actually asked about Recovery Girl. Mostly she spent the time worrying about what her friend had done to be sent to the infirmary. But something about the way her eye twitched made him think it would be better to make sure there were no misunderstandings. For Izuku, the past few minutes had been more than a little confusing. The last thing he could remember was doing everything he could to stop the giant rampaging zero-pointer from potentially hurting any more students. After that, everything was a blur up till he woke up lying on a metal table with an older woman, who introduced herself as Recovery Girl, looking over him. "How are you feeling, young man?" Glancing around, Izuku answered, "I'm okay, I guess. I do feel a little sleepy." Where am I?" Izuku tried to sit up, but a firm hand from Recovery Girl kept him lying down. "You just stay there. It looks like you overused your quirk and gave yourself a head injury. I healed you, which is why you are feeling tired, but I want to run a quick scan on you. Brain injuries can be tricky. It won't take long." With a press of a button, the table Izuku was on retracted into a large CT machine. "I hurt myself. Normally I just get a headache then a nosebleed if I push my quirk." "Well, congratulations, young man. You've discovered a new extreme symptom of overusing your quirk. Now hold still for a bit. I'm going to start the scan." As the machine hummed to life, Izuku couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself, despite lying where he was. He had blown up that huge robot all on his own. Though I wonder how many points I gave up to do that. It wasn't the wrong thing to do, but what if it costs me passing the test? He frowned at that thought, worry creeping into his mind. Recovery Girl looked over the images that popped onto her screen. "Well, it looks like you got lucky. Your scans look just fine." "Oh, well, that's good then. Nothing to worry about." When the table pulled back out, Izuku gulped when he saw the look of disapproval on the healing hero's face. "Young man, you need to be careful. Just because nothing happened this time, there's no guarantee the next time you hurt yourself there won't be permanent damage that can't be healed. Understand?" Izuku nodded quickly. "Good. Now you can sit up. I'm just going to run a few more tests. Then you'll be good to go." Izuku tried to keep his eyes open as Recovery Girl pulled out a small flashlight and shone the light into his eyes. She hummed to herself, apparently happy with what she was seeing. With a click, she turned the light off and pocketed it. Holding up a finger, she instructed Izuku, "Follow the tip of my finger with your eyes. Keep your head still." Izuku did as he was told and once again seemed to do exactly what Recovery Girl wanted. "Well, I think I've kept you long enough. You're free to go. Just try to take better care of yourself." "I'll try, ma'am. Thank you for healing me." Getting off the table, Izuku looked down at himself and gulped at the sight. The front of his green tracksuit was stained red with blood. "Whoa, I really bleed a lot, didn't I?" "You sure did, young man. Concussions aside, that kind of blood loss can be dangerous on its own, so be careful." "Yeah." As Izuku looked down at himself, the door to the room opened and much to Izuku's shock, Present Mike walked in. "Our Recovery Girl, looks like your patient is all healed up." Yes, the boy is in perfect health, though I can't say the same for his decision-making. I just discharged him. Though, why are you here?" Present Mike rubbed a hand through his long slicked back hair. "Well, I ran into a young lady who was beside herself looking for the kid." Izuku blinked. "Someone was looking for me." "Oh no, Uraraka." Mike smiled and then stepped aside, allowing Ochako to come inside. "See, here's your friend. And he's in perfect or near perfect condition." "Deku, what happened? Did you get hurt?" Ochako's voice trailed off and her eyes widened in shock as she looked at him. At first, she thought he looked fine, but now that she had a good look at him, she saw all the blood on his clothes. Before Ochako could start to fret over him, Izuku leapt off the table to defuse the panicked questions he knew were coming his way. "Uraraka, it's great to see you. How'd your test go? I'm sure you did fine." "Great, even. I'm fine, by the way. There's no reason to worry. Recovery Girl just wanted to check a few things, but I'm free to go since nothing is wrong." "Nothing at all, right? I'm totally fine and there is no reason at all to panic or ask any questions." Ochako, still in shock at the sight of so much dried blood on Izuku's top, and the sudden deluge that came pouring out of his mouth, was stunned to silence. Present Mike just looked between the two while Recovery Girl rubbed her temple, laying it on a little thick. "Don't you think?" Izuku laughed nervously. "But I am free to go, right?" Sighing, Recovery Girl waved him off. Yes. Just do a better job of taking care of yourself. I don't want to see you here again." Nodding, Izuku pulled a still stunned Ochako along, ready to leave the room, but stopped and turned to look at the two heroes. Before we go, can I ask you two a favor?" Recovery Girl and Present Mike glanced at each other before Mike shrugged. "Sure, listener. What do you need?" Izuku held up his hero notebook. "Can I have your autographs?" Ochako, Present Mike and Recovery Girl all blinked while thinking the same thing. Where was he hiding that? A short time later, Izuku and Ochako were on their way home, with Izuku smiling at the newest addition to his notebook while Ochako walked beside him, arms crossed. "You know I'm not letting you off the hook. I still want to know what happened to you. It's not that big a deal, Uraraka." Izuku had hoped that he wouldn't have to tell Ochako what had happened during the test, partly because he was worried he may have hurt his chances with his impromptu rescue and didn't want to worry or let her down. Also, she could be a little overprotective, and learning that he had given himself a concussion might get him chewed out. Ochako's eyes narrowed as she gave her final warning. "Deku, Izuku held up his hand in defeat. Okay. So do you remember during the orientation over the practical test, when Present Mike talked about the robot that was worth no points? Visions of a giant hand reaching towards her flashes through Ochako's mind. She shuddered before nodding her head. Yeah, I remember. He told us to avoid it. Izuku rubbed his neck. Yeah, I didn't do that. Oh, was Ochako's quick reply. I guess I wasn't the only one who decided to take some risks today. Maybe I should let him know that. I may have been coming off too strong. Before she could speak up, however, Izuku continued. I kind of fought it and blew it up. Ochako came to a dead stop, staring at Izuku wide-eyed. You what? I blew up the 0-pointer. Izuku emphasized this by mocking an explosion with his hands and adding a small sound effect. Kaboom. Wait, what? How? You did? But... Ochako sputtered, her thoughts and words jumbling over each other as she tried to comprehend what she had just heard. After a few seconds, she was finally able to reel herself in and get out a coherent sentence. Deku, are you telling me that you really blew up a 0-pointer? The one that was as big as a building? That one, you blew it up? Yes. Ochako's jaw dropped in awe. Deku is amazing. When she saw Izuku flush, she immediately realized she had said that out loud and tried to quickly cover it up. I mean, what you did was amazing. Thankfully for Ochako, Izuku bought that. Oh well, thank you. But how did you do it? Well, Izuku began. At first I tried to just throw stuff at it, but that wasn't really doing anything. Ochako nodded in understanding. When I threw that concrete at my 0-pointer, it didn't do much either. After that didn't work. I tried to pick it up, but that really didn't work. Izuku picked at the dried stain on his tracksuit while Ochako shook her head. You tried to pick up that robot. Deku, that's crazy. Sheepishly, Izuku scratched behind an ear while looking away. Yeah, not one of my better judgment calls. The moment I thought I had it held, it just started to roll forwards and broke free pretty easily. Got a pretty bad headache after that. Pretty sure that's also when I got my nose bleed too. Then what? Then Shinso. Oh, he's one of the other students I ran into during the test, asked if there wasn't an off switch I could hit or a plug I could pull, something inside to turn it off. Since I didn't know where to even look for something like that, I decided to instead just start to tear it apart from the inside and hope I got something important, which I guess I did, since all of a sudden I set off some kind of chain reaction and it started to explode from the inside out. Ochako shook her head. That's crazy, Deku. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, it didn't help much when bits of it started raining down around me. Huh, Deku, wait. How close were you to this thing when it started to explode? I was pretty close actually. It was pretty much on top of me when it finally started to go. Wait, seriously? Deku, Uraraka, please. It all turned out okay. Ochako decided not to push Izuku on his definition of it all turned out okay, and simply asked, so when it exploded, is that how you got hurt? Something hit you or you got caught in a shockwave? Oh, not really. Izuku looked away, something that Ochako immediately caught onto that. Deku. Izuku took a deep breath before he began his explanation. Well, you know how if I overuse my quirk I get bad nosebleeds. Ochako glanced down at the large blood stain on Izuku's top. She had seen Izuku have bad nosebleeds before, but this one looked like it had been the worst one yet. Yeah. Is that why you were in there? Blood loss. Sorta. Recovery girl did say losing blood like that isn't healthy. No kidding, Ochako added dryly. Izuku continued, trying to keep his voice light and almost playful, trying to play off what he was about to say as no big deal. So here's the thing. Turns out if I really push my quirk, there's an even worse symptom I get after nosebleeds. I can give myself a concussion. There were a few seconds of silence before Ochako exploded. How is that a thing you know? Izuku did his best to look innocent as he answered. Because I gave myself a concussion destroying the 0-pointer. You did what? Ochako, in a state of shock and horror, latched onto Izuku's shoulder and began shaking him. What is the matter with you? His vision spinning, Izuku tried to get some control of the situation. At the very least, he wanted the world to stop moving in circles. Uraraka, stop shaking me. My head can't take any more abuse. Snapping back to reality, Ochako let Izuku go and looked away, feeling ashamed she had snapped like she had. I'm sorry, Deku. I didn't mean to yell at you like that. Izuku smiled as he reassured her. It's okay. I know you're just worried about me, though I think you forget how strong you are sometimes. The two continued to walk some more in silence before Ochako spoke up, though she made sure to keep her voice calm and level. Reasons aside, she was not going to manhandle her friend again. Was it an accident? When you overused your quirk on the 0-pointer, did you know you were pushing yourself so hard? Or did it just happen? Momentarily, Izuku was tempted to say that it was. It was an easy out. He was still getting used to his quirk, so it was believable that he hadn't meant to push himself so hard. No, I knew exactly what I was doing. Immediately after using my quirk on that robot, it started to hurt. It wasn't a full throb like my normal headaches. It was a shooting pain, like someone was jabbing a knife into my skull. The pain and the wetness I could feel on my face from my nosebleed. I knew I was hurting myself. I didn't know exactly what was happening, but I knew it was going to be worse than anything that had happened to me before. Taking a very deep breath and making sure she was as calm as possible. Why would you do something so dangerous? If you could feel it hurting you, why didn't you stop? I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. Ochako tilted her head to the side, confused. What do you mean, Deku? Did something happen during your exam? Izuku nodded. Yeah. When that giant robot attacked, it hit a building, sending a lot of debris raining down onto the street below. Sounds scary. Memories of her own experience with the zero-pointer flashed through her mind, but she pushed them aside as Izuku continued. You remember that tall guy that called me out during the orientation? The uptight guy wearing glasses. Nodding, Izuku continued. Well, he got trapped under a lot of rubble. I was able to get him out with some help, but as he got carried away, that robot was still wrecking everything in its path. I couldn't just do nothing when someone else could get hurt because of it. So you decided to stop it. Yeah. Ochako covered her face with her hands and let out a loud and very long groan. Izuku could help but snicker at Ochako's display, even as he expected her to call him out on being an idiot. You really are incredible, Deku. Izuku was thrown for a loop, not expecting her to say that. I am. Ochako gave him a warm smile. Deku, you don't think about acting heroic. You just do it. That's pretty incredible. Izuku blushed some while a bashful smile crept across his face. Ochako's smile, however, did harden some as she narrowed her eyes at him. It was still an incredibly stupid thing to do. Izuku laughed nervously. Yeah, I guess it was. Stupid, but the right thing to do. Ochako threw her hands up in defeat. Okay, fine, I agree. It was the right thing to do. The heroic thing to do. But the way you did it was the wrong way to do it. Yeah, Izuku had to agree with that. Saving someone, only to incapacitate himself, was not the way to go about being a hero. That was the way to go about being a liability. So Deku, you are never ever going to hurt yourself again like you did today. Right? The glare from Ochako left no room for arguments, so Izuku responded with a very immediate, yes ma'am. Satisfied, Ochako smiled cheerfully at Izuku. Great, now let's get back home. I'm hungry and your mom said she was going to cook us up something to celebrate us being done with the test. As Izuku walked on, he couldn't help but think. While he was sure he had done the right thing, he worried that his actions may have hurt his score, putting his chance to get into UA in jeopardy. He supposed that he could just ask All Might about it. I'll just give him a call later. It had been 1 week since the entrance exam, and after several calls and texts had gone unanswered by All Might, on top of the fact that he could not remember how many points he may have scored from the practical exam, a result of the concussion he had at the end of the test, Izuku was beginning to freak. His mood had not been helped when at school he had to deal with everyone in class asking himself, Ochako and Katsuki, questions about everything. Was the test hard? Katsuki smirked. Fuck no, it wasn't. The written part was a joke. The damned mock exams I had to take were harder. What's the campus like? It was huge. I don't even want to think about what it cost to maintain it, Ochako answered. Did you see any heroes? Oh, yeah. President Mike gave us our orientation, Izuku said, far less enthusiastically than one would expect. Both Ochako and Katsuki glanced at him. What did you guys have to do for your test? We're not supposed to talk about the test details, Ochako began before getting cut off by Katsuki. We had to destroy a bunch of robots. Bakugou, Katsuki shrugged. That part is common knowledge at this point. Everyone knows it. UA just has to make us sign that stuff along with waivers to cover their asses. The classroom beamed. So it is true. That's an insane way to test someone. It was a cakewalk. I just blew every one of them up. They were pretty fragile. Ochako scratched her cheek when the class looked at her. Not that I'm saying the test was easy. There is a reason UA is hard to get into. Don't let Bakugou undersell it. We all know how Bakugou thinks he did. What about you, Uraraka? How'd you do? Oh well, I think I did okay. My strategy worked out pretty well for most of the test, answered Ochako. Wait, what strategy? How'd you destroy your robots? I found big groups and used one of the robots as a club and bashed the others to bits with it, Ochako stated, very matter-of-factly. Scary. What about you, Midoriya? How'd you do? I bet he pissed himself during the test. Yeah, no way he was able to do anything against UA. Robots. Ochako narrowed her eyes at a few of the students, who immediately shut their mouths. Izuku took some time before he answered. Oh, well, I know I did good on the written test. Someone coughed into their hand. Nerd. And I'm pretty sure I did all right in the practical. Izuku finished not very convincingly. Dude, you failed, didn't you? Totally failed. The arrival of their teacher to start class broke up the group. Ochako leaned over and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, reminding him that she knew he did just fine. Katsuki rolled his eyes and huffed, making his thoughts on Izuku's chances known. Izuku decided to not bring up the fact that he couldn't remember what his score was because he got knocked out at the end. No reason to give the class, and specifically Kaken, more reason to doubt him. Now, after a week of dealing with no return calls, and a class that was sure he had failed, Izuku was about at the point where he just wanted to curl up into a ball and never leave his room. Sitting down for dinner, Inko and Ochako shared worried glances as Izuku was blankly staring at the fish they were eating. Deku, Izuku dear, your food will get cold if you just stare at it. Blinking, Izuku shook his head, snapping out of his daze. Sorry, just thinking is all. He quickly began to eat his dinner. Your results should be arriving soon, right? Yeah, they said we'd get everything in about a week, Ochako confirmed, so today or tomorrow if we're lucky. Lucky, huh? Izuku mumbled under his breath. A knock at the door grabbed the three's attention. Izuku was about to get up, but Inko waved him down. It's okay, I'll get it. You two just enjoy your dinner. With Inko out of the room, Ochako decided to briefly broach another reason she knew was causing Izuku's unease. Deku, you're worrying way too much over everything. All Might may just be busy. He's had to go radio silent before. Not like this Uraraka. He always made sure we knew ahead of time that he was going to be out of touch. Izuku sighed and sank into his chair. I must have really screwed up the test. He must be so embarrassed that he wasted all that time. Oh, Ochako. Not liking the line of thought Izuku was going down, kicked him in the shin. That's enough of that. I'm not going to let you keep thinking like that. Positive thoughts only, from now on. Bending down and rubbing his shin, Izuku looked up at Ochako over the lip of the table. You're going to beat positivity into me. If I have to. I think you've been hanging around Kaken too much. Izuku smirked, the first smile he had had in some time. It was immediately wiped away when Ochako kicked him under the table again. Not happy at all at being compared to Katsuki. Izuku, Ochako. Inko rushed into the dining room, both teens startled by the shout. Look who it is. Inko moved over and behind her, wearing his oversized yellow suit that looked completely ridiculous in his shrunken form, was All Might. Young Midoriya, young Uraraka, it's good to see you too. Mr. Yagi, both shouted in surprise. I'm sorry to barge in like this unannounced, especially after not getting back to you sooner, young Midoriya. Oh, I'm sure you must have not been getting my messages or something, alum sir. Sheepishly, All Might took out his phone and flipped over a few screens and showed the group the long list of missed calls and texts. No, I got them. Oh, the room dropped a few degrees as Inko crossed her arms and glared at All Might, sending a shiver up the pro hero's spine. I'm sure you have an excellent excuse for worrying my son for such a long time. The room got even colder as Ochako also glared at All Might as well. All Might, sensing the incredible amount of danger he was in, reached into his suit pocket and pulled out 2 envelopes, stamped with the UA. Sigil, yes, about that. Since I wasn't able to respond sooner, I thought I'd personally come down and deliver these to you too. Izuku looked at the envelopes. Are those ... our test results? Ochako finished. Yes, I thought you'd want to open them together, so I picked them up and well, here they are. Ochako glanced over at Izuku and found him frozen in his chair. With a huff, Ochako quickly stood up and took the letters from All Might. Thank you. Bowing quickly, Ochako rushed over to Izuku and grabbing his wrist, pulled him into his room, closing the door behind them. Inko took a step to follow, but All Might said softly, perhaps we should give them some privacy. This is the moment they worked so hard towards together, after all. Sighing, Inko nodded in agreement. I suppose so. With the door closed behind them, Izuku and Ochako stood facing each other, holding their letters in varying states of nervous excitement. Suo, Ochako finally broke the silence. You going to open yours? Izuku glanced down at the envelope in his hands in uncertainty. Why don't you go first, Uraraka? Me first. No, you've been worried about these results all week. I don't mind waiting till after you. Uraraka, you've been anxious about your results too. I can tell. Well, I have not. Ochako found one of Izuku's posters very interesting as she answered. Your hands are shaking, Uraraka. Ochako quickly hid her hands behind her back. She was about to deny Izuku's point but stopped. Both looked at each other before they broke into a small fit of giggles. Okay, this is pretty sad, Deku. Yeah, so, who's going first? Ochako thought about it for a second. Why don't we play for it? Rock, paper, scissors sound good to you? Yeah, that sounds alright. Great, let me put these on your desk and we can play. Izuku handed Ochako his envelope, which then she immediately torn the end off. Uraraka. Ochako grinned brightly. Oh, yours is open now, would you look at that? You ... you cheater. Yep. How did I fall for that? Really easily, so here you go. Ochako handed Izuku back his open envelope, who took it back while giving Ochako an annoyed look, which she returned with an even bigger grin. Reaching in, Izuku blinked in confusion as he pulled out a small disc. Before he could ask what it was, it suddenly turned on, with a projection of All Might, startling both teens, and making Izuku drop the disc onto the floor. I am here as a projection. All Might, I had to do some paperwork that took quite a bit of time. And I had to record all these videos for all examinees, so I wasn't able to contact you. Ochako glanced quickly at the door behind her, and to the room that All Might was in, before she could decide if paperwork was a good enough excuse for making Deku worry for so long. The message continued. Plus I had to wait to record this one last since the director here wouldn't give me enough time to talk to you two when we still had other videos to make. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other. Talk to you two. You see, I know you'll both be watching this, so I figured to save time and give you both your results at the same time. That's right, both discs have the same message. As All Might laughed at his brilliance, Ochako rubbed her brow, so that whole thing was a waste of time. Izuku smirked, enjoying your Pyrrhic victory. You hush. Still, not contacting you soon was wrong of me. I'm sorry. The projection of All Might bowed deeply, but let us get down to business. I'm sure you both want to know how you did on the exam. Take heart. You both passed the written exam with flying colors. All that time you two spent studying paid off spectacularly. You should both be proud. Too often the public, and even some heroes, forget that one's mind is just as important as one's body. And these scores show you both take that to heart. Ochako smiled. Awesome. It'd suck if it was the written part that did us in. Yeah, but after we self-corrected, I wasn't too worried about that. But now, let's get to the meat of the exam and what I'm sure you're both eagerly waiting for, practical results. Both Ochako and Izuku gulped. Here we go. So let's see, young Uraraka. Let's go over your performance during the exam. Pyrrhic victory. I will float you. All Might turned to a screen to his side, which flickered to life and replaced All Might as the main projection. All Might talked over the video that showed a recording of Ochako as she ran through the exam. Izuku gasped in shock as he watched Ochako fly from building to building. Young Uraraka, your decision to use your quirk to take the high ground and survey your surroundings was a stroke of genius. And attacking groups that were far enough from the rest of the examines to maximize your points while also only using your quirk a minimal amount to dispatch the foe villains shows you understand the importance of thinking ahead. With such an impressive tactic, it should come as no surprise that you would get an equally impressive score. Ochako rubbed the back of her head, as she tried to not let it show too much how happy she was at the moment from All Might's praise, though her smile gave that away. The screen then switched to show Izuku, kneeling at the entrance of the battle arena. Izuku gulped as he realized it was now his turn to see how he had done. Now for you, young Midoriya. Right away you started off strong. While your fellow examinees were left startled by the suddenness of the start, you were off the line and closing in on your first target. Breaking the robots and using their own parts as ammunition showed great ingenuity. And the stamina you displayed being able to stay on the move constantly as you went from target to target was a testament to the work you put into your training. However, Izuku winced. He had a feeling he knew what was coming next. While you made excellent progress during the first half of the test, you slowed down a great deal during the second half. Twice you stopped focusing on the foe villains, hamstringing yourself in your final score. Izuku sighed sadly. I knew it. Deku, if that was all there was to the test. That is. Wait, what did he say? Sorry to lead you both on, but I am also an entertainer. You see, this test was not graded by villain points alone. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.